morality, and if it's justified by a God's perfect nature, his what he wills, so forth and so on, then we take that and apply it to the problem. That's it. Right?
Yeah,
it has nothing to do.
I hear what's going on. You guys think that I ought to be the one to justify that God is the necessary being for us to even make moral claims or what's good.
What is your argument then?
Or anything else? Yeah.
Well, what do you base your logic off?
That's how an internal critique works. Like what? Why is this so difficult to understand? We're using your worldview. That's what an internal critique is.
Yeah, what allows you to use my worldview? That's what I'm asking you.
By definition, that's what an internal critique is. Why is this so hard to understand?
What are you grounding your internal critique on?
We are using your worldview.
What are you grounding your internal critique on? It's super easy. What's your argument?
Holy fucking shit. I'm done. I'm out.
This guy. Yeah, thanks, man. Listen, are you...
Yeah, you have none of your own? So
no. What grounds your basis?
Or to none?
No, thanks. Our grounding
Don't jump in.
is completely irrelevant, right? We're talking about your worldview and whether or not it is coherent, whether or not there's a contradiction. Asking us for our standard of morality is irrelevant. You're dodging the question.
Well, no, it's certainly not.
We need to come to some sort of an agreement. What I'm pointing out is that you're going to sit there.
No, I'm asking him to use logic.
Right. But
no, Tanks. Let me ask you a question then. But no, Tanks. What do you ground your logic in? What do you base?
Too many demons.
What do you base your reality argument from?
Too many crazies.
just ground your argument like you were handing us to.
This is like a basic. This is like a basic argument, even, right? Like, holy shit, there are many Christian philosophers that responded to this thing, but Jesus Christ, he's just a fucking. He's just a precept, right? Like all he knows is precept, right? Thinks he's winning.
You started making a good argument, No Tanks, and I was just wondering what your side of it was, because you were asking the person, how do you ground your logic and reasoning? And I'm just curious, how does No Tanks, what does he use as his
He's going to tell you it's God. It's God. Why is this so hard to understand? They're presupposing the existence of the Christian God to justify logic and morals and so forth and so on.
The God escape hatch.
That's what I call it.
It's a rope.
I think
pull because they so easily slide down.
Out of all you five or six demons who will not stop screaming when they hear the name God, what is it, if not God, what is it that allows you to ground any type of argument against my worldview?
You're completely dodging the fucking question.
That's not
I'll answer when you answer mine, because do you want to get into it, Tanks, or what? Because I asked you, how do you base yours?
God.
It's God. Okay. Now my logic and reasoning based off of, the lot. I don't know. Does anyone got a good philosophical argument for, why they don't accept batshit crazy ideas off of people off the internet because it makes them feel good and
this is the thing, Demas, real quick, right? Like logic is universal, right? And it's abstract, right? It requires a mind for logic to to make sense, right? So you have to have a mind for logic to make sense.
Your computer's a mind?
Exists.
There's a logic board in your computer.
Logic exists prior to your mind and my mind. Therefore, it must be upheld in an eternal mind for you to make an argument that is reasonable.
So, like a computer based off of water is mind?
You're going
then you're gonna be appealing to something else that you cannot have access to, that cannot communicate to you, so that you can know logic to be true.
Hold on, let Demons try to respond. Let Demons try to respond, dude. He was having a one-on-one, dude. Please, bro.
Well, I was having actually one-on-one.
I know, but you can go after Demon Stride or whoever.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
But I was.
Go ahead. Demon Stride, you the mic.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you can build a logic gate. So how do you build a physical logic gate that just takes water to build you yes or no things to get you to an outcome? Does that require an outside mind for it to work, or is gravity the mind? What part of that system is the mind?
I'm not sure. I'm like a logic gate for
A
water to
logic
go through. I'm not
gate.
sure. You'd have to really, yeah, you really
It's
have to
the
go
basics
through
of
that.
computing. It's an if
You'd really have to
then
go
yes
through that.
no scenario you can build physically, and you can actually use gravity to accomplish your goal. So does it like require an external mind for that logic gate to have an outcome?
I mean, it's not. You're not really referencing logic in this case.
Well, then I withdraw.
If I may, look, I'll start this thing. No thanks, you're kind of avoiding the question, right? The question is, right, it's about your worldview. Whatever you consider to be good, right? Presumably you don't think that people dying in like a hurricane or like a volcano
What better way to
eruption,
go
right?
out? It's epic.
If you think, unless you think that's good, right, there's a problem there, right? Because there's evil happening. Because like
What's so
everybody
bad
would
about
consider this to be, everybody else would consider people dying in an earthquake or volcano eruption an evil, a bad thing to happen, right? How does an all-powerful, all-loving, all-knowing God allow that to happen? And this doesn't have anything to do with sins of the people.
You've deemed it bad. I mean, you've deemed it. How do you know it's bad?
Well, no, that's what I'm asking you. It's an internal critique. I'm
Yeah,
not
I don't deem that
asserting it's
bad. I don't
bad.
know. I mean, we're all gonna die one day. If you had a
I'm not
choice,
gonna.
like, wouldn't you want
Can
to
I
go
get
out
in?
and like
Can
buy
I
a
just?
volcano? That'd
Can
be fucking awesome. Yeah, go ahead. I don't want. They get
yeah,
crazy. I don't
this
wanna
is an
talk
age old
anyway.
question, right? If evil exists, right, and God is real, then God must be evil. Or if God exists, why does suffering exist? You know, people have wrestled with this for thousands of years. It's not an easy question to answer, but it doesn't make the Bible contradictory or anything like that. If you understand the biblical worldview, you would understand that we are living in a fallen world, in a fractured reality, right? It's less than ideal. And because of that, you guys, then you make the presupposition, then your God must not be perfect, because if he was perfect, why would he allow suffering to exist? Right? Or am I wrong?
Well, yeah, right. It's an argument against God from evil existing and him being all good, which contradicts there being evil existing. Also, him being all knowing, he would know that evil exists and had all the power, right?
Right.
Omnipotent to stop the evil. How are these things like compatible? How can you have a world and it's specifically gratuitous evil, right? It's not like evil that humans do to each
Well,
other.
because
Wait, hang on a minute.
this is a byproduct. Go ahead,
Spartacus,
Andy.
Spartacus, you keep using this word evil. But what standard are you judging that from?
We went through this so many
this.
What standard are you judging that from?
Andy, that's why we're doing an internal critique. Why do you keep doing this?
Because he keeps saying that word, and he's got he can't even justify it. It's meaningless in his world if he's an atheist.
That's why we're not doing an internal critique of his worldview. This is an internal critique of the Christian worldview. That's why when J.L. Mackie presented this argument, Alvin Plantinga responded with the free will defense, right? Which still doesn't solve the problem. It's just another theodicy. That's all this is.
It does solve the problem because God is logical. He won't violate logic. It's just simply illogical. Certain worldviews that you try to hold, like the idea that God could have somehow created everything perfect and had no rebellion, would have been contrary to his will, because he wanted beings with free will, dude. And with free will comes a potential for rebellion. And this is it's a logical sequence. And with rebellion comes what? Comes evil.
We're not talking.
It's a logical sequence. You thinking that there's another possible option? What's the other option that he would? And I've heard you say that he didn't have to create anything.
I've already told you this line. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He doesn't create anything at all because he's already. Let me finish. Let me finish. Because he's already the most perfect being, right? his existence doesn't entail that anything else is necessarily required, right? His existence is perfect. That's it. So by extension, anything that's lesser than him would be a failure.
No, that's not the case. So
you can't fathom.
So you think
you don't
he
even
thinks a better reality?
Is.
He thinks a better reality would be no reality. That's his defense to what I just said, guys.
If the most perfect being exists, right, then nothing else is required. That's it.
No,
do you think
it's not that he hold on, Andy. It's not that he needs companionship, right? He wants.
I never said he needed companionship either.
Well, I'm trying to explain to you because you're saying that he didn't have to create anything. In a theoretical scenario, yes, he didn't have to create anything at all. He didn't have to create anything at all. And there would have been no rebellion, but he wanted to create. It's in his nature to create. He's the creator.
It's better to have something than nothing, period. Unless you have an argument against that.
Wait, so then all you're saying is that it's better that he created a lesser state of affairs, which just doesn't make any sense because he's already a perfect being.
It's an incredulous argument. You obviously don't understand what perfect is because you don't have anything to reference it to. So yeah, you can't say, "Oh, I understand what perfect means." And also, when you bring up the suffering,
that's why it's
argument,
an internal critique, Torah. Why do you guys keep doing this?
No,
yeah,
you're ignoring the nuances.
I have the critique. I get it.
You guys always
Okay,
do this.
I don't know what perfect is either. Okay, I don't know what it is.
So you don't think that God is perfect?
Yeah,
Perfect
well, I
is
do believe that
undefined,
he's
dude.
perfect, but I don't understand what your point is with the word perfect. Can you give like a different word? Like, why are you using that word? But does it hurt when you go to the dentist and then afterwards it feels better?
I agree, but I've already told you why this doesn't apply. I've already told you why this. I've already told you why this. Oh my God, Torah! I've already told you why this doesn't work because I'm not God.
Yeah, but suffering does create a positive outcome sometimes, right?
I've already agreed with you on this. The distinction.
Okay, so
oh my holy shit!
Hold on,
you let me
hold on,
like?
dude,
Can you let me respond?
God.
Why do you do this?
Because you're winning.
Not at all.
Like, I'm just gonna. This is why I disengage, dude. You just want to keep interrupting me before I finish.
Say your point, bro.
Or if
I've already granted you that I also agree that there are benefits to some suffering, right? But that doesn't apply to God because he's a perfect being. He's the best possible, like he's the maximal being. I don't know. I don't have any other language in my vocabulary to describe a perfect being.
How do you
Like
show
the
grace
best,
and
best of
mercy?
all state.
How do you show grace and mercy? Do you believe grace and mercy exist in the world?
Sure, I think it's possible.
Okay, so how do you show those? And just so you know, when you agree that suffering can exist and it does lead to good outcomes, how are you defining the bad suffering? And how can those two not live together? How is it
Can you define grace? Can you define grace though?
Is receiving something that you don't deserve.
From who? From who?
From anyone.
Anybody.
It could be anyone. Like, yeah, the law could give you grace. Yeah, like your teacher, if you got in trouble and you should have been sent to the principal's office, but they chose not
And what was the other word?
Grace, mercy, and justice are three attributes we find in the world. And those attributes have to be explained, justified. Why do they exist?
Restitution, equity, judgment.
What's mercy then?
Mercy is getting what you don't deserve.
From who?
From whoever, teacher, could be
so none of these require a God, right?
Yeah,
all of these could be a person. Okay, so what are you trying to say?
The fact that they exist in the world shows that there is an ultimate something that has all these attributes.
Wait. Because people exist these properties and they have these characteristics, you then therefore God? Well, I'm missing a step.
Yeah, to follow the logic tree back to the ultimate.
I'm missing
the contingency argument, dude. No, not therefore God. You have to go back contingently all the way back to the beginning.
So humans have this trait, therefore God. Get me to therefore God.
I'm not doing this right now, dude.
All right, so humans have grace and mercy, therefore God. Somebody want to do the therefore for God's sake?
Well, hold on. We were having a specific topic, dude, and now you want to bring it to the contingency argument regarding knowledge.
I want you to
wisdom
prove your logic here because it's based in some reality of God, right?
Well, I wasn't done with the previous conversation. We're already jumping to this, dude. This is what happens with you guys. It's like a tactic.
Well, I was trying to bring it up for Maxim specifically to his point, okay? That mercy, justice, and grace all exist in the world, And do you like those things? Because I do. And can you have those things without suffering? Is my
So
question.
therefore, God.
No, it doesn't matter. We're not. That's not the argument right now, dude. The argument is God perfect or not? Everyone's granted God exists at this point in the conversation.
Oh, okay. In that case, nope.
Well, that's what I do when I grant you evolution, you see. That's what I have to do. I go, okay, I'll grant you evolution. But it still doesn't mean you know right from wrong. It's fucking so dumb.
What were the three attributes you said? Mercy, justice, and
Grace.
And grace.
Grace, yeah. Grace, mercy, and justice. There's only one God that can account for those three things.
So we are on that topic
know
then.
about that,
Right.
but-
So get me to the therefore God. So humans have mercy, grace, and the third word, therefore God. What's the therefore?
Hold on, Demon. We're already granting the worldview. They're doing an internal critique. They're using the problem of evil. Please stay on task.
That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm trying to explain why there's only two real possibilities here. The third possibility that he doesn't create at all isn't an option, right? That's a weak defense.
Because
that there would be no reality, that there'd be nothing at all. Yeah, to have something is better than to have nothing at all.
It could be
Right?
natural.
And the creator, it's in his nature to create, right? And because of that, it's not that he needs us, but he wants us. He wants relationship with his creation. So with that being said, within the in the biblical worldview, you have to understand from the biblical worldview, don't straw man it, right? So with the possibility of creation, right, he would have created beings with free will. Now he could have created automatons that would have followed his every demand, his every command, and never rebelled and never allowed sin and death to enter into the world. But that's not true love. That's not a true relationship.
It's like having life.
It's like having an AI bot as your buddy. You think Yah wants an AI bot as his buddy?
Is life.
Well, hold on.
He doesn't want an AI. Hold on. He doesn't want an AI bot as his buddy, bro. So he created creation with free will. And this is with free will comes the inevitability, the inevitable potential for rebellion. It's a necessary component
can I ask
for
a
free
question
will.
about the
There's
AI
no way
thing?
about it. You can't chop it up any other way. Go ahead.
I just want to explain one real quick question. If you knew you were going to create the devil, would you still do that act?
Yes, he did. He did that.
So no,
knowing.
if you personally knew.
Yeah, I would. Yes, I would.
They would because they need a reason for it.
That's so silly to make that a statement. Do you think that if you have a child, there aren't chances that it could be mentally
it's not a chance. If he has perfect
Are you going to not have children because it's possible that one of your child is going to become
it's not even a possibility for him. He knows what will happen.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
already explained it to you, dude. There's only two possibilities.
Yeah, too many talking.
Bro, there's only two possibilities. Either he creates automatons or he doesn't. He didn't do that. In his infinite wisdom, he weighed out all the possible variables and he factored in his calculation what's the better reality scenario. The better scenario, even though it's counterintuitive, is to create all the angels with free will.
Right.
And with that came Hasatan, who took advantage of the potential for rebellion.
Ryan, let me ask you.
Hold on. So Hasatan is attributed, right, for all the rebellion, right? He's the one that first took advantage of that inertial potential for rebellion that was factored into reality. Go ahead.
I just want to hold on. Let me just ask one thing.
Let me finish up and then I'll mute and go to bed because it's almost fucking bedtime. Lion, does God love life or death more?
Life.
But he knows everyone's gonna die. He gives life, even he knows suffering that they're gonna consume. Which one does he love more?
I'm gonna live for an eternity.
So yeah, he loves life, dude. He wishes that all men repent and come to the knowledge of the truth. Why suffering is a necessary component to free will once evil is taken advantage of, once rebellion is taken advantage of, because you have to have a damage control for in his reality. He encoded it in a way that if one of his beings took advantage of this, that there would be a mechanism to self-destruct. Right? That's what death is. Death seems chaotic, but it's actually by design. Death is by design. Entropy is by design. This reality is a temporal reality.
I asked him a question.
Hold on.
Okay.
Lion, I just want to ask one thing about some. You said that God doesn't want autonomons, right?
He doesn't want what?
He doesn't want robots, right?
Yeah.
How can you do anything that God like? I'm not even sure from like the perspective of like going into heaven, right? You're an ascended soul. How are they not already robots? God already knows all actions, like the action that you will take, not the possibility.
Compatibilism. Compatibilism.
Yeah, but I don't really see how that's not like a robot from.
That's not my fault, bro.
Because
If you can't see it, it's not a defense. Just because you don't understand it.
Let me explain it to him real quick, because this is the problem. First of all, that Lion's trying to address is an incredulous argument. Because first of all, you're talking about a higher being, so you don't obviously know all the possibilities in his mind. So there could be a reason for it that you don't know yet. So that's fine. But at the same time, if there's a finite amount, hold on. If there's a finite amount of choices in your life, and there's an infinite being controlling all of that outside of your life, you still have the free will to make the choice. You get to make the choice. Just because he knows the outcomes and all that, it doesn't take away the free will. You talked through me the entire time. How'd you even hear me?
Dude, I didn't talk to you. You're not actually answering the question. It's not that.
I literally did.
That's a problem.
Who's talking through who?
You wouldn't be able to hear me answer your question if you're talking the whole time.
Because you're not answering the question.
So
reset, guys. Reset. Just reset. Just go ahead.
Well, the problem is that you were like Lion said that he doesn't want robots, right?
Omnivore, take your pills. Your ginkgo biloba meds, dude. If you don't take it now, you're never gonna remember.
That's his insulin thing. He's got to scan it on his phone.
All right.
It's just that, like, if he doesn't want robots, I'm not sure how that's.
I got a way to phrase it where
like, even like the souls in heaven would still like do only the things he knows they will do.
They can't have pain in heaven. So if they know somebody's in hell, they can't feel bad about it when you're in heaven. You got ripped of your free will of feeling sad.
That's not true. You'll still have free will. The lake of fire is never done away with in heaven, okay?
It's so creepy when he talks like
this is the
that.
whole idea. Hasatan was a being that was a heavenly being. And he fell from grace, bro. So he obviously had the decision. This happens with hierarchy. When you make a hierarchy, you will always have rebellion. It's just the case.
Not unlike Harry Potter. It's crazy sounded.
Let's just say that like heaven is the final step in God's recipe, right? Like, you know, where everyone's there, whatever, you know, earth is over with.
Yeah, we don't know that, but okay.
Well, let's just, you know, whatever, say that there's that. And like step
it's a
one
new heaven.
Well, let me just get through my analogy first and then you can critique it. So step one is like God creating the earth. Step two is God creating the humans. Step three is us making our decisions. And then step four is like, you know, picking who goes to heaven, who goes to hell. And then step five is like where everyone's in like the eternity now, whether they're burning or this. Why does God have to start at step one instead of just starting at step five?
If heaven's the soup, hell is definitely the hot sauce.
But like
this reality.
But
this reality is a
God knows what's going to happen. God knows what's going to happen in all the steps 1, 2, 3, and 4. Why does he need to even start there? Why can't he start at step 5?
It's another incredulous argument because you don't understand why he would do it. Doesn't mean he doesn't have good reason for doing it that way.
Right.
You can ask him when
has plenty of reason.
There is a good reason to do it. Is the crazy thing we're trying to get you to do that you won't quite pin down.
Well, because I'm not God and I don't have all-knowing capabilities, bro. So why would you ask me for God-like knowledge?
In the biblical worldview, this reality. Hold on, dude. I'm trying to answer your question, bro. Hold on, bro. In this reality, right? I mean, in the Bible, this reality is temporary, right? It's but a vapor, and it's meant to be destroyed. And he's going to renew the heavens and the earth, right? So this is not supposed to be like eternity. He already knew from the beginning. His plan was to use this reality as a stepping stone to catapult his worthy ones to the next level, right? So he's trying the souls on earth. This right here is a is
But
a
yeah, I understand.
is
It's
like a
trial.
beta, bro.
I
It's like a
understand. It's
beta.
like a trial. I understand it's a trial. But
Yes.
he knows the end of the trial. So
you don't have the end right, dude.
but
You
he
don't have
does
the end
know.
right.
But he does know, right? The
You
end of
don't
the
have
trial?
the end right, though. The
But
end
does
is a
he
new
know?
heaven and a new earth with souls that have been tried. And then there are souls that will occupy the heavens, the earth, and the new heaven and new earth. But in order to get to that point, you first have to try the souls to have tried souls on the new heaven and earth. So how can you have tried souls without first trying them? Please explain.
Because you can have the trials without the person experiencing the trial. In
How
other
do you
words,
do that? Is that even possible?
It's not even. It's
for
incoherent
God,
argument.
it
You're
For
thinking
God,
that.
it
Hold
is
on.
possible.
Your whole
It is
premise.
possible.
No, it
for
is not.
No, it is. Like you
No, it is not.
Like, for example, like Donald Trump slept through his civil trial. The trial still existed, even though he was unaware
That's not
of
the
it.
trial we're talking about.
We're
The
talking about
trial is based on your experience and actions,
Exactly.
not based
He's
on
trying the
other
souls of
people's
men,
opinions.
dude. He's testing the hearts of men, and we are tested in the furnace of affliction, purified 7 times as silver is purified in the furnace. And that's the thing, bro. Suffering allows us to be purified in testing, right? Whether we rely on him, whether we seek him or not. That's the big deal,
He's
dude,
like,
for him.
why? This guy's basically asking, why do you have to
But you-
purify gold? Why couldn't God just make gold perfectly pure? Why did he have to put it in the earth and make us purify it, bro? You're asking for God-like knowledge.
Not only that, you're assuming no, but the thing is, you're coming from the premise that there is no free will, that everything's predestined, right? But if that was the case, why does he have to even try us?
No, I'm giving you all the free will, all the stuff you want. I don't care about that. God knows what free will decisions you're going to make. He knows the future. He doesn't need to have that step. He can just be like, you know what? Everyone, if I did step 1, step 2 will happen, step 3 will happen, step 4 will happen, and then step 5 will happen. Instead of doing step 1 to 4, I'll just start at step 5. There's
a court of law, dude. There's a court of law. There's due process in the heavenly. Hold on, real quick. Real quick. There's due process. There's a court of law. He can't just override the law, especially when he has a whole myriad of angels all witnessing what's going down. He has to be honest and righteous and just for them also, so that they witness a righteous God. And he can't be a dictator and just kill everybody and snap his finger and kill everybody.
It's God not being honest when he said, yeah, that person that's in heaven now at step 5, he would have done all the right things from step 1 to 4. And then this other guy, he was in hell, he would have done the wrong things from step 1 to 4. I am justified, don't question God. Like, he would be able to do that. No problem.
It's due process, bro. Right? There's a heavenly court, there's judgment day. He can't just violate due process, dude. He has to allow people to grow up. He has to allow people to grow up and choose whether they want to follow him or not, whether they want to follow him or deny him. He has to allow that to happen, and that takes time to play out. He
allowed them to do that. He allowed them to do that. They just didn't experience it, and they made their decisions because God knows the future.
Yeah, that's not the biblical worldview, bro, at all.
No,
you come up with your own God, but
worldview until you don't want to accept how it breaks the logic in your own argument.
It does not break the logic. What breaks the logic is you guys thinking that there's no free will, right? It's all predetermined. Yeah, in the Bible, all over the place, he tells us.
No, that's the point. No, that's the point.
We can choose. We have the ability to choose. Choose today whom you will worship.
Let me
in my household, we will worship Yahweh, right? So you can choose today who you want to worship, bro. That's free will. You guys saying that there's no such thing as free will in the biblical worldview? That's bullshit.
All right, but let me.
You're all worshiping something.
Let me address that point you were trying to make there. Okay. Yes, we have the choice right now. Like me and you, we can argue it all day, and we could live our entire. Like I could live 60 more years making this choice, right? And until I die, isn't when God will actually judge me. All right. So I have the free will until then to do it, as long as I'm moral and I don't kill anyone or do anything like a cardinal sin, whatever, right? But God knows if I'm going to ultimately choose or not. So yes, I have the free will to live my life, but God fucking knows what I'm going to choose in the end.
How do you know that?
Because it's written on my fucking soul
And that's what they tell you in the Bible.
Not,
all right.
It says the law is written on your heart, so you have morality. It doesn't say. It says that basically you know the right decision to make, but you'll choose the wrong one willingly. Okay.
All right.
So what you're doing is willingly choosing the wrong way, even though it's written on your inside, just like how you described people earlier.
Demonstrate. Let him finish.
They would grape, even though they knew it was wrong in their mind, by the ethics of the society around them. So you see it as a possibility in your own worldview.
The point is that God knows whether or not I'm going to choose him or not the moment he makes my soul and he stamps it and presses it in heaven and pushes me into a human body, into the fetus, into the inception. The moment that semen enters the ovum in your fucking worldview, God presses my soul in there, right? That's the point. And he knows
you would
that
have to give the chapter and verse on that.
All right, you know what?
No, he exists outside of time. He knew it before you were even fucking did all that shit.
Yeah, even if that's the case.
To fucking shut up to fucking, be a little bitch. I fuck this shit.
Dude, you're getting so triggered.
Yeah.
Even argument is falling apart. Your argument is falling apart. Let me get it real quick, because this is the deal, Demon. This is what's happening right now. Is the free will does exist, and you're seeing that you have the choice, and you're saying God knows what choice I'm going to make already without any evidence for that claim. You have no evidence to show that God knows what choice you will make. It says people will choose him, then walk away from him.
Quit rambling.
I can't even finish this sentence.
Other people that believe in your God said that. That's my evidence that God does that.
I don't care what other people say, dude. We judge people by their fruit, okay? And if they're spewing lies telling you that I'm a special boy and I was chosen by God and you were not, and that's just the way it is, that's not good fruit, my friend. That's bad fruit. Because it says in the word, hold on, it says in the word that God wants every soul to come to the truth. However, the problem is, before you ask me your question, just let me finish. Nobody is forcing you into heaven. You cannot force a woman to love you. You can't do any of it.
Tor, does God know the future?
The demons get so riled up, bro. You can't talk to these people. It's going to be every day, Tor. They know these arguments.
Let's just do that till we force moderation. Maybe we can just get people to fucking shut the fuck up when they're goddamn interrupting.
So, Tor, you said God knows the future to some extent. Is the future determined by our choices?
Yes.
So God would have to know some of our choices, at least?
I don't know if that should be the case. I don't know if that's exactly the case. I know he knows what to set up in the way of all of our choices. We have a finite amount of choices to make. So he knows how to set it up in a way that whatever one of those finite choices you make, he still will reign sovereign at the end of the day.
So does he or does he not know the choices we're going to do?
I just answered your question, bro. I'm sorry.
I said he doesn't know.
You think this dude wants a dichotomy, as if it is a dichotomy. He's presenting it like it's a dichotomy when it's not a dichotomous situation.
It's dynamic, dude.
Very much a dichotomy.
Yeah, I never quite understood this this idea of even just prophecy. Say, if prophecy is real, then how can free will be real? That doesn't sort of make sense to me at all. Like logically, it doesn't make sense.
I've tried explaining it before. You can have determinism and free will coexist perfectly fine. They are compatible, but it takes, you got to snap out of binary thinking. Right, it's not a dichotomy.
That's only in a world where someone doesn't create it. Because if someone creates that world and they're all powerful and they can choose not to create it, then there's the problem.
Hold on, I'm going to explain it to Andy because Andy wants to honestly engage with this topic. So Andy, this is how it works. You're in a game of chess. There's a finite amount of moves, right? The reaction that you will make on your side of the board will be what the player. So when we put the player in check, there are a finite amount of moves. Now, I don't know which move he's going to make, but I know what my counter move will be to all of those moves. That is free will. You're an infinite being outside of the finite, so you know all the finite choices.
But it's not omniscience.
Another way.
You just actually proved the lack of free will because you said that your move is dependent on the other person's move.
Yes, correct. That's correct. That's because he loves you.
Well, no, but you would still have options. I mean, it's not free will that's negated by that. It's omniscience.
No, because you said
doesn't mean what you think.
Hold on, guys. It's getting out of control again. It's getting out of control again. Andy was
saying
next.
he would only have one possible move depending on the other person's move.
He's supposing that you could beat God in a chess game. That's what he's saying. You can beat God in a chess game, Torah. That's what you're arguing for right now.
That's not my argument. My argument is you're the one in chess.
God knows when he sets down, he's going to always win at the chess game.
Are you saying that you, when you're in check,
hold on, please, guys.
Me. So this is the whole.
Listen, guys, hold on. No, because Andy's trying. I'm trying to let other people get in, bro. They're more submissive. They're not gonna dominate the chat like some of you guys.
I don't mind. I think the flat earthers guy is making some good arguments. I'm happy to let him go because I've never quite understood this idea of prophecy and free will. I don't see how the two are compatible together. Doesn't make sense to me.
Just because the end of the chess game is going to end up with one person winning doesn't mean there's multiple different ways it can go.
I mean, doesn't it point to a series of events though that are already, pre
exactly.
Yeah, like you have to lay the pieces on the board. You have to play out the game, and in the end, is there a winner?
Yeah, but to say both are true would be a paradox.
I mean,
I'm happy for you to say that.
It's to say that there can be a guaranteed end game, but
playing a game necessitates that someone has to win that. That's not the same as a prophecy. You understand that, right? Like by definition of playing a chess game, someone has to win that game. That's not the same as a prophecy. A prophecy states a non-guarantee is going to happen.
A prophecy states that God will win in the end.
Yeah, so he always knows what's going to happen.
That's not the same thing as playing a chess game.
Yeah, he knows he's going to win against you, so you can never win the chess game. And God knows whether or not you're going to win or lose.
We all get that, but to convey this point, you get what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Real quick, so let me try to explain it different. I've said this before.
Step 6. God didn't need to do steps 1 to 5. He could have just started at the end at step 6.
All right, fine. Andy, this is for you. So pretend, okay, so in the Bible, we have the shepherd. Right? The shepherd is God, the good shepherd, and we are the sheep. And we have the world, the sandbox that we live in. Now, the world has boundaries, right? Physical boundaries that we can't.
That's not what a prophecy is. Why?
Well, I'm trying to explain something to Andy, how you can have determinism.
That's not a prophecy.
Dude, can you chill out, bro? Please. It's too early, dude. You just started.
He's already been booted once.
Hold on. So, no, I'm trying to explain to Andy how you can have determinism and free will simultaneously, right? In the same system. So we have natural boundaries. God created natural parameters. So in that way, we don't have complete free will, right? And just because we don't have complete free will doesn't mean we have no free will at all. Or just because we have free will doesn't mean that we can do everything. That's not how, you guys are thinking in binaries and all that.
Something else.
Tell us
it's all. Hold on, dude. Wait a second. It's not an all or nothing here, right? Just because we have free will doesn't mean that we can do anything we want, right?
Tell us what
and just because we can't, hold on, and just because we can't do anything we want doesn't mean that we have complete determinism, right? You guys have to snap out of binary thinking. Hold on, dude. I haven't even fucking finished, dude. Relax.
Oh my god.
Relax,
I'm laughing right now.
Bro, I'm about to mute you. Somebody mute this guy,
like
dude, please. I can't even get
yourself on mute, dude. Please.
I'm trying to have a cordial conversation, and he's just incessantly interrupting me the whole time. Okay,
finish your life.
So with that example, right? We have natural borders, right? Antarctica, the firmament, right? There's even borders, like the southern border. We can't just go wherever we want all the time. We're limited in our free will, right? With that being said, the sheep in a pen, right? They can frolic, they can dance around, they can mate, they can do whatever they want, but they can't leave their pen, right? And the shepherd, he has a staff, and he can kind of manipulate his sheep, right? He can nudge them with the shepherd staff and make them go towards a certain direction and corral them to a different pen if you wanted to.
So
right?
are the shepherd,
And in that way, the creator, he can intervene in his creation, and he can nudge and push people to go down a certain avenue, right? Now we don't have to listen to that nudge, to that conviction, right? Does that now mean that we don't have free will? No. But you can see how you can have how you can have both concepts intertwined in the same system. Determinism, where he can determine his will by nudging us down a certain path and forcing us to go down a certain path. But we still have free will. We still have free will. Go ahead.
Yeah, you might be a sheep.
Hold on. Just to be clear,
I'm not a sheep.
Wait a minute. We've got to give each other room to talk here.
I wanted to make sure. I had 2 points.
To Okna, this is not the time. Just
okay, I did want to make a point.
Just be patient. I think I kind of get it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It doesn't work though. Hold on.
Okna, you just came in. You're way too late, bro. Let Andy go. We've been talking for like an hour, bro. Shut up.
Really quick. He never answered what partial free will is, and that's not what a prophecy is. So he didn't do either.
Can I just respond to Lion? None of that answers why he couldn't start at step 6.
So what you say? What you're saying, Lion, is so there's an end point, and it's always going to be that end point, right? But in between, we can make free choices. It just means he knows what he knows what you freely choose, basically. But the outcome is it's going to be the same outcome. This is where I get confused, because it's always going to lead to the same outcome, right?
Yeah, he has parameters and boundaries. He's got boundaries set in place that he set up. Parameters.
So knowing the outcome isn't the same as causing it, basically.
He knows the outcome of the entirety, not of your personal life.
No, yeah. So it's that you, as an individual person, do not have the power to change the ultimate goal because you are not on the same level as God.
Oh, yeah,
but you do have the power for the things that you have control over.
Yeah.
You know that prayer, Andy? You know that prayer, right? God, give me the power to accept the things I cannot change and the ability to know the difference. Do you know that whole prayer?
It's the AA thing.
If Judas didn't betray Jesus, would the same thing happen, or did Judas not have the choice?
There's actually a big debate about that. If the Jews did not reject Jesus, would the end have just came right then? I don't know. It's a possibility, though.
I don't understand how that's a possibility, because that would mean that one person's choice. That would mean one person's choice changes the outcome of God's plan.
It didn't change the outcome of the plan. The plan would have been set in stone and done. It would have brought the end.
So you're not part of God's. I'm just confused. Was it part of God's plan for you to exist or not to exist?
I don't have knowledge like that.
Such insincere questions. It's so crazy. Just go pray, you guys. No, it's not.
Like what you're talking about is fatalism, right? You have point A and point B, and you're going to get to point B in the end, but how you get there is undetermined. Like that's even worse than determinism. At least in determinism, you know the choices that'll get you there as well. And either way, either there's free will or God is omniscient. He doesn't have to be omniscient. I mean, I feel like that would be your better option, is just to say he's not omniscient, but we do have free will, like true libertarian free will.
They don't fit, they'll smash your car. Seriously. If it's alternate parking.
Omniscience just could mean simply knowing all of the outcomes of the finite actions without having to know specifically what the particulars are doing in the case, just like checkmate.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, like you are free.
If you don't know which of those particular choices he's going to choose, you're not omniscient. That's a thing that you do not know. By definition,
that's not, you don't know it. You know all of the outcomes of all the decisions. So whatever decision they do make, you know what the outcome will be. And you're hung up on omniscience, meaning, well, if omniscience means knowing everything and you don't know the individual's choice, how is that a contradiction? Because you do know all of the things leading up to the choice, and you know all of the things after the choice. So therefore, you do essentially know everything. You just don't know the individual's choice. It still can be classified as knowing everything. So maybe it shouldn't be used as the definition you're going off of with omniscience. Okay?
The
So
definition, not my definition. Omniscience means you know everything, and that includes the specific choice among those possible choices that he knows all of.
Do you know of anything like that in the world?
He doesn't know them.
Do you know of anything like that in the world?
In the world, we're talking about God.
Oh, God's not in the world?
No.
Okay, then how does he exist?
Outside of space and time.
Really? That's it? So how did he come down as a human onto Earth?
He chose to enter space.
Okay, so he can be in the world right now for all you know, and you don't know it?
That's not what you were asking, though.
What are you talking about? Why are you running away from your claim?
I'm not.
You said God is outside time and space, yet God has walked on the earth?
Yes.
Okay, so then therefore God is not outside of time and space.
Actually, not a contradiction.
This is not omniscience is not just, it says in the Bible that God is all knowing. Okay, that doesn't mean that he has to know what decision you're going to make, because right after it says he's all knowing, it says the fear of Yah is the beginning of wisdom, and fools despise instruction. Right? So therefore, what?
That's irrelevant.
What? No, what I'm trying to get at is he's given you the instruction, but you have the choice to ignore the instruction. And then the curses that come upon you for ignoring the instruction, you go, this is because God is not all knowing. What are you talking about? He knew.
No, that's right. No, he didn't know that I would choose to ignore it. Or if he did know that, then that's not free will. If I have free will to not follow God's plan, and God doesn't know which of those choices I'm going to make, then there's a thing that God doesn't know. Therefore, he's not all knowing.
Okay, by your definition of all knowing, however, to me that is still all okay. But for me, that is all knowing, because he knows that all the decisions you can make and all the outcomes that will come about it. That is all knowing.
But he doesn't know which specific one you're going to choose.
Okay, where does it say in the Bible that God knows which specific action you're going to choose? Or does it just give a broad term of all-knowing, which could be how I'm defined? Yes, okay, so it could be how I'm defining it. Why can it not be how I'm defining it?
Because if he doesn't know the specific choice I'm going to select from, of those choices that he knows how many of them there are, how the outcomes are going to be, if he doesn't know which specific path I'm going to go down, that's a thing he does not know.
That's not the case. He knows all the outcomes. If he knows all the outcomes, that doesn't mean he doesn't know. That it doesn't say anywhere that he has to know your specific decision to be all-knowing. It doesn't say that. That's just something you believe. You believe in order to be all-knowing, you have to know every little thing, period. You have to know all the decisions people are going to make, everything. That's your definition. That's your definition. No, that's not in the context of the scripture. It doesn't read that way when it talks about all-knowing. It talks about it that he knows the beginning from the end, like he has the plan set up, and that he is harvesting souls on the earth based on those souls' trials and decisions. Now, when you're tried and you make, dude, that's just the whole point of it. So what you're saying is not in the context of the scripture, though. You're not using. You've left the internal critique. You've left it and went to an external one.
Let's cut to the quick. Let's cut to the end here. Why is it so important that God be all-knowing? Why can't God just have limited knowledge? Like he knows what outcomes specific choices can have, but he doesn't know which one you'll choose. Why does he have to be all-knowing?
That's what I just said. I said to you, in my opinion, that still is all-knowing. Knowing the beginning from the end and knowing all of the outcomes of all the decisions you're going to make.
Question when you're done ranting.
But dude, I'm telling you, to me, that is all-knowing. If that isn't all-knowing to you, That's fine. Okay, this is an impasse.
All knowing to anyone, even to you. You're using all knowing. It's in the word.
You're saying I'm lying to myself? Are you claiming I'm lying to myself? Yeah?
I do, yes.
Okay, wow. That's interesting. So I'm lying to myself because I believe
Either that or you have a
all
very
knowing. I believe
knowledge
that
of
when
the
I put you in check, I believe when I put you in check, I can be all knowing of every move you're going to make, and I could claim I know every single move you're going to make, but I don't know which choice you're going to make, what move you're going to make. Therefore, I'm not all knowing. No, I disagree with that.
Yes,
I know
correct.
all the moves you're going to make, and I know exactly what my counter move will be to your move. So I'm all knowing.
Which of those specific moves I'm going to make, you're not all knowing.
What? No. It's not correct. So when you are this,
I'll put it right now.
you can't consider someone by being ignorant about something that doesn't exist. So the thing that you want, you will choose in the future, something that you haven't done. So he knows your intentions. He knows all the probabilities that are there. But you're talking about something that isn't there, something that you will do in the future, something that doesn't exist now. So you are saying that he is ignorant about that, something that doesn't exist, something that you will do in the future. So a decision that you will make in the future. So he can know the intentions, make that intention, because that intention, that decision, that intention exists. So he knows, even if you don't speak it, even if it stays inside you. So he knows it. But something that doesn't exist, you're claiming ignorant about it.
I got it. I got the point.
That I haven't done
is
the choice that I will do in the future, the thing that doesn't exist for the moment. And you want to say that,
guys, I've got to interrupt. Can Manufactotum, you're a moderator. Can you just mute Flat Earthers are amazing, please?
Yeah.
Or somebody. Thank you. Cool. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm on my phone. It takes me. So I understand what you're saying, but to God, the future does exist, right? God knows all things. He knows the past and the present and the future. It might not exist to us, which is, I think, the direction that Lion was going in terms of compatibilism. But God does know these things. So to him, those future choices do exist.
Except that he was also in the future.
Wait, that's your
We really don't know, dude. Torah doesn't claim to know whether he knows everything, like even the choices we're gonna make. I don't know either, bro. We're just speculating. But if we're gonna go off the scriptures, hold on. There's a verse that states that even his memory is blotted out. Like the memories of our sins are blotted out. Like he doesn't remember that at all. For his own sake, not for our sake, but for his own sake. So it is possible for him to not know everything scripturally.
If that's the case, that's all knowing, and I feel like that should be absolutely fine. I don't understand the resistance of just saying, okay, he's not perfectly omniscient. He knows the potential outcomes, perhaps, but he doesn't know the specific choices.
Yeah, this is really ridiculous. If I'm taking a test,
I don't believe that thing that you said, that future exists. It's like a line where you can see what's happening into that line. No, I don't believe that shit. I just believe the now. It exists. It's the thing that exists really, and the past, it's something that don't exist anymore. Future is something that doesn't exist yet, so it doesn't exist at all. So that's my understanding. It's not something you can record what's happening. So the past will be recorded. Well, everything that happened before is something that is recorded. Like God can know everything that happened in the past because it's recorded, and knows what's happening now, your intentions, the thing that you are thinking about. But the future is something that doesn't exist at all. He knows his plans, so he can know his plans. If he's planning to make a day of judgment after 15 million years, yeah, it's his plan, because he's all potent. He can do that at the time as he said he will do it. So
right. So let me clarify.
Go ahead.
I make a point?
That's all fair enough. I'll be super quick. I'll grant you all of that. What I'm saying is, if he is all knowing, then it would necessitate that the past, present, and future are all written, and he has access to them. That would just be a
right, and that's what we're trying to point out real quick, Nikros. We're going from an internal critique here, Nikros, from the Bible's point of view. So you got to stick within the Bible, right? And I'm trying to explain to you, bro, like this idea that he's omnipotent and omniscience, that's not necessarily true, bro. Like he can't do anything. He's just the fact that he's logical, right? He's a logical Elohim. He's coherent. He can't be incoherent. He can't be illogical. So right there, that shows you that he's not omnipotent in every sense of that word. Does that now mean that he's not like the most powerful thing in all of existence? No. He's still the most high. He's still omnipotent as the most powerful.
I want to make a point.
Go ahead.
You're running into, there's so many issues here. With your God is logical, all things are logical. Things need to be logical to exist. So to say that God is more powerful than us because he's logical, it doesn't make sense. That's like saying, well, birds can logically fly and we logically can't. Birds are more powerful than us. Well, no, they just adhere to different logic, but they're still logical. So to describe God, hold on. To describe God as a logical being but still more powerful doesn't make sense because all things have to adhere to logic. The issue with saying that the present is the only thing that exists and you can only remember the past doesn't mean you can tell the future. Then all things are all knowing by that sense because all things are aware of the present. That's what being aware of the present is. We're just as conscious and all knowing as God. Then if you're going to say God has an imperfect memory, then you're still running into that he doesn't know everything. If I'm taking a test and I forget the answer to a question, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know something. So just saying he doesn't have perfect memory is still saying he doesn't know something, even if he did know it in the past.
Hold on, let me get next. I wasn't done yet.
I'm not finished.
He was more reasonable.
Let
me mod here. Hold on. Before this gets out of hand, Akna, first warning: do not try to run the show. Do not take long in talking. Be concise and short, please. Go ahead.
Okay,
You're not going to run the show. Remember that. Go ahead.
Yeah, neither Necros nor Lion were concise, so I'm trying to clean up all the points. So that's your issue with saying that you have to remember the past, and that's the all-knowing, and you only know the present but not the future. You run into the same issues. You're just describing things in existence. If you give God these properties of logic and memory, you just describe a person.
Not the future.
Hold on, please. Wait, everybody wait.
And then you go next.
Let me respond to that. Okay, I wasn't done, right? My only point here is that we have a misconception of what God is and what his attributes are. So when we personify him or misrepresent him when we say omnipotent, I was just trying to make the case that just because he's omnipotent doesn't mean that now he can violate logic, right? Or he can be incoherent. He's not an incoherent God or illogical God. He follows the rules of logic. With that being said, he can't. Some of these scenarios that you guys are trying to put forth would violate logic. He's not going to do that, right? Second thing, in the scriptures we have multiple verses referencing, for example, Isaiah 43:25. Even I, am he who blots out your transgressions for my own sake, and I will not remember your sins. Jeremiah 31:34 states a similar verse, and I will forgive your wickedness, and I will never again remember their sins. So he's capable of completely blotting out his memory. Does that now mean that he's not omniscient?
Yes.
Or omniscient?
Yes.
No,
yes.
It doesn't.
Yes.
And that's what Tor was trying to point out to you guys. It's not all or nothing here. You guys are doing a classical all or nothing fallacy.
Then stop referring to it as omniscience, right? Because omniscience, by definition, it means all, everything, in totality.
If you
I think Necros was next.
It's one question. It's such a question.
No, hold on. Necros is next.
You can't attribute the knowledge or the ignorance about some conceptual things that are made up by humans. For example, I'm a flat earther, so I think that space is fake. So I can't attribute the ignorance about what's happening in outer space now to God. He doesn't need to know what's happening in something conceptual that doesn't exist at all, because nothing is happening in reality there. It's like future. Conceptual thing that you believe that exists, something that doesn't exist yet. So you attribute the ignorance of that thing that doesn't exist to God. So you say, so because that thing doesn't exist and God don't know about what's happening at that thing that doesn't exist, so he's an ignorant, so he don't know everything. No, If you don't know about outer space or what happened in outer space, you can't say that he is not all-knowing.
So, Lion, if you forget my name, do you know my name? Lion, you can answer that.
Oversimplification fallacy, dude. I already know
Yeah, the answer. Okay. So we can move on to the next point if you want.
He's not going to forget your name, dude. That's not.
No, that's not what I
an
asked.
argument.
I asked you personally, if you forget my name, do you know my name? It doesn't work. This view doesn't work. If you describe memory as a certain type of knowledge, then you have to admit that forgetting things is still a lack of knowledge. That's your issue here. And when you describe God as logical, all things are logical. All things exist have to be logical. So you would never say that a bird is more powerful than us because it could do something logically that we can't. It just has different logical attributes, just the same as God. You're not saying God could do more than us. You're just saying he could do different things than us. We could do something God can't, which is lie. Are we more powerful than God in that sense? Obviously not. Just like we're not less or more powerful than a bird, we just have to adhere to logic differently. That's how it works. That's your issue.
All right, I got a sec. Don't most people who argue this kind of thing, don't they kind of get around it by saying that God isn't omni this, that he's just maximally this?
Well,
Yeah,
that's
basically what I'm saying.
It's an argument.
You can make that argument.
No, you have to. You drop the omni attribute, right? That's all you do.
Yeah.
Right, but
and you could
the
say
word
he's
omnipresent doesn't even show up. I mean, not omnipresent, omnisentient doesn't even show up. Omniscient.
It
or
doesn't.
omnipotent.
Wait, do you think that specific word has to show up in the Bible for us to compare it to what it's commonly defined to in classical metaphysics?
Well, if we're doing an internal critique, it would help to have it in the Bible. Right?
I'm just referring to how you describe God. You describe God with certain properties, and you said that he has to be logical. Okay, all things that exist have to be logical. So say he's maximally powerful. Well, all things are maximally powerful because all things are limited by their logical necessity. So God could do things that we can't, but we can also do things that God can't, such as lying.
Wait, what do you mean?
Okay, but hold on.
What do you mean everything is maximally powerful? That doesn't make any sense.
By the definition of maintaining logical consistency, by that way they're defining God as maximally powerful is that he can do all things, that he can only do logical things. Well, that's the same as all things. All things can only
He can do all things that are logically possible, right?
Yes, that's the same thing as everything.
It's a faulty he was addressing me, but Tuakna, it's a faulty premise. The idea that just because we can violate logic, that would make us more powerful. Nobody thinks that. That would actually be detrimental. That would be, we would be inferior for lying.
Yes. So you're saying
Hold on real quick. Maybe what we should do is go to the Bible study room and we'll pull up every passage that says he's all-knowing and we'll go through the context of that passage. Is anyone interested?
All right, let's do it.
That?
Let's do it.
How about I just do that?
I'll come with.
I'll meet you there.
So, Lion, your issue here.
If God has a plan which invokes a future state, and if God knows that future state, then God would know the future. So that's part of the all-knowing, right there.
Yeah. Again, the for both Lion and Maxima, who I think I just left, but it's whatever. The point about saying you're logically consistent. Well, all things that exist are logically consistent. You just are able to do different things. So all things would be just as maximally powerful as God if you define it as logically consistent.
Yes, completely right.
All the people talking about the Bible and stuff, they went to the other room.
Acknowledge his point. Lion couldn't answer the memory question. Like, that's the whole reason.
They're all there.
I agree.
I know, but they won't acknowledge his point. No. They won't acknowledge the point. They have to talk about what's said in the Bible. They can't acknowledge their own description of God.
Okay, so let's stop talking about it now because they're over there. So maybe we can talk about something else. How about that?
Completely agree, mate.
Go ahead. What else do you want to
Somebody
talk
bring
about?
up a topic.
Will you cry if I say evolution?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was asking C Montreal if he would cry if I said evolution.
No, I like evolution. Why would I cry? You want to talk about evolution? Do it.
Yeah, I love talking about
But
it.
just remember, don't steal the show. And you're like, you don't have to respond to every question. Let other people, there's a lot of people here and we're all good.
Yeah, I agree. So C Montreal, what do you think evolution is, buddy?
What do I think evolution is? Why are you asking me?
I'm curious.
Well,
You said you liked it, and I brought it up. You said you liked it.
Kind of a
You know I
broad
don't believe in evolution. To me, evolution is the way the story is, right? The way you guys say it. You started off in a pond as a single cell, right? And then that evolved into other creatures. But you guys, you say no, well, it didn't evolve. So that's why I say evolution without evolving. So
that's
you
the
know
theory.
my,
That's
you know
that's the theory behind evolution. Can you just talk about what evolution actually is?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's a story. It's an unproven story. Evolution.
No, not the story.
The way you guys explain it, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. You don't see one creature turn. Do you want to hear it or you want to talk?
No, because I don't want to hear. Because I don't want to hear.
I
don't want to hear the story, which is the theory. I just want to hear what evolution actually is as defined.
It's when
right. According to what evolution is as defined, they say that you have a creature, right, that never turns into another creature. You guys say, well, it evolves after millions of years until they're no longer to reproduce, right?
Nope.
That's
Evolution is when people tell other people that animals evolve. That's what evolution is.
Evolution does not invoke millions of years. Evolution.
Well, then you don't know. Then you don't know evolution. Would you care to correct me?
I'll correct you.
Evolution invokes one generation to the next. That's all it invokes.
Macho, I can correct you. So when you're learning about evolution, depending on how you're learning it, where you're learning it, you're probably going to learn of two different. You have your modern synthesis and you have Darwinian evolution. Darwin's theory of evolution, which is the one that most people cry about, is just basically descent with modification. Like I said, he didn't know about the fossil record. He didn't know about the millions of years. He just thought.
Remember what I told you about not doing what you're doing right now? Don't do what you're doing
you want
right
to be
now,
corrected.
Because then I'm gonna stop conversing with you because I can't mod the conversation, right? So if you want to have a conversation, don't do what you're doing. Don't tell me what I did or what you think I did, right? Don't do that because then we're not gonna have a conversation.
I thought you want to be corrected on what evolution is.
No, I asked you to correct him because in your theory, it takes millions of years for these evolution things to happen.
No,
right?
it doesn't. That's a part of the theory of evolution, not Darwin's.
So hold on. So a cat will always remain a
me.
cat, right?
That's not the theory of evolution. So Darwin's theory of evolution, so Darwin's theory of evolution originally was very simply descent with modification. And this is very easily proven because I know a lot of people in here have kids, and their kids are descendants from them, and their kids are descendants with them with relatedness, right? So that's descent with
so they're always going to be a cat.
So, sorry, I thought we weren't supposed to interrupt each other. So no part of Darwin's theory of evolution even invokes species in that sense. He just says descent with modification. So what you're talking about is current taxonomy, and that comes with Carl Linnaeus, and it does come a little bit with I'm forgetting the gene dude right now.
Oh my god.
What's his name?
So the question that was addressed to SE wasn't about Darwinian evolution. The question was vague about only evolution. So SE can just talk about any evolution he heard about, and what he said was correct. Something
that he was talking about
that is claimed by people who claim evolution.
Yeah, so you're misunderstanding.
Specific. So don't make the answer don't make an answer to be specific, because the question wasn't specific about Darwin and what Darwin said.
So he was wrong either way. I asked him what he thought evolution was, and then he told me that evolution is when people talk about animals evolving. So he's wrong either way. And just to be, so I don't know why you're saying don't be specific.
Yeah, and even if I say evolution is when Pikachu turned to Raichu, that will be correct also, because you didn't specify what you want to ask about. You said just evolution. So a Pokemon turning to another Pokemon, it's evolution also. So what he said about the evolution.
No, it's not. A Pokemon turning into a Pokemon is still a Pokemon. That's not evolution.
Well, I can explain why, like, what you're talking about is wrong. Because when I asked him to define what evolution is, he went into the theory of evolution. So he knows the type of evolution that I am talking about. And I asked him to define that evolution. In other words, how we define it, an internal critique of what we define as evolution. And that does not involve millions of years whatsoever. It involves one generation to the next.
So don't try to correct his answer, but try to correct your question. Because his answer was correct, following the question that you asked. So now you can make your question more specific. So about what Darwin said or something like that. Yeah.
So when we talk about the theory of evolution, what do we mean by evolution? Not the theory, just evolution.
Yeah, the event that occurs. What do you think that is? Oh, he left. Oh, that's so sad. It's such a shame when he can't mod. He gets really upset about it.
Especially when you nail them to like actually define what like a common
Evolution
thing. So this way we're not equating on the word.
Yeah. It's a shame when we try to get people to answer simple, direct questions.
Equivocate.
Equivocating, yeah. But like it's so strange. Every time I try to get people to answer simple, direct questions, like if you forget my name, do you know my name? They just can't answer these things. It's such a shame. Only if it just, they were honest people in a conversation. What are the chances?
So I just want to stop them when they start saying millions of years. Nope, not talking about millions of years.
Yeah, I like my favorite thing is when people say that like Darwin's theory of evolution is random mutation plus selection factors, because Darwin didn't know about genes. Like he literally simply didn't know. He didn't know about DNA or mutations. So it's always funny when people say that because they prove immediately they don't know what they're talking about. It's hilarious.
Sorry, I'm back. I had to take a call.
Okay. So I'm going to step in here and I'm not actually going to stick up for the Necros guy that I just made fun of. Maybe you guys, when you know that you're talking to people who don't deal with this all the time, and they do say something like millions of years, maybe you need to step back and listen to what they're saying, because they're probably going back to school in their heads and talking about the whole entire process of when it first started through to when humans came about. So you might get a little bit further if you listen to what they're saying first and then explain a little bit more to them.
Yeah, so I listened. I said he was wrong and I corrected him.
But
there's nothing to explain here, guys.
I didn't ask him about like what evolution has occurred since 1 million years ago. I just simply asked him what evolution was. So he doesn't need to talk about 1 million years ago.
Yeah.
But
listen, you don't listen. Can I speak now? Is it possible for me to speak?
Let me yell at him. Maybe somebody who is not familiar with it doesn't think the same way you do because they haven't gone into that much detail. So
and then
when they're talking about it in the broad sense, is it really wrong to say that it took millions of years to go from that single cell to what humans are? No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not wrong. No, he's wrong. He doesn't want to admit it. He's wrong. In there, I'm going to talk now. Be quiet. Now it's my turn. Be quiet. I was patient. I'm going to talk now. Be quiet. Can I get some mod here because they're just talking over me? Can we get some modding, please? Mod, can we get a mod? Can we get a mod, please? Can we get a mod in here? Mod.
I see you can talk.
There's only 2 flat Earth mods in this whole server. Every fucking buddy with a globe's a mod. But,
yeah, they won't step in a situation like this. They'll let it go on, right? Because they want to see us flounder. But it's not going to work, bro. In your model, it takes millions of years for that cell to become us. I don't care what you say, how you say it. That's a fact.
You're just there. It's not. You're lying. The first single cell organism, Lucas, didn't turn into us. We're not Lucas, so you're just wrong. You're
so how did that cell become us without changing? Go ahead.
That cell never became us. Just to be clear, that cell never became us. We're not Lucas. We're humans, and humans are humans. You always are what you are. You will never change into anything else other than what you are.
So do you guys hear that? Now you hear the double speak? We never change into anything else, but yet we evolve.
No, you don't.
It's like taking candy from a baby. Please don't interrupt. It's very rude. I know it's very triggering for you to hear this, right? But please don't.
No, it's not triggering, Essie. It's just that you keep talking about the theory of evolution and not just evolution by itself.
Call it what you want, bro. There's no way around. that single cell had to evolve. You can call it whatever you want.
Flat Earthers are amazing. Please try not to interrupt. I can barely make out what people are saying.
Thank you for the love of God. Thank you, Omni.
Well, Omni, I'm on Flat Earth side this time, so don't mod me as a Glober. Because this is fucking ridiculous.
I don't even know what the conversation is. I couldn't make it out.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm telling them it's fucking ridiculous that they cannot take a step back and realize that somebody who has not studied evolution is going to remember the basic story of life on Earth started from that one little cell and then grew and grew and grew from there. And then at some point went to monkeys, and then at some point branched off into humans. And that whole entire process took millions of years. And for you to sit there and say, oh, they're talking about the theory of evolution and not evolution itself, when you didn't even clarify that's what you wanted at the beginning, is very disingenuous, and it's wrong to do.
Thank you, Coco. Much love.
Yeah. So I get that you guys have
let me just go real quick. Just really quick. So both you and Montreal have like a middle school understanding of what evolution is. The first cells on life didn't become us. We weren't ever the first cells on life. We were always human. We were always what we are at the moment. What you're referring to is what we call as modern taxonomy, that we share a common ancestor and would be the law of monophyly. We are what our ancestors are. Now, single-celled organisms, don't talk, I'm going to say something. Single-celled organisms are what we refer to. They're not a clade, they're just single-celled organisms. But the clade that we are, that Luca wasn't, but the clade that we are, that our ancestors are, is eukaryotes. We are eukaryotes. Our ancestors are eukaryotes because when we branched off, we became eukaryota, and that's the relation that we share. We don't share the relation of being single-celled organisms. We were never single-celled organisms.
So now that's what you call dialetheism, right? That's like thinking two possibilities could be true at the same time. He said that we start off as a single cell, then we evolve into us, but without evolving. It's truly amazing. And he will also say that a cat will always remain a cat, always been a cat, always will be a cat. That's what you call doublespeak.
I'll say it again because you don't understand modern taxonomy. Felidae is referred to as a clade. It isn't a species. You don't change the individual doesn't change a species, but speciation occurs. But in cladistics, following the law of monophyly, you always are what your ancestors are. Single-celled organisms isn't an ancestral line. I've done this example with language, and I know you really hate it. We all agree that at no point in the world did a Latin-speaking mother give birth to a Spanish-speaking kid, but we all agree that Spanish, French, and Italian all have Latin roots. They're all part of the Latin family tree. So their ancestral line is Latin, but they themselves are not Latin. Do you understand that relationship?
Are you asserting that nowhere down our evolutionary lineage is single-celled organisms?
When you say our, he's referring to the individual, us as people, like literally him, the individual. The individual doesn't go through evolution. Populations go.
No, I know that. No, I didn't ask that. I said in the evolutionary tree of life, where our multicellular ancestors evolved from single cell? Was the single cell the root, or are you saying that cellular animals?
Yeah, Lucas, but yeah, so Lucas was a single cell in itself, the individual, but the population we refer to as eukaryota, right? Eukaryotes. So we are eukaryotes because that's the name that we give to the broader family tree. Just like how I said, the broader family tree for Latin, like Romance languages, are Romance languages. We wouldn't say that they're French individually, or that they're Spanish individually, or that they're Italian individually. But the broader name we refer to as Romance languages.
Did eukaryote cells start to exist?
What?
How long ago did eukaryotes start to exist?
Like really long time ago. That's like that's one of the domains. So really long time ago.
How long ago?
Like billions of years ago.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's nothing to do with evolution itself.
And like to address your point, what like when I was trying to get SE to make a definition, and I let him finish. I said, okay, you're talking about the theory, but I'm talking about just from simply one generation to the next, meaning it doesn't. And being as how different species have different generation spans, that evolution doesn't require the millions of years. That's all.
And what you were saying was legitimate, and I'm never gonna to go against that. But I just don't like the dishonesty of and that sounds like a harsh word. I get it. I don't know what else to say in this. Of going to somebody that you know does not really believe in that theory and doesn't really know much about it, and just saying something in general, and then immediately using that as a reason to say, no, you're wrong. It's this, and this. When in fact, what was wrong? Said was correct for the knowledge.
I understand. Hang on. I understand what you're saying. Like the theory of evolution does involve millions of years. I understand that.
Oh, now he admits it. Booyah.
Yes, I understand that the theory of evolution goes.
So you just wasted our time here. You just wasted an hour for nothing.
No, I'm not.
Give him a minute. Give him a minute because now this gets into where it somehow got transitioned from just a general statement to you to them talking about the actual process of evolution.
Yeah, because after you finished, I specifically want to say, like, we can talk about evolution from simply one generation to the next. So when I talk about that evolution, I'm asking for him to define what we call that. So that's why I was saying he doesn't need to involve the millions of years, and I gave him another chance to explain the definition of evolution.
Yeah, exactly.
But when you were talking to someone who is not studied up in that topic, you have to remember to be talking from the terms that they know and not from what
doesn't.
That's why which is why I wanted him to define evolution from one generation to the next. Forget the millions of years. What I want to know what he thinks evolution is from one generation to the next.
Okay, and this is where now you've explained it probably enough for him to pull out of his knowledge of what evolution is to what specifically you are talking about. Did that make sense, Essie? He wants to know what you.
Yeah, that's simple. He's talking about like macro evolution, like the finches and small little things like that. That's what I think he's talking about. But we were talking about the evolutionary process starting from a single cell and coming to us. Those are like different, right?
Yeah,
no, they're not. But let's pretend they are. They're not.
No, they're not. Did you just hear what he said?
Pretend. We'll pretend they are, though, just to be clear. Enough with the meta. Enough with the meta. Let's just get to the point. Montreal, what do you think macro evolution is?
Listen, just remember, hey, you're not running the show here. Understand that. Do not make demands, bro.
Yeah,
it's not gonna work.
Tell us what macro evolution is, Montreal.
You're not gonna make demands of me, bro. You're not gonna run the show here. Do you understand that?
Yeah, SC Montreal, you
said macro evolution is
evolution. Now you got a whole new topic.
Really dishonest, Essie, and yeah, I wouldn't even answer him either because he's just
obnoxious. Yeah, like piss off, dude. Yeah.
He's just looking for.
Are we supposed to whine or?
Is what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Essie, to clarify,
Walken is only here to flex his ego.
I'm not talking about macro evolution. I'm simply talking about evolution from one generation to the next. We think that happens. What do we mean when we say one species evolves from one generation to the next? What do we mean?
Well, you mean little changes and allele frequencies, how you explain it, right? You're talking about is that okay?
So that's evolution. So you agree it exists, right?
That is evolution.
Okay, so now let's explore this now, right? So
wait. Changes allele frequency happen?
Just be quiet, bro. Just be quiet.
You can't answer if it happens.
Can we get some? Can we get some moderation, please? Because I just feel like booting this guy, honest to God, man. Like, I don't want to talk to him. If it means him talking, I'm going to stay quiet and I won't talk. So
I understand. I understand, SE, but he does raise a good question. Does the allele frequencies change from one generation to the next? Is that a thing that we witness happening?
Didn't I just tell you that? Didn't I just tell you that that's what you guys say?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't want it to be what we say. I want to say, is that an actual observed phenomenon that we see?
I don't know. The honest question is, I don't know. I haven't seen it myself, but I'm willing to admit that that's what you guys say.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Ask another question. See, Montreal, do you think paternity testing?
No, don't ask me anything. I don't want to talk to you, bro. It's very simple. You're an obnoxious fucking dude. I do not want to talk to you. It's that simple.
Okay, so do
you need a paternity test or something?
Montreal, do they exist?
Can we get some moderation?
Why would you even ask?
I don't want to talk to you.
Question.
You're irrelevant. Hold on. I'm modding. Tuakle, he doesn't have to talk to you. He does not need to talk to you. So,
All right. So I'll just have a conversation with someone else, then. That's fine.
Well, the problem is you can't have a you can have a conversation with somebody else, but you can't just break into if he's having a conversation.
It was my topic, bro. It literally was the one I brought up.
Well,
yeah. You're such a jackass.
Still my topic.
Look, I'm still
being a jackass.
What are you going to say to that? You're going to be like, no, see, Montreal doesn't like your topic, so you can't talk about the topic he asked you to bring up?
No. Let's get this straight. Look, I'll back out of here. I'll be the big man.
This is how it's going to go.
Now, just because you brought up... Hold on, bro. Just because you brought up a topic doesn't mean you get to run the show, but I'll be the bigger man. I'll step back, and you guys could talk with Akna about evolution all day long.
Okay, great. So that's great. So we agree, like, changes in allele frequency absolutely do happen from generation to generation. This is why paternity tests work. You can't even deny this in practice or even by intuition. Like, the whole point of being related is that you have different genes. That's what being related means. So to even pretend like this isn't a possibility or say I'm not sure.
I muted that, bro. Let me know when he's done.
Happen. There's just, it's so ridiculous to say. It doesn't even make any sense.
Hold on, Tuakle. Coco, what? You can't do that. So what you can do is you can turn him way down, but you can still see the white light flash. But if you do that, then it is incumbent on you to wait until the light stops flashing and then talk. And if he's talking and you have him turned down, he has the right of way. You don't have you can't just overtalk him. Do you understand what I'm
muting
saying?
Individuals is a problem.
Well,
I'm willing to take a back seat.
If you do it, hold on, flat earthers are amazing, whatever. If you do that for your mental health, that's fine, but then you have to be alert. You have to be watching the white light flash. You can't just click the mute button. You turn it down to like 2% or something, and then you have to give them the right of way anytime they're talking.
If you say so, I'll do it.
Yep, that's we're allowing people to not engage, to ignore and block, even mods. But if you're doing that, you're taking the risk. So don't so if you do that to him, you got to watch.
Wait, so just for example, for clarification, let's say someone like Eden lowered me. That means if I talk at any point, even if I interrupt him, he can't talk over me?
So if you've turned him down...
No, like he turned me down.
You want to talk over people.
If he turns you down, then yes, you generally have the right of way. If you know you're turned down, and you are using it to interrupt, that's still a problem. But
yeah, he still wants to talk over people.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, you don't. You shouldn't.
Hey, what a
you know,
ridiculous thing he asked, dude. He knows the answer. That's why he gets turned down, bro. He said, "Oh, sweet, I can interrupt people if they turn me down, even though they were talking first." It's just like a scumbag.
This is exactly why no one wants to talk to two walk.
The reason I asked that is because that's how
Found me a
I've been
loophole.
modded for that. Eden had me turned down, and I was talking, and then I got modded because supposedly I was over talking him. So that's why
your
I'm asking.
evolutionary
the meta is so boring. It's so
that
boring.
can still happen. So you can still get modded for over talking. If they're talking and you can see their light on, then you shouldn't just be over talking them. But if there's a question, like if there's a break in the conversation, and then Eden starts talking and you start talking, Eden should yield the right of way. But if you see that they're in the middle of saying things, no, you still can't.
Yeah, whoever's green goes. Green is go.
But yeah, so back to the evolution really quick. It's really nice that we do have paternity test internet.
You see how he just ignored everything you just said, and he just wanted to control
so
the show.
you
Now,
actually just interrupted me. Like you legit just did that.
How do we let this guy
you
do
literally,
this?
you just did literally what you were just complaining
let's just
about.
let him
You
have his
just
two
did that
off the show.
exact thing. You did the exact thing that you just complained about. Did you see that? Okay, great. So basically, it is a discussion about the difference of the theory of evolution, all the evidence, knowledge, information that we've collected over the years to prove the case of evolution, and the event of evolution itself occurring. So these are two different things. Like I said, Darwin had his own theory of evolution, which isn't what we use now. We use the modern synthesis, but his theory of evolution was just change the allele frequency. He did theorize a unit of heredity that we know to be the gene now. Oh wait, I thought we were having a Tuakna show because no one else.
Oh, mute this guy.
We're not.
Nope. Ban him.
Oh, okay. So someone else was.
We're not having a Tuakna show. So Tuakna, what you're doing is it's bad radio. Okay, it's not good for the conversation. It's not good for the rest of the members, and your wish to have the conversation is not more important than everybody else who's listening. All right. So if you can't, handle that, then take a break.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
Please.
So, like, for example, the water cycle is when water turns from liquid to gas, back to, liquid again, and falls and all that stuff, right? Then there's the theory behind the water cycle, that the sun's heat causes the evaporation, and due to the pressure at this local area, the water evaporates and goes and gets lighter, and then it condenses because of atmospheric conditions and all that stuff. That's the theory behind the water cycle. And then there's actually what the water cycle is. So evolution is just the change of DNA from one generation to the next. The theory of evolution is what we think about where our ancestors come from and who our ancestors are. That's all. It's not complicated.
Just to be clear, it's not. I was saying that as a joke, but to acknowledge the point, there's two people that won't even engage in the conversation. That's how worried they are about it. So it's not me being worried about having the conversation. It's other people. That's why I was talking, because no one else was engaging.
I don't care about the meta, Okna. No offense. I'm sorry. I
was talking to
I just don't
Omnivore.
care
Yeah.
about the meta that much.
I just wanted to see if Omnivore would understand that point.
I just want to get the difference between talking about the water cycle and the theory behind the water cycle. Talking about evolution and the theory behind evolution. Two completely different things.
Yep.
And yeah, I don't think anybody was worried about talking about it. It was just that you were just really annoying.
Montreal refused to admit if changes in allele frequency occurred, and then I brought up paternity tests, and then he started crying about it. That's actually what happened. So someone was worried about talking about it.
Again, delusional, simply delusional.
Well, yeah,
So Montreal.
he's a rock that evolved from him. You think you're a monkey evolved from a rock, so
true. Montreal, do you think paternity tests exist?
Can't expect much from these kind of people.
Montreal, I found delusional that you refused to answer the question. Do you think paternity tests exist?
He's already said he doesn't want to engage with you. What is your issue?
Irrelevant role in my mind. Understand that. You're just irrelevant.
Yeah, he's jumping out.
Okay, so to be clear, you are refusing to answer the question, so I wasn't delusional about stating that fact. You are worried about having the conversation.
No, worried about it. You are just rude. Nobody wants to talk to the rude person.
I do think that you need to do some introspection on your method of engaging, because maybe these are the results you want, but they're definitely not the results you seem to claim to want, or would probably.
The omnivore is going to tell you in a nice way. I'm going to tell you straight up, you're socially inept because you don't go outside.
So I'll say omnivore. I've told you 1,000 times. You have to give something to get something. I will never self-reflect on a second when I'm compared to these people. Because see, Montreal is so dishonest. He won't even answer the question in itself. That's more of a problem than me bringing up the question in a harsh way. Do you understand that?
No,
Okay.
I don't agree with you. So this is supposed to be a space where we can have, it may not be a harmonious interaction, but at least a, semi-productive interaction.
So wait, you understand the fact he's refusing to have the interaction, though, right?
Yeah, but like I said, he's willing to have the interaction with other people on the topic. Planet Peterson will be here next week, or this coming Thursday, I think, or Wednesday.
Not tomorrow.
I don't think it's tomorrow. Tomorrow, well, go look at the events. But my point is that SE is willing to interact with Planet Peterson, who is also pretty insulting and, whatever. Now, Planet Peterson did apologize for getting, overly heated. So I don't think that the problem is necessarily the question. I think that part of it is your approach.
So, for a space that we have a conversation, you think it's more destructive to the conversation if I ask a question in a harsh way than not engaging with the question itself? I want to hear you say that's how you think conversations work. My method. Hold on. Omnivore, you think for this conversation space? Okay, Omnivore, you think for this conversation space it's more destructive for me to ask a question in a harsh way than not engage with the question itself?
Dichotomy.
Yeah.
Yes? You're so self-absorbed. No one cares.
Wait, did you say yes?
Let me explain why. I can explain why. So, first off, it's the totality of your presentation. When you gave your actual event, that was good. I was expecting it to be worse, but it went well. You gave a tight presentation. But when you're interacting, freely in here, it's not just a battle of ideas. It's also a battle to overtalk the other people. Like you say, I'm not going to give an inch. I'm going to keep talking and keep saying my point, until until the heat death of the universe or whatever. So the totality of that means that somebody has decided not to interact with you. That's totally fair. I encourage that. There are people I don't interact with. I think they're wrong about stuff, but when we interacted, it just never went anywhere. So I turned their volume down and watched for them to talk and did my best not to overtalk them. That was on another server. So that was better for me. I didn't have to interact with their angry yelling at me. I was like, whatever. I can't hear it.
Do with the point that I brought up. The point that I brought up is I believe it's more destructive to a conversation to not engage in the conversation than to bring up a question harshly. I think that has to be the case.
He does engage in the conversation, just not with you. And
so
part of that is you have a portion of the responsibility in that.
What?
No, I don't have a portion. No. I don't have a portion of.
I'm sorry.
No.
Omni, just because SC is doing something deconstructive or like not constructive.
Yeah, what? That's ridiculous. It's insane.
Doesn't mean that your approach is also not constructive. Two things can be true at the same time. Do I think that him avoiding the question and the answer is also an issue with that? Yes, but sometimes when you just interrupt them all the time, that's also an issue.
I told you already. I agree, but I won't self-reflect for a second when it comes to people like C. Montreal. If you have to give something to get something, an omnivore, the fact that he's ignoring me, literally, he could ignore me if I asked in the nicest way possible. It doesn't change the fact. If he wants to be delusional to reality that we have paternity tests, hold on, that we have, I'm not ignore that. The fact that he wants to be delusional to the reality that we have paternity tests in the nicest way, I could phrase it in the meanest way. The fact is, we literally do have them. If he doesn't want to acknowledge that point, I have no
super triggered Omni over a paternity test.
So stop. Wait, hold on a second. This is actually important because other people, including myself, there are things that we can learn about ourselves through this kind of interaction. Okay, so. Tuakna, it's not about how nicely you ask the question. I
agree.
I don't think anyone cares about how nicely you ask.
I agree.
That's not the point here.
The
point is that the totality of your presentation has made him not want to interact with you.
No, I disagree.
I'm here to tell you that as somebody who generally agrees with the facts you're saying, and holds a lot of the same positions. You're a problem for me.
Okay. That has nothing to do with the point of reality. If he wants to be delusional to the reality, hold on.
I'm talking about how you're comporting yourself. You can be right about the facts, and you can still be an asshole.
That has nothing to do with his denial of the existence of a thing, though. The fact that he wants to not answer, the fact that he wants to ignore the question or not engage in the conversation.
You're ignoring the fact that you're an asshole.
Hold on, bro. The fact that he doesn't want to acknowledge the fact of the world, if he doesn't want to acknowledge the fact of the world, dude, I'm engaged with the conversation with someone else. If he doesn't want to acknowledge the fact of the world, that paternity test not only exists, but also proves evolution.
Omni, everybody's gonna fucking leave if you keep this guy around doing this shit.
Everybody's literally having a conversation with himself.
Well, right now you are
I'm literally talking to Omni.
Conversation to Akna, then you're not. The reality is going to be fine without you. Okay.
That's what I'm saying to him. That's what I'm saying to C. Montreal.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying to you. Reality will be fine without you. So
I know.
We don't.
But, I acknowledge reality. The fact is, C. Montreal will not do this.
To Akna, this isn't going anywhere. You have a choice. You can be server muted, or we can go to Omniverse, other conversations, and talk it out there.
Can I just raise one thing?
Need the Tuakna show.
Hang on. Akna, let me explain it this way. The fact of the matter is, it's reality that for the past 25 minutes, we've been talking about this because of directly your interaction with SE. It's a combination of factors that led to 25 minutes of meta, which is not fucking interesting.
Right. I'll say it again. Literally has nothing to do with the point.
Here's a question for in your theory of evolution, flat earthers are amazing.
What an omnivore.
Would it just weed him right on out? Would he just be unable to reproduce? Would people lose the ability? Because this is what I see as this evolutionary is losing the ability. Would people lose the ability to be attracted to his species or his frequency in any way, so that he would no longer reproduce his kind?
Yeah, so the way evolution would work is that if someone is that much of an asshole where no one would be willing to reproduce to him, if there's an asshole gene, that gene would be not reproduced. Therefore, evolution.
That might be evolution.
That's a perfect segue. I'm just mad I didn't get to tell him how much of an asshole he really was, though.
Listen, it takes time. He's 19 years old. He's young. I'm not it's. I was a fucking asshole when I was younger. I still am in some aspects of my life an asshole. Maybe it's just going to take a little bit more time for him to interact with flat earthers to realize you can't, take them seriously. You just got to acknowledge that they're going to say silly things, and it's funnier to let them say silly things than to actually take them seriously.
No, man, he was fucking rude because I am not a flat earther and I believe in evolution, and he fucking made me take the other side because he was such an asshole.
You keep this up,
That should tell you something.
Or something.
See, that's how evolution does not work with truth. Like whether or not what he was saying was true or not, we decided, we evolved to do away with truth for our preferences. There's no saving it.
Whatever.
Tuakna is literally the evil child spawn of academia and globetardism.
It's just like, I mean, I get what silly guy is saying. It's like, like every day people have to have this conversation, a half-hour conversation about how to be a human. It's just not worth it anymore. He's not picking up on it.
Yeah, he's literally a waste of time. Like literally.
It would be nice if you engaged in the actual question that was asked, though. That would be nice, instead of complaining about how he asked the question.
Bro, there's a way to engage with somebody.
Yes, there's two sides to every coin.
There's a way now. If you respect me, I'll talk to you with respect.
Right.
If you're gonna behave like that, you're a schmuck to me. I don't want to know you. I don't want to talk to you, bro. It's that simple.
And I can admonish him for how he asked the question, but I can also admonish you for not answering the question at all.
That's why it's called free will. You're free to do and think as you wish, bro. And so am I.
Okay, so now that we got all that over, do paternity tests exist, Montreal?
Absolutely, yeah.
Do they determine how closely related you are to someone else by the genes?
As far as I know, yes. I have no reason not to believe in that technology. Absolutely.
Can we compare our genes to other species and their genes?
I think so, yeah. Sure.
Can we determine how closely related are to that species based on how many genes we have in common?
As far as I know, like I'm not an expert, yeah, I think they can, yeah.
Okay then. All right.
See how easy that was?
Yeah, you believe in evolution.
Yeah. Well, if that's what I meant, the conversation went easy, but if that's what you wish to believe, again, free will. You can believe as you wish.
Well,
but I'm free not to believe in evolution. See how it works?
I laid out a series of premises, and you agreed with each of them. We are related to the other species on Earth. We can tell how related we are based off of the DNA, and we can see that, like, we can trace our ancestry through our DNA. So that is basically what evolution is.
Okay, so watch how easily I can crush your argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ready?
Sure.
If you can trace things back, right? Then you can tell me every step from Luca to us, right? Because Luca would have had to change to something else to become us, right?
I don't think we could trace every step, no.
See how easy that was? So you don't believe in evolution. So then how can you be sure? You don't
Yeah, because we can see, like, the overall process. We can see, like, the current result as to where we are at now, and then we can compare it to previous results, and we can notice the pattern over time.
Okay, so then, sorry, my bad. I thought you were done. Go on.
No, I pretty much finished.
Okay, so then you would have to agree then that from that single cell, what do you call it, Luca, right? That single cell gave birth to everything else around us, right? If that's how you're, I don't want to put words in your mouth or in your theory or what you believe, but is that what you believe? Did I come in there? Mic check.
Oh shit! I didn't realize I was muted. I have no problem with us saying that, like, we came from, like, a common ancestor. I always have wondered, like, is it possible for two cells to form at the same time on Earth, like in different locations, and have life branch off of those two cells? I've always wondered if that's a possibility. But as far as we know, we see that we have common DNA basically throughout all species of life through the base pairs.
No, but was that an answer to my question? Though?
I think it was. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, because if I mean, I don't think it was, to be fair, because I asked you if we all started from Luca, the common ancestor, right? Then how is it possible that we became us without Luca evolving into other things, right? Call them whatever you want, use whatever technical term you want. I choose to speak in like layman's terms, right? So everybody could understand. So choose whatever terms you want, right?
Oh, okay.
How did that
So
one cell? Yeah.
right. So like when I brought up the yeast last time, we separated the ones that grouped together compared to the ones that stayed single. So the ones that stayed single still remained single, but then we took the group that became multicellular and we separated them, and you still had the original single cell and you still have the now new species, which is the multicellular yeast. And
yeah, but they're still yeast, right?
Yeah, so you still have the single cell existing, and now you have a new species. And basically, evolution is just that. Like, just because a new population, like leaves a current population and it ends up becoming a different species, doesn't mean the original population no longer exists.
Yeah, but how do you square the circle there? I mean,
I just did.
You're trying to say that one thing evolved without evolving. Like, I'm sorry to say it that way, but that's what it sounds like to me. You're saying the thing remained the same and yet evolved. I mean,
a group of the population remained the same. The other group of the population didn't.
So what did they change into? Were they always the same thing? Were they always yeast?
Again, now that multicellular yeast, now that group branches off, and that branches off, and then the single cell also branches off into something else. Like, it's a constant thing that happens.
Is somebody trying to get in there? Okay, so the yeast always remains yeast. Okay, let me ask it this way. In 1,000,000 years from now, right? Would that yeast still be yeast, or would it be something else, not yeast?
It would be something else. It'd still be yeast, but it'd be like a different form of yeast.
So, brother, do you not see why I always say this is like double talk? Not to you, bro. You believe in the theory, right? But it's a double speak, man.
You would think
you can't have it both ways, bro.
I mean, we can.
I know.
I think he's hot micing. Let me get him.
What time do you usually get to the people? Or to
someone mute him before he does himself. Can we take care of that?
I got him.
All right.
Okay, so like, are we in agreement? Like, it's a legitimate point I have here. Like, I mean, you can just, say, like, repeat the story. The allele frequencies change until they're not able to mate anymore. But that you still have to say it's still yeast, or it's still a cat, or it's still a dog, or we're always humans. But then if we're always humans, how did we evolve from apes? You see, it just doesn't work, bro. If you think of it logically, you can't have it both ways.
All right, well, someone is gonna have to take over because I just got to my next job site. So if someone else wants to continue from me.
All right, no worries. We'll pick it up another time.
Yeah.
No, someone else can just take over. Like, it doesn't have to be me that's arguing on this side.
Either way. Yeah, what's up, Rob? I'm fine either way. Whatever you guys want.
I just say, got him.
Well, I mean, really, this is simple, Rob. I mean, not to brag or anything, but this is simple. That, like, there's no way around this. Once you explain it simply in English language in simple terms, right? There's no argument against it. They're gonna have to
give them 1 billion years.
That's why they get triggered.
Give them 1 billion years, and it all works out.
Yeah. Like, honestly, evolution is one of the easiest things, I think, to argue against, because it's so easy. Like, just what I just said. Irreducible complexity and what we're just talking about now. They have to say
you can argue.
So
you can argue against the theory, but not evolution itself.
I don't know how you make a distinction. Like, I mean, if you, okay, man, if that works for you. Like, this is something that you don't have to be like a rocket scientist or a genius to make this argument, right? It's so simple. Like, you don't need to know anything. Like, it's like you either start from a single cell, evolve and become us, or a cat or a dog always remain. You can't have both things. I mean, you can try to argue it, but I mean, it's reducto ad absurdum, really. In my opinion. Now, I'm surprised that most people bought this story. Like, for me, it's so clear cut, right? That it just boggles my mind.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, of course.
Are you one of are you a person who kind of like just denies that there are academic studies, right, for like evolution, biology, etc. And like there's so many people that study these things professionally, academically, etc. Are they all wrong? And then the people that hang out in the Discord flat earth servers are the correct ones? Like, just consider that for a second. Wouldn't that just be kind of crazy?
Could you be more specific, please?
No, I think it's a fair question, Rob. Because she's saying there's smarter people out there studying this for years, and they should know, right? And I think that's a fair question. Was that your question?
Yeah, and then I guess just, are they wrong in your opinion, or?
Yeah, in this particular case, yeah, I'm pretty confident that the current evolutionary theory is wrong, because they just can't show any proof. All they can talk about is alleles and this and that, and talk about millions of years, and then tell you how they started off with Luca. But then when you ask them, okay, so Luca had to become another, they tell me, no, you don't understand. I mean, it's a hodgepodge. Like, were you listening to what we were saying in the past a little bit? How do you square the circle? How have you been convinced by these people after what you heard me say, right? Like, they say that one thing changes into another thing without changing into another thing. Does that make sense to you?
It does. Yeah.
It does. Can you explain me how?
No, I'm not, this isn't my field. I just don't not think that it's true.
I use what's your field? Do you like ice cream, or like what? Like, how could one ice cream turn into another ice cream?
He just believes the mainstream narrative, and most people are okay living their lives just believing the mainstream narrative.
Yeah, that's
And
me.
that's okay.
The mainstream
Yeah,
narrative.
that's okay.
Girl. Yep.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Oh, that's fine.
How could vanilla
turn
turn into chocolate without, without turning into chocolate?
Say it again. Thanks. I overspoke.
It's just, I mean, she said she's not an expert on that, but the premise makes sense to her. I mean, maybe she has another example of that. Why it would make sense. One thing turning into another thing without changing. Is there another example of that somewhere?
No, it's physically impossible.
I just want. Am I the only person here who's watched like David Attenborough documentaries with like the birds and the beaks and the different?
Yeah, that's called adaptation, not
I
evolution.
brought up the yeast
Jeez, you
and
guys are
saying that
fucking
like
mean. Can't just
I
ask the
brought up
question, huh?
I brought up the yeast and
Yeah,
I
I thought I
explained
answered
some
it.
of the yeast, how some of the yeast did turn into multicellular and some of them didn't. Some of them stayed single cellular.
But it stayed yeast.
Right. But we agree that single cell is not the same as a multicellular organism, right?
Well, I mean, you're setting up your job, and you hold to that. I was wondering why, I mean, why it showed if she holds to that to the idea, like what is it that she's that she's witnessed previously that kind of gives her the intuition that it might be
It isn't something that
right.
I've witnessed. It's more just like I graduated 8th grade. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So, like a 7th grade can turn into an 8th grade while still remaining a 7th grade. Was that the observation?
Look, sir, I already regret speaking. I don't care anymore.
I'm not even
I just
taking a
wanted to
shot
ask a
at you.
question
I'm not being mean to you at
about
all.
whether or not academia was being sidelined for the opinions of whatever, and now I have it. Gracias.
So you have you have a population of 7th graders, right? And 99% of them graduate and become 8th graders. 1% of them get left behind and stay 7th graders. There you go.
Is that good?
I mean, that's like the best way I can say where
Works for me.
You have one population. Some of them did become 8th graders. Some of them stayed 7th graders. One population. Some of them became multicellular. Some of them became single cellular. There you go.
Okay, so did they gain like an ability or lose an ability in this 7th, 8th grade thing?
What?
Did they so like what you're in evolution, are they gaining or losing?
Both.
Okay, so they both at the same time in the same way, or
what do you mean in the same time in the same way?
Well, you said both. You just said both.
Yeah, both.
So they're gaining an ability and losing an ability. I mean, how do you differentiate? What's what are you referencing? What is the ability? Is it an ability that they always had, or did they gain an ability?
I can relate it to another example. For example, humans have the ability to have a lot of extreme dexterity with their fingers. In other words, we have the ability to pick up a ball or a spear or something and be able to aim it, throw it, and have it land specifically where we want it. Monkeys can't do that shit. Monkeys don't have the dexterity in their fingers to hold a ball a certain way to do that.
Could they gain that ability?
Well, that's the thing. They sacrifice the dexterity for strength.
Okay, so could they actualize a potential that they didn't already have the potential for? I mean, that's what I'm asking in this evolutionary mindset.
Yeah, I would suppose it would be possible if there was like a beneficial reason for the apes to suddenly be able to get more better at throwing certain objects. I could imagine that being a possibility, and then you would have to have a certain amount of time for the generations to select for that ability over time.
Like I don't want Chode to get angry at me, but like, has anybody ever seen Planet of the Apes without her getting mad about it?
I assure you that I will not become angry about it. I just wanted to ask a question without being like accosted. Like, just fucking mellow out, people. Thank you.
And so, I mean, yeah, I'm just interested, like, on the basis, like, why does it seem for people that it's intuitively correct that something like a monkey or a human could gain an ability that they didn't previously have the potential to actualize or to bring to fruition? Like, why do they think that's
Isn't
the
that
case?
what the guy that shouted adaptation really assholey was implying?
Maybe Rob sounds like an asshole. He does, but he's like the super nice guy. He doesn't mean to sound that way. He doesn't know it. He doesn't know he sounds like an asshole.
I'm sorry if you were hurt by my comment. I wasn't trying to be derogatory to you in any way. I was just trying to help you understand that the beaks changing was an adaptation. The finches all stayed finches. I'm sorry if you were offended.
Not offensive or offending. It was just the way that you said it. It was like just rude, was unnecessary. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm sorry you were offended.
You can't help it. He's Canadian.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
I
I think it's
also
the
live in
accent.
Canada, so I don't find that that's a viable excuse.
I don't know what it is.
I'm from Canada too, so yeah, it's a joke.
Canadians are just weird. But yeah, I mean,
Canadians are fucking cunts. Let's be real.
There's the two things. They're not the same thing. Like adaptation is, in what I understand, is different than evolution. Where adaptation is actualizing an ability that you've always had. Like you've always had the potential to be a teacher or whatever. You aren't a teacher, but you've always had the potential to become a teacher, right? But then evolution would differ from that. Whereas it would be like you never had the ability like to fly. You never had it, but somehow you gain the ability to grow wings when you've never had that ability. So they're different in that way, in my opinion. So adaptation.
Thank you, no thanks. I should have said it that way. I'm sorry.
I feel like I should have said it your way. I don't know.
Look, let's be nice to the new person. Come on, guys. I know you are. I know you're being nice, but let's be nicer.
Yeah, I just say women are typically like intuitive, so like that's why I wanted her. What is it intuitively that kind of like has somebody think this seems reasonable, like at its core. And that's basically why I don't think it's reasonable, is because of the adaptation possibilities that can be actualized versus gaining an ability to do something that's definitionally impossible. It would just be impossible. So like evolution is impossible if it is the ability. I mean, the potential to gain an ability that you didn't always have available.
Look, maybe it's just some things are clear cut to some people and not so clear cut to others, right? So, a lot of people, they truly believe that, what the professionals say has to be true for them. It's inconceivable that somebody like from the internet or somebody like us could actually come up with an argument against a professional like that. To them, it's inconceivable. And you have to understand that, especially new people.
Very true. Something I look to like kind of answer. I feel like it is the original like Aristotle question, like what is how do we differentiate between particular things and their attributes? What makes a thing a thing? I think it is kind of like the basics of that evolution.
Yeah, and that question comes up a lot when you talk to new people. Like, do you honestly think you know better than the professional? Like, we come off sounding arrogant, right? To them, maybe. Yeah. Because they're so sure, like, they have the answers, right? Yeah, Blue, it's like outgassing. Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, somebody brought up school. I remember when I was in school, the thing that like I've told it before. Yeah, the thing that I stood up against was like evolution and atomism, and the teachers claiming that you're all atoms and you've evolved. I was like, that's intuitively even then I was like, that sounds fucking ridiculous, and kind of became a problem.
Yeah, you see how Blue got triggered right away as soon as I said that? Because Blue is one of those guys, right? Old school. He trained. He saw the moon landing. So to Blue, when he hears somebody like me questioning the moon landing, he thinks I'm crazy. He thinks I'm nuts. Yeah. Like he's so sure he saw it on TV. Like there's no way like that the moon landing could be fake. Impossible in his mind. And if you question it, you're just crazy.
Well, you kind of are.
You see what I mean? Yeah, like I don't take that personal because I know you've been I don't want to say Stockholmed, right? But in a way you've been Stockholmed.
Stockholmed.
Yeah, that's when you start to identify with your captors.
I've met astronauts and shit, dude. Like there could not be this many people could not keep a secret. Like, no. And my dad's job had to do with stuff like this. My dad wouldn't have lied to me, and nobody lied to my dad. He was too smart for that. He fucking did these jobs.
So people did those jobs. Don't get me wrong. People did build the spacesuits. People did build the shuttle. As a matter of fact, they contracted it out to I don't know how many companies, and they spread it out all over the states. So yeah, everybody has a story of how their uncle or their cousin worked on this, that, or the other.
So then you
they
go
show
to
women
the launch.
sewing the spacesuits. Yeah.
So you go to see the launch, right? And the rocket blasts off and goes up and goes away. And those people don't come back until a lot later.
Right. Yeah. No,
So
I
where they
understand
go?
how you think. Like,
They just
you know,
hover
you're
up
not
in
the first
space?
person I spoke to that believes this.
So where do those people go in that rocket ship? Do they just hover up in space or something?
Well, you know, there's an escape hatch. There's an emergency escape hatch in the rockets. So some people believe that the astronauts, they don't go in the rocket. They do the whole television thing. I'm not telling you this is it, but this is one of the explanations I can give you. And they just don't go in the rocket, and they just shuttle, like they go down.
Okay. So back before the space shuttles, the rockets used to, generally the capsules used to come back down and land in the ocean. And there would be military ships there with all kinds of press people on board also filming it and giving interviews or talking about it, whatever I mean to say. And they watched the capsule fall from the sky into the ocean, and then they watched the boats go out and the capsule open and the guys come out. So when did they get back into that capsule to then be dropped down into the ocean somewhere?
Okay, that's a fair question. And I've heard this answer given. And I'm not saying this is true, but since you asked, is it possible that they could have, after they went down in the chute, you know, they kept them somewhere out of sight, and then brought that capsule in a plane and dropped it and made it look like?
Okay. And I've heard
Possible?
that.
You think the parachutes could have opened and the whole landing bit?
I've heard that too, but then there's a couple different things that you're dealing with here. Number one is there's still going to be the personnel on the plane with the capsule in it, plus the astronauts who have to lie about really going to space. So that's still too many people to keep a secret, right? But you've also got an aircraft carrier, at least one destroyer, a whole bunch of support ships, and most likely a submarine or two who have really defined radars on those ships and would see if an airplane interacted with that airspace when they're just looking for the capsule. And they would know that a plane should not be in that same area. So that would require messing with the radars on all of those ships. So, and then doing it in a way so that all of the radar technicians on those ships would not know that their radar was being fucked with. And that's just a hard ask to believe.
Well, that's a good point, actually, but wouldn't it be logical to assume that they would be in on it, since this is a military, and if they're trying to fool you, wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that those ships would be in on it?
No, and here's why, right? Human nature. How many times, I mean, granted, I don't know your life, but how many times have you told two of your buds a secret and said, and then, you know, boom, all of a sudden it's out there? People don't keep secrets. And that's just too many people, because you got to think, generally, there's going to be at least 2 radar operators active for something like that on each ship. You're talking at minimum 5 ships, the destroyer, the aircraft carrier, and 3 support ships. If you got the submarines, you've got the radar operators there too, right? Who all now have been pulled aside and said, okay, hey, we're going to mess with your radar because really these astronauts are not coming down from space. That's
well, you are correct. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
You are correct. An aircraft carrier does travel with other ships, a battle group, and a submarine, at least one. So yeah, but my point is, like, if this is like a con, right? They didn't really go on the moon. Like the military, they're all military men, right? The astronauts, the people that are checking them, the people that are surveying them. So, I mean, you get my point. They could all be in on it easily.
I just don't think that many people would keep the secret. I mean, we know that military secrets get leaked all the time, right? Didn't some get leaked right here on Discord? Didn't
fair enough, but you know they sign what are they called, non-disclosure, and these are serious things, right? When it comes to the military, it's not a joke. Like,
yeah, no, I 100% get that, but I know that things happen. I know that people quit the military. I know that people get let go from the military. Accidents happen. They might get put out on medical leave. I know people stop caring so much about keeping secrets like that. I just don't trust that many people not want, because you're talking every single mission, right? Not just one mission. You're talking every single radio operator. Plus, you got to assume captain, right? Or general, or whoever the fucking Navy equivalent is. They have to.
Well, let me give you an example.
What if they just killed them all? They just killed them all.
What?
What if they just killed them all?
Killed them all?
Yeah, why not?
They're still alive. What the fuck?
4. Yeah, just like 4 of them. What if they killed all the other ones?
4? There's going to be 2 on each ship, so we're talking minimum of 10. Then you add the captains and the second in commands, or whatever they're called, for how many missions? You don't think anybody would notice if the radio operators on certain types of missions just started to disappear? If
you report it, then I kill you. Whoever reports it gets killed. Just kill them.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm done. That killed it. But thank you, Essie. That was a very good talk. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Yeah, I enjoyed it as well. Yeah, that's how way conversation should go. You're on one side, the other person's on the other side. You can talk like human beings, like we just did. Thank you, Coco.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, the premise that was put forward is that human nature is just too good, that people just are compelled to tell the truth. That human nature would prohibit the secret from coming out because human nature is inherently good. I would just take the opposite approach.
That wasn't my premise at all, but thank you for the killing people bit there.
Why not? You're telling military guys don't kill people. I don't know where you get that from.
Hey guys. Essie, you there?
Yeah.
Hey, so I have a question. Do you acknowledge paternity tests exist?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay. And do they change allele frequencies?
We went through this when you guys were in there. Yeah,
I know.
It appears that they do. Sorry?
Okay. Yes. Okay. So I was challenged by Tuakna to ask the question. He asserted you would not answer. I was pretty sure you would.
Yeah, of course, bro. He's just like.
I know.
You know, I don't have to say it again.
Anyway,
you know.
I typed him out for 10 minutes. Hopefully to cool off. He can come back if he chooses to. But when he comes back, you can let him, or somebody can let him know that I came in here and asked SE the question cold, and SE answered it. And he's just wrong about it.
I will be more than happy to let him know that we had a complete conversation about it once he was out of the way, and we didn't have to worry about him talking over everybody.
Yeah, he wanted to bet me that I would take away SE's mods if he didn't answer, or that I would make him a mod, and I was just like, that's not happening. I'm not doing that.
I would kill you. I would kill you.
Well, I mean, I was like, dude, I'm not making you a mod no matter what. You're like, you're not confident enough, and I was like, I'm pretty confident, but I'm not making you a mod. It's not on the table.
Speaking of which, Omni, did you see the poll thing in chat?
The what thing? The poll? Yes, I saw the poll.
So that's what we want now. We want some kind of daily or weekly game where the winner can be mod for 15 minutes. Pick people off.
So yeah, well. So I don't know. Come up with something.
Look, there's a common denominator, right? When streams break down, there's a common denominator. It's very easy to see, you know, I don't want to point any fingers, but it's very easy to spot the troublemaker. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, everybody is some kind of asshole, but few of the, you know, there's a few people who are like the going for the title championship. You know.
I'm an asshole, but I try to keep it to 50% of the time.
Yep. Yep.
You see what it's turned down to, what it comes down to is, in many of the conversations, instead of talking about the topic, it becomes, oh, he's a dumb flat earther. They think, and, you know, let's make fun, or the other way around, right? So that's the issue.
Okay, but I'm going to admit I do that a lot too, because there's some of them who are really stupid assholes that do lie and are very disingenuous, and there is absolutely no way I am going to engage in good faith with them. So I'm just going to call them stupid. That's going to happen.
Yeah, they're on both sides. I'm not saying there's
dude,
people on both sides. Yeah,
I know that's on both sides. Yeah. Uh-oh, we're getting along too well. People are leaving.
yeah. Let's fix it quick.
Who can I tell to fuck off?
What are the rules about singing in here?
No singing.
You can't sing when you're talking.
Just like a fun, like little whimsical sentence. Like, is that allowed?
Oh yeah, if it's just like a word or two, that's fine. People do that all the time.
If you have a good singing voice, yes. If it was me singing, no. Then I expect a mod to mute me immediately.
I will accept being moderated, obviously, for sure. Just I've got a tendency to do that shit, and I'm sorry.
Okay, well, a little bit of singing is okay, but let's keep it down from like the, you know, someone yodeling the national.
No, it won't be like a Super Bowl halftime show in here or anything. Don't trip. It'll be it's yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What if we talk about straight lines on a sphere?
Okay. So is the surface of a sphere 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
A sphere is 3-dimensional.
What about the surface of the sphere?
Well, if the object is 3-dimensional, then so is the surface. But you can put a 2-dimensional coordinate system on that sphere.
You could do that, but even more of a question: how is what units is the of measurement do you use to quantify the surface of an object? So, for example, the surface of your living room floor, would you do it in meters, in cubic meters? How would you describe the surface area of your living room floor in terms of meters?
Yeah, what is the SI unit? What is the SI unit of your flat Earth, man? What is it?
Rob? No, you want to answer? Okay. So the answer is you would describe the surface area of your living room floor in square meters. Say my living room floor is 52 square meters or something.
From what dimension would you make that measurement from?
3 spatial and 1 time-like dimension.
So is it necessary for 3 dimensions to exist in order to make any kind of measurements, or are we able to make measurements in the 2D? If reality was 2-dimensional, could we even make measurements?
So I'm not sure. You can read the book Flatland for an exploration of that. But yeah, more materially, it turns out that the surface area of a sphere is measured in square meters. And as we all know, square units are 2-dimensional.
Are they doing that? Oh, interesting. Are they doing that measurement of the surface of the Earth in a 3rd dimension? Or
I don't know. I don't care about the surface of the Earth. Right now I'm talking about geometry.
Oh, okay. Is it applied in 2D or?
Well, on a surface of a sphere, you are talking about 2 dimensions embedded in 3 dimensions. Now, embedded is a technical term. It's a mathematical term. So, yes, the sphere is 3-dimensional, but the surface area is 2-dimensional.
Hey, Omni, I'm really sorry. It's not that I was ignoring you. It's just I'm also at work.
I got it. No, don't worry.
I'm really sorry. I don't mean to jump in and out, but
I drove on.
Talk.
I don't know if you heard what I said though, but I drove on. I carried on, so it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. So yeah, I don't expect people to to talk about this stuff where coworkers can hear them. That's probably not a best practice. So the surface area of a sphere is 2-dimensional, as we know from square units. Therefore, if the surface area of a sphere is 2-dimensional, then in theory, you can draw a straight line on it. Yeah? No takes?
No, you cannot, sir.
Oh, you cannot draw a straight line. Okay. What if you flatten it out and draw a straight line?
Like a tangent? That would be in 3 dimensions.
No, not a tangent. You take the square area. So let's say I have a sphere that is 1 square meter in surface area. And I flatten that out. Can I draw like turning it into a map on a table? Can I draw a straight line on that surface?
You cannot have a square anything on a sphere.
You can't have a square. You don't have square meters?
Not on a sphere, no.
Oh, so what units do you measure surface area in on a sphere?
From the 3rd dimension.
What? So the surface area is cubic meters?
That's correct.
No, it is not. Cubic meters are a measure of volume. You don't measure the surface area of your floor in volume, do you?
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't. So this is the point. No takes. This is the point where, having lost the argument, you just go to trolling. I got it.
I haven't even engaged in an argument. What's the argument?
The question was whether or not the surface of a sphere is 2 or 3 dimensional.
In reality, you would have to measure from the 3rd dimension. If you're saying that you can measure things in 2 dimensions, please produce the argument for that.
That's what surfaces are.
Surface area is 2-dimensional. The surface area of your house is listed in square feet.
How do you measure that while stuck in 2 dimensions? Just show me.
Yeah,
no, surface area by definition isn't measured in 2 dimensions.
We're not stuck in 2 dimensions.
All right, so we're not stuck in 2 dimensions. So then, why are you bringing that up as if I lost an argument that we're measuring
because you declared that surface area was measured in volumetric units, which you know is bullshit. I asked if you measured your living room floor in volumetric units, and you said
I measured it in this. Yeah, I measured it while.
That is where we know that you lost the argument, and now you're just bullshitting.
I measured it while standing up.
Yeah,
can you tell us the volume of a
measurement
surface of
is not in volumetric units. You don't measure your house as 450 cubic meters, right?
Just show me how we make a measurement in 2 dimensions. If we're confined
length
to the surface,
and width,
as you claim, then show me how we make a measurement, like you did in the book.
Length and width.
Okay.
That's what area is. Surface area is length
like
and
I
width.
said, this is so you can try to avoid this realization, or you can learn something about geometry. It's your choice.
Teach how we measure.
Length times width.
Teach how we measure in these 2
length
dimensions.
times width.
It's fine too.
2 dimensions. Length times width. That's what surface area is.
I see a little green thing. I see a little green thing like.
It doesn't work, Omni. It doesn't work. Do you want to ask Montreal the question?
Hmm?
You said you were going to ask him a question.
Yeah, well, the point is that while a sphere is 3-dimensional, the surface area of the sphere is 2-dimensional, and you can draw a straight line on that 2-dimensional surface.
Nuh-uh, Omni. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, well, I admit that at this point we're going into an alternate geometric paradigm that.
No, they're just ignoring you.
Some people find very difficult to.
No, they don't find it difficult. They're just ignoring you because they don't want to have the conversation. That's how you not have a conversation. You just ignore the person.
Who's that little green guy like that down there?
Talking. Can you not interrupt?
Sorry,
this is the problem with muting individual people is that you don't know that they're talking.
Well, you shouldn't mute them. So we'll go over
That's
this
right.
again. If you don't want to hear them talk, you do not mute them. You just turn them way down, and then you watch for the flashing light around them. And if there's a break and you both start talking at the same time, they come the right of way.
Omni, I have to disagree with you. No, Omni, I have to disagree with you. You shouldn't even turn them down. If you don't want to hear somebody, leave. Don't just mute and turn people down, because then you will overtalk them, not knowing you're overtalking them. You're not looking at the green lights on the screen. You're just looking for your chance to talk. I'm guilty of it myself. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you don't want to engage in a conversation and you don't want to hear someone talk, you should just leave. I agree. Isn't that right, Omni?
Thank you to Akna. We agree on something.
Yes. I don't think Omni
I've
agrees on
got
this
to take
stuff.
care of something. I'll be back.
What a shame.
Listen, I heard it was permitted to sing songs, so I'm going to sing a song. I just wrote it just now myself. Fuck Tuakna, fuck Tuakna. Tuakna, go away. Fuck Tuakna, fuck Tuakna, go away.
Did you unmute just
It was just a little jingle.
for us to hear you laugh? That's why you unmuted?
Yes, sir, I did, because Tex, that was hilarious.
Yeah. You needed your support there, no tanks, right? Did that make you feel better?
Make me feel strong.
It's good that you feel strong. Do you often feel weak?
Psychoanalysis.
Don't start doing meta. We're going good. Agna, don't start doing meta or I'm going to mute you. Final warning, Agna.
Oh my god, you guys are adorable. You guys are cute.
Did you hear what I said, Agna?
Omni says I'm allowed to ignore people, so I'll just ignore you.
Not in VC.
No, that's not going to happen. That's not. If this is your final warning, if you double talk or ignore modding, I'm going to time you out for 5 minutes. So don't be obnoxious. Don't start giggling, and you're not going to take over the show. Let somebody else speak.
Look, I was just fucking with you, man. It was just somebody said, "Can we sing songs and shit?" So just fucking with you. It's all right, man.
Oh, I'm not hurt by it. I thought it was funny. Do you often feel weak, no tanks?
What's up?
That was again another meta. That's the second warning. You do it again, I'm going to time you out.
We don't need the psychoanalysis to Akna. Thank you.
Oh, okay. No takes. Do you often feel weak? I was just curious.
Okay, that's it. You guys heard me once, right? I'm going to time him out for 5 minutes.
No, I'd like to answer.
Try,
I'd like to
make your
answer
safe
it. I do
space.
feel that
No, he has to time
that
me out. He has to
weakness
time me out.
is a potential that we all have towards weakness. Typically, a weakness is derived from a place of a lacking, of insecurity or a lacking. Yeah. So like if you feel weak about something, it's typically your own failing in that area, something that you feel like you ought to be stronger at, to your own standard, or maybe to an objective outside standard. But that helps you.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. It's not going to work. So people like Akna that are going to come here and try to run the show and avoid modding and that, it's not going to work. Understand it now. Please don't do it. Don't make us mod you.
Did somebody kick Tuagna out?
Yeah, I didn't kick him. No, I timed him out for 5 minutes for ignoring moderation 3 times in a row.
Okay.
So, can I ask, are we going to do the same thing to Noah?
I
Yes.
don't know. Noah is one of those super aggressive people who is, like I have a hard time. I have a hard time talking to him.
And listen to his conversation. He is not here to engage genuinely. If you press him on details, he does not know what he's talking about, and then he just starts trolling. He's only here to troll and take up the VC. He's like a debate bro, but with flat Earth.
Well, like I said, I think he did get timed out. I'm not really sure.
And I don't even know why he would argue that. Like the Earth is measurably not flat, and like Omni knows that. He was just going over it. Something you can know.
What? Omni knows the Earth is flat?
No, he knows he knows it's not flat. It's measurably not flat. You can know this.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard that. Well, yeah, because you're the one that said we measure floor surfaces in cubic.
Yeah, well, I'm standing up. I measure the floor while standing up. Yeah, and then I apply that measurement to the ground. Yeah.
Okay, so we don't want to know about your cubic butt. We want to know about the surface of the floor, which is flat.
Yeah, it's just a calculation. Yeah, that the sides would be parallel, the horizontal planes would be parallel, and then we just apply it to the floor. So, well, this is arbitrarily where the floor begins, and then we're gonna put this volume of flooring in that area.
Yeah, well, no, not volume.
Yeah, it has a thickness.
It's measured in a surface area. Is measured by square, not by cube. That would be the volume of a room would be the cube. The surface area would be the square of the floor plate.
Yeah, we measure it in the third dimension.
No,
not for flooring. Not for flooring. I do agree that flooring has a thickness, and you could know its volume, which would be good for actually knowing the weight of what you're going to ship to the job site.
Yeah, like 12 millimeters, 8 millimeter, whatever you get going on.
Yeah, those would be. Yeah, those are all thicknesses for different flooring materials. Absolutely.
So let me try this then. All right. So I have a swimming pool in the backyard. Let's say I don't, but let's say I do.
So we can't come swim.
If I want to know how much water to put into the swimming pool, I'm going to do cubits or volume. If I want to know how much paint to buy to paint the surface of the pool, then I'm not going to do volume because I don't want to buy enough paint to fill up the whole swimming pool.
Well, you'll see that on the paint for the swimming pool, because I do have an actual swimming pool. It'll tell you the maximum coverage area based on how many millimeters thick the paint will lie. That would be volume necessary.
That is a technicality that is true, but generally speaking, those dimensions are given. They want to know how much coverage you want, and it will tell you for a liquid coating how thick of a coating you can apply, or how many coats you can apply to get that thickness. That is 100%.
This isn't really a point that I'm trying to win. It was just that I want Omnivore to describe how we actually measure Earth in reality, not this like, not that he was playing a game at all, but not this like thought experiment of how what exists in 2 dimensions that we apply to 3-dimensional reality. It's more about making the measurements in reality.
That's not a thought experiment, though. That's like reality.
No, measurements can
there's no 2-dimensional surface that actually exists in reality.
That is incorrect.
Okay, show it to me.
The floor I'm walking on right now.
You just said that it would tell you the thickness of a liquid coating, but you could ignore the thickness and make that 0 and still have the square area of a 2-dimensional surface.
But you wouldn't be in reality. Like you would actually have a thickness of a coating.
No, you don't. You could know the surface area and not have any product involved. You could have a thickness of 0 and still know what the square area is.
I actually do like this argument.
And you could use that as a starting point for how much of the floor to ceiling space will be taken out when you add the thickness of the flooring material, which is something I've had to calculate many times before. And so having that 0 point is still a reasonable thing to calculate and measure. All right. So because you have a clear,
let me touch on that when you're ready.
A full height door, for instance, you need to know what it's going to be when you put the flooring in, not what it is on the bare concrete.
All right. So then the only right. So like I do like this kind of a line of thinking, right? That the only thing that is 2-dimensional, 1-dimensional even would just be a shortest distance straight line between any 2 physical objects. Like it would just be a concept of the shortest distance. That would be something that doesn't actually physically exist, but can only remain in 2 dimensions.
Well, you could pull a string, and I realize the string has a thickness dimension, but you could ignore its thickness and just look at its point-to-point determination, and then you have to say whether or not it is constrained by the shape of what you're pulling it across, or if you're just pulling it in air.
But anything that is bending, curving, that's not a straight line shortest distance between 2 points would then have points that are higher or lower, which would make it 3-dimensional, at least 2-dimensional.
Well, you're ignoring the fact that there can be in spherical geometry arcs and circles. Like pretending that doesn't exist doesn't make it not exist. It doesn't actually exist. It's just a semantic argument. And I don't even know what value it has. 0 would probably be what I'd say.
The things that don't exist, right? You're saying, well, this thing exists. This abstract concept exists. Does it exist in reality?
Could you wrap a string around a ball?
Yeah, in reality, yeah, that wouldn't be the shortest.
So spherical geometry exists in reality.
No, so is it something that exists in reality? This 2-dimensional geometry.
Yeah, you agreed that you could wrap a string around a ball, and if you're constrained by the surface of the ball, the straight line between the two, yes, it is an arc, but in spherical geometry, that straight line is still an arc.
In reality, are we constrained to the surface?
Of the surface of what item? Which object are we? Because you're only constrained if there's an object that constrains it.
A non-horizontal.
Are we constrained to the surface of Earth that you believe is a ball? Are we constrained to it? Are we stuck on it?
I have confirmed that it is an oblate spheroid.
Okay, and that was the question.
If you and I hold a string, and hold it up in the air and pull it tight, that would be a straight line that is not an arc. But if we were to pull it over ground that had 0 topography, we would find that it was an arc, or a section of a circle.
What was an arc?
One part would be higher or lower than the next.
Oh, stop it, Daymok.
Yeah, that can't be.
Oh my
Part of
God.
an arc is higher or lower
Damok,
than the
are you
next.
here? Are you here to add your pedantry to this, or are you
guys
actually have
all
something
talking over
interesting to say?
So is one part higher or lower than the next? I believe is the correct question.
No.
For you
No,
gentlemen,
shut up.
because you can't comprehend what a
irrelevant.
fucking horizontal
No,
line
no,
is.
no.
can you?
Now shut up, Daymok. The answer is no.
So
Shut
it's
the
a
fuck up.
horizontal line.
Incorrect.
A perfect
You're talking
horizontal
over a
line
sphere,
that doesn't
moron.
increase in elevation. So no
Damok, you're out
center
of
of
your
gravity.
element.
From the center, from this elevation, right? Correct. From the
No
center of
center
the
of
sphere.
gravity.
Thank you.
No, from a horizontal reference along.
No, no. From the
along
center of the
its
sphere.
surface.
We're talking spherical
we're
geometry
talking
here.
along a horizontal line.
Incorrect.
Along its surface. It's going to say no
We're
change
talking
of
along the
rate.
surface of a sphere.
Now, if you know,
Talking along the surface of a sphere, moron.
A sphere changes its rate every single dot.
No, it doesn't,
imaginable.
moron.
Yeah, it does, retard.
No, it
That's
doesn't,
what
you
makes
idiot.
it a sphere.
Shut the fuck up and listen for a
A
change.
slope is a rate of.
Pull your head out of your ass and listen to what we're talking about.
Right. Enough with the insults. I'm gonna mute both of you. Enough with the insults. We'll do it.
I'm making
mute
up
him.
that slope has no change of rate. It has change of rate. A slope
Incorrect,
is a
Amok.
change of
Not
rate
over the surface of the sphere, it
non-zero.
doesn't.
Show us that with an altimeter. Get your string out.
Every
that you
day,
just
yeah.
said.
Get on an airplane every day.
You can't physically show it?
Every
Nowhere?
day, Daymok.
Up close, you
There are
can't show
thousands
it?
of flights. There are thousands of flights right
No,
now that
not
are
a
showing
flight,
you
you
that.
retarded motherfucker. The fucking elevation tool.
Yeah, like I
You
said, there
show
are
it
thousands
along
of
your
flights that are
string.
doing that.
So it doesn't increase when you put it up or down, right? So a mountain has
Up and
no
down is
height.
away from the sphere, moron.
Supposedly that's what you say, retard.
Once again,
objection
objection to the unnecessary abuse.
I'm gonna mute both of you. You do it again, I'm gonna mute both of you. Final warning.
He's starting it.
I don't give a shit.
Steel man a
Well, you
globe
should
versus
because you
flat
never
earth
mute. You never
elevation.
mute your fellow flat earthers.
You're both gonna get muted.
Why?
I mean,
I'm just
either have a
responding to
convo
him.
or don't. It's up to you.
I don't even know why that dude's
Thank
in
you
here.
very much, moderator. Thank you very much, moderator, because
Oh,
I do
God, now
object
Jin's in here
to
too.
the unnecessary abuse. Sorry to interrupt, moderator, but I object to the unnecessary abuse coming from NASA Shield. It's unnecessary.
Yeah, Daymok
Unnecessary.
started it, so shut up.
No, you
No,
won't
they both
stop talking
did
for
it. Let's be
Jim.
fair.
You won't
Like,
stop
be
talking
chill,
for
guys.
SE.
Come
You
on.
won't stop talking for me.
Okay, well, let me just add to what Denmark was trying to say. Basically, we do have don't start abusing me, yeah, because I'll let you have it. Okay, so don't interrupt me and don't abuse me.
Well, maybe
NASA.
you would say something rather than just all this meta bullshit.
Look, you see, you're interrupting. You are actually
You're
interrupting.
just itching to get muted, I know.
Let Jim finish.
go.
Let Jim finish. Yeah, let him finish.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, what I was going to address, what Denmark was trying to put forward, my learned colleague, is this: that we do have what's known in the aviation industry from the black box, in-flight telemetry data. And when we look at this black box, which is actually an orange box, and we look at the data, it actually records the characteristics of an aeroplane during flight. Everything that's happening, right? When you flush the toilet, everything is recorded when you're in that flight, how it flies. And the information we're interested in this particular situation is the pitch angle, the angle at which the aeroplane flies during a durational period, let's say 9 hours. And it will record for you that, and you will see that data with your own eyeballs, that the aeroplane flies horizontal. The pitch is not deviating.
Nope, it doesn't fly horizontal. It flies level.
You're interrupting here. You're interrupting.
Let him
Because
finish.
you're wrong. It flies level.
I know he's wrong.
Next 10 seconds. 15 seconds.
Hurry up, Jim.
That data. Yeah, thank you. That data records that the aeroplane for the 9-hour flight, let's say, is flying horizontally. It's not deviating from a horizontal linear. It's not taking a curved trajectory. It's a straight
Why are you
level
lying?
flight. What Denmark? I'm finished
That's
there.
wrong.
That's what Denmark was trying to say.
But that's wrong.
Wait, Coco, hold on. Let him. I'm next.
Help my kid.
Are you done, Jin?
I'm after Omni.
So here's the deal. I had a discussion. I sat down with Jin and had a discussion with him about how the globe model works. And Jin conceded that if you were flying upside down on the globe to Australia, the pilot's feet would still be pulled towards the floor. So Jin actually knows better. He understands that he's straw manning the model. He just is dedicated to continuing the story that he's got, even though he knows it's a straw man, and he is, essentially being dishonest.
Actually, no, I'm not being dishonest. Actually, I didn't concede at all. I said to you, the only way one would accept what you put forward as how the model works is that you have to deviate and remove from reality. You'd have to accept what you're putting forward, because in reality, in actuality, you would be upside down. That's what I put forward. So my position hasn't changed. The only way I'm going to accept what you put forward is that I have to divorce myself from the reality I live and enter Narnia. I'm not going to do that. So my position is still the same. Okay, the position is still the same. The in-flight telemetry data records how a plane flies over the surface of the earth. That's reality. That's what we use in a court of law. If an aeroplane has had an accident, for example, and the loved ones have lost their, they want to get compensation, they're going to look at this data to see what happened. Now, that's not going to happen in Narnia. That's happening in reality. Okay? That's what we're talking about. Thank you.
Okay. I'm up for calling
Narnia,
take a back seat. I call it next. All right. You didn't do it. You didn't call next, so I'm next. That's how it works.
Well, I want to respond to that real quickly, and then
I'll be next.
I'm going to respond to that real quickly and then step away. So the answer is no. The people who built those tools, like the pitch data detector, they believe in the globe model as we understand it. So no, Jen, it's not what's being detected.
Again, I object to that line of reasoning. I object to that line of reasoning. I object to that line of reasoning because you're ignoring the technology.
Jen,
you're ignoring the technology, sir.
I let you go on, Jen. Jen, hang on. Jen,
you're interrupting, bro. Let him finish. Come on. I did the same for you.
Okay. So what happens is Jen knows, although he doesn't admit it, that the people who build the tools to record this stuff, the sensors that record this, and you can look up how pitch data is recorded. It's actually quite complicated. There's quite a few things involved in getting that pitch stuff. So it is being interpreted and reported by people who believe the globe model works the way we say it works, which is why it doesn't support Jen's argument. All right, that's it.
That's what you. What you put forward is irrelevant. What do people think about the Earth when they build the black box? They build it to record the behavior and characteristics of an aeroplane through the flight. It doesn't matter whether they believe it's a globe, a hexagon, or whatever. That's got nothing to do with it.
It's not measuring horizontal, Jen. It's measuring level.
Hang on a second. You're interrupting me again now. We're talking about the facts.
Because you keep on chatting and you won't let anybody else talk. That's why.
No, I'm just responding.
Doesn't matter now. So show him
responding. Thank you.
Well, are you going to take it on to somewhere else so that by the time I respond to Jen, everyone will forget that he's wrong and pitch attitude is relative to level, not to what he thinks is.
Finish that up so that I can go. What are you saying? Oh yeah, okay. Well then, if you're done, I guess I'll do the right thing here and I'll take my turn. I wanted to ask Coco what she thinks, and maybe even Omni or some of the smarter guys in here, what they think about the physicist. He was on a broadcast.
And you're going to change the subject away from Jen. Thank you.
Yeah, and he went over the pitch data and the landing requirements for an airplane. The physicist did the math instantly and realized that curvature would need to be accounted for, wasn't accounted for, and it only works on the flat Earth. So maybe Coco and others, what makes you guys think that the physicists are wrong and you're right?
Because you have no idea what you're talking about when you talk about aviation. Because pitch elevation is relative to level and not to horizontal at one point.
Do you have a diagram or an actual physical representation to steel man's flat first curve? No,
what does Coco think? I asked Coco.
Crazy words. Can I finish my sentence? Crazy words. Yep, on this ain't cutting it. We need the diagram of Earth curve on your wall, and then a diagram of a horizontal, and how they're not the same thing. You guys keep trying to say they are the same thing.
No, they're different.
You got a curve somewhere, but locally proven flat everywhere.
Incorrect again.
Nicktoon, Omnivore, proven flat locally and close everywhere. Now, where is it locally not proven flat? That's what we're looking for.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you, Dimok.
So basically, you guys have bought QE's bullshit, hook, line, and sinker, on this whole recording that you don't understand. This whole thing on the recording.
What
he found one
bullshit?
flight. He found one flight where they recorded the pitch attitude for like 9 hours. So I think it was the one where they lost the engine going to Hawaii. But he says, "Oh, this means that the Earth is horizontal." No, it doesn't. What it means is that the airplane flew level. That's all it means. It didn't change its pitch.
How do you know a curve from a
Level?
horizontal when you keep saying it's
Right?
horizontal? We got a problem with you Globers.
No, you don't have a problem. You have a
Horizontal
problem.
curve, then you call a curve horizontal.
You have a problem.
Mental problems. We need the
No, you have
physical
the mental problem,
attributes of
sir.
both, so we can get out. Hold on, we need to bring it from your mental problem, right?
Your mental problem, not
physical
mine.
reality. No, physical reality.
You wouldn't know physical reality if it bit you in the ass, Daymok.
Up close and personal on a ruler, you can only miss big, aim big, miss small, aim small. So when we're small and close to something, and you got the ruler on the dot, and you can see it and touch it and rub your finger on there, you're going to be so close, even if you're off by something. That wouldn't matter. That's the scale you need to not worry about, right? That's so small for your fingertip to even do anything with. So now you guys, your scale of measurement is point that away and say you measured something. And now the amount you're going to be off for up close, you're going to say to us is a problem for a ruler to be off by a zillionth of that inch line, right? You can say, hey, there's even miscalculations with the ruler. It has nothing to fucking do with the miscalculation of far away and no actual touchy touch of anything down that away. You guys just look that way, no physical attribute of shit, and just keep saying fucking words.
Can someone translate that out of
in physical form?
Can someone translate that out of Daymok speak into something that's intelligible?
Yeah, where's the dirt match the Earth curve? The real one match a center line of something. Go to the center of something, not the surface of a horizontal line. Definitely
Again,
the surface
could
of the
someone
horizontal
translate
line.
this into something that makes sense to me?
Yeah, the horizontal line you put your cup of water on, and when the cups of water are level, right, and you got a million cups along
Level and
the way,
horizontal are not the
and
same
neither
thing.
one is higher or lower than the next, that's a level horizontal line.
Level
You
and horizontal are
understand that
not the same
horizontal
thing.
line has no change of rate.
Level,
no
horizontal,
ratio.
and line are three different things that have
It has
different
no
concepts.
rate of change, zero rate of change. You understand?
Which is another concept you don't understand.
No, it's not a concept. This is physical fucking reality. A
Like I said,
horizontal
you
line
wouldn't know reality
has
if it
no
bit you in the
rate
ass.
of change. What does a curve have? A slope.
No,
Every
curves do
physical
not have
slope has
slopes.
what? Every physical slope has what in the dictionary?
We're not talking about
A
slopes,
rate
we're
of
talking about
change
curve.
of non-zero. Let's repeat it to each other so we can be smarter.
What the fuck are you talking about? You didn't take
A
geometry.
rate of change of non-zero.
Non-zero
rate
you didn't
of
take
change.
geometry. You flunked
That
out of
means
school before you took
never-ending,
geometry.
forever change of rate.
You have no idea what you're talking about,
in the
Daymok.
dictionary.
You did not take geometry. You flunked out of school before you took geometry.
I missed it. Did Coco,
Okay, so
did Coco
sorry to
answer the question, or I missed it? Did Coco answer the question?
Answer what question?
Oh, if you held the belief that the physicists who went over like the pitch data, what's required for landing an airplane, which would be the triangle, the triangulation from their altitude, along the hypotenuse there. Like the physicist who was interviewed said that this would be impossible on a globe to use that information. Do you think that the guys in this Discord are smarter than the physicists out there?
Where's this physicist? And
I would need to see that interview because that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right.
Physical horizontal line you won't steal, man. Versus the curve you don't have.
Again, I would like. Could you send a reference or a link to this so-called interview?
A reference of Earth curve. It doesn't exist.
I know you can't. I know you don't. I know you can't say anything,
Well,
Damon. I'm gonna turn you
NASA
down.
show it's what is it, like 3 hours long, for fuck's sake? You know what I mean?
Well, send me some, and let me if I get totally bored, I'll watch.
Last time I sent it to you, you said it's 3 hours long, for fuck's sake.
Oh, you sent that one? That one was bullshit.
That's he's a physicist.
No, you had the physicist. You had what? You also had like 3
guys.
flat earthers on that, right?
So, do planes actually land with that trajectory?
Yes, they do.
With what? Can you still man a curve on the wall, the Earth curve? Can any glober still man what the Earth physical Earth curve actually is?
then that physicist is doing something wrong. So he's a physicist. What does his particular field?
Physics of reality of the attribute of a shape or a fucking thing. A horizontal line in this case, not an arc. He couldn't find the schematics or the mathematics or the formula or the line or the attribute of an arc in physical reality. You guys can find a horizontal. Where the fuck is the curve?
The curve is
Finding
on the
horizontals.
globe.
If all we see is horizontal and measure horizontal and it's all flat, locally flat, provable flat, not moving, where you guys find all this other shit? Where's the obverse of what we see?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Demick.
An earth curve. We know. We know
rephrase
no
it?
person that doesn't have an earth curve or doesn't know what it is or knows that it doesn't exist. That's why we're here. Earth curve. You can't draw it. Good to go. Flat earth welcome.
Could you rephrase that previous question? Because I didn't follow that.
A physical earth curve where it doesn't change its rate of slope on the wall. Draw a physical arc of any kind, and I'll guarantee you money it changes its rate of elevation every single dot along the way. My money is on change of rate. You can't prove gravity, arc, non-rate change. Doesn't exist nowhere. Sorry. Gravity seems to not
And
like
also,
the altimeter.
back up my colleagues, my esteemed colleagues here who are doing a very good job in presenting the fact that the heliocentric model is well and truly dead is this. Samuel Rowbotham, the spirit of Samuel Rowbotham is alive and well in the 21st century. Back in 1916, he proved on the Bedford Level in Cambridgeshire for 6 miles, he observed a man in his boat for 6 miles. There should have been 24.1 feet of curvature blocking his line of sight, but he was able to see this man in the boat at 8 inches off the canal for 6 miles. Okay.
Yeah,
So
what's
it was
amazing though,
slam dunked already.
when they put it when they put a third point in there, they disproved that, didn't they? Because the 3 points weren't in line. Interesting.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call poppycock. And
yeah, that's what we call it. That's what actually happened.
Try to hang on a second here. Try to waylay the truth, but it can't. This you can prove for yourself. It was redone in 2016, by the way.
Yeah, did they add the third point in like they did?
Modern day flat earthers did it. And
modern day flat earthers who wanted to prove something didn't add the third point in, did they?
Okay, so hurry.
Yeah, they didn't add the third point in when they did that, did it?
To learn about the truth. Hurry, hear all about it. Flat Earth still alive. What's his name? Samuel Rowbotham spirit still alive today. Hurry,
yeah, it was debunked back then. It was debunked again. The fact that you guys redid the flawed experiment means it's just a flawed experiment. That's all.
At all.
No,
it
we're
was
looking
debunked
for
with
a
the third
globe
point.
experiment that's not a thought. We're looking for the globe curve physically, tangibly on the wall so we can trace the attribute of it with our markers so all the little kids can feel it and touch it and know that it's a real earth curve thing. And then you have the elevation tool set up from point A, B, C, D, E, F, and G all the way along it from start to finish. And we see that the elevation tool stays to a magic place called fucking gravity to where it's all the same while it goes up and down, above and below itself. Where do you have this earth curve at on the wall? Have to have it somewhere for you guys to keep believing in it.
Okay, so I just need 30 seconds here. Jen, I do understand that this place kind of feels and acts like a carnival, but it is not, in fact, a carnival. So you do not have to speak in your carny voice all the time. You can just talk normal. Okay.
Unfortunately for you, you are not. You're less than the crud on my shoe here at the moment. So
here we go.
What you say is just like the noise in the gale of the wind that is Jin CBR1. So forget that. Don't bother to address me because it's not going to work. Okay, lady? You do yourself a favor. Keep your mouth shut. Keep sucking on your tongue.
Oh, no. This lady never keeps her mouth shut. But thank you.
How about let your fingers do
He
the
already
talking?
admits
How
he's
about draw
strawmanning
that
the
earth
model.
curve on
He
the
just
wall?
doesn't believe in the
Have
model. That's it.
Omnivore and all the globe physicists and all the globe mathematicians go in the same room, and why don't you guys figure out how to steel man an earth curve on the wall? Because if you can't, shut up.
Yeah, bring a real physicist with you, one that realizes, immediately where a contradiction lies and is able to notice it, point it out, and call out its impossibility rather than argue for the impossibility on the internet.
Yes, physical, tangible Earth curve stencil.
I watched some of that, and your physicist isn't what? He's a high school physics instructor or something, wasn't he?
An Earth curve stencil made of wood, steel, plastic, clay, Play-Doh,
Our
dirt,
children of the
water,
future.
air. Either one you got, rainbow, Earth curve, everything real. Let's do some real Earth curve material. See, it doesn't exist because these gentlemen are going to get you a flat Earth horizontal line. And they're going to tell you that that flat horizontal line that doesn't arc to a center of anything, or isn't going down or higher or lower than itself, is doing some magical shit that has nothing to do. Flat Earth is the opposite of globe. That horizontal line is opposite of curved line. They don't act or be the same, never.
And a child of 8 knows that. For when you ask a child to draw a straight line and a curved line, they know what they both are, and they're definitely not the same. So we don't really experience the globe in the physical world. They're in the classroom on a globe toy being demonstrated for us there, but in actuality, in reality, in nature, we've never experienced it at all.
That's totally incorrect. And you've been told that hundreds of times.
It's not incorrect.
It's totally incorrect and a lie.
I haven't finished what I'm saying. So
yes, you have. You're saying the same shit.
No, I haven't. No, look, I'm not going to get embroiled in the stuff that devalues
not get embroiled in
what we're trying to
facts.
say.
I understand.
So let
Don't
me
get embroiled in
finish what
facts.
I'm going to say.
Just lie.
And it's this, ladies and gentlemen. We are living on a flat Earth, and that's all we've experienced.
Incorrect.
As to the actual shape of the Earth, no flat earther will ever tell you the shape of the Earth because we don't know the shape. What
because you purposely keep yourself in the dark.
Again, you interrupt. Again, you
because you won't shut the fuck up. You won't just say one thing and then shut up. You got to go on for like 5 or 10 minutes.
Proven without any doubt at all that we're not living on a spinning oblate spheroid.
That's totally
what
wrong.
We've definitely proven. And the heliocentric model is a second law of thermodynamics violation in its own right by itself. So basically, we do not live on a globe. It's not there. This is what we're here to tell you. We've done our due diligence and we've checked. There we go.
You checked all for yourself there, buddy? Take out your magnifying glass, walk around, look for the flat parts.
How many lies did Jin tell in that sentence? At least 10,
we were looking for how
because we can tell that we live on a globe. It's easily done. You'd use it every day. Every time you fly an airplane, you're flying over a curve. The pilot's flying a route. It's a great circle route between 2 points. That's why when you're flying from, I don't know, Tokyo to Los Angeles, you're flying way up near Alaska instead of over Hawaii because you're flying the great circle route.
Correct. We get our telescope and our Earth curve microscope, and we get the little ruler out, and we draw the Earth curve with the little microscope so we know we're not keeping in line with that horizontal. Right? Smart kids? Make that curve non-horizontal.
Yeah, like when we're building the marine tow tank. Yeah, that little bit of curve, very important.
No, like the line you can't put on your wall, loser.
Oh no, I'm not dealing with a fucking wall. I'm dealing with reality, the world. Large bodies of water.
Yeah, weirdo.
Yeah, you can fuck around on your wall all you want, and then you're just in this robotic. You're just in this robotic chain of repetition.
Mark center of gravity, weirdo, and draw your fucking arc. Prove it.
Another clear evidence that the aeroplane is a marvelous instrument to prove that or not we're flying over a curve is this. From England Heathrow Airport to Narita Airport in Japan, that's a 10-hour, 9 to 10 hour flight. There should be at 6,000 miles. There should be 3,740.47 miles of curvature through a 9-hour flight. Now, if the plane was indeed following that curvature all the way, it would put so much for 9 hours. You're talking that the stresses that the wings and the engines and the tail section would be under through that duration would result in the aeroplane, once it's landed, having at least a minimum 1 hour plus stress checking. Because flying through a curve continuously, because you're not flying horizontal, you're flying through a curve continuously for 9 to 10 hours, puts enormous stresses on everything that's to do with the plane itself, where it articulates with the fuselage and the engine articulating with the wings. Okay, you'd have to check for any stresses
What's
there.
the route?
Okay,
What's the route you fly? What's the route you fly?
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Those checks are not conducted. Those checks are not conducted. I've watched planes land and seen them being offloaded and new luggage is going on. They're not checking for that stuff. Okay.
So what's the route you fly between Tokyo and Narita?
When the plane is flying horizontal, I'm nearly there. I'm at the very end of what I'm going to say. When a plane is flying horizontal on the Earth, it's under no stress at all, really. It's relaxed. It's when they start to take off or coming to land that stresses are increased. Okay, or follow a curved trajectory if it were to do that, but they don't follow that, and those checks are not done at the airport hangar, for example. I'll stop there for now.
Oh my God, you don't know, you know nothing of aviation. you know absolutely zero about aviation. What's the route you fly from London to to Narita? By the way, are you flying like south because what? No, my guess is you're flying pretty close to the North Pole when you fly that flight. Let me check.
They're not flying up.
And by the way, the wings are under load anytime you're in flight.
So when you put your finger on the top of a globe and your finger on the bottom, and you point your finger to the other finger, which one's pointing up and which one's pointing down? And then when you got your two fingers on the side pointing to each other, which one's pointing east and which one's pointing west? Which one's pointing north and which one's pointing south? What the fuck are you guys talking about? You don't have an up and down anywhere, because up and down left to right is the same thing as up and down top to bottom. You don't have your fucking sideways up to down. You don't have an horizontal up to down to prove your globe. You fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Get a string that's 39.59. Hold on,
more
information. Jim. One more thing.
Sorry.
Get a string that's 39.59. Swear to God, get a string that's 39.59 or a rope. Pull that motherfucker out and make a complete circle, and I'll guarantee you the Earth's gonna keep going past it. You lying motherfuckers. That disproves your fucking globe right there, weirdos. Now, my money's on 39.59 being outdone by the dirt and water. So no matter how far out you pull that fucking rope, 39.59, and make a big circle with it on this flat Earth, retards, you're still going to have more fucking water land on the other side of it. That debunks your whole fucking retard globe. So what you should do is just work on making that 39.59 globe rope to try to prove the edge of your fucking ball exists. That should have been the only NASA endeavor. Make a rope, 39.59, and then double it. Now, is it still outdone by Earth? No globe.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to speak of Denmark, of 2 points, just to carry on with the aeroplane theme for, reality this is. And then I want to talk about speeds times the speed of sounds later on, not now, but the point I want to make here is this. When the Air Force, jet fighter pilots, after they finished flying the aircraft through their training sessions, and they're doing their barrel rolling and acrobatics in order to avoid the enemy behind and then come up behind and then take out the enemy. When they do their training and they're flying at Mach 2, at least when in their aircrafts, and they're trying to do all these acrobatic moves, when they get back to the hangar, that aircraft is subjected to several hours of tests because everything has to be checked that is A-OK, so that nothing fails when they go out to train tomorrow, for example. Okay? So my point is this: the aircraft that we fly on, the passenger jet airlines, don't go under those kind of stresses because they're flying horizontal all the time.
Flying level.
You're interrupting me here. I'm nearly finished. Don't keep doing that. I'm not interrupting you. So please don't interrupt me till I'm finished.
That's because I don't babble for 5 minutes about the same thing.
My unlearned friend here keeps interrupting.
If you would finish and not babble for like 5 minutes.
I'm not finished yet. You can hear me. I'm still talking. Words are still coming out. Coherent words. So ladies and gentlemen, so basically what I'm trying to say to you is that if a passenger jet airline was subjected to a curved trajectory for 9 to 10 hours, it would result in that aircraft having to have at least a minimum 1 hour stress checking of all parts that are connected to the fuselage. It would have to, okay? But that test is never conducted. And I've watched many airplanes at airports when they come into land and they park up, offload the junk, and then the new stuff's going on, luggage, food, Okay,
Hey, look,
all that stuff.
look at the
new
route.
toilets.
Look at the route from.
So they don't test the wings. They don't do any of that stress checking. They fill up the plane, and then the plane carries on and takes the next passengers to the destination.
Look at this.
So there you go.
Tokyo is south of London. Yet to fly from London to Tokyo, you fly north. You fly north all the way up over Russia to 70 degrees north. When London's at like 52 and Tokyo's like what?
That is not what is in contention, ladies and gentlemen.
That is what's in contention. This is evidence of the globe.
What is in contention?
Now you're over talking me, Jin. I was talking, and now you're over talking me.
I'll let you finish.
So now how come how come you don't show me the same that you demand? So when you take off out of London Heathrow and you fly the Great Circle route to Tokyo, you fly north out of London. You fly all the way up to 70 degrees north in order to get to Tokyo, which is Tokyo's at 35 degrees north. London's at like 52 degrees north. Yet you fly north all the way up to 72 degrees north in order to get there. Huh? Why would you do that over a flat
ladies and
plane?
gentlemen, hang on a minute.
Why would you do that? Excuse me, I was talking. Now you're interrupting me,
seconds.
but that's okay. You always bitch when I interrupt you. So now you're interrupting me, but that's okay. I wasn't done. You know, words were still coming out of my mouth.
Well, you stopped.
Coherent
You did
thoughts.
stop. That's
Coherent speaking was coming out of my mouth, unlike you, where you just babble. So again, proof of the globe. You fly the Great Circle route between London Heathrow and Tokyo. Tokyo is south of Heathrow, yet you fly north to get there. Thank you. Welcome to the globe.
Hula hoop above my head.
Okay.
Over a
hang on a minute,
surface.
Denmark. I did want to respond for 10 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not what is in contention. It is the duration of the curved trajectory, 9 to 10 hours. It doesn't matter whether you fly south, north, or east. You have to fly over a curved trajectory, and that's what's in contention. Not whether you fly the Great Circle route. That's got nothing to do with it. It's the stresses that a curved trajectory would put on the aircraft. And please
What
don't
stresses
forget.
are those?
Hang on a minute.
Level.
I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish. 5 seconds left. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that the black box telemetry data is proving that the pitch angle and the aircraft are horizontal flight, no curved trajectory. I'll shut up.
Incorrect. What they're proving is that you're flying level. Level is not horizontal. Horizontal is not level. Horizontal is not straight. Straight is not curved. Do you understand these difference between these words? These are different words. They mean different things.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, now you're interrupting me. That's okay, Jen. You can interrupt me all you want. So you can interrupt me. But anyway, so when you're flying level, the pitch does not change. When you're flying level, the same altitude above the surface of the sphere, you will fly level, not horizontal. Please use the correct words.
Ladies and gentlemen, level, horizontal, flat are all related. When you look into the Webster's dictionary or any dictionary, you will find 26 definitions, and all of them are interlocked and related. The one that doesn't fit is the one that speaks to the curvature of the Earth being level when it's not, because we know that a curved line is not a straight line. Okay, that's the deception. That particular definition is put there deliberately to keep everybody, all of us, thinking we're on a globe, because flat, level, horizontal are all related. They're married. They will never be divorced. You can never divorce them. I'm finished.
Level, adjective, definition of level. 1, A, having no part higher than another, conforming to, wait a minute, the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
Where?
Merriam-Webster Dictionary.
Not
Thank you very much. Slam dunk.
That's the deception right
Where
there.
can you
Not the deception, sir.
That's the
It's
deception
the dictionary. I'm reading from the dictionary. I'm reading from the dictionary. I am reading from the dictionary. I am reading from the dictionary.
I want to give you that definition. I want to give you that to you. But the liquid parts of Earth's surface must be curved then, right? So a water level is a useless fucking tool to you then, right?
Water does level, not horizontal. Thank you.
A water level is a tool used to create a horizontal plane of
used to create a level.
No. A horizontal plane of reference created by the water level tool is useless to your definition of level.
How far have you used the water level? What's the biggest distance you've used the water level for?
So deflect. Good job.
Seriously, I'm not deflecting. How far have you used the water level for? You brought up the water level, not me. I want to know the greatest distance you've used the water level for.
3959, no change.
That's a Bev definition.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to my claim.
No, it is relevant. The fact that you've probably done more than no more than 10 feet, maybe. And what would be the curvature of the Earth over 10 feet? A couple nanometers, maybe.
3,959 fucking miles.
8 inches in a mile.
Water
so
line
how far
right
over
in front of
10
your face
feet?
every day called the horizon. Please don't ignore the horizon. That's 3,959 miles left to right.
A water
unless
level
you have
doesn't.
a fucking, but not unless you have the distance meter to prove me wrong for
A water-
93,238,000, so we can see how far the moon really is with it. At
A
what
water
point in
level
fucking time?
establishes 2 points of equal elevation. That's all it does.
Where's 239,000 miles at? Blue marble. What's that look like left to right? So we can make sure you don't see more than that in your left to right view of on Earth.
Well, it's
So
2
if we
points
got
of equal elevation.
24,000 miles in our view left to right on Earth, where's your fucking ball that's only 24,000 miles wrapped around itself? That can't possibly be a horizontal line in front of you, could it? 24,000 miles long? Unless no one here has the proof or reference for what that fucking is, or the distance is left to right. Blue marble, I'm asking for you to get the 238,000 mile reference, please.
Why
The
don't
thing
you
that
go
you
get
guys,
it?
the ruler
Demo?
you guys use for space distances.
Don't ask me to go get something. You go get it.
So you don't
Oh, that was a
have
really
one.
bold assertion.
So nobody here knows what they're looking at left to right in their field of view, do they? No one knows how far there. It could be 93 million miles. After all, I see the sun eclipse way fucking smaller than the horizon. The solar eclipse and then the horizon outdoes it left to right. So if the sun and the moon are 93 million miles away, when is it? Where?
Moon is not 93 million miles away.
Where at? So the sun's not? A solar eclipse is when the moon and sun are touching each other, weirdo. It's supposed to be 93 million miles between the two.
Oh, so the moon is 93 million miles away now.
From the sun? It's not?
Well,
damn. We're
from
learning
us,
something
it's
new
not.
every day. So the moon isn't 93 million miles away from the sun during a solar eclipse. Somehow it magically is just
Wait a minute, no, it's not 93 million miles away from us.
So did the moon?
The sun is 93 million miles away from us. The moon is not.
Stop talking to yourself about what nobody said, weirdo. Listen, the sun is 93 million miles away from both objects, moon and Earth, supposedly, right?
It's a little bit closer
Now,
to the moon,
where
but okay.
and when do you prove that? At what time? Where?
It's
how?
a little bit
What's
closer
that
to the
look
moon
like?
than us, but okay.
What's 93 million look like?
Lot,
So if you don't know that, stupid fuck, what's 238,000 look like? Now we're just gonna ask for
I'm turning you back down. I
39.59.
thought you were making sense. Blue
No,
was
we're
responding to
making a
you.
lot of sense
random
between
words.
the sun and moon.
I thought you
while
were
they're
responding to him. I thought he was
eclipsing,
making
there's
sense.
supposed to be a
Yeah, every
93
time
million
Debach
mile
is
gap.
here, he is in this loop of continuous repetition
Yeah,
of
we're asking
non
you guys for a
sequiturs. So every
demonstration
time
of
I hear him here,
39.59.
yeah, it's time to
Left to right.
go. Fuck
Arc
this.
boys, arc
This
minute
is
boys.
not a conversation.
No, an arc minute isn't a conversation either, fucking weirdo. So
You
now,
deluded me, Blue. You were responding to him.
39.59 on my horizon. How come I'm seeing more than the Earth's size on my left to right horizon? I'm seeing 24,000 miles, if I'm not mistaken. Where the fuck is your globe at when I can see
No
a
one's
horizontal
addressing his
line
point.
that outdoes
He's raising. Hang on a minute,
24,900
Denmark is
miles?
raising some good points. Yeah, he's
Denmark's
raising some
making
good points.
absolutely
If you
no
guys are
sense
not addressing,
whatsoever, Jim.
address his points. His points,
You
please.
can't address them. They're impossible to address. It's just gibberish.
Got him. You got Blue Marble. And Blue Marble made this crazy assertion that a water level establishes 2 points of equal elevation.
That's
I don't even know how
all
he
it
knows
does.
that.
Look it
How do
up.
you even
That's
know it
all
does
it
that?
does.
Look
Stop
it up.
using
How do you
Bev's.
know it does that?
I have a question for you.
How do
Is
you
it
know
called
that?
a water? Is it called a water level or a water horizontal?
Are we just? I don't know. Are we just going to make assertions and define it, or
Is
are we going
it
to prove
called
it?
a water
Blue
level?
Marble have? I mean, I asked Blue Marble.
Or
if
is
he
it a
has any
water
proof that
horizontal?
he has any proof that a water level does what he just said it does? Is there any proof
Oh,
for that?
excuse
Or
me,
is he
is
just
it a-
making it up?
You ever
All
heard
right,
of
Yeah, but that's
communicating vessels? That's what a water level is. Communicating
You're just
vessels.
you're
Two
just defining it
communicating
again.
vessels.
You're just defining it again. Where's the proof?
I'm not defining it. That is absolutely what a water level is. It is a pair of communicating vessels.
I agree.
It serves
Okay,
one
but how
purpose
does
and
that
one
prove?
purpose only.
How does
It
that
can
prove?
establish 2 points of equal elevation. That's all
Right,
it can
prove it.
do.
All right, prove it. You're just
You're
asserting
using
it.
a bunch
Prove
of
it.
Bev definitions.
Okay, I will prove it.
A bunch of
I will
Bev
prove
speak.
it.
Okay, prove it.
Okay, I just proved it right now. I put the instruction manual from a water level manufacturer. How about that? Is that good enough for you? Follow the money.
No, it's not a proof. What is blue marble's proof that a
It's
water
not
level
a proof.
does this?
But I have a question for you. A very simple question. Is it called a water level or is it called a water horizontal?
I don't even know what it, blue marble doesn't even know what it does and how
Oh,
it
it's.
does
I
it.
think
He
it's
just said
called a
it doesn't
water
go in the
level,
instructions
isn't
or
it? I don't remember it
something like
ever
that.
being called a water
That's not my problem.
horizontal.
You got it wrong.
Why does the manufacturer of a water level instruct otherwise? Are they wrong? Are you calling the manufacturer of the water level wrong? Are you telling me that you can buy an instrument and it's going to give you lies in
Hey,
in the
calm down,
instructions?
Shoebill. Calm down, Shoebill. Relax.
Oh, dude, if I just write,
It's not that intense, bro.
if I just
It's
write an
not that
assertion on,
intense.
if I just write an assertion on every piece of like tool, and I say, hey, this tool proves flat Earth, does that make it so that every tool now proves? Blue marble, what is your proof?
Thank you,
that
Tanks.
Are you going to sell that tool? Are you
Yeah,
going
I'm
to
gonna
sell that tool?
Blue
Hey
marble, what
guys,
is your
You're
proof?
selling that tool.
hang on.
I don't need to
I hear
prove that.
I hear him talking to Blue, and I'm hearing 3 other people talking when he's asking Blue a question. Let Blue talk.
All
I
right,
don't
go
need
ahead,
to
Blue. I'm
prove that.
sorry.
It's communicating vessels. I don't need to prove that to you or anybody. If you don't understand it, that's not my problem.
How does that prove
Big
that the
Blue,
2
can I-
points are equal elevation?
How about those 2 points have a shortest distance called a straight line?
I guess we're all out of proofs today. People continue with
Crickets.
whatever you were doing. Yep.
Other thing is, establishing horizontal with a water level doesn't mean flat Earth. I don't even know why y'all use it.
Nope, no, it doesn't. I agree with you there.
Simple
But
hydrostatic
you guys don't want it to
equilibrium.
be a straight line.
2 points of equal
Thank you.
gravitational potential. That's all it does. What does a hammer do? No tanks.
How do you know that that's what it's doing? Like, what is it?
What does a
Is it just
hammer
in the
do?
definition?
What does a
I'm not
hammer
talking-
Yeah,
do?
let's deflect
Do you
to a
know?
hammer.
The hammer sits
deflect
in the
to a hammer.
The
Tell me what a
sits in
hammer
the-
does.
I'm going to tell you. The hammer sits in the toolbox while we grab the water level tool, and then you tell me how you know 2 points of the water level establish points of equal elevation.
What does a hammer do?
It sits in the drawer until you can tell me what the
Okay,
what the water level does.
prove it then.
I mean, you made an
Prove
assertion.
that that's
Do you not
what a
have
hammer
proof,
does.
or is
Prove
it
it
just like
sits
a
in a
bold,
drawer.
axiomatic, dogmatic
Can you
assertion?
prove it?
Yeah. Like, I can prove that the Earth is not flat. Yeah, I can prove it. But you can't. I mean, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. You can't. You don't have the proof. You don't have what it takes, I guess. I don't know.
I think y'all are the ones making the claim here.
Yeah.
Am I? By asking Blue, how is it with your bold assertion that a water level is a tool for establishing 2 points of equal elevation? How do you know that? That's just a question. That was the
Because
original
of the
question. and it's
law
gonna
of
stand.
communicating vessels. That's how I know that.
Can you
Okay, what
explain the law of
yeah.
communicating vessels then, please? Left
Yeah,
lane.
carry on. I'll let you guys go.
Let's go look it up.
You
How
really
do you
need to
set
look it up.
3 points? How do you set 3 points of equal elevation?
I don't even know how we do 2 yet. Blue's not even
Well, yeah, we're still
he's
stuck
a
on 2.
science guy, but
I would anchor one end of it as the beginning point, and I would take the other end of it, and I would make as many marks like down the wall to set a ledger board for a deck, or around the corner of the house if you wanted to carry it around the corner of the house. You just make your marks and set your board on it, and it'll be level.
Yeah, but let's set
Also
3 points of
horizontal.
equal elevation,
It's not going to be
multiple miles
sloped,
apart.
right? Hang on,
Let's set
Shoebill.
three.
It's not going to be sloped, is it?
No, I'm going to have 3 points of equal elevation.
So it's horizontal.
No, I'm asking you.
If it's not sloped,
Okay.
it's horizontal.
Okay, now we have a 3 mile lake, and we have 3 points that are exactly 4 feet above the surface of the lake at the beginning, in the middle, and the end. Is that 3 points of equal elevation? Three points, 4 feet above the water of a calm lake, 3 miles long.
Is that a rhetorical question?
No, this was actually done and videotaped.
It sounds like a rhetorical question.
No, but it's not hypothetical, not rhetorical. It was done and videotaped. Is that the
I
definition
didn't
of
say
3 points of equal
hypothetical. So
elevation?
why would you add that in there? Good job, Shoebill.
Because it was videotaped, and what's his face was saying that 3 points of equal elevation would be equal height above a water level, and this water level is a calm lake 3 miles long.
Who's this? Jesse Kozlowski?
Yeah, if it's
A
a
lake is
horizontal.
not a water level. A lake.
Oh, a lake is not a water level?
A water
A
level.
lake is not a water level.
No, the water level is the tool with two vials.
Okay, but what about a
Don't be fucking
lake? Is a
stupid.
lake a good enough water level for you?
I said
Is
a lake
is a lake
not
is the
a water
surface of a
level.
lake is the surface of a lake a constant elevation?
Nope.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Okay, citation
There's
required on
ripples.
that.
There's ripples on the water, right?
What
Well,
if
this
it's
is a
not
calm
written? I
lake.
got ripples.
This is a
Now I'm
calm
just
lake.
being semantic.
No, this
Fuck,
is
you guys
calm.
are
It's a calm
retarded.
lake.
Just know this,
The
Rob.
surface of the water is
Just
obvious
know that
in
you
this
got
video.
you
In
got
the
the best
video,
of the
the
best.
surface of the water is calm.
You got a guy named Blue Marble Science, best of the best. He made an assertion. He doesn't even have any proofs for it. It's just this is what you get. I mean, just
I gave
know
you
that
the
this is
proof
for
of it.
fun.
Right
what
there
was
in
it?
the text, Chet.
Let me check it out.
The law of communicating vessels.
Well, yeah, I mean, all right, let me
That's
see.
what a
I'm
water
gonna
level does.
read into it. I'm gonna see how
That's
this
what a
law
water
was.
level is.
Yeah, I just want to see how the law was established, affirmed, and proved to be the case. Let me just look at it. Hold on.
Thing that everybody's claiming to ask for, wouldn't the high-speed tow tank in the ship basin in Bethesda, Maryland, answer that? The David Taylor Basin?
No.
We have a known curved rail that sits directly above the surface of liquid water, and it is parallel and exactly maintains the same distance above the surface, except for the north end, after the subway tunnel was built.
All right. Well, we're going right now. We're on the point, drink, Kool-Aid guy, of how we even know the definitions to be true right now. Like Blue Marble was asserting that there is a definition that's true by proof by by method. So I'm going to look at the method that they use to prove this axiom.
Apparently, the water in a tow tank that's what half mile long. That is the definition of level, isn't it? Constant elevation of the surface of water, and the rail is concentric, the equal height all along the way, and it's an arc. So I don't know what your point is. Take it to industry. Follow the money.
My point was, I don't know, you guys are scattergunning to a whole bunch of shit that nobody's talking about. It was just simply, how do we know that a water level establishes 2 points of equal elevation? You've jumped the gun, right? You guys
Water
are
always seeks its own level, right?
How do you know that?
Oh, flirfs have been saying that for decades. I don't know why you now need proof of a flirfism.
No, we need proof of all things. How do you guys know? I mean, we're not going to just start, right? We're not going to start with, well, if then, if this, then that. We're going to prove something, right?
Well, now we have to prove a lake is a constant elevation.
Yeah,
we could actually use the Taylor model basin to say that the surface of the water is at an equal potential. We could use the fact that they dug the subway tunnel, removing a bunch of mass, and actually changed the shape of the water as evidence that mass attracts mass.
All right, Globies, you're all over the place. Just let it be known, Rob, that Blue Marble could not prove his assertion.
Just let it be known that I did prove it. I showed it to you.
Yeah, this is a reassertion of the claim.
It is not. If you fill any one of those tubes in that illustration, start filling any one of them with water, all the other ones will fill, and they will fill to the same elevation.
How do you know that?
Because you can do the fucking experiment. That's how.
How do you know they're at the same elevation?
You can do it. Have you never done this before?
How do you know they're at the same elevation?
Because the water is not flowing between them any longer.
That's interesting. How do you know that non-flowing water remains at one elevation?
Good Lord. Are you really going to ask me that?
I mean, if you don't know where the proof is, then you don't know where the proof is. That's all right.
There's the proof right there in front of you.
Yeah. Now he questions what the flat earthers have been saying for decades.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what I said. Take away what people are saying and show me the proof. The proof would be in reality somewhere, something that you would show that couldn't be anything but what it is. So show me the proof.
You mean like the
Not like
Bethesda
a toe
Taylor?
tank. Not like a toe tank. Nope.
Not like water reacting to the forces. Exactly what you're asking for. So not what
No,
you're
not
asking
that
for.
one. Not that. Nope. All right, so I guess we're just gonna go back to like I said, let it be known. We're just at square. I don't know. We're at square 10, but we're gonna skip 1 through 9. We're just gonna go to square 10, and we're not even gonna know how we know what we think we know.
Okay, so
No,
now water does. Now we don't know that water
we.
seeks its own.
You don't know.
Now water seeking its own level is now an unknown.
Yeah, now you don't know it. Yeah, now you don't have any.
Oh,
proof
you
of
don't
it.
know
You
it.
won't know. Yeah.
Okay. Flat Earthers can no longer say that because no tanks doesn't know it.
I mean, is that what it is?
This is
Knowing
the
just
SE
asserting it,
method
or does knowing? Do you have to prove it, or do you just know? You just know it. You're just born with it. What is it?
I don't believe
I've used water level a bunch
I
of
don't think
times.
so.
Human intellect for the past couple of millennia have already demonstrated it to all of us.
They just know it, and then
No,
you
they
say, "Well, I don't know
demonstrated
it, but they know
demonstrated.
it, so I know it." Oh,
Demonstrated.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Demonstrate.
Sorry. Done.
All right, demonstrate. What is the demonstration that proves that 2 points on a water level are at equal elevation? What's the demonstration? And then show me how you prove it.
Communicating vessels. I've told you.
That's just the assertion.
No, that's the demonstration.
All right, now what's the proof?
The demonstration is the proof.
That's just
What's
the
wrong
assertion.
with
You're just
you?
holding up. You're just holding up a
What
bucket
is
of
wrong
water,
with you?
and you're
Good
making
Lord.
an assertion about it. What's the proof?
What the demonstration itself is the proof.
So you're just holding it up in the air. You're saying, "Look, I'm holding this thing up in the air. It is a diamond. So therefore, it's a diamond because I held it up in the air, and that's it. There's nothing else required. Just the assertion."
Have you gone full DMOC? Oh my God.
I was asking, what's the
It's
proof?
reminded me of DMOC.
I'm
Where's the
holding
proof?
two ends of the water level, and I'm pouring water in one end of it.
Okay, now, yep.
At some point, the water comes up on the opposite tube.
Is it?
And regardless of whether I take water out, once it stabilizes, the two elevations are the same. You can see it. You can match them up next to each other.
Okay,
If you pour a little water in one side, the other side rises.
Yeah, how do you prove
Again,
they're at the
becoming
same
equal.
elevation?
That's called the law of communicating vessels.
Okay, so what? So at no distance or anything like out, that some sort of at no any kind of variable, would one end of the water level be at a lower distance, lower level than the other one? They'd be the same elevation, no matter what.
Once it stabilizes, yes.
Once
the water stops flowing from one vessel to the other.
Okay, so just we're not even going to worry about the proof. We're just going to skip by the proof. We're going to say forget the proof.
That is the proof.
But I know that
you
I
don't
can
have to
say
like it. I don't give a shit if you like it or not. But
well,
that's
just, there's no proof in there, right? But
you apparently can't understand it. But that's okay.
Well, you haven't said the proof. But all right, but the assertion is going to be that at no point would the other end of the surface of water ever drop below the initial point. That would never happen. There would never be a drop over distance. This would not
you can have
ever
that,
occur.
sure.
What do you
But
mean?
the water flows when you
hold
do
on a
that.
second. Yeah, right. So water at rest would never drop over the distance.
No.
In elevation.
Nope.
Okay, so it would. What would it be creating then? If not a drop, what would it be creating?
What would it be creating? 2 points of equal elevation. That's what it creates. That's
Okay, would
all
that be a line connected between the two? What do you got
2
going on?
points. You understand what a point is?
Yeah, a point
it creates
and another
2
point.
points of equal elevation. Those 2 points are at the meniscus of the water in the little vials at the ends of the water level.
Okay, so it is dropping or it isn't dropping over the distance?
No, it's not dropping.
Okay, so there's points of equal elevation, and no matter what distance, that's right. And now you're saying that there is a distance between the 2 points.
Yeah, you can make it any distance you want.
Okay, and now can we measure what's the shortest distance?
What is the shortest distance?
Yeah, between 2 points. Like, what would I call the shortest distance between 2 points?
I don't know. Maybe a Planck length. You want to think about that?
Okay, well, what would I try to measure here? Like, if I took one over to, like, say, I don't know, 100 feet, would the feet be like measured in a straight linear distance, or would that be a straight line distance? Shortest
That'd be a
distance?
chord.
You can measure that way if you like, sure.
That's called
Okay,
a chord.
I don't know. So,
Yeah, it would be a
so
chord.
all right. So a water level is a tool for establishing a chord.
No,
Yeah.
a water level is a
No, yeah.
tool for establishing 2 points of equal elevation.
And between
And
the 2
also
points is
can
always a
establish
chord.
a chord. It can do more things at once.
All right, at rest only. At rest. All right, so now, like, I don't know, somebody brought a lake in. I don't. There's no proofs in this yet. We're just gonna, like, mind play with it, right? But somebody brought a lake into play earlier, Blue. Now, would you say that if I carried a water level tool over the surface of a lake, like one end of it, just the one end, and that would be equal elevate, would that rise from the surface of the lake? Would it fall towards the surface of the lake? What would happen here in your demonstration?
I don't even understand what that question is.
Yeah, all I'm doing is carrying a water level over the surface of a lake. That's it. Just one end
You
of
got
it.
a water
The other
level
end, I
over
nail
the
it up.
surface of a lake. What do you think it would do?
I'm asking you. I don't have it. You
You
have the
don't know.
demonstrations.
Okay, well,
What
maybe
do you
you ought to
think?
go find out.
I'm picking your brain here. We got one communicating
Maybe you
vessel,
should
right?
go find out.
Yeah, raised above another communicating vessel. I
No, the
carry the
lake's not
one.
communicating with the water level.
No, yeah, these are two separate things. That's why I want to, like, compare and contrast. So now, if I carry the water level, the one end of it, over the surface of the lake, is it going to rise from the surface or fall towards the surface? What's going to happen? I never done this demonstration of yours.
I have no idea what you're babbling about.
You don't know. You don't know what'll happen. So you don't know what a water level does.
Well, you can't ask a question that makes any sense. You're carrying
What
a
does
water level over the
do?
surface of the
Yeah.
lake. Are you waving it up and down, or left and right? What are you doing to the water level?
We don't want
Give me
it
some
to,
more information.
Yeah, we don't want it to flow, like you said. Like, because when they're not at equal elevation, for whatever reason you said, no proofs yet. But when it's demonstrated that one's at a different elevation, then the water would flow. So we're going to make sure we don't want them to flow. We're going to keep them at the same elevation as the tool is used. That's what it's used for, to establish points of elevation. You said. So we're going to now just carry it over the surface of the lake, and make sure the water doesn't flow. That's it. What is it going to do in reference to the surface of the water?
Depends on whether the lake is all at the same elevation. All lakes are not.
Well, how would I?
Lakes that are being fed by a river, or lakes that are made on a river,
that's
have
true.
flowing water usually.
That's true. I have looked up what would be like the gallon per minute ratio that would require a certain volume. I haven't found that equation yet, but yeah. But I do agree with that. Yeah. So what? So then what? You said we wouldn't know the elevation. So what is a tool for measuring elevation in this that I have here? Like a change in elevation.
You could measure the change of elevation of the lake with a water level.
Okay, with a water level.
If you had a long enough water level.
Okay, so the water level is a tool for establishing 2 points of equal elevation, which you imagine may or may not deviate from the surface of another standing body of water.
Not a standing body. If it's a standing body of water, it won't deviate.
Okay. All right. So a pond wouldn't.
You're presuming that the lake is standing. I'm presuming that it might not be.
Yeah, I agree. It may not be. I don't know the equation for, like, the gallon per minute of, like, the water introduced into a lake from a river. Where would, like, I can't imagine it would equal out all at the same exact time. I think it would take a little bit of time. Yeah.
What even is the contention?
The contention, it really isn't a contention. Right now, we don't have a proof for it at the moment, but we're just agreeing that a water level is a tool for establishing a plane of reference. 2 points at I'm letting you know. So if you have points of equal elevation in a standing body of water, like the communicating vessel of the water level, then we're creating a straight line distance between 2 points that couldn't be anything other than what it is, because we can show that if we raise one end of the water level, the water will flow. So this is a straight line that's established by the water level. To then measure elevation change from that straight line up or down in reference to the plane it establishes.
Hold on, you just changed it. It's not necessarily a straight line between the two. The two are in equal elevation. That's all we know. The line between them could be at a drastically different elevation and not straight.
No. Blue already said that if that was the case, then that would be a change in elevation and the water would flow. But the water's not flowing, so we know it's not the case.
Right. We know the 2 points are at equal elevation. We don't know that the middle is a straight line. It doesn't have to be. You can literally use a garden hose for this and put, an S curve in the garden hose. That is not straight, but it will still work for the communicating vessels.
Like, listen, you can do this with you can grab like a straight edge right now. Like you can grab 4 foot long straight edge, right? And then you could have a water level attached to both ends, right? And then you could just kind of tilt the you could raise one end lower than the other one, right? Or raise one end higher than the other one, and you're going to measure a longer distance, right? You'll be like, oh, that's a longer line, right? But if you have them at the same elevation, right, 2 points, you're going to know that's the shortest. That's a straight line, shortest distance, not a longer line. So you can prove that it's a straight line distance between the two. You can just do it with a straight edge in your room right now.
Okay.
Measure point to point.
Hold on. I was just watering the grass. I turn off the water. I take the hose off the end. I take the end that was attached to the house and the other end. I'm holding them up so the water is not flowing. There is still water in
Top
that.
of the water
hole.
is where you get your measurement, not the hose.
Right.
You can do whatever the fuck you want with the hose.
Right. So
walk it
to
a new
Hold
position.
on. Can I land this real quick?
Yeah.
I think the other guy's agreeing with me. It doesn't matter what the hose is doing. It can be swirled all around and wrapped in around itself. I'm taking the measurements at the end of the hose.
Correct. Yeah. So then you just like the 3 points that you're hoping. Yeah. Right. So the 3 points that you're 3 points that you're establishing and you're hoping to get, just move the water level, the end, right, the top of it, to another position. Just take one step forward. You'll be like, oh, 1, 2, 3. Shortest distance between 1, 2, and 3. Straight line.
What is the third point?
We don't
anywhere you decide to move. You just move it. You just walk.
Man, I can't. And what is the second point?
Sorry. Listen, there's a water level, right? You got to attach it to your house or something, right? That's point 1. Then you take the other point, right? Every moment in time will be another point. If you're moving, you're going to be like, all right, step 1, step 2. And those are all different points. Keep stepping, keep walking, keep it moving, right? Those are all points. Yeah. They establish points of equal elevation. No point higher or lower than the other point. That's straight line. There you go.
Not a straight line necessarily.
How do you know
that? Because that's the way gravity works.
Well, how do you know that's the way gravity works on this water level?
Yeah, because you can test this.
Okay, then you do have a proof then that that the water level is not a tool for establishing points of equal elevation. You have a proof
it absolutely establishes points of equal elevation. Yes.
Okay.
It does not establish a straight line that is all at the same elevation.
All right. How do you know? How do you know? What's your proof? What's your proof that the 2 points in the communicating vessel do not establish a shortest distance between the 2 points? What's your proof of that?
Is this about the technicality?
Stop asking questions, guy. Whoever you are. What is this about?
Yeah, but you guys have been going back and forth for quite a while, man. Maybe
I don't care about, dude. I don't know. That's how time works, Artie, and fuck off. So how do you know, Blue, that what you're asserting is the case? How do you know?
I know. What are you? Try asking a question.
You stated not necessarily a straight line. How do you know it's not a straight line?
It's not a straight line.
How do you know that?
Points of elevation is not points of equal elevation are not collinear.
How do you know that?
Because we can measure it.
All right. How did the water level measure that for you?
We can do that, huh?
Right, how did the water level tool, the communicating vessel, how did it prove to you that it's not doing that?
Well, it can be proven quite easily if you put a third tap in the center of it.
All you got to do is move the other end. Just take a step.
If you have 3 communicating vessels
and move, that's it.
If you have 3 communicating vessels separated by a decent distance, you'll find out that the straight line between the end 2 is below the center one.
Okay, so now I did ask you earlier. Now you're saying that over distance, the 2 points, even just on the 2 points, over distance, one is lower than the other. One
Nope.
is lower than the other one.
Nope. They're all the same elevation.
They're always the same, right? So they're always the same.
All
Now,
at the same elevation.
You seem
Same
to not
gravitational
understand what
potential.
elevation
Who's this guy cutting in that nobody's talking to? Who is he?
I don't
He's
think
trying to
this is
help
how
him.
it
You got him, no tanks. You got him on the ropes, no tanks. Don't let him up.
So it seems like you don't understand.
Ardian wants in so bad. Listen, Ardian, you didn't know what was going on. You were like, "What's
I was
going on?
listening
Why are
for
people
at
doing
least
this?
30
Why is this
minutes, man.
conversation
So I don't
happening?"
understand why you're doing the meta.
Yeah,
I don't
why are you
understand
doing
why you're
that?
doing this meta. Maybe
Yeah,
you're
why are
like
you
trying to
jumping
run
in?
away
Just sit
from the
back. You
question.
still don't know what's going on. You said it.
I do, in fact. I do, in
All right.
fact.
So now you do know. Go ahead. What's going on?
Correct. So if you would like mind stopping being a woman and just
Yeah,
doing
go ahead.
this
What's
meta
going on? Just say what's
conversation,
going
like
on.
you would
Just
like
say what's
instead
going
just
on.
let
Just
me
stop with the
speak, I
meta.
would
Just
be
say what's
done
going
by
on.
now already. But instead, you're just over talking me, right?
You pinky promise you'll be done? All right, go ahead.
You're scaring him, no tanks. You're scaring him.
Absolutely not scared. You guys would not even be looking
Well,
into
listen,
my
you
eyes.
promised you would be
stand in
done. Go
front of
ahead.
me. No, I didn't promise I would be done. I said I would have been done by now if you
All
wouldn't
right,
have
when will you
spoken
be
in
done? Just
between.
tell me.
When I'm finished.
All right, all right.
Typical-
Go ahead. So
typical
just
slur.
begin. You got to begin to
All
finish. So
right. Well,
begin.
will you
Go ahead.
overtalk me or not?
All right, never mind. Next, I'm going to ask you, Blue. How is it that you established, since Artie doesn't know what's going on? How is it, dude? Do you know what's going on or not? If you do,
Yes,
then
I
jump
do.
in. All right, go ahead,
Yes, I
jump
do,
in.
of course. I mean, I already said it. You seem to not be aware what elevation means, right? You keep on conflating two equally high elevated points with them being in fucking horizontal perfect line. No, that's not the case.
Okay.
He
How do
already
you know
told
that?
you if you have a. He already told you that when you can do this example with like just take a circle, okay? Take a circle, take 2 points on a circle, right? And make a perfectly 90-degree
All right,
line
I'm not really into these thought experiments. Just show
I
me
mean, I don't
reality.
give a
Just show it
shit,
in,
man.
just
You
show it
asked
in
me a
reality,
question,
dude.
I'll shut your dirty mouth, man.
Yeah, how do you know in reality
You
that
asked
this
me
is
a
what's happening? Don't
question.
tell me
You
to
asked me a
imagine some
question.
circles.
I'm not telling you to imagine anything. I'm telling you to fucking do math. If you cannot do that,
All
that's
right.
on you.
Imagine a circle with 2
Can you
points. Go ahead.
stop
Now I'm
over
imagining.
talking me? Can you stop over talking me and just be fucking like a man for more
Just
than
say
2
your
seconds?
shit, dude. Just say it.
I'm trying to speak, but you clearly didn't have a father to educate you how to have manners. So would
Hey,
you
take it
please,
easy, bro. This ain't Germany, 1939.
would you please just calm down? Thank you, man. Again, if you want to understand what I'm trying to refer to, get rid of this like hose example and so on and so on. Let's make it more simplistic since you can't comprehend the complicated ones, right?
All right, well,
Take
throw
a
away
circle.
reality. Go ahead.
Take
Yep,
a
do a
circle. It's still reality, man, unless you want to tell me that a piece of paper is no more reality.
All right, go ahead.
If you take a circle, take a 3 centimeter elevated point at one point, and then another one at a different point of the surface, and then another one, and you connect the first to the third, the middle one will be above the other two. Do you comprehend that?
Yeah, now do it in reality. Go ahead.
What would be the difference if you would do that on a
Listen,
three-dimensional sphere than on a circle?
Yeah, one would be reality. One's a piece of paper with an idea.
What would be the difference? I didn't say
Yeah,
if one's reality
one's
or
an
not.
idea, and one's reality where you're proving something. That's all.
This is just absolute non sequitur. Like, I don't care if you believe it's a reality or not. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, then there's no need to imagine it. We'll just go right to reality with the water level, with the hose that we don't need to throw. We don't need to throw
Is
away
a hose,
reality.
is that
We don't
hose
have to do
part
it.
of reality? Sorry? Because
Yes,
I
it's
don't
part of
see a
reality.
hose.
That's right.
You're asking me to imagine things, right? But when I ask you to imagine more simpler things, you seem to not fucking want to do that because your brain cannot comprehend it.
All right.
Not my
Anyway, you got nothing to say, dude. It's fine.
I do.
You're trying to find a way to get into the
attack.
conversation, and you're just not in it. It's fine.
I'm sorry, man. I explained it to you. Would you now please admit if you agree with me or not on the circle example or not?
Yeah, circle on a piece of paper. That's a great idea. Let's just prove it in reality now. And now we got the water level that
Would
we were
please
told. I don't
come
even know
to
why.
an agreement or disagreement before you just like go on and yap about something else?
No, you're changing the topic. So I understand your
I'm not
I understand
changing
your
the
piece of
topic.
paper.
You're
I'm
just
gonna
hand
turn you down,
waving
dude.
my example. I don't give a fuck if you tell me down or not. You can run away as much as you want. You're hand waving the example. I asked you a simple question. Do you agree that that will be the case or not? If you take a piece of paper, draw a circle on it, then make 3 points elevated from the fucking surface of from the radius of the thing, and then you end up with these 3 first and third dot, connecting them, and you will end up with the middle one being elevated, higher than the other ones. It will be above your line, connecting them. Do you agree or disagree? And don't just
I
run
don't know,
away.
Blue.
By
Like I have him turned down. I can't really hear him. But do you have any proof, Blue?
Is
that,
this allowed
that
on the
what
server?
your
Can
mind,
you just
your
mute
thought
people after
he's
they
talking
talk
over
for
me
half
now.
an
I
hour?
waited for him
Really?
to be done.
Is this what the server like allows?
Oh, show me your. Show me your sphere on paper on a string in a lab.
Is this really what the server like is promoting? Like people just like yapping for half an hour, and then when you push them for 2 minutes, they like mute people and turn them down.
Oh, cry harder, bro.
There is no crying going on, man. This is just childish behavior on his end, like effeminate behavior.
Oh, well, you're crying like a child.
I'm turning you down because you have a cock in your mouth, man. Take it out of your mouth. Thank you. You're not saying anything other than just fucking like popcorn in the background, man. Shut the fuck
Ad
up.
hom attack. Ad hom.
Shut the fuck up, man. You haven't contributed anything. You're just like
Whatever.
fucking
Go check the
comments
temperature
from
of
the
your oven.
Nobody cares. You're old. You're gonna die soon anyways. Take care.
You don't gotta be so mean to the Nazi.
I don't give a shit if you call me a Nazi. I'd rather be a Nazi than you, man, any day of the week.
Of course you were. Nazis are people.
I don't give a shit, man. This is not an insult to me. I don't care. Call me
I
a
know.
communist, Nazi, whatever you want. I can be whoever you want. Just would you please engage with the argument?
Well, that's kind of conflicting. You can't really be a communist Nazi, but
This is just fucking effeminate, like, conversation, bro. Like,
Yeah,
coffee
man.
talk.
Yo, grow the fuck up and have a convo. Jesus Christ.
It's
I mean,
impossible.
he wasn't in it, dude. I don't know. He jumped in. He demanded that I address his argument. That wasn't my argument. I mean, just show it to be the case in reality. I'll turn him back up. I mean, if he has an argument for that, not just like a piece of paper theoretical argument, but a demonstration in reality that one point established by a water level is lower than the other point established by. Show me that that's the case, and I'd be
What were
interested
you
to see
and
it.
Blue Marble doing the whole time? It was all
I'm
theoretical.
gonna turn him back up now because he's talking through me. So I'll turn him back up now.
Obviously, I have to talk through you because every single one time you start speaking is the middle of my sentence, man.
Couldn't have been
Let
the
me
case, dude.
finish. You just proved it again, bro. Let me finish, and I'll let you finish. Is that okay for you?
Continue if you have something to say.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. So again, do you agree with me or do you disagree with me that when we take a circle and draw three equally elevated dots from the surface, right, from the circumference, we end up making a line in between the first and the third dot, let's say 3 centimeters. Will the middle line, the middle dot, be above or beneath the line?
I mean, before we get into this conceptual idea of a piece of paper, how is it that you established anything to be a straight line in reality to measure whether something's higher or lower than it? What is it in reality that we use to establish a straight line of reference?
Irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant.
Okay, well, I'm only dealing with reality, dude, right now. I don't want to talk about the imagination.
So you are
I'd like
holding
to
a
have
house?
something to reference.
Completely relevant.
It is
You guys have
irrelevant.
no straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Exactly.
Nobody said a straight line on the surface of a sphere. I don't know if you can comprehend like the most simplest math.
I don't need the ad hom.
I said,
but
I'm
yeah,
not ad homing
I
you.
claim
man.
stance.
I said I
give a
don't know
fuck.
if you can comprehend.
You're
An ad hominem would be,
disingenuous.
bro, just stop using buzzwords, please. An ad hominem would be if I would say you are incapable of making arguments due to your intelligence or
That's a
due
genetic
to any
failure.
other characteristic
You're
trait.
poisoning
right?
the well, and I'd appreciate it if you stop that.
He's begging the question too. He's begging the
Know
question.
what it is.
It's circular reasoning,
Like,
Rob.
Again, you guys are just effeminate. Like, this is crazy. The amount
No,
of
you're begging the
estrogen that you
question,
people
bro.
have is insane. Anyways, so once again, nobody said that the surface of a circle is at any point a straight line. I said,
Yeah.
take 2 points, okay, 2 points, make them equally elevated from the surface, which is, let's say, 3 centimeters.
Is that going to be a straight line up?
And then, yeah, it's going to be 90 degrees.
All right, so now we got a straight line. All right. Now, then what do we do?
Then you end up making a third one, and you connect the 3 centimeters of the one with the 3 centimeters of the third, which places the second one in between. And then you connect these 2 dots. You make a straight line between these 2 dots, not the surface, these 2 dots.
All right, very good, very good. So now what is that?
No, the question is not done, man. Like, again, I'm saying the same thing for the 7th time. Maybe listen for once. Is the 3rd centimeter, the dot on the second line, above or beneath the line?
Okay, so my thing that I put to you, when I heard you say that, and I heard it clearly the first time, what is it in reality that you're going to use to establish that straight line, distance between the points, like in reality? What is the tool that you're going to use to put straight lines in reality?
Is this like just, I don't understand.
Yeah, you're saying, listen, I got a piece of paper. You're like, I got a piece of paper, and I can see, I can draw these straight lines on a piece of paper with a ruler, yada yada yada. This relates to reality because in reality, I can establish these straight lines, distance between points, in reality, and show that one is lower or higher than the other one. What is it in reality that you're going to use to establish straight line distances between one point and another point?
Since you're asking a question upon a question, I will ask you with a question on top of it. Have you ever seen a circle in reality?
That's a logical fallacy.
Hey, listen, if you're not going to jump back into reality at some point with how
I'm
you
asking you a
establish
simple question. Have you seen a circle in reality? Since you are asking a question upon my question, which is truly dishonest, I'm going to ask you as well one. Have you ever
listen,
seen
I'm trying to
a
keep
reality?
you focused here. We are talking about the water level, the tool that establishes points of equal elevation and how they do establish equal elevation, or if they don't, right? And what we're going to need to either prove or to refute this is a straight line from A to B, showing that one position, one point, cuts a chord through it, or whatever. So we're going to need a tool that establishes a plane of reference, whether it be a vertical, diagonal, or horizontal plane of reference, to then measure a deviation from it in reality. So go ahead. What is it?
I will again. You asked a question upon my question. If you would have bothered answering mine, I would bother answering yours. Again, man, I asked you a simple fucking question. I gave you an example, and I said to you, you have nothing. I was the one who gave you the example. You are hand waving it. So let me ask you again the same question in return. Since you want to critique my example for not being realistic, you speak the whole time about like straight lines, about circles, about spheres. Are you under the impression that any of these exist in reality? Have you ever seen a circle in reality or a sphere? Have you?
Anyway, yeah, you're disconnected. I tried to bring you into the convo.
No, you haven't. That's my point. You're just a fucking yapper, man. You are Japanese. You are a certified, classified citizen of Japanese. Listen, sir, I'm going to tell you very simply.
That's racist.
None of the shapes that I just listed exist in reality. These are ideal forms. They are mathematical forms. You will never reach them in reality. There will never be a perfect sphere. There will never be a perfect circle. There will never be any of these. These are ideals. So when you sit here and critique me and say, oh, this is not reality, this is just theory. Yeah, all math is. Including your fucking example.
You're saying right now in this moment that we can't have a perfect like straight line in reality, because in reality it will have to be made of. Hold on, let me finish it. Let me finish it. What I'm saying, because in reality it will be the straight, whatever it is that establishes the straight line will have to be made of some sort of a material or substance that has undulations. Therefore, it could never actually be straight. Is that your position?
My point is, you will never have anything real, physical, that is perfectly straight. You will never have anything physical that is a perfect sphere. You will never have anything physical that is a perfect circle. It doesn't exist. So when you hand wave my example for not being realistic, neither is any of the things you were talking about. Just so you know.
Very good, very good. Yeah, very good. So we agree on that. So now, is a shortest distance between 2 points? It's not physical. It's abstract concept.
How many more questions do you want to ask?
Hello. Well, all right. I'll just assert it.
I asked you the first one. I just responded to yours. How about you answer to mine?
Relax. I won't even ask it, dude. I will then assert that yes, that does hold true. That a physical object or surface would have undulations because it's constrained to the physical world. So it wouldn't be adapt to the ideal geometry that we're going to use. But the shortest distance between 2 points, being a straight line, doesn't have any undulations in it.
Is that theoretical or is that realistic? No thanks.
Realistically, yeah. So
is the straight line realistic? Is it materialistic, or is it part of your imagination? Is the straight line? I'm asking you the same question you asked me. So please, calm down, old man, and just listen to the question and answer for once a question, right? Listen here very carefully. Is that straight line you're referring to between 2 points in the material world an imaginary line or a real line?
Yeah, so this conceptual shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line which doesn't bend, doesn't have undulations, and it can be established in reality.
Is it part of your imagination or is it part of the material world?
Yeah, so these concepts all
You're not
do exist in
answering.
reality, and they're established using a water level. Would be this, as stated by blue marble science, would be 2 points of equal elevation, and the proof would lie
You're
in
just
the
referring
difference
it back
between
to
them.
the other guy. You're
Yeah,
not
the
responding
shortest
to the
distance
question.
between them would
The
be the
whole
proof.
room
He
is
says you're
noticing that you're not
communicating.
answering, right?
Hello, hello. Who's
Hi,
this?
how are you doing, man?
Who is this woman who's talking through me?
You are. Don't use my insults against me. Be a bit more creative. You know, there's a saying where I come from: one man, one word; one woman, one lexicon. You're the lexicon.
You know, the thing that comes from what I'm saying. Shut the
I
fuck
asked
up,
you a
dude. So
simple.
anyway,
I'm not from
the
Russia,
point is
man,
this,
and
that
I
we have
like
blue
it
marble.
wouldn't be an insult either. Russians are literally like 7 billion times smarter than you
Sure,
are.
I'm not
I
really,
asked
I'm
you a
not really
simple
talking to you, bro.
question.
Like you're just talking through me.
I obviously am realizing that I'm talking through you because you are incapable of responding to any questions that I pose you. Even your own standards that you establish for hand waving examples, right, is if they are imaginary or not. So I asked you the simple question. Let's check your own example to your own standards. Is the line between the two dots that you're referring in materialistic world, is the shortest line between them an imaginary line or materialistic one?
Yeah, it's immaterial. Right? Like I'm just gonna say it to the room.
So
Not
I
waiting
hand
for you.
wave. I hand wave your example. I don't care.
There he goes.
I don't
There he
care.
goes.
I don't care. You hand wave.
All right, listen. You don't.
Next.
You don't care. That's fine.
I
That's
only
why I
engage
wasn't
in
speaking to
realistic
you to
questions.
begin with.
I only engage in
I'm
realistic
turning it
questions.
back down.
Sorry, these are the metrics I learned from a very
All
smart
right,
man,
moderator,
old
can
man
you
on
mute
the
the
internet.
fucking Russian dude?
He
This is
said he
getting
only
outrageous.
engages
Can
with
we mute him,
real
please?
questions, you know,
Somebody
not
please mute the
imaginary
Russian
paper
guy.
questions.
Anyway,
Therefore,
so I was never
your
talking to
example,
the
hand
Russian
wave.
guy. All right, it's Nazi
I'm not
way.
Russian,
Never
you
really
fucking
speak
don't,
to
you
him.
monkey man. A second ago I was a German Nazi, now I'm a Russian, like choose it, man.
You're the German Nazi Russian. I don't know, whatever you are.
Okay, man,
fucking
nice.
dude
I
who
can tell
wasn't in
that
the
coherence is very
in the
important to you, and
conversation.
a Russian Nazi.
You jumped
yeah,
into the
My desire is, I
conversation.
guess, to kill
You
myself.
inserted yourself into the conversation, and you can't partake. Blue Marble Science was here to give his proof. You didn't know what was going on. You wanted to know what was
I
going
was
on. You're like,
listening
we're
for
going to
half
use
an hour. It's
geometry to
very
prove
simple
things, but
to
geometry doesn't
realize
exist
that
because
you
it's
are
abstract.
incapable
He's
of
talking through me.
comprehending what he's trying to
Moderator, mute
refer
the
to.
guy.
Like, it's just very, very evident that you are under the impression that all lines on an elevation should be
Fucking
on line.
ridiculous, this fucking
That
dude.
would be if the fucking surface is flat. If you have a fucking flat surface, yes, every
Nobody's
fucking
talking
elevation
to
will be in
you.
line. But if you have a curved surface, that's no longer the case. So your whole example with the fucking garden hoe is making the point that the surface of the earth is not flat. You monkey,
Yeah, measurably
you low
not,
IQ.
measurably not
Shut
flat,
the
bro.
fuck
Yeah,
up.
we can
Go
prove
back
it,
into
not a
your cave
problem.
that you come from. Take your meds. Go into your alt asylum and just stop rambling about something being not imaginary or imaginary. Because every single thing you so far has demonstrated was imaginary. Every single thing. It's theoretical, all you're talking about. And when I give you some theoretical stuff, you decide to not engage with it because you realize it's simplistic enough to actually fucking expose you for how stupid you are. So shut the fuck up.
Oh, you like to swear in American, huh?
Oh, dude, I'm waiting for his thing to stop lighting up green. He's not talking. Oh, there you go. He's not talking right now. So I'm gonna just. Oh, there he goes again. I can see him lighting up green as I'm speaking. Can we get some moderation on the guy? That'd be
man.
great. Left
what
lane, you fucking twat. Moderate your boy here. So as I was saying earlier, while he wasn't
Yeah,
talking,
Tanks,
right?
you can't turn him down like that. It's gonna make it really horrible for the listeners when you overtalk him because you can't hear him.
Rob, I'm not over talking him. I can see the green light up. I know you keep saying that to people in the room. I can watch the screen. I'm looking at Ardian's name. He's not lit up right now. I have him down, not off. So when he's not green,
all
I
right.
speak.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tanks. I get it. If you're watching the lights, then fine. But
I'm
a lot of
watching the
people
light.
don't do that. A lot of people won't do that. They'll just overtalk the person they have muted.
I don't know why the guy
turned down.
No, I hear that.
And then it gets horrible. If you're watching it, fine. I'm sorry, Tanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I was able to call out like moderator. He's over talking me because it's not green, right? And then I talk, and then it's going green, like as if I should shut up when he's interrupting me. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
You understand that my mic sometimes picks up background noises, but you can't hear me because you're like a fucking schizo who wants to remain in his bubble.
And then maybe go on mute when you're not talking.
Nah, I will not.
So you just want to create chaos, then, is what you're saying?
I believe that once
you want
my
to create.
fucking,
Can you answer my question, or are you going to ask me another question?
I'm answering your question. I'm answering. Unlike any of your old asylum fucking seekers, the green light appearing for one moment when I'm not speaking because it picks up some background noise is not equally contributing to chaos as the other person turning me down to 0 and then having to do that by checking my green light if it is appearing.
Not on 0. I can hear you very faintly.
Well, then how about you respond for once, Mr. I hand wave imaginary math? What non-imaginary math do you have to contribute to the conversation?
Yes, I don't know.
You don't? That's crazy. Take care.
You see how he asks these weird rhetorical, takes a rhetorical silence,
and then didn't even let you respond. I hear you.
Saying. Just put him on mute, somebody. It's retarded.
Can I?
Anyway, if somebody has a proof of, like, if somebody has an actual proof rather than just like a bold assertion, like similar to the one that Blue Marble made, I'd be interested in looking at that proof.
No, you are interested in whatever the fuck you call proof. You are not interested in actual math being shown to you. Even simplified math that you can comprehend still will not reach your level of threshold because math apparently is imaginary and you only engage with reality.
Yeah, I mean, math is a concept, Ardian, right? I'm, you're saying, look, I have proof of concept. Well, I want to see that concept applied in reality, so that it can prove that concept can prove something in reality. Blue Marble almost had one, and then he lost it when you jumped in. It's a shame. It's a shame.
Sir, are you under the impression that when I take a piece of paper and draw on it, that piece of paper is not part of reality?
Alkian, can I ask you something?
Just out of like this is just kind of like mind-boggling me. You seem to like claim reality is whatever you deem as reality. A piece of paper with like shapes on it, apparently not part of reality under your like definition. Is that correct?
That's correct. Next.
Well, then you're just like delusional because the piece of paper exists. You can see it. You can interact with it. Yet you claim it's not part of reality. That seems to me like you need to go.
Yeah, I mean, listen, just remember that's my position. So next.
Yeah, and my position is you seek help. There's no point talking to you. Take care.
I mean, letters are not real. Like, letters are not real. They're the concept, right? A, B, C, D on a piece of paper. I mean, that just holds a position for some sort of identifier in the world that you're going to point to and reference. Say TREE, that means tree, and then you point at the tree, but the tree is not on the piece of paper. So I mean, just
I think he went. Yeah. What is he?
You want to have a conversation about epistemology and like reality?
Ardian, I have a question for you. I have a question for you.
No, I sorry, man. You sound non-American, so you probably have high IQ. I'm interested with the other guy for a moment. Listen, sir, if you're under the impression that
let's poison the
well.
Whoa! Don't talk shit about America,
I will ask
bro.
you a simple question again, right? Are you under the impression that like placeholders are not part of reality? Is that your form of epistemology, really?
I'm saying the tree is on the paper. I wrote it down. There's the tree. It's on the paper. That's it. Now that's my position. Just know that's my position, that the tree is on the paper because I wrote TREE.
Rob, we don't need you to jump in and prove him right.
Do you understand that that thing that you have defined is also part of reality, including the TREE? All of these parts are part of reality. It seems to me that you just like are conflating material reality with actual full reality. You really need to like learn a few things about epistemology, right? Like then we can maybe have a conversation again about reality.
Like what you don't know is what I do in reality. Is I write the word tree on a piece of paper when I want to trim the bushes or take down a tree, and then I rip the piece of paper in half, and my tree is gone. That's what I do in reality. So that's what you're gonna have to deal with my new reality. That's what it is.
What even is like? Are you claiming
that? I cut the tree down in reality. I just ripped the paper in half. It's down.
Are you claiming that tokens and I guess models, if that's what you're trying to refer to, are not part of reality because they don't depict your outtakes? What even is the epistemological position you are holding? Can you refer to the label of it? Like what am I engaging with you? Like what in the fucking mumbo jumbo is this? Like,
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Just remember it.
Where did you read
that's
this
my
from?
Position.
Yeah, but your position is incoherent. Would you mind telling me where you read this from? Would you mind telling me where you learned this from? Which great philosophers talked about this epistemology? I would like to read into it.
I mean, I don't know. Look on the internet. and
You sound like that fucking
Google
Timmy
it,
Neutron guy.
whatever you got to do, just get it done.
Yeah, you sound like that guy with the fairy tale fucking parents, whatever the fuck the Nickelodeon show was, who would ever say whenever he got asked, how did you get it? It was from the internet.
I want some schnitzel.
Listen, man, I don't know what...
Dude, you sound like you got lobotomized. Like, you sound like Frankenstein.
You sound like you fucking sweat while shitting, so take care, man, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you got nothing to
Yeah,
talk
you're
about,
fat,
obviously.
you're fat. Any more to say? I mean, I can go into fucking blood sports until tomorrow, you're not gonna win. You're an old man.
Oh, yeah.
You're an old man. Stay in your line, man. I don't want to. I don't want to insult you. You're older than me. I want to respect you.
Really?
But if you fucking are gonna insult me, so will I.
Yeah, you're easy to make fun of. You're a clown.
I'm easy to be made fun of.
Yeah, listen to your
You are the
accent.
guy
You sound like
with
a dumbass.
Kenya in your profile picture, bro. You have a black
sound like a
retard
dumbass.
as your profile picture, man. You
You
worship
sound
a black.
like you got heavy damage from the poke.
Anyways, man, I don't care. You literally worship a black guy. Don't care. Move on. So the point again is very simple.
Here
we go. There goes that white Aryan. The white Aryan.
Oh, I am the racist for pointing out that Kenya is racist. My bad.
Yeah, you're a retard, dude.
Gotcha. You have a guy as your profile picture who has a fucking face mask over his head and is made a song about fucking Heil Hitler. Like, come on.
Listen, dude.
As a
Artie,
black
man,
guy.
listen, you could have joined the conversation, right? Like we were having a conversation. You kept asking, what are these people talking
are
about? This
incapable
sounds
of responding
stupid.
to
This
a
doesn't sound
single
right. You're
point I
interrupting me again, dude. We're
I know I am.
moderation. He's filling
Because
the
who
whole
cares? This is
chat.
just meta. You don't respond to any questions I give you. All you do is talk meta and then bring up past things. Like a woman.
Yeah, right here, I was just trying to take you out of the meta. I was saying, you could have just joined the conversation in a reasonable
You're still
way, and
doing
then show.
meta.
Oh,
You're
there he
not
goes
going
again.
out of meta. You're still in it.
Yeah, this guy's hopeless.
Answer the
I'm
question.
trying to help him. He can't
when
even
three
get
dots
the
are being
help. He doesn't even know when there's somebody
elevate
offering him a hand. He
3
can't
centimeters
get out.
of the
He's
surface
drowning and he can't get out of the water.
And you connect the first to the third. Is the second one above or beneath?
Yeah, this guy has brain
I am
damage.
sorry to interject here. Hang on. I'm sorry to interject here. Can we
What's up,
now
Jim?
get back on course?
Gladly, I just did that.
You know,
I
the
asked him
problem here
again
is
the
this.
example.
Yeah, so like we're having a conversation, Jen. Jen.
You
Hold on,
hear
I
me?
just want to just
Yeah, we
Jen,
can,
I
of
hear you, man.
course.
What's up, bro?
Right, let's get back to the conversation at hand. And the problem is this. They're being told that a curved line is straight and level. That's what we've got a problem with. The other problem is that doesn't match your curved ball, because the curved ball, the word curvature comes in, circumference comes in. That's not straight. A circumference is a circle. Omnivore checked with me with that, and he agreed that a circumference is a circle. It has to be. It's not a straight line. Okay. So can we deal with this problem? And the European guy, please, can you drop all the ad homs? My colleague hasn't insulted you once in the last
Are you
30
like
minutes.
mentally ill or
Okay?
something? Are you like not present?
So now you're insulting me now. So now you're insulting me now.
Obviously.
So now
I'm asking you what? No, I'm not insulting you. I'm not insulting you.
That I'm mentally
I'm not
retarded.
insulting you. I'm asking you if you're mentally ill, because you clearly are like not capable of noticing that the same thing was done to me prior, which gives me the impression that you might have some like awareness.
Yeah, these are just like all the bands.
No, that's not true at all. You know, you're definitely trolling. I'm trying to get a coherent discussion going. You're actually degrading the integrity of the discussion. That's what you're doing. Can we stop doing that and address the points that my learned colleague had asked you? How did you establish?
Yeah, I disagree with the premise that I am the one who started the atoms.
Look, he asked you, how did you establish a straight line? My colleague asked you, how did you establish a straight line? You've done nothing but insult my colleague.
That was not what was asked to me.
Is insult. I haven't heard the moderators chime in to stop you. So I'm trying to stop you, okay? I'm stopping you without insulting.
I see that you are very emotional, I can tell. But emotionality will not like make you progress in this conversation, bro. You need to calm down, sir. Like, it's not that deep, bro. It's not that deep.
Your thought experiment, how do you establish this straight line? My colleague asked you that straightforward because
by connecting two dots.
Like me. We deal with the reality of things. You want us to imagine something, but that's
by
not
connecting
really real,
two dots.
As such. But anyway, if you can address the point he asked you. How do you establish a straight line? on a surface that is curving.
You asked the question now like 6 times. Do you want an answer?
Yeah. I just want to make sure
Okay,
you've
beautiful.
got the question
This is
clear.
when you know, like how conversation works.
Remember,
When you like want an answer, you pose the question, and then you stop talking.
Question over 45 minutes ago. Well, I will talk when you allow me to finish, so you actually understand what I'm asking you. I'm asking you to address my learned colleague who put this
Is every flat earther like this?
Ago, okay?
Are they all this emotional?
You get it? Because you're still talking, yeah? Okay.
Are
you want
all
to do
flat
it again?
earthers this
I'll do it
emotional?
again.
I don't
So
know.
basically, what I want you to do is address the question that my learned colleague put to you 45 minutes ago. Establish this straight line. Okay, how did you do this?
He doesn't get it, Jen. He's kind of stupid.
Again, Will you not like spurg out while I speak? Is that possible? Thank you.
You sound like you got heavy. Damn it.
You see, what's your name, Jin? I hope
You're
you will call out.
dude.
I hope you will call out the insults
You're
of
good
your
for nothing.
friends over here, right?
Good for nothing, Glober.
I'm good for nothing.
Yeah, dude. We already know what you think. You don't have to debate.
I mean, I don't
We already know
listen,
your
man.
opinion.
You can send me your girlfriend.
We already
my
know
way,
your
man.
opinion.
I'm sure
Yeah,
I can.
we already know what you believe, sir.
Can I stop the ad homs from the learned gentleman, please?
Unmute Jen.
Oh,
You should have
Jesus.
muted.
Oh, we got an English
Who's
Glober.
the retarded mod that muted Jin instead of?
It's left lane every time. He's the power's going to his head.
His leg. Nah, left lane's cool. He just
I used
probably
to think
missed
so
it.
too. No, I used to think so too. He's getting. You know what they say about power? That's what's happening.
Oh wow!
Oh, collapse, isn't it?
Good job. Now
Can I be muted?
got it working out.
Can I be muted? I'm opting for mute.
Who's this English Glober?
Oh, was it Pazza? Pazza. Props.
I say you scoundrel.
That's so strange. Now? Stop it. Yeah, I'd rather
What's
hear
happening?
Pazza than to Akna. I'll give you that.
You ne'er-do-well scallywags.
Oh, good day, sir.
Oh, it's been a pretty busy day in here, isn't it, eh?
His Pazza doesn't sound like he had half of his brain scooped out.
No, it was a quarter. They were quite generous with me. When they put me through the training program for being a Glober, they only took a quarter out.
Yeah,
I paid them a bit
we're
extra on
just
top.
triggering people over straight lines, Pazza, if you want to join in.
Oh, straight lines,
Straight lines
curved
is
lines,
the topic.
level lines, horizontal lines, vertical lines.
line he knows is a line of amphetamine in the girls' toilet.
Well, they're cleaner, aren't they? Let's be honest.
That's about the best thing you've ever said.
You don't bomb them, do you, Shitsy? You do lines.
Oh.
I'm only,
run around a reload.
I'm only in the girls' toilets to sniff.
So you've had lots of huge shouty Globers in this today, have you?
Yeah.
It's always the young ones, isn't it? It's always the young ones.
Yeah, he's got about as much charisma as a paper bag.
This is fun.
No, it's not. Stop being a silly potato, man.
As I was saying, right? I would appreciate if we could go back on conversation without people interrupting me, people insulting me. So let's see if it works. We were talking about why within your holes.
Oh fuck! Who unmuted the retard?
See, would you please
Come
not
on,
have
let's let him
effeminate
speak.
reactions?
Come on, guys. Let him go.
It was the guy with Arabic letter name.
Jack.
The second last.
Yeah.
Yeah, just carry on, guy.
Yeah, I don't want. Please don't insult. That's so be nice.
So, as I was saying, If you would want to understand why that happens, you can take a circle.
Dude, listening to you is like useless. We already.
Okay. As I was saying, you can take a circle and you can then take 3 dots upon the surface from the circumference, 90 degrees from the circumference, elevated each of them at 3 centimeters. You then make a line in between the first and the third dot, and you will notice that the second dot is not on the same height as the line. It will be above, okay? That is what Blue Marble was trying to explain to you the whole time with the hose. Do you comprehend that? No thanks, or you don't?
Dude, you sound like you got dropped on your head.
That's a problem for you, not me.
I don't want. Please stop doing this.
Yeah, he said.
I don't know,
So
why
Blue
is
Mar-
this-
So is that what Blue Marble believes?
Over has to
If
be
you got
fucking moron.
You're interrupting. No thanks now.
that if you is that I don't know if that's what Blue Marble believes. He probably dropped out because he's more mature than some of the shit that I got to grow up for. But is that what he believes, that the water level would establish 2 points of equal elevation? So A, B, C. So from B, that would be at the same position as C. And then from B to A, that would be at the same elevation as A. Is that what he believes or not?
So you still are under the impression that 2 points that are equally elevated, if you draw a line in between them, ends up with representing a level upon the surface, right?
That's what Blue Marble asserted. Yeah, that from A to B would be, they would be at equal elevation. So you got A, B, C. Right, A, B,
Come
and
on,
C.
no thanks.
You connect. You start from B, and you just go. All right, I'm going to go A, B, C. I'm going to write them down in reality somewhere, and I'm going to start at B. I'm going to attach it to a post at B, and I'm going to walk over to A, and it's at the same elevation as B, and then I'm going to go back over to B, and then I'm going to go to C, and then that's going to be at the same elevation. So 1, 2, 3, all at the same elevation. Is that what Blue Marble asserts?
You are still under the impression that if you take 2 dots, right, on the surface of a sphere or a circle,
God, this guy has too much
that are
back
elevated
Holy
at 3. Can you stop just always
You have
like
too much
bitching
back
in the
damage.
background,
Holy
man?
shit, you sound so lobotomized.
Can you stop just fucking talking in the background? Thank you. Anyways, as I was saying, the whole point about sorry man, you kind of put me off the thing. If you take 2 points on a surface, you're under the impression that if they both are elevated
They're
at
above
the
the
same
surface.
point, yeah, above the surface, sorry, elevated at the same point, and that you draw a line in between those, that therefore every line in between, every single point in between of elevation, of equal elevation, should be on the line. That's not how it works, because the surface.
You could either prove it or disprove it. And if you have a method for proving or disproving it, let me
you
know
not
what that is.
interrupt me, man, so like I can get to my point? My point is that that is not possible on a surface that is curved. If you would have a flat surface, your thought experiment would be correct. You would end up with, no matter at what point you connect 2 elevations, you would have every single elevation covered from the whole surface. That's not the case with a sphere. A sphere will always have the dots in between 2 points, always be above the line, always, because the ground is curved, which is a proof for the Earth not being flat, the point that you're trying to make to Blue Marble.
I mean, that was Blue Marble's assertion that a water level is a tool for establishing 2 points of equal elevation. So I put up 3 things in a line, A, B, and C. I start at B, and I go, okay, over to A. All right, they're at the same elevation. Okay. And then I go over to from B to A. All right, they're at the same elevation. So now the 3 points that you drew are all at the same elevation.
Yeah, I agree. But the point is, you seem to not understand that when you connect on a curved surface 2 points of elevations, that you don't end up with a line that covers every other elevation. you are doing something by saying, okay, if I take this elevation over here and I take a equal on the another point of the surface and I connect them by a direct line that makes the shortest path possible, therefore I should have every other elevation upon that line. That's not how it works.
Yeah,
You will end up with you will end up with every single elevation in between being above that line.
Okay,
because
so then I
the
guess that would,
surface is
yeah,
curved.
So then I'll take it to the same question I asked Blue Marble, which he wasn't able to answer. So now if I take that water level tool and I take it over the surface of a lake, let's say, or a very large lake that doesn't have a river flowing into it. So if I take that water level tool, just at one end, over the surface of a lake, will it rise from the surface of the lake, or will it drop towards the surface, or will it remain at equal elevation along the surface?
You really don't understand the question.
That's a question. That was a question put to you.
I understand. I heard you, but you don't understand the
Do you have an
question
answer
yourself.
for the question?
I do have, but I'm like, if you would have listened to what I said prior, you would have understood, but you don't comprehend the question.
Yeah, you said that because we live on a globe, that the straight line will elevate from the level line that's established by the surface of the Earth. So now the water level is a tool for establishing points of equal elevation. Would one level remain at elevation over the surface of water? Would it rise in reference to the surface of water, or drop in reference to the surface of water?
So the tool that you are using will establish 2 points on the surface that are at equal elevation. What it does not do is draw a line in between these 2 dots and then end up therefore claiming that that line now is on line with every other elevation at equal height. That's not the case.
That is what the tool is used for. Like you could use it in reality, right, to measure that the Earth is not flat. You could use it in your backyard to establish like a slope or a rise over the run within your backyard. You could use it for fencing. You could use it for decking to establish points of equal elevation, one point being higher than the other, to measure that the land is not flat. Yeah.
Do you remember my first question I posed to you when I jumped in after you explained what's going on?
What's going on? What
exactly
you guys talking about?
after as I said, after I asked what was going on.
No. What's your next question?
I asked you, are you trying to just get the technicality that the tool that we call, I guess, a level in American, I don't know what you guys call it in English, sorry. This tool does not actually display perfect, what is it called? In English, I don't know.
A water level is a tool. It is the most accurate tool for creating a horizontal plane of reference, more accurate than a theodolite or an auto level or a laser level.
But yeah, I understand that.
Much more
I understand that. And I understand that because, believe it or not, I have used it myself. But the point is, within small distances, you can ignore the fact that it's not perfectly level. It is irrelevant. The point
What's the maximum range on a water level?
The whole point is that you seem to not comprehend is that when you have a level, right, and you connect 2 dots with that level, these 2 dots are connected by the shortest path possible. This line that is the shortest line in between these 2 equally elevated points, right, this line is not supposed to include every other elevation in between, because then it wouldn't be straight, it would be curved. So I really don't understand your critique here.
I know you don't understand.
I don't understand the critique here.
You don't understand.
I don't understand the critique. I really don't.
The straight line is not curved.
Yeah, if the straight line is not so, if the straight line is not curved, we know that
May I interject for 10 seconds?
All right, I'll give you 11. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Show me the curve, bitch.
So again, I don't understand the critique here.
Right, sorry to interrupt again. Yeah, look, I'm listening all the while. Now, my colleague, no thanks, has been firmly in reality with the question he has posed. The Globers are totally not addressing it. You're bringing in non-realities here. Can we try again? Try harder, Globus, because I'm not getting how you have this straight line on a curve. Okay? Can you please address it? I'm lost.
They can't. They can't.
You cannot have a straight line on curves. Wait. You cannot have a straight line.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
What? Wait. What is a radius? What is a radius? What is a diameter?
You're presuming the globe. You're presuming the globe with 3959.
No, but I'm not presuming anything. I'm engaging his question. He said you cannot have any straight lines if anything is curved. And I'm asking, well, a circle has a radius or a diameter. That is a perfectly straight line that cuts through the circle. Are you telling me that that line is not straight?
Actually, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about a sphere. And if we're talking about the radius, that's going to be curved. It will not be a straight line.
A radius will be curved?
You've got that wrong. You've got that. Yeah, because it's a quarter. It's a quarter of a sphere. When you pick up that quarter of the sphere, it's going to be curving all around that quarter. There's no straight line there. The surface is going to be curved.
Stop with the damn straight line. My God. How many times you got to be told?
Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why the straight line is a problem for the heliocentric model is because that's all the experience. When we're looking at the curvature of the opposing, please don't interrupt me when I'm trying to explain. Yeah, when we look for the curvature on the oblate spheroid, all our technologies is proving extended horizontality. That's all we've got. No
Incorrect.
Curvature. So we're asking, it's not incorrect. We're asking the opposition, heliocentrists, to address that point. We are not able to measure this curvature. I'll stop there.
And you are lying sack of shit, like always. You could do this in your backyard. Not an ad hom. No, that's not an ad hom. That is an insult. There's a difference. He is lying because he knows he is wrong, and he continues to
shit.
Well, again, would you please elaborate to me why a circle or a sphere's diameter is not straight, please?
Well, I mean, if you've got a flat circle, obviously it's going to be straight with your flat circle, obviously. But we're talking about an oblate spheroid here. Okay, so that's curving. This is the problem we're talking about. The issue of the curvature of your heliocentric model that doesn't exist. That's the problem. We're not able to measure that curvature. And my esteemed colleague, no thanks, has stuck to that point. Right? We're using water levels. He's proved that the water level is a good enough tool to establish whether or not anything's curving. It's good enough. And there's no limit as to how far you can use it if you choose to use that. Okay? So the problem is you guys have not really addressed that point that he has risen hour now plus. Okay? And during that hour, nothing but insults. So nothing coherent.
I haven't insulted you.
Has come from your side. Our side was a coherent question. You're still interrupting. We put forward a coherent question. We've got nothing but insults, ad homs, and stupidity. Can we get back on track, please? Thanks. Get on with it. Because if I start, I'm going to end up getting muted. So I don't want to get that. So come on.
For the record, I did introduce the David Taylor Memorial Model Basin, which is an extended water level. Also is a great example of how water reacts to all the forces, including the removal of the mass beside it. So we did have that, and No Tank's answer to that was, we're not talking about that because it proves me wrong.
Yeah,
we weren't talking about that because it would prove Blue Marble's assertion wrong. That your position is that the 2 points or whatever points on the surface of water at rest is not equal. Yeah, so it wasn't Blue's point.
I'll try to draw a caricature for you to understand what you are asking for and what water level actually does. Okay, I hope this will make it clearer.
You see, but this water tank he's talking about is a continuous level. It goes for what, a quarter mile or something? It's not like 2 points. It's like thousands of points.
Yeah, the other guy was talking there, Shill.
No, he wasn't.
Nobody was speaking. NASA was speaking.
So what do you mean by they're not?
Go ahead.
They're not the same, because all points along the trolley rail on the Bethesda model basin are the same elevation. So
I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. So these are the 3 dots. If you go into the text chat, I did a small drawing. I don't care if it's like perfectly done. I don't care. If you look at it, what you guys are asking for is the black line. That is what you want a level to do. You want a level to represent every single equal elevation within its trajectory. That's not what a level does on a curved surface. On a curved surface, it connects 2 dots of equal elevation. So all the dots in between with equal elevation will be above it.
Will not be a straight line because it's a curved surface. So that's your problem. That's a curved surface, ladies and gentlemen, and a curved. And he said it himself that you don't have a straight line on a curved surface. You said it
Correct.
20 minutes ago. So
That's correct. No, you do have straight lines, but they're not.
We are not able to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yes, we are.
Let me finish, please. We are not. You're not letting me finish again. Now we're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth because with our instruments, which are rigorous and what's his name? No thanks, have put forward on many occasions, we're finding extended reality. That's all we're finding with our instruments. I'll stop there.
You're incorrect, because Eratosthenes did this 2,500 years ago. You could do it tomorrow. The tank is more than 2 points. See, the problem is when you get 2 points on a water level, 2 points define a straight line. So you're saying, well, it must be flat because 2 points define a straight line. No, that's just simple geometry. If you would have taken geometry, you'd maybe understand that.
Yeah, on basic geometry, as you put it, I understand a straight line and a curved line. Okay, children of 8 years or younger can understand that themselves. And basically, we are telling you we're not able to find this curvature with our most sophisticated technologies and basic ones. And finally, 5 seconds, water always finds its level,
not horizontal. Thank you. Level. I agree with you. Water finds level.
Ladies and gentlemen. Level is also horizontal. They are married together. They will never be divorced. But that is for the end of time.
Incorrect.
Will always be. That flat and level are synonymous. They're married together. They have many children. They're enjoying a great life.
Let's see. Level. Definition of level. Entry 3 of 3. 1A. Having no part higher than another surface, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Thank you.
Yeah, there would be no point in having 2 different names. Why would you have 2 different names if they're the exact same thing?
And by the way, is it a water level or is it a water horizontal, Jin? I forget. What do they call it in Japanese? I bet it's water level, not water horizontal. And would a water level measure level or would it measure horizontal? Maybe that's why they call it a water level.
Listen up. We're talking about level and horizontal are together. If you're talking about water level, that's fine. And when you look at a body of water, generally it's horizontal as well. It's level and it's horizontal.
It's not though. It's level.
There's no mistaking it. All right. It's unavoidable.
Let's see. Level.
You're being
conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
Of the learned colleagues to put forward very coherent questions, and your attempt to play semantics is eroding the course, the integrity of the actual discourse.
It's destroying your argument because level adjective, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Thank you.
Yes, and the Earth's surface is, if it's a curved surface with what we've got, curvature, then that cannot be correct. That's why I said earlier on that in the Webster's dictionary, there are some truths there, 26 of them, but one of them is actually
one of them's false.
That's
got it. The other 25 definitions are okay.
It implies that a globe is level when it is not.
So one definition is false according to Jin. Jin, who knows English better than Merriam-Webster because, he speaks what? English.
It does sound like you're making contradictory claims there, Shill.
Not making any contradictory claims.
Yeah,
You guys are just too small brained to understand this. Level is not horizontal. Horizontal is not level. Level is not flat. Horizontal is not flat. These are three different words, have three different meanings. Go ahead, Blue. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it sounded like you were saying having no part higher than the other,
right,
and then curve.
That's correct.
That's right.
Yeah, so curve would be a change.
Incorrect.
Of level. No,
Incorrect.
it's not. So it's not.
Incorrect.
So a hill would not be a change in elevation.
A hill is a change. Level is a curved surface.
Oh, you're a Bevite, so I'm sorry I can't.
I'm just like a human being who knows that hills, they go up.
Yeah, I know you're a Bevite. I understand. I understand you're a Bevite, but that hills aren't level either.
Nobody argues.
Hills change in elevation.
Okay, so a curved surface, like a curve, would be a change in elevation.
Incorrect, Bev. Sorry.
Okay,
Go back to Bev.
so hills don't change in elevation.
Go back to Bev.
Work it out for everybody here in the room.
Go back to Bev and go back to Bev and suck his cock a little bit and tell him that you did your job really well.
Come on, guys.
To any normal person.
Yeah, come on, Shill. You better, Shill.
No, I'm tired of
this is not gyms. It's not fucking gyms. Quit doing that shit.
Saying the same shit time after time.
Yeah, but you know that, dude. You know that coming here, so I don't understand why you let them trigger you. Just hold your line, dude. Just bring your facts, hold your line, and be the best over you can be.
This dealing with flat earthers is not about facts. They have plenty of facts.
Then you lost the whole point of it. Hold on, man. Hold on, Jen. Then you lost the whole point of the conversation, man. We're not gonna change their mind. They're not gonna change our mind. We're here to have a little bit of fun, just a bunch of guys talking about crazy shit. But you take it too seriously.
Right.
NASA's got issues.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying.
I have issues. Yeah, I have issues with liars and
a couple of facts here. Come on, one second.
He stood up
at the point of level. You've got your globe. You've got your globe instrument on the table. Hang on. You've got your globe on the table, and we have a table. The table surface is level. I pour the water on the table, and I see the water spread out evenly level. I pour the water on the globe now, the teacher's instrument, the globe, the water just rolls up onto the table. So therefore, the reason why the water is rolling off of that globe is because it's not level, is it?
No, because of gravity.
Surface is not level.
we can't get gold like that. That's the gold we're looking for right there, Jen. That's perfect.
So inside the gravitational field of the Earth, we pour water onto a globe, and it flows off the globe and goes in the direction we call down. Oh, thank you very much for proof of the globe. Thank you, and the gravity.
I'm kind of really am amazed that Jen has not adapted to the arguments over the years. It sounds like he's still in 2015 for sure.
Yep, he's never learned anything.
No, it's not that. It's not that at all. What it is this, ladies and gentlemen, is that I am firmly in reality, and reality, a curved surface is not level. And what I explained just now proves that. On a table that is level, and you can check it to make sure it's level, the water lies level on that table. But then you have your globe ball, and when you pour the water on that globe ball, it just rolls off and lands on the table.
Why would you expect it to do anything else, Jen? Why would you expect it to do anything else?
Because it's not level. That's why we're talking about curvature not being level.
You know what makes level on Earth? You know what? You know that gravity is what makes water level on Earth, right?
I know what makes level on Earth, mate. Yes, of course I know.
No, you don't. Okay, then how would you expect? How would you expect water to stick on a globe in the kitchen? So why would you expect water to? Okay.
That is an absurd question to be asking. It's an absurd question to be asking when we're talking about level and curvature and circumference. They're not married. They are divorced. They will never be married. They will never have any children. That's how it is. Okay.
Yeah, except I've defined level for you according to Merriam-Webster at least 5 times, and you 6 ignore it for some reason. You still haven't answered my simple question.
Miriam sounds like a
because that's a deceptive.
Miriam. Sorry for my accent.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. No, thanks.
Sorry for my accent. Miriam, however you say it.
Just not marry him.
And it just seems like an obvious contradiction to this layman, to a normal person.
Please bring your globe to reality. At the moment, no human being living on Earth today can make the claim that they're living on a ball Earth because they haven't gone out to check it and they haven't experienced it. And I'm an
Incorrect.
expert
Anybody
in
can make any.
everything. It's not incorrect at all.
You can make any
Incorrect.
claim you want.
You can do some simple observations in your
I've done it
backyard.
many times.
Your fifth graders do it all the time. It's an easy thing to do, but you say no.
Yeah. Okay.
And let's go back to was it London to Tokyo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so fancy.
Well, I already knew that. I already know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's just this like unpassable. There's this impasse that just, for some reason, can't be, like Jim put it, married, right? Where one person will appeal to things that are equal being not the same, and another faction will say that things that are equal are the same, and it seems to be the fundamental difference here.
Well, here's a simple. Jim brought this up before I had to go do some errands. So you take off from London Heathrow, which is at 52 degrees north, and you're flying to Tokyo, which is at 35 degrees north. And to do that, out of London, you fly north all the way up to about 72 degrees north, and then go back south again into Tokyo. Why would you do that on a flat Earth?
There you go. There you go, Phil.
Jen is a fan of the shortest distance in plane routes being a straight line. I don't know. I'd have to look at the map.
No, it is a straight line.
It is a
straight
straight line.
overhead. If you look straight down overhead, it's a straight line. But if you look on this projection on the globe, like I said, you start off at 35 degrees north, you go all the way up to about 72 degrees north, and then back down again to 35 degrees north. Why would you do that? If the Earth was flat, the straightest line between these 2 points would be like, north to south of where it is.
And we can back it up with numbers.
Alexander Gleason's beautiful. I'm trying to answer the question here. On the beautiful Alexander Gleason's lovely map that I have tattooed on my chest, ladies and gentlemen, it's a straight line. Okay.
Except the
one thing you will notice, ladies.
Did you copy the part?
Finished.
Did you copy the part where Gleason said? Did you copy? Excuse me, Jim. Before you, Jim, did you copy the part where Gleason said it's a projection of the globe?
Can you please let me finish? I didn't interrupt you. For fuck's sake. Basically, it's a straight line, and what you will notice that there is no curved trajectory in the 10-hour flight. There should have been 3,740.47 miles of curvature that I did not experience.
So, Jim, when you tattooed the Gleason's map onto your chest, did you copy this little part where you said it was a projection of the globe?
Freaking A-10 just flew right over top of me at about 100 feet.
Shut up.
They would have to adjust your curvature at 100 feet.
It was a moth.
They blew the leaves off the trees.
Yeah, they have these jets that go like Mach 3 at 50 feet off the ground.
This part right here where he says it's based on the projection of S. Christopher. Yeah, the projection of the globe. Thank you.
It's projection.
Yeah, see the word projection there? That's what he means. It's being a projection of the globe. By the way, the Gleason's map, I thought the Gleason's map was dead because, you can't explain the 24-hour Antarctic sun that they saw in Antarctica. I mean, you even had Whitsitt there. You had 3 flat earthers there, and they all saw it.
I do wonder why it persists the way it does. The evidence is there for the globe all over the place, but still people persist with the flat Earth.
Well, it's never about evidence. It's never about thinking. It's never about learning anything, as Jin proves.
Professor Leftlane, we conclude with your findings.
I just want, how about some evidence? How about if we stop disproving the globe here for a while and actually talk about proving the flat Earth? So, what evidence do we have
We tried.
for the flat? No. I want evidence for the flat Earth other than water and it looks flat. We got some? Let's go.
So what does flat Earth mean to you? Like, what does that mean?
I want some evidence that the Earth is flat, not curved.
Well, I can make the Earth flat. Like, I can make a section of Earth flat. Is that what you would require?
Well, yeah, but I need like the entire Earth, the entire whatever to be flat, the entire realm or whatever word you guys like. Not just like a 2-foot square.
Okay, so then you're asking for something that that we can't do. Yeah. You want everybody? Yeah. Go to
you have
every
no evidence.
Area.
You have no evidence of the flat Earth, then.
Well, no. I mean, what you asked for just now was you said you wouldn't accept a portion of an Earth being flattened as evidence of flat Earth. You require all known and unknown Earth to be flattened, and then you would.
How about some known Earth that's bigger than, say, I don't know, 5 by 5 square feet?
Okay, so why is 5 by 5 square feet not?
Just somebody picked out of my ass. Because 5 by 5 square feet is like local. How much curvature would you expect according to the globe model? How much curvature would you expect?
We're not debunking. We're not worried about. We're just going to prove. We're just going to give you evidence.
Okay. So how about something like
6 by 6 area of flattened Earth? That's it.
6 by 6. That's not big enough. Sorry, you can make 6 by 6.
7 by 7. 100 by 10 by 10 square miles.
100 miles by 100 miles by 100 miles. How about that? Go.
All right. So you just get 10 by 10 and
100 miles by 100 miles.
Yeah, and just keep doing it. Yeah. So what you get?
Are you talking about disco ball Earth now? So you can show me a perfectly level spot. You can show me a perfectly flat spot, 100 miles by 100 miles.
Yeah, how's that possible?
Yeah, where is that spot? Tell me.
I mean, the abyssal plains is measured to be flat, but
no, they're measured to be level.
Oh, okay. How was that established?
Let's to interject here, guys, again.
Yeah, so that was my point.
Kansas
State, asking you
Kansas
for
State
is
400 miles flat. Kansas
isn't flat; it's level.
But how do you know it's not flat?
Because they've surveyed it.
Right. So what was used to establish flat in their surveying methods?
It wasn't flat. They surveyed it.
Yeah. How do they know that? How do they know?
Because they surveyed it.
Yeah. Well, in the surveying method. How do they establish that something higher or lower?
Oh no! Stop with this Bevite stuff. Stop with the Bevite stuff. We're not talking about elevation.
I don't know how to.
We're not talking about elevation. We're talking about Earth curve. These are two separate concepts.
I mean, that's the idea you hold in your mind. So that's why I asked you, in your mind, how would somebody prove flat Earth to you? What does it mean? What does flat Earth even mean to you? So that I can show it to you. If you don't understand it, how can I show it to you?
Well, show it to me. Explain it to me. I don't understand it. Come on. You explain it. You define it. I mean, you've got other than the fact that you're like, Bevite, what more do you got?
That's a chick's name. I do not follow chicks. All right.
You follow Bev? What are you talking about? This whole elevation thing is
Master Shill. Where did Bev hurt you?
This whole thing about Bev hurt me right in the head. Bev hurt me in the head because when I try to think like Bev, it hurts because it's so dumb. But elevation is not Earth curve. Do you understand the difference between the two?
How do you know that?
How do I know that?
Yeah, how do you know the difference between these two things? What is you?
Because the water curves also.
Okay.
And water has no elevation.
So it rises and drops from.
No. It curves. Stop it.
Okay. It curves, which would be either a rise or a depression, a rise or a fall from what straight line, and how is that straight line established?
I'm not talking to a Bevite.
Okay, so you don't know how. So you don't even.
I'm not talking to a Bevite.
You don't know another one.
I'm not talking. No, I'm not talking to a Bevite. Sorry, you've been totally influenced by Bev, and there's no getting out of it.
Yeah. So all right. So we got two. We got NASA and Blue Marble.
Both who don't get the fact that Bev is an idiot. Got it.
And it is funny that one is named NASA and one is named the Blue Marble, and they don't know how to measure rise or
it's
drop.
Funny that your name. It's funny your name is No Tanks. It's like your name is No Tanks, which like no brain and no proof, no evidence. Yeah.
So the question was asked a few minutes ago. How do they?
If I may just interject here for a couple of seconds, Kansas
was right in the middle of something.
Go ahead.
Hang on a sec, Jin. Somebody else was talking first.
The question was asked, how do we measure the abyssal planes? And I don't know the answer, so I went and looked it up. It looks like the most succinct abyssal plane measurements that we've gotten and the most accurate all come from orbiting spacecraft.
Well, how's orbiting spacecraft work on the flat Earth? I've never been able to figure that one out.
Let's get on with that. First of all, I apologize to what's his name? Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Sorry, I interrupted you there. Lagging on my end. My apologies there. I was just going to go back to the Kansas State. It's well known as being flatter than a pancake. So that's the statement about Kansas State. 400 miles square there. It's all flat. Okay. So NASA, you work that out. How do you have a flat spot on your oblate spheroid? Okay. That's a problem. That's what I was just going to address. And sorry for the interruption.
That's easily approved. That's easily understood, man. If you take a look at a basketball or any small spherical object and you zoom in close enough, you'll see it appears flat. It just appears flat because we're so small.
This is 400 miles measured flat, 400 surveyed flat in Kansas. That's so much so they said they're flatter than a pancake.
Yeah, but the funny thing is,
there's no
you say
flat
you say
is not
Kansas.
curved.
Okay, you cite Kansas, Jim, because you think Kansas has the stigma of being so flat, when in reality, Florida is way flatter than Kansas. So Kansas actually has quite a rise.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because Kansas is
in flat ground. In flat ground doesn't mean flat Earth. That just means flat landscape.
Kansas is one of. Please let me finish, Rob. So I can't finish what I'm going to say now, Robert. What I was going to say was this. Kansas is one of many states that are flat. Kansas is one of many states that is flat. Okay, there's more than one, of course, and I'm aware of that. Remember, I'm a flat earther. Remember.
Yeah, remember that your internet's lagging behind. I'm not talking.
So wait a minute. You think that these guys that did this little article of yours think the Earth is flat because Kansas is flat?
I don't know. What can you guys prove? I mean, it's not about like
I'm asking.
I
asked for your proof. I asked for you to show me evidence that the Earth is flat, and you kept giving me none.
Well, first I wanted to establish
I can do something.
what you would consider to be flat, and then I
want the evidence.
I can prove it to you if you like.
Give me the evidence. Give me the evidence.
All right. So what I can prove to you, right? If you'd like,
give me the evidence.
Like to go through. All right. So what we can do, right, is we can establish a vertical posts. We can put posts in the ground vertical, right? Then we can measure the shortest distance between vertical posts, right? And the way you can do, you get a tape measure, you can get a laser rangefinder if you want, and then you can kind of move the tape measure or rangefinder if you can imagine this, which is something you could easily do. You can move it up or down, right? Like not up and down, but like pivot it, right? And until you measure a longer line and a longer line.
We've done this.
We've done this.
We've done this with back sites, and guess what? When you do back sites, what happens? The Earth isn't flat. So.
Yeah, right. We can measure the topography. Yeah,
it's
a great method. Yeah.
We determine level at one spot, then we measure to another spot. We determine level there, and guess what? These two levels are different from one another. Huh?
Well, yeah. That's how we can know. Like, there's a change in elevation.
That's how we know. No. They're not parallel to one another. They're different from one another. They intersect one another.
Well, you wanted the proof. I mean,
that's not the proof. Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. Show me where you actually. Show me where you actually did this.
Let me know when you're done. When you're done.
Show me where you actually did this, and don't just say, don't just give me a theoretical thing. Did you actually do this?
Yes, and you can do it too. That's what I'm saying. I've suggested it to everybody that you can do this too.
I got one.
Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done rambling through the proofs.
Who did that? Someone.
Let me know when you're done.
Who was here earlier?
You said you did it. We did it. That means you. We did it.
Yeah, it's been. I'm not. No, surveying isn't my thing, but we do have. There are surveyors here.
We did not do it.
You haven't done shit. Shitsky, you haven't done anything either. Neither has Rob. Shitsky hasn't. You haven't done anything.
I only want to annoy you.
Shoebill was here. Shubill's the surveyor. He did this exact
Shitbill.
experiment. Shoebill. No, not you, Shitsky.
Did you do it with Shitbill?
Shoebill. Shitsky. I didn't. Shoebill.
I said Shoebill.
Anyway, Shoebill did it. And guess what? When you establish level at one point and you go to another point, they're not the same level. They're not parallel to one another either, like they would be with.
Yeah, because do you know why?
No tanks out of
You're assuming you're on a fucking ball without even.
No, not assuming anything. This is proof.
Seal.
This is evidence.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, there's no assumption. There's nothing presumed. That it happens. Whatever happens, and you get to put the information together, and it tells you.
You're assuming.
Nope, no assumptions. No assumptions. Explain to me how you can level at one spot can be different from level at another spot, not being parallel, but being
intersecting. That's how.
No, because the Earth isn't flat. Thank you.
No, because you've assumed you're on a fucking globe.
No, we didn't assume shit. This is evidence.
That's what you're
talking
talking about. This line.
You see, the thing is, what's difference between us? What's difference between real scientists and pseudoscientists like yourself, Shitsky, is we don't assume something and then have to find, proof. We look at what the evidence and then come up with the conclusion. You on the other hand, start with the conclusion. You on the other hand, I was actually talking. I was talking, but that's okay. Interrupt me. Go ahead and interrupt me. That's what you do anyway.
Good.
See, when I interrupt you, everyone gets upset and I get muted, but you never get muted when you interrupt me. It seems like a double standard here. I know it's a double standard here. I'm just talking. Anyway. So, we start with the observations and then make our conclusions based on the observations. You, on the other hand, start with the conclusion that the Earth is flat and then go cherry pick whatever you can in order to show that.
You make the assumption that you're on a ball.
Nope, no assumption.
You implement.
That's the conclusion based on the data.
We're on a ball.
That is not the assumption. That is the conclusion based on the data.
You don't understand because you didn't
I don't understand.
You thought you did it, but you didn't.
Shoebill did it.
Yeah, but you didn't. You said
what?
We did it.
Does China exist?
Transpired that you didn't.
Have you ever been to China? How do you know China exists if you've never been there?
I've been there.
You've been to China. You haven't been. You haven't been 25 miles away from your mother's basement.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man.
Oh, mate. Guys, I don't think you've been outside of America. But that's
incorrect
for sure.
Again. Nice try. But I've actually been.
He's a soldier. Yeah, he's a soldier, dude.
I've actually been almost all the way around the world. I'm missing a small part of the world between Saudi Arabia and Thailand.
You got your hands are too.
Other than that, I've seen quite a bit. I've probably seen more of the world than you have.
You got small hands.
I've seen more of the world than you have, probably.
You got small hands.
All right, this is irrelevant, man. This is irrelevant, dude. Let's just go back to the.
I've been to Australia. Seeing the southern skies, the rotation the other direction. Yeah.
I'm lying.
So and then I come to these rooms and argue with people that have never been more than 25 miles from their mother's basement and tell me that the Earth is flat.
Trying to make a statement here.
Frustrating.
Frustrating, man. Trying to make a statement.
We stop
please. Right, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's got small hands.
This is to left lane and all the globers themselves. Is there any chance of me speaking here? Thank you. Look, it was mentioned earlier that gin is so 2015. Please be advised that the spirit of Samuel Bailey Rowbotham from the late 1800s, early 1900s, and all his facts will always be mentioned from my mouth because they haven't been debunked. Okay, so I'm always going to mention it. It's going to be not only from 2015, but from 1850 and there. From that point onwards, okay?
God, we have an 1850 con man. The gin is still believing.
Yeah.
The con man from the 1850s. It was debunked 10 years afterwards, and it's still being debunked today.
NASA, it is not a belief. There's no believing going on. NASA, no believing going on, Nas. It is all facts.
No, that's not true. That's just not true.
Everything Rowbotham has said has been debunked. Everything.
Yeah, he's a known con man, dude. You can go read articles about him all over the internet. He's a known con man.
And he was a con man that basically was unknown to people until Eric Dubé found him, 10, 15 years ago now, and brought up and took his 100 facts and made him into 200 facts. And guess what? All those 200 proofs that the Earth is not a spinning ball had been debunked too.
Yeah, 200 proofs didn't cut. Oh,
totally debunked. Every last one.
Misrepresenting, you're totally misrepresenting the flat Earth history completely and utterly. Okay,
no, it's based on a con man.
NASA show.
aesthetic cosmogony from the Earth not a globe from Samurai Botham. Brilliant stuff. All true. Everything's perfect. No lies at all there. The man is of impeccable integrity. And don't forget, I'll finish with this. We won in a court of law twice, yeah? The globe couldn't be proven in a court of law twice.
Yeah,
that's not true either. You're misrepresenting that case.
False.
He's misrepresenting the case.
Misrepresenting the case. Robotham was a con man, a known con man, who was debunked in his lifetime and was basically forgotten until Eric Dubé found him and made more con men. And you guys are still believing the words of an 1850 con man. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want everybody to know that Jen is still one of the guys. Hold on, I'm still talking. I was still talking, Jen. Jen, I was right in the middle of talking. Jen is still the one who still denies 24-hour sun after his, without a doubt, undoubtedly been shown to be true. He still says it's not real.
Of course, there's no 24-hour sun. That what we witnessed was absolute optical buffoonery of the highest
You had
order.
three flat earthers who was like your messiah until he went down there. And now suddenly he's like banned.
Actually, Jaron was not my messiah.
I didn't say Jaron. I said Whitsett.
He put out some excellent material.
You got a Jaron tattoo. You got a Jaron tattoo, Jen. You got a Jaron tattoo. Stop it.
Yeah.
Whitsett was like the messiah. I mean, come on. And now suddenly he's like persona non grata.
I'm not Whitsett. I'm not Whitsett. That's not me.
Yeah, because you didn't go there. He went there and saw it with his own eyes.
Of integrity.
Why won't you go there?
And I advise people to watch newcomers to the flat Earth discussion versus the heliocentric model. I always refer them to Jaron, together with Celebrate Truth, together with Dave Murphy, together with ODD. I send them back to 2015 because there's a lot of material there that is useful with integrity. So don't worry.
Yeah,
okay, so did you like Jaron? Did you like Jaron the person, or did you like Jaron the flat earther? Because it seems like if he doesn't like flat Earth, you can't like him. What's wrong with that? That makes no sense.
Excuse me, I don't operate under your standards or anyone's standards.
Oh, right.
My standards are this: give credit where credit is due. And Jaron did some excellent works of integrity that I will always present to people to look at, even though he himself may have appeared to have changed his position. Okay.
Yeah, because he saw something that doesn't fit. He went to Antarctica. There is no way on the Gleason's map that you can have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Everybody said that. You said that, if I remember right. Don't we have somewhere Jin saying that?
He has the map tattooed on his chest, he said. He has the AE map tattooed on his chest.
It was debunked by the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Not only tattooed on my chest, engraved on my teeth. So when I smile...
You don't have any teeth. You don't have any teeth, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you actually got some fake teeth?
Well, good on you if you did, man. Good on you.
Yeah, basically, that's what I would do if I had the chance. That's how much confidence I have in.
Oh, you're wrong, Jen.
I'm not wrong at all. I'm sorry.
You're totally wrong. There's no way. There is no way. There is no way the 24-hour.
It's wrong because.
Okay, go ahead.
So you're so annoying. Silence.
There is no way.
Good learned colleague.
Oh, he's pro-body.
Like no thanks, and what's his name? Rigorous have done this so many times with the local level and that it just makes me laugh. We are debunking you.
No, you're not. You haven't debunked anything.
Being destroyed.
No, you're being destroyed by the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There's no way to explain that on the flat Earth. None. Zero.
I would like to talk about that doesn't exist. What you mentioned there.
24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't exist. Oh wait, hold on a second. Okay, hold on. 24-hour sun doesn't exist. Hold on.
Of the time and date of when they see the sun down there. Let's say, and it's all mismatched. But anyway, let's drop that for a second. I'd like to talk about the ballistic speeds of the SR-71 Mark 3.3, speeds of which themselves to curved trajectories on the Earth. On the speed of sound, these aircrafts don't like to fly in a curved trajectory for the torsional stresses that would...
Stop this. You have no idea what you're talking about. You should stop talking about aviation. You embarrass yourself whenever you talk about aviation. You totally embarrass yourself whenever you talk about aviation. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I love aviation. It's what I learned from when I was.
No, well, you love aviation. You don't understand a single bit of it.
I love aviation.
Then why'd you get it all wrong?
Mark 3.3.
Then why'd you get it all wrong?
Flying at those speeds don't take trajectories at all. Impossible.
Why'd you get it all wrong then?
It would
they fly
render
level.
the aircraft breaking up in air.
No, not flying level. They don't. Sorry.
And level is horizontal, ladies and gentlemen.
No, level's not horizontal. Level. Let's see. Level. Let's post it once again. Jen apparently didn't miss this one when we talked about the word level.
Level line and a curved
parts higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
90 degrees. Yeah, that's a
Are you
quarter of
saying
the globe.
two definitions
That would be
together?
impossible.
I think left lane loves
horizontal
control of the room.
level. Horizontal.
Those are
on
two
that
different
surface of
definitions that you like.
No,
to put together.
are we still in are you
definition.
still in denial of are you still in denial of the South Pole existing? Is that the deal?
I'm not in denial of anything at this point.
Yeah, you
Your
are.
Globe,
You
your
live in
globe
denial.
doesn't exist. So I cannot deny what doesn't exist.
You deny.
If the globe
You
actually
live in
existed,
denial.
and I said it doesn't exist, then I would be denying something.
You are
okay, but the
It
South
doesn't
Pole does
exist in the first
exist.
place. I'm not in denial of anything.
Well,
Your
the South
globe
Pole
is
does
null
exist.
and void. It's
Well, the
null
South
and
Pole
void
does
because
exist.
it doesn't exist. Whatever
see,
you
you're in
build
denial.
on a false premise in a court of law is deemed null and
Court of
void.
law?
Yeah, in
This
the
isn't a
court of
court of
law.
law.
Null and
This
void.
is science. This is simple science. They're
Yes,
about
but we're
100.
talking
They're
about
about
the
100 people.
integrity of your
They
lack
are.
of
There
science.
are. There
And
are
that
about
is
100. There are about
the
100 people
false
right now.
premise
Right
you live on
now.
the globe
Right
Earth.
now.
Whatever
Right
you
now.
build upon a
Right
false premise
now.
in a court of
Right
law is
now.
deemed null
Right
and void.
now.
Null and
Right
void.
now. Right now, as we are speaking, there are 100 people at the South Pole right now.
No, they
Oh,
are not.
sorry, bro. You don't have any evidence as such. You're just saying stuff.
We
You
don't
know
have
the
evidence?
difference between knowing something and just believing it.
Yep.
Says the
Yeah.
guy who has no evidence of anything he says. For fuck's sake.
So much no proof. Did you hear the earlier thing, Jesse, that the guy said? He said that waves are level. Like that if you just all you gotta do is move around the liquid parts on the surface of Earth, and no matter what the liquid parts do, they're level.
Oh,
That's
shut
it.
up.
That's what the guy believes.
Yeah,
How tall are waves?
evidence of such. You
How
just
tall is
presume
it?
that's happening.
How tall is the tallest wave?
The most level, tallest.
How tall is the
level
wave? How tall is the wave?
Raindrops are level.
How tall is the wave?
Yeah, waves are level.
How tall?
Raindrops are level.
How tall are
the liquid
waves?
parts
How
of Earth
are
all
waves?
level.
How tall are
The
waves?
waves
They're level.
are up and down,
How
right?
tall are waves?
The waves are up and down.
How tall
right?
are they though? How tall? How much?
Down.
No
How
part
much?
higher or lower.
How
no
much?
part higher or
How
lower.
much? How much?
According to
How
your
tall?
definition.
How tall are waves?
No part. No
How tall are
part
waves? You haven't answered my simple
higher
question.
or
How come
lower.
nobody wants my simple
hold
question?
on,
How tall
time
are
out.
waves?
NASA, shut the fuck up.
millimeter, it's
Answer a
higher,
simple
right?
fucking
Hey,
question.
NASA,
These guys-
chill out. First things first. I can't even
I'm
hear
trying
Rob.
to answer
Rob,
it, NASA. You just keep talking.
But how tall are
Rob,
waves?
Lost the plot.
Rob, your mic is super, super low. I don't know if that's just for me, but I can barely hear you.
Why won't any flat
I'm
earther
I'm
answer a
sorry.
simple question?
I will try and fix it.
All right, NASA,
I'm trying to answer
NASA's
NASA's question.
You're literally being dishonest
Rob's trying to
because you're coupling two different definitions together.
That's incorrect.
Call
Nice
him
try.
out. Call him out.
How tall
that's
are
right.
how tall are waves?
They're level, dude.
How tall?
They're level. They're liquid.
Oh, so-
they're liquid. They're not
So
tall.
there
Elevation
are
is
no
measured
waves.
from the
God,
liquid
there are
parts
no
of
waves.
Earth.
Thank
Exactly.
you. So there are no waves.
Exactly.
There are no waves. Got it. Thank you.
Exactly. Correct.
Okay, so no
Correct.
waves. Okay, good. So we can go on.
Yes,
and move
according to your according to
No,
your
so
definition,
waves. You
that
say
is
there are no
correct.
waves. So no one ever talks about waves. I'll say no tanks. Say there are no waves. So we don't need to talk about it.
This is
'Cause no
internal.
tanks, no waves, no
right.
brain, no proof, no evidence, no brain, no tank.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
You guys hear me
Talk
now?
about not having an argument.
I could hear you from the beginning, Rob, but I think
I just want to know how tall. What the whole argument about waves is all about.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, NASA Shield, if you stop talking, I'll answer you. When you provided the definition saying that no parts higher or lower, if a wave is 1 millimeter, it's higher or lower, right?
Well,
Or
waves are
maybe you
millimeter.
didn't hear me.
Are there
Maybe you
millimeter
didn't hear
waves?
me.
According to Rob,
Maybe
there's no waves.
you didn't hear me.
According to no tanks, there's no waves.
If-
Now you're saying that they're millimeter waves?
there's no
Now you're being disingenuous.
So there are the waves or not?
I'm not going to engage with you, NASA Shill, if this is how you're going to
course not.
act.
Of
Thank
course
you.
not, because you're engaging from bad faith.
You're frantically working with like non-evidence. It's kind of funny, actually.
That's correct. I am working with non-evidence. You guys have given me none. I've asked for evidence for the flat Earth, and you've given me none. Thank you.
The globe gives you none.
I've asked you I've asked you evidence for the flat Earth, and I've gotten none.
Yeah, you did this earlier when I tried to go over some
Well, do you have any evidence for the flat Earth?
According to the definition given earlier,
I want evidence. I want your evidence for the flat Earth.
Hello.
Evidence for the flat Earth.
I don't care what you want.
Oh, you don't have any. Got it. Got it. You don't have any. I got it. Otherwise, you give it to me when I ask for it.
He's freaking out.
Are you going to give me any evidence? Yes or no?
Somebody's help.
He's like, come on, give me my ball.
Yeah, yes or no? Do you have evidence?
No, I'm not gonna give you evidence.
No,
but
thank
Jesse,
you. Okay, no, you have no
according
evidence.
to his somebody's earlier, yeah, right.
Okay, so why are you here if you have no
evidence? I'm talking to Jesse. Can you?
Well, if you have no evidence,
Yeah,
I mean, why are you here? Oh, you're talking to Jesse now because you have no evidence.
I'm here to talk to Jesse.
You have no evidence. No tanks. No evidence.
He has.
I have no evidence for you.
Yeah, he's filling the airways.
No evidence. No evidence. No. Well, do you have any evidence there, Lion? How about is that Lion? No, it's not Lion.
Relax.
That's Jesse. That's the guy I was talking to.
Jesse, you had any evidence?
And Jesse, according to the guys, according to the guys earlier,
excuse me,
conforming to the liquid parts of
I just want Jesse has any evidence
surface,
for
waves would be no higher or lower than others. Yeah, so according to Jesse, according to his earlier definition, that level would be conforming to the liquid parts of Earth's surface, being waves and water. There is no change in elevation of a wave, so he can never know what elevation is because all the liquid parts are at different heights. You have water at the top of a mountain.
Yeah. You have lakes at the bottom of mean sea level means nothing to you. Got it.
I'm just wondering, Tanks, could you define mean sea level?
I mean, according to his definition, or what it is.
Yeah. See, Tanks, this is the problem. This is the problem with you, Tanks. You have no evidence.
Rather than going into the ad hom, I would love to hear it. Go ahead and just define it however you think it should be defined, and then how it is actually defined. Go on.
Well, according
it's measured
to
on
the
a vertical datum.
Well, that would be a different elevation than that's typically referred to in this room. Because waves go up
sea level is based
on a globe. They don't. Yeah.
Sorry, no Tanks. You go ahead.
No, you guys are saying contradictory things. Do you want to confer? What is mean sea level?
It's a measured height of the sea on a vertical datum. And it's the average of, like, say, taking a measurement every hour for like 5 days, and you get an average on the vertical datum.
And that average is taken every 5 days?
I think it's longer.
It was done for years.
Yeah.
Oh, it was done. It's no longer done, though, right? It was done for years. We averaged it out, and now that's where it is. It never moves. End all?
Yeah. Kool-Aid, what is the point of the question, Kool-Aid? What does this question prove? What's the evidence that's been presented here? In sea level, at the point at which water begins from where it meets the land, okay? And then we use that mean sea level to accurately understand how high we are from the Earth's.
Hey, look, Jen, look what's airborne right now.
For example.
Look what's airborne. Qantas Flight 28 from Santiago to Sydney.
Where's the curvature?
Look at them go south.
Where is
Look at them go south. Look at this flight go south from Santiago to get to Australia, Sydney, which is north of it by a little bit, but yet it goes way south. Huh.
No, so with all respect,
I also believe everything I see on the internet.
Go.
So the point, Jen, is that the basic definitions of basic terms like MSL are unknown by many of the participants in this conversation who claim to be debunking it. You can't debunk something you don't understand.
Oh, that's an insult right there, because you're now implying that we don't know what sea level means and how to measure curvature of your circumference pool. So don't be silly, Kool-Aid. I'll kick you in the teeth with that. That's bullshit. Okay? Stop this fucking stupidity. Okay. All right?
If I'm wrong,
all right, we're talking about measuring the curve. Hang on.
Hold on. If I'm wrong,
you hold on. We're talking about measuring fucking curvature here. Okay?
Right.
We know what sea level is. Don't insult me, you can't.
Then please define it. What is MSL?
Sea level. That's what you're talking about.
Medical
sea level. And note the
scientific
word
liaison.
level there, not C curved, yeah? Is it C curved? Is it C curvature? Is it? Or is it sea level?
Is it sea horizontal or is it sea level?
Could you please
level
define?
is horizontal. You could say
No, level is not
horizontal.
Hold on. It was challenged. It was challenged that I was dishonest by saying that people in this room don't know what MS.
There isn't a measurable degree.
Let me know when you're done, and I'll finish my point. Okay.
With today's modern technologies, well, it's shameful on your part that you are still trying to push this ridiculous force.
Stop lying, Jen. Stop lying, Jen.
Hold on, Nasser. Let him get through it so I can respond. Okay.
All right, let him respond.
Go on, Jen. Finish up.
I'm finished. Go ahead.
Okay, so you said I was incorrect when I said people in this conversation don't know what MSL is. I then asked you point blankly what MSL was. You screamed, "It's sea level." Okay.
Correct.
What is MSL? How is it measured? How often is it measured? And how do we figure out what it is? Also, is MSL the same?
I don't know how often it is measured. The point is this: it is not relevant to the measurement of the curvature, which is what we're talking about. Your sea level is toilet dung. That's what that is. Okay. Your MS, that's toilet dung as far as I'm concerned.
You're measuring.
Okay, so hold on.
Curvature over the 24,901
You're measuring the height of the surface of the water. You're not measuring curvature.
That? And when I'm
keep your
finished,
delusions up. You sound crazy.
The rotation of the Earth during flight. Rotation of the Earth during flight is what I want to deal with next.
I just want to recap for the room what just happened. I was called dishonest for saying there are people who don't know what MSL is. I challenged Jin, what is MSL? We've got to the point now, he doesn't know what it is or how often it's measured. Therefore, I'm a liar for saying there's people who don't know
I admitted
MSL.
that it's not relevant because I don't know how often it's measured. I don't know that. Okay, it is not relevant to the curvature of the Earth which you live on. It is an irrelevant statement you made, and to make the statement that we don't understand and how to debunk is an insult. Hey, that's my point. And now, can we talk about your rotating Earth? I know it's going to hurt you because I'm going to.
Jen, can we before we go there? Jen, before we go there, can we?
Shut up, NASA.
Jen, but before we go there, I'd like to talk about quantum.
NASA, when I'm talking, don't talk.
Jen, before you change the subject, 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 let's talk about quantum flight 28. Yes, you have. Please.
I haven't finished what I'm saying.
Yes, you did. You have.
I haven't finished.
Yes, you
I
have.
haven't finished what I'm saying.
You're changing the subject.
I haven't finished what I'm saying.
You're changing the subject,
I'm
Jen.
telling you, I have
You're
not
changing the subject, Jen.
I have not finished what
You're
I'm
changing the subject,
I have
Jen.
not finished what I'm saying.
You're changing the subject, Jen.
I have not finished what
You're
I'm
changing the
saying.
subject, Jen.
You're interrupting me.
I know you won't stop talking. That's true.
You're interrupting now, sir.
You won't stop talking, Jen. You never stop talking. Come on, talk to me about Quantum Flight 28.
I have not finished what I'm saying.
Quantum Flight 28, Jen.
Finish what I'm saying now.
Quantum Flight 28, Jen.
Interrupting now, sir.
Jen, Quantum Flight 28. Quantum Flight 28.
Hey, you're interrupting what I'm saying now. You're interrupting what I'm saying.
Jen, hold on a second. Okay, NASA, let him finish.
He finished. He's changing the subject now.
Well,
I am not finished what I'm saying.
So
watch him change the subject.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Is the point I'm saying here. I want to finish what I'm saying. Can I finish?
Are you going to change the subject?
Right, thank you very much. So basically, I said to Kool-Aid that his MSN is totally irrelevant to the curvature of the Earth that we can't measure. And I want to, after we finish, we would like to go on to talk about the rotation of the Earth and flights on the rotating Earth. Flights over the rotating Earth is what I would like to talk about afterwards. Thank you very much.
So let's talk about Quantum Flight 28.
Hold on. Jen, are you willing to talk with NASA Shell about the Qantas flight that he's talking about?
I'm not going to be talking about the Qantas flight because we spoke about that about maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. What I'm going to be talking about is I did say the rotation, flights over the rotating Earth. Do listen to the English language, will you?
Please listen and talk to me about Qantas Flight 28. Why do they fly so far south to go north?
I'm not talking to you about that. That was already been debunked.
Of course not, because it debunks the... No,
I'm
that's not
talking about
debunked.
flights
What do you mean it's
over a
debunked? This is a
rotating
live
Earth.
flight.
I specifically said flights over
I know you want to change the
rotating
subject.
Earth.
I know you want to change the subject, and we can get there. But in the meantime, why do you say this is a fake flight?
I'm
This
not
is right off
changing the
of.
subject
This
at
is
all.
right
That's
over
what I was
flight
talking
radar.
about
This
from
is
the very
right off.
outset. I'm not
This
changing the
is right
subject.
off of
That's what
flight
I
radar
introduced.
24 live.
Jin, let me
as we
finish.
speak. As we
Okay.
speak, Qantas Flight 28 is flying from Santiago to Sydney over the South Pacific there, and it's flying due south right now to go to some place that's basically on the same line of latitude. Why is it doing that if the Earth was flat?
It is flying over a flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen, is what it's doing.
It would not fly this route over flat Earth.
It's not taking a curved trajectory.
It
is flying hurriedly to its destination on a flat, linear, flat Earth.
If it was doing that, it would not fly. If the Earth was flat, it would not fly the route it is flying. This is the route of a great circle route between these 2 points.
That's what it is.
It is not flying over a flat Earth. If it was flying over a flat Earth on this projection, it would fly due west.
Happening on the Earth is happening on a flat Earth.
It's not. See, that's the thing. You started with the assumption that the Earth is flat.
That aeroplane that you mentioned, that Qantas flight, is flying over a flat Earth.
Well, why is it flying this route then? Why is it flying this route, Jin? Not talking about the curved trajectory. I'm talking about. I'm talking about its route over the Earth, Jin.
Have a look. It is flying over a flat Earth.
Why is it flying this route then? If the Earth was flat, it would not fly this route.
That's why.
It would not, if the Earth was flat, it would not fly this route.
Okay, so I have to mod for clarity. So, Jen, do you think that this flight is fake? The information is not real. Is that your position?
I know is this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take the facts. The facts are it leaves.
I'm modding for clarity, Jen.
Interrupting me.
Jen, I'm modding for clarity. Yes, I am interrupting you. Yes, I am. I'm modding for clarity.
Yes, I want to speak clearly. I want to speak with clarity. You're going to have to listen to how.
Okay, well, I'm not going. So, Jen, because this is a shit show with you and NASA still going at it, both of you, I'm modding for clarity. I'm sorry if you don't like that. Then you don't have to participate. So you are. Did I hear you assert that this is a fake flight? Did I hear that correctly?
I welcome the moderation. I don't welcome the shit show. If it's a shit show, that's because NASA. I'm not making it a shit.
You are making a shit show, Jen.
You both have a part in it. NASA, be quiet.
I didn't hear what you said because I was busy talking. I'm saying to you this. I welcome the moderation. I don't welcome the shit show comment. If it's a shit show, you blame your colleague.
I don't.
He's showing you zero respect.
He's as much a colleague as you are, Jen. So what I want to know is your position that the flight's fake? Yes or no? That this information is fake? If you can't answer yes or no, I'll move on.
So let me answer. Can I answer the question? Right. Just listen clearly. The answer to your question is that the flight you're talking about, it's leaving one destination and going to another destination, point A to point B. It's making that journey for sure. The point I am making is that it is not making the journey on a globe. Is my point.
Okay,
I'm flying horizontal.
I'm gonna mute you. Okay, so the flight is real. Oh my God, Jen, Jen, this is not going to work. Jen, it's not going to work. Okay,
that's the proof.
So I'm trying to get clarity here, and what you're doing is going off on a tangent. So I'm telling you the truth. So my understanding of this is you believe the flight is real, but maybe the path is not real. Okay, something like that. You didn't say
exactly. It's getting to the destination.
Okay, so I said that in 2 seconds, Jen.
And arriving on another airport, but it's happening on a flat Earth. Is what I'm telling you.
I know you are pre-assuming. You are pre-assuming a flat Earth. So
in a curved trajectory, which it would need to if it's living on a globe Earth.
I'm going to. Okay, Jen. next time you do this, I'm going to server mute you, and we'll move on. Okay, so don't do it. So the presumption is that the flight is real, but the path maybe isn't. So do you have any evidence that that path is not correct, other than your assertion that it is not correct? Is there any reason that somebody who thinks that path is correct should change their mind?
Well, basically, they need to do the research.
Okay.
Hang on. Can I not answer the question or what?
The answer is no. If you have to do the research, then your answer is no. You don't have evidence that you can provide.
The answer is this: they need to take if they really want to know, fly the flight. Then I don't know I don't know myself because I haven't flown the flight. I know one thing is, can I not? I'm being interrupted again.
Well, you won't shut up. I've been quiet for the last 5 minutes.
I'm being asked a question. I'm being asked to listen. Moderator, can you shut this cunt up?
Moderator.
How is it interrupting me when I'm trying to answer the question?
You are being as problematic as he is right now.
No, I am not.
Yes, you are
answering your question.
Except that you did ask him a question.
Let's mute him and let's move on.
Small hands is just before I get muted, you know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to leave because I'm going to get muted because of NASA. I have to leave because NASA doesn't get muted when I'm trying to answer.
Don't get silence, Jen.
I spoke like 3 seconds.
You've been over talking him the whole time, chill.
For fuck's sake, I've been in the last 5 minutes. I've said nothing.
Your little hands have been all over it.
I've said nothing.
Knows I'm going to answer. Fucking hell! Look at this. Look. There you go. Look.
So I just muted NASA, Jen.
I'm answering Omnivore's question. Why didn't you do that in the first place?
But you're giving a long, rambling answer when I'm trying to clear up what your freaking position is, Jen.
Omnivore,
you don't have a concise position. You want people to do some research and figure some stuff out and see things your way. That's not part of the conversation.
Yeah, Omnivore. The answer to your question cannot be answered in a yes or no fashion.
I got it. Yes, I got it. So right. I don't care if it's you have to do the research to come to my same conclusion. That's not an actionable answer. Okay? That's not something that we can work with. Okay, you don't have any information on this specific flight other than your general belief that the Earth is flat. So if you start with the presumption,
again, you're misrepresenting.
Wait, I'm not done.
Objection. Object.
If you start with the presumption that the Earth is flat, then there's something about this that doesn't compute, but I don't know what, because you won't say.
Okay, now, Omnivore, I object with everything you've said there. First and foremost, I know the Earth is flat. That is not a presumption. That is not a speculation or theory. That is a fact that I know the Earth is flat.
It's a fact you're wrong about.
No, it's not. That's your position. My position that it's definitely flat.
I'm not having this conversation with you, Jen. I'm not having a conversation with you.
Well, yeah,
can I talk, or are we just going to listen to Jen for like 20 minutes?
Wait, you shut up, NASA, till we get this clarified. My position is being misrepresented. I'll get that clarified before we move on. And it's this. Like I said, that flight obviously exists because people are leaving airports and arriving at another airport. So there's obviously the flight is happening. What I said to you is that it's happening on a flat Earth. And if you want to prove that for yourselves, go and take the flight.
That is okay. We got it. End of discussion. So
thank you.
Jen says if you want to know if it's real or not, take the flight. He thinks it's on a flat Earth, and he thinks the flight is real.
I know it's on a flat Earth.
Jen, if you correct me on that again, I'm going to mute you. Okay?
Do I get 20 minutes?
I say you think it doesn't matter.
Don't misrepresent me.
It has no bearing on the conversation.
Dude, this is so much fun.
Do I get 20 minutes now?
More entertaining than anything else that's been going on.
Go ahead. Give us your position, NASA.
It's really quite easy. Jin is incorrect. If the Earth was flat, the airplane Qantas flight from Santiago to Sydney would not fly this route over the surface. It would fly westbound over above, north of New Zealand, or it would fly some sort of crazy. If you're on the the projection, the AE projection, and fly some crazy thing where it has to overfly Los Angeles. The only way you fly this route that the airplane is currently flying as we speak, check on Flight Radar 24 if you don't believe me, is if the Earth was a sphere. This is flying the Great Circle route over the surface of a sphere. Thank you. Or globe proven.
Okay. Got it. I think.
Can I respond to that?
No.
Can I?
No, you can't.
No?
You had a chance. I gave you a complete chance to respond to that because you'd already said all of that, and you did not respond to any of it. So no. Why should you respond to that? You've already said.
I did respond to that, and I ask again because if we're having a discussion here.
Okay, you can respond to that, but you can't just say it's on a flat Earth. That's not a response to that.
Listen, I'm going to respond to it the only way it deserves. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, using the Sherlock Holmes method here. Facts are, we the flat earthers know that the Earth is flat. So this NASA Shield's statement, obviously, it doesn't fit what we know.
So
yeah?
That's the conclusion. That's the conclusion.
I didn't interrupt anybody else. I'm being interrupted.
You interrupted
in the middle
me
of my
constantly.
explanation here. I'm still being interrupted.
That's not a response.
Can I not finish? Yeah, I want to finish.
So you start off assuming the Earth is flat. That's supposed to be what we're proving, not what we're assuming.
I have not even finished what I'm saying, and I'm not completing. Can I complete, please?
Because you start off with a lie.
When you spoke, NASA, you spoke to completion. I didn't interrupt your talk.
But you have a very small window. You have a very small window. Go ahead. You have a very small
it doesn't matter how small that fucking window is. Let me fucking finish it, or I'll smash the fucking window. Now hurry up. Shut up, everybody. Now pay attention. It's this. If we really want to know what's actually going on in this case, we would need to fly that aeroplane to be sure. That's how we're going to know. For sure. For 100%. What we do know for sure is that the plane is flying on a horizontal linear plane Earth. That's what we know. And I'm going to leave it there.
All right. That was not a useful response, but I get it. That's where you're at right now.
Jen, what do you think of 9/11?
No. Come on. No.
No, I want to talk
Jen,
about.
What do you think about the moon landing?
A rotating Earth. Flights over a rotating Earth is what I want to talk about. Flights over a rotating Earth. Yeah.
Tell us. Speaker 2, King.
Right. Okay. So your Earth ball is meant to be rotating. Is that not correct? You have a rotating ball Earth. That means when I leave the UK in south towards the equator, where the equator is spinning at 1,037 miles per hour at the equator, I want to land. I'm heading south, towards the equator. I'm traveling at 600 miles per hour. Now, as I approach the equator, I'm now approaching my destination airport. I want to land. The airport is moving from my right to left. That's from the west to the east, rotating, right? As I come to land, I'm going to be in deficit of 437 miles per hour. How do I make motion works? Excuse me, you're interrupting again. Moderator, can't you mute this guy? What is this? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to come back on another day because...
No. I'm listening. I think you have a lot of value and a lot of things you're saying are making sense to me right now. Go ahead.
Right, yeah, I just don't want anyone interrupting like NASA Sure.
I agree, King.
All right, sorry about that. I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to NASA Sure in particular. So basically, we're heading south now. The runway is now moving from my right to left, heading on the spin, rotation, at 1,037 miles per hour. I'm in deficit of 437 miles per hour. How do I make up that speed to land? How can I land on a runway that's moving so fast I can't keep up? I'm in deficit. How do I get that tangential speed?
Because the plane is moving with the plane is moving relatively with the Earth.
This is what we're told, yeah? Okay, so let's take that, what you just said. Now, guess where I am now? Now, we go back. We start again. We're at the North Pole. At the North Pole, I'm hovering there in a helicopter. I'm hovering in a helicopter now, okay? Is the Earth rotating underneath me? As I'm hovering? Yeah. So that would
say,
mean
yeah.
that my helicopter would also be rotating around then, spinning. Because if I'm flying in an aeroplane and the aeroplane is is moving with the rotation of the Earth as I'm flying, it would mean that the helicopter at the North Pole hovering would be spinning as it's hovering. Is that
Why do you
right?
think that?
Well, because you said that the aeroplane is moving while it's rotating with the Earth whilst it's flying. That's what
Yeah. Do you think
hang on, hold on.
Do you think the helicopter is immune to friction?
It's flying. The helicopter is flying in the air. In this case, it's hovering at the North Pole. That would mean whilst it's hovering, it is also rotating. That's what would be happening. In fact,
Yeah, because it's moving with the air.
No, that would be wrong because helicopters are very much independent. That's why they're very good at hovering and scrubbing off any kind of.
What do you mean by Jim?
So you've lost.
It's moving with the atmosphere. Why would it not move with the atmosphere of the Earth?
It's not rotate. Look, have you got the image? You're at the North Pole of your globe at the top. The helicopter is hovering, and then you're saying it's also.
How does it manifest at the North Pole? What's the significance of that?
Yeah, the helicopter is hovering.
My point.
Dude.
Yet hovering. That would mean that it could not be rotating because the helicopter can cancel any rotation.
Jin, you do realize that the atmosphere of the Earth is connected. The atmosphere of the Earth is connected to the Earth.
You're not listening.
Joby, not Joby. Jen, you got to let Joby talk too, man.
Yeah.
But when Joby has a better, it's a problem when Joby has a better understanding than you do. Damn, who's fucking motoring right over me? Hey, it's a problem when Joby is explaining things and has a better understanding. Right? Dude, what is with the motoring just straight over people? What is going on?
You are meta posting right
It's
now.
a problem when
You're meta
Joby
posting.
can explain to the audience
I think I hear
better
the ghost of your
his
ex-president.
understanding. Yo, can we get a mod to stop this guy from just motoring over?
You just interrupted a conversation to meta post.
Right, so it's.
Go ahead.
I'm making a comment.
No one cares
to the
about your
audience.
cute joke, dude.
Stop the
Holy
yapping.
shit!
Joby.
You guys just
Joby, go
keep
ahead.
on going. It's like the
Go ahead,
Energizer Bunny.
Joby, go ahead.
Going and going and going.
Go ahead, Jay.
I was just pointing out that Joby's
Oh my God, say it again.
understanding is much
Dude,
more
you're
accurate
gonna say the joke
to
again?
reality.
Are you drunk?
Holy
Are you drunk?
shit, dude. Someone is just motoring right over me. What's up with all you trolls?
That was
Go ahead,
Right?
Joby.
Joby's like king of the trolls. And it's sad
we get it, Joby.
when
We get
king
it.
of
We
the
get it.
trolls. Yo, what is going on? What is wrong
Because
with
you've
you
said it like
people,
5
man?
fucking times.
Because
Let it
you
go.
keep motoring over me. I'm just going to repeat it to like get the whole
We don't
thing
need you to
out
repeat it. We've
without
already heard
one
you
of
say it 5 different
idiots
times. Shut up.
motoring over me constantly. Like, what is wrong with
All
you,
right,
man?
well, he's muted now.
All right, well, Joby's King Troll, and King Troll seems to be providing a better understanding to the audience than Jin is, which is quite sad.
No, that's wrong entirely because I'm trying to actually give that. So once Joby has finished explaining, I'll have to explain it again because he's misunderstanding my point deliberately, of course. But let's listen to what he's got to say. Go ahead, Joby, once again. Go ahead.
Hey, you stupid retard. I wasn't even the one interrupting.
I didn't say you was interrupting.
Not you.
Oh, right. Good.
I was just muted
No,
for a
I
reason.
didn't say you interrupted Joby. Oh, I didn't mute you, but I didn't. It wasn't you interrupting Joby. It was some other idiot.
Right. So go ahead, Joby.
Okay, what's the question?
Yourself again. Apparently, your explanation was more in tune with reality than mine. So let's hear your explanation again. Unless
What do you mean? The atmosphere just moves with the Earth. So why wouldn't the helicopter that's in the medium of the atmosphere move with the atmosphere that's moving with the Earth?
Well, I've conducted a few on several occasions. My son's helicopter and my wife's car, okay, in a supermarket where the car just drove around.
Your son's helicopter?
Are you going to interrupt me?
When you say stupid shit, yes.
Are you going to interrupt me?
He needs an RC copter. Jesus Christ.
Okay, he's muted. Go ahead.
Right, thank you very much. So we're now talking about my child's toy helicopter on the roof of my wife's car. Just go around in a circle. Let's see what happens, okay? So she's driving in a circle. Nice. I'm in the middle of that circle, of course. So then I hover the helicopter. The car moves on, and the helicopter is just hovering there. So there is no conservation of momentum in that sense. That's one thing. And then to go back to my point of being at the North Pole, what Joby is putting forward is that if the helicopter is actually hovering at the North Pole, because of the Earth's atmosphere, that helicopter would be rotating as spinning whilst it's hovering. And I say, no, it wouldn't, because the helicopter can scrub that off and there would be no rotation and hover without moving. That means hovering whilst the Earth is rotating underneath. It would be able to be autonomously. That can happen, yes or no?
Yeah, you're comparing apples to oranges right now.
I am saying to you that when the helicopter is on the surface of the Earth is rotating. At the North Pole, it's rotating. The helicopter pilot then raises in altitude slightly, starts to hover now. You're saying that the Earth would be rotating and the atmosphere would keep the helicopter rotating. I say no, because the helicopter can stop that rotation, because the helicopter pilot is in control of his aircraft. If that were not the case, it would mean that the pilots don't have control of their aircrafts. Okay?
So what you're asking for is a helicopter at the North Pole slowly rotating once per day due to pilot inputs.
What exactly? Because the helicopter is autonomous, isn't it? It can hover. It can actually rise up and down, move backwards, move forwards, go sideways, much like a fly. Really good, isn't it? So it hovers. It doesn't have to be rotating with the atmosphere. It can stop that. Then it starts to move.
No,
over
in
the
order to
surface.
stop that, in order to stop that, the pilot has to put in inputs. They have to.
Correct.
So
that's correct. That's correct. Yes, the pilot will put the input.
Let's go ahead and grant you. Let's grant you what you want. No, I'm trying to move to the next step. Let's grant you. We have this pilot at the North Pole, and he slowly hovers his helicopter by putting inputs in, so that it goes once per day. Then what? What does that show us?
Basically, that an aeroplane flying over the surface of the Earth isn't subjected to this drifting, right? The atmosphere pushing the aeroplane around the Earth whilst the aeroplane is flying straight linear towards its destination. Because that's not true, is it? Because pilots, when there's a crosswind, obviously they have to adjust for that. But for the most part of that, they're not adjusting for crosswind all the way through the duration of the flight. The plane is flying linear and straight to its destination. There is none of this. If we were to image this, what you put forward from space, let's say, we would see the Earth rotating, the plane flying to its destination, but still moving and spinning with the Earth, because it's all part of the atmosphere.
Why would it spin with the Earth? Why wouldn't it use the fluid that it's using as propulsion and lift to give it its momentum?
Well, you're saying that the atmosphere. Yes, go ahead.
The reason why the plane is affected by the Earth has to do with the fact that the Earth is fucking huge and is still affected by its gravity. Just because a helicopter or a lift goes up into the air doesn't make it unaffected by the gravity of the planet.
Where's the question? You said you wanted to ask a question. You're not asking a question here.
No, I'm trying to clarify. It's not a question. I'm trying to clarify.
You said whether you can clarify afterwards.
That doesn't actually clarify the question.
I would accept the question.
Let me try asking the question to Jin. Let me try asking Jin the question, because he's the expert on this. So Jin,
thank you very much. Exactly.
Why would the airplane? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Why would the airplane what?
Why would the airplane not use the momentum of the fluid that it's using for both lift and thrust?
Yeah. Why would it need to use the fluid? Because when it flies, it's flying in the medium where it's got its lift. It's heading straight to its destination. Now, whilst it's flying, the Earth is meant to be rotating underneath it. It cannot be that it's got this conservation of momentum, as you call it. So whilst it's flying, it's moving around, following the Earth as well. So it's drifting. They don't learn to drift on the simulators.
That wasn't even a real sentence.
Right.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that the airplane is immune to the motion of the medium that it's using for lift and propulsion. Is that
I'm not saying what I'm saying is that once the aeroplane uses that medium, because it's flying, isn't it? Yeah, it has to fly, it has to ride on that medium. It needs the medium in order to gain its lift and get up there. Once it's flying, it's left the Earth's surface. So that means the Earth itself should be rotating underneath it. Much the same as, hang on a second, please. Much the same as the projectile from a rifle, because of the Coriolis effect. This is what we're talking about, basically, the Coriolis. Okay, and if it's affecting a bullet,
hold on, I'm confused.
Let me just finish, please, because I want to get it complete. If the Coriolis effect is apparent when a bullet is in flight heading to the target, it would mean the same for an aeroplane taking that same trajectory as the bullet. It would be rotating, but that doesn't happen. It's the point I'm making.
Okay, so there's a lot of waffle there. My question is, the medium that the airplane is flying in, is it rotating with the surface of the Earth, or is it completely unattached and standing still while the Earth rotates through it?
Right. Bearing in mind all this waffle that you put forward, first and foremost, the Earth doesn't exist as a ball. Okay, so we're giving you the luxury of talking about this. Okay, you still yet to have proven that the Earth is a globe and then it's rotating. But if it were to be rotating, then you would have to prove that the atmosphere is stuck to a rotating ball and prove this. We're saying to you that when we fly on Earth, we don't experience that. We don't experience this rotation of the Earth underneath, because if I'm heading south, it would mean that the Earth would be rotating at 1,037 miles per hour at the equator where I want to land. I've only got 600 miles an hour.
Hold on, you're assuming that the medium you're in at every given point isn't applying forces. And I'm wondering how your plane is not using the medium that it's using for lift and thrust, which, except for wind, is rotating in step with the Earth. How is your plane not using that medium?
I'm telling you right now that the aeroplane is using the medium. It's flying through the medium. The medium is not. The medium is not. Okay, as I'm flying through here, leaving London, I'm traveling at 600 miles per hour at London. If you've got that conservation, okay, and now we're moving towards the equator where it's 1,037 miles per hour. At what point do I make up the 437 mile deficit? Remember, at the equator, it's 1,000.
Yeah, your helicopter's relatively like changing.
The answer to your question is at
the
every
duration
point.
of the flight. Yeah, the whole duration of the flight. Jen, I want to talk about like whether or not the atmosphere rotates with the Earth. Does a hurricane system stay in the general same area for about 24 hours?
No, it does not.
It doesn't stay in the general area for like, does it rotate around the whole Earth? Does the whole Earth rotate underneath the hurricane in the 24 hours?
Again,
or does it generally stay in the same area?
Knowing that the Earth is flat, there is no rotation to consider. That's the thing.
But if it is rotating, the fact that the hurricane stays in the
experience that, so I can't answer that question. I have no experience or any experiments that I've done that I can actually go to and say that could be a thing. So the answer
just
is
the fact that like the hurricane will stay in the generally same area for like 12 hours alone proves that if the atmosphere is, if the Earth is rotating, the atmosphere is absolutely rotating with the Earth.
No, that doesn't prove that at all. That's not proof.
I have an experiment you can do.
Actually, that's not proof. Anyway, that's not proof because something is spinning. Because the Earth, the weather systems, you've got your tornadoes spinning there, and it does stay in the general area. It moves around, but it's always in that general area. It's not going all over the Earth. No, staying in that locale. It doesn't mean that doesn't prove that the Earth is rotating underneath. It doesn't.
Do you guys have
my point is though, if the Earth is rotating in 12 hours, that storm system would be on the complete opposite side of the Earth. The fact that it stays in the generally same area means that if the Earth is rotating, the atmosphere is absolutely rotating with the Earth.
It would have to, if the Earth is rotating. This is purely speculation because we're not living on a globe Earth ball. That's the thing, and the Earth isn't indeed rotating. So these, what we talk about here right now, are merely theories. Totally unsubstantiated fact. They're not facts. So we don't know is the answer to be exact here. All I know is that the Earth is indeed flat and tornadoes are in the same place because the atmosphere isn't rotating. The Earth isn't rotating underneath, and the atmosphere is doing its natural behavior, and that's what we experience. Finish. We don't experience rotation of Earth. Yeah.
Do have to side with Jin on that one.
Thank you.
I don't understand how. If a hurricane stays relatively in the same area for more than 12 hours, that proves that if the Earth is rotating, the atmosphere is most definitely rotating with the Earth. Because if it wasn't, then the hurricane would be on the opposite side of the Earth after 12 hours.
No, not necessarily.
The point Jin's making is that Jin's making a case that the atmosphere isn't doing that. So that would, the way you put that would side with Jin's argument. It's an external critique. It still assumes a turning Earth.
Well, right. We don't really need to make a. Right, we don't have to make a case and do hypotheticals. I mean, that's all fun and whatnot. But like, airplanes have something called ADIRs and an ADIRU, right? And you could look at the data from that, and that data answers all these questions with direct measurements. Right, so we don't have to even make hypotheses, make hypotheticals. Right, there's just like direct measurements that you could look at straight from an ADIRU from an airplane.
We have a massive problem, and that is we're flying at 600 miles an hour, heading south towards the equator from the UK, right? And we know if your ball is rotating, as you said, by the time I get to the equator, that's 1,037 miles per hour. My speed indicator is I'm doing maximum speed on the Boeing 757, 600 miles an hour. That's all I'm doing. 600 miles an hour, that's my maximum speed. I'm in deficit of 437 miles an hour. How do I make that up so I can actually land? It's not possible.
So it's the maximum.
What's the duration of the flight? What's the duration of the flight?
We don't have to wonder, right? There's something called an ADIRU, and it does these direct measurements. Like, just go look at them.
Yeah, and ADIRU has no help for you.
The problem is,
let me just address that point quickly.
The medium itself is rotating faster as you go towards the equator. So it's a gradual increase through the medium, and the duration of the flight is how long? Divide that by the change of the speed, and it's the change in speed over the duration of the flight. You'll probably get about 1 mile per every 2 or 3 minutes. That's not an acceleration that you would feel.
Yeah. That's
Well,
that would
you
be
actually,
the pilot.
you gotta
The
integrate
pilot
that
hang on a
because
minute.
it's
Look,
an infinitesimal.
excuse me, can I not speak here? What you're saying is this: I'm in my aircraft. I'm flying to the equator from London. Okay, I'm flying down now over your ball Earth. But whilst I'm flying, the atmosphere is pushing me faster. Yeah. Whilst my instruments are showing me that I'm only doing 600 miles an hour, but I'm actually doing more than that. Yeah. And my instruments are not showing me that. That would be impossible. That's a possibility already. You're saying hang on a minute. You're not listening. You're saying that the atmosphere is pushing my plane. It would have to, because I can't generate 400 miles an hour extra speed.
You're already moving at 400 miles an hour.
No, I'm not. No, I am not at all.
You're not.
You're already moving relative to the Earth.
That's something you have to prove. That conservation. Hang on a minute. First of all, remember, your globe doesn't bloody well exist. So this is something that none of us have experienced here. What you're saying is this: that an aeroplane can take off. Okay, and remember, in England, it was 600 miles an hour that we're spinning there. Yeah. And now we're moving towards the equator. I'm traveling at 600 miles an hour with my plane, okay? And I'm heading towards the equator. I'm about to land now, but I can't land because the Earth is moving at 1,037 miles per hour. I'm only got 600. I'm 400 miles in deficit, miles per hour, 437 miles per hour in deficit here. How do I make that up? Where does that come from? It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen when I'm flying and the wind is moving my plane.
The Adaru data
That's rubbish.
tells you how that's made
That's
up.
absolute rubbish. And that's in the black
The
box.
Adaru data, right? When you go into, stop interrupting. When you go into the data of the Adaru, right, it directly measures these things. You don't have to wonder about them. I don't have to wonder if 5 feet exist when I can just directly measure 5 feet. Like, I don't have to make up hypotheses. I don't have to make up hypotheticals, right?
Okay, J. Ace, when you says it measures, no, hang on, J. Ace. When you say it measures these things, what things are you talking about?
Well, the other guy was given a good explanation before about how you take the distance over time
you
and
just
stuff, but you actually have to integrate.
Why don't you explain the Adaru to us?
You have to integrate these
what it's measuring.
time steps. You integrate those infinitesimal time steps in momentum space, and that will come up with the different parameters, right? It'll tell you the values, the quantitative values for the different parameters, things like crosswinds, Coriolis, drift due to some
Can you post that?
Drift
it's just for wind.
Drift
it's just for wind. It's not for Earth spin that doesn't exist.
Yeah. There's also wind that the Adaru data can tell you. Where you just integrate these certain time steps, like the guy was talking about before, in momentum space, and you can work out the direct quantitative values for these things.
Let me read this. ADIR, which supplies air data, air speed, and inertial reference, position, and altitude. It doesn't say anything about rotation of the Earth.
The data, you have to look at like what the engineers would be looking at. The data that the device collects, the input data, not the output data. So it collects input data, and then it does some calculations and provides output data to the pilots, like airspeed, altitude. No, altitude's barometer, but sometimes the Adaru can help with the altitude. But airspeed, angle of attack, all of that kind of stuff is output data from the Adaru. You have to examine the input data, the parameters that it's directly measuring. You look at those, and then you can integrate them in time steps and momentum space and figure out these other questions that you have.
Like wind, right?
Yes.
Okay, but I mean, just saying that it calculates the spin of the Earth isn't proof that it does.
What do you mean? It doesn't calculate the spin of the Earth, right? There's a calibration method that the pilots do in the beginning when they first turn the system on, the airplane on. They input longitude manually, and then they also input their latitude. But the Adaru also does a measurement based off of the rotation that it's picking up from the Earth. And if the value that it measures and the calibration value that the pilot put in don't match, it won't let them, it'll put up a flag for the pilots. And
how does it
fly the plane?
How does it pick up a measurement of the rotation of the Earth?
Yeah, because it's measuring, it's like a gyroscope. It's the same thing as an interferometric gyroscope. It's using that same principle to where it's sending light. For most modern commercial airplanes, they have wing razor gyros. So it's sending light around in either a circular or a square path. and based off of the phase difference when the light comes back to the detector after it goes 2 separate directions, that will indicate to the device when you use all 3 axes like it does. It has 1 gyro for each axis, and when it incorporates all of them, it picks up a measurement for the rotational velocity, and then that has to be calibrated by the pilots as
Do you have
well.
any direction? Do you have any evidence that directions are real?
Wouldn't that be
that's
separate
just
from
silly
like
trolling.
taking in information about like wind? Like, how would a gyroscope help with that?
What do you mean? The Adaru is not just the gyroscope. It's a whole system of instruments. Wind is picked up by the pitot tubes and stuff, angle of attack vanes, all of these other instruments that are part of the complete system.
Do you think you are talking at the same levels that someone like Jean will understand you with this overcomplicated? Right.
It's not about
no one can understand you with your accent, Agent.
I can understand.
Right, but
Agent.
But his question, he has a simple question, and you can simply explain it by the balance of the forces around the plane. You don't need to go in such depth, crazy, like how it takes pressure, how it takes that. No, you need to understand the forces around the plane, and that's it.
Yeah.
Which Jean doesn't
Agent.
want
That's
to
ridiculous.
even try to understand.
No. The thing
I
is,
get
with
what
a
you're
huge
saying. Hang on,
deception.
he was addressing me. Let me just respond. I get what you're saying, Agent, and for some people that's good enough, right? But it's not about making Jin understand, right? It's getting the most accurate to reality information out to the audience to pique their interest so that they will investigate
What are you, a Twitch
further.
streamer? You're talking to Jin,
The
not the audience.
listeners, so-called ladies and gentlemen.
But there was someone else.
You're
was
talking
gonna
to
go.
Jean. Yeah.
Someone else.
Why are
was
you
gonna
so
go.
loud?
I thought he was also talking to me. I don't know. I was confused.
Can we all just talk one at a time? I know Jin is like winning the argument here, but come on, guys, be respectful.
Who was the one that I stopped? It's only fair that that person gets to
So you
talk.
feel like when you wait, I'm
say.
curious, when you talk on this server or other servers, you're not actually talking to the people. You're not trying to find any sort of like common ground with them. You're actually talking to the secret third thing, an audience. Like are you streaming right now?
No, but I think Omni.
Then what are you talking about, man?
Omni is
Two things can be
streaming.
true at the same
Geo-
time.
Okay, so
Geo
you
streams at his
speak. So just in the
server,
future, any
Jen Panda
conversation that I
streams
have
at
with you.
his- Hey, why are you talking?
That's fine. So,
Right,
so
you're not
just
going
so
to
that I
change
understand.
anybody's mind in these servers, right? That
No,
the
you're
people
in
that
a
are
debate server.
directly here.
No, you can.
The people that are directly here. Well, I'm talking people on the FE side. I have yet to see one of them change their
I just
mind
want to
from
understand.
combo
No,
I've
it
had.
happens the other way. Only
I just
Glenn-
want to understand any
Globers,
conversation that I
normal
have with you is
people.
not going to be actually you talking to me in good faith. It's actually just going to be you talking for effect to
Oh,
some invisible
everything's
other
in
party.
good faith,
That's-
right? We're
that's
trying
not
to
what
get
he
the
said.
most accurate to reality information out to whoever wants to investigate it, right? So it's not about having a bad
Really,
faith.
I
There's
mean-
nothing bad faith about that. That's just ridiculous.
I think it's bad faith to
Can
be
I
having a
respond?
conversation with someone
He could
who's trying to
easily have been-
understand you,
he could
and you
easily have
say,
been-
I don't
No.
actually care about this person understanding what I have to say. I want to be accurate in terms of the pure fucking like theory of the thing for a secret third audience. I think that is kind of bad faith. I think that is kind of
No,
like.
that's not what he said. He could
Yeah,
be,
that's
he
not
could
what
be
I
in good
said.
faith.
It is exactly what he
He
said.
could be he could be in good faith answering Jin while at the same time supplying information to everyone who else is listening to the conversation.
If he was in good faith talking with Jin, then his intent would be to have a conversation with Jin that leads itself to both people understanding each other as best as possible, not talking to the audience, whatever audience that is that he thinks exists.
We're in reality,
Yeah, if he wants to,
though, bro, where
hang on a
Jin
second, if I
doesn't
may just add
allow
something
for
there.
a good faith conversation, dude. Are you
Again,
new
that's an
here?
insult right there. That's an insult right there. Hang on. Don't start insulting me whilst I'm here, because I'm here listening. point is this. I often do that. I often imagine that there is an audience there, because that helps me present my case, because there are times when I'm on a server that is going out live. So I like to keep it as real as I can possibly can. So sometimes I imagine that there's an audience there. So the audience must get what I'm understanding. I do that every time. I've been doing that for 10 years straight. Okay.
I'm not upset with whatever you have in your head, Jin. I'm more
But
annoyed
it's
with the
about
idea.
data.
It's more
and
the
measurement, right?
Oh my God,
it's about the reality. It's not about like getting your viewpoint across and what you believe. It's about the reality and getting the data and measurements of reality to people who are interested.
So we're talking about reality. I always state this, that whatever's been built from a false premise is null and void. In your position that you're a glober, you haven't established that the earth is a real globe in the physical world that we live in. And that's where we come in to help you along with that. These are our findings, and these are the anomalies that we have, okay? And we discuss that. That's the reality, okay?
See, there's two different
in reality. Thank you.
Yeah, there's two different approaches going on here, right? Jin is
God struck you down, bro.
You're roboting.
Convince them. Well, he's trying to get his points to the audience to convince them to come on his side.
I know, but for the sake
whereas
of the
I'm
audience,
just trying to get the
audio,
data and the methods, and the methods to the audience, so that they can investigate
you broke up
further.
a whole lot there at the beginning. We missed the whole beginning of what you said because you just broke
All right,
up.
let's just move on. Anyone who's paying
No
attention,
problem. I'm sorry, Jay. I was just trying to let you know. I was just trying to let you know that I didn't hear any at the beginning. You were just cutting out.
Jace, so
all right, let's talk about a topic.
I want to talk with you, okay? For the sake of the conversation, could you find out first with Jin if he thinks gravity impacts the plane to have some basis to continue? Because he will tell you.
Heard him say that he doesn't think that.
He will tell you gravity doesn't impact the plane, and there you will have no point of explaining aerodynamics in this forum, because anyone who wants to can Google it and learn it. And you clearly dealing with
actually, that would be misinformation on your part.
Okay, Jin.
You would be misinformed if you Google and it's telling you, or AI is telling you that gravity. Hang on a minute. Let me just finish what I'm trying to say. If you Google or refer to AI and it's explaining to you that gravity has a part to play in aviation, that is misinformation completely. Thank you.
Okay, Jin, I was interested in hearing Jay. Okay, please, Jay.
Yeah, so I totally get you, man. I get it. And I've heard Jin say these things. I'm well aware of them, right? So the information that I'm putting out is meant to give the audience members either the direct information or the location of where to go to find the information that demonstrates what Jin is saying is incorrect, the data, the measurements, the reality of it, right? It's not about Jin isn't going to listen to that stuff.
You would be misinforming them.
Hang on, I'm not done. Jin's not going to listen.
I've got the sources.
Yo,
I'm giving you the sources.
Jin, quiet. I'm not done.
You're implying.
I'm not done.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, Jin, J Ace was not finished. Let's let J Ace finish, please.
Hey Jay, when are you going to debate Taylor again?
Well, I sent her a thing about, you know, going through the videos, finding some topics that she wants to talk about.
Germ theory.
No, we're talking about origin of life.
I said, well, let's go through David Deemer's work on live, and then I never got a response.
Well, we got to go deeper than that, right? There's because I've actually been refreshing on the what's been going on in this field, and there's much more than David Deemer's. There's probably about 10 different research groups doing that we would need to discuss.
I thought you said David Deemer made self-replicating RNA.
Yes, yes, and he's not the only one. There's like 10 other research groups who have done that and have done it in different ways. So it'd be better than just discussing this one research group where we can kind of mislead the audience that, oh, maybe this group hasn't done this, so it hasn't been done yet, right? We have to discuss the entirety of the topic where all these other groups have done it in different ways. So even if it was possible that Deemers didn't do it, right, there's 9 or 10, 11, 12, 15 other groups who have done it either the way he did it or a different way, right? So we don't want to mislead the audience that that's the end all be all of it.
Yeah, but in the last debate and in the last conversation we had, you said David Deemer, we were discussing whether he did self-replicating RNA or not. And so I'm just, you know, I'm inviting you to open on live to share that paper with everybody so we can all make a decision.
Well, it's, like I said, when we were talking at that time, it's more than just one paper. He's put out like 12 different papers discussing different parts of the process.
Yeah, whatever ones that he made self-replicating RNA, or if it's multiple, we should do that.
Yes, and I even, when you left that night, I took your source, right, and I got the quotes and the screenshots of where Deemers is explaining to the interviewer how they made the self-replicating RNA. So like this idea that he's somehow saying they didn't do it, right? I took that, I found what he's saying in there, his quotes and stuff that he's responding to the interviewer with, and they are quotes explaining how exactly he made this stuff. In that source you had posted, Deemers himself explains how he did it, and I posted the relevant quotes for people to look at.
So I wonder if Omni is here or not. Omni, are you here?
I'm here.
I'm driving, and I'm only going to be driving for like 10 more minutes, and then I got to do something, so I can't have like a full-on debate right this moment.
Well, maybe just whenever you can let us know. Omni, would you let him present his like evidence here in space?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Would you let J Ace present his evidence that we had, like basically the contention we had last time?
Yeah, we can.
Did you let him present his evidence here?
Yeah, when I have a chance, I already asked Omni.
Not right now, but just
could.
in general.
I know, I know. When I have a chance, I asked Omni if he could make a text chat channel for me and whoever else is interested for just posting experiments, research papers, data, whatever about whatever topic you want. And Omni did make the text chat channel. So probably tonight I'll have a chance to go through and blow that channel up with all the relevant experiments and research that's been done on it. So
I have a question.
Yeah, I just want to share
RNA. And then if you want to talk about all those articles that I'm going to put in there, you can after that.
I was curious, does anybody here feel like the field of chemistry supports creationism?
Okay, yeah, before we answer that question, I just want to make a statement, and that is J Ace. I always back up my information with the experts' facts. Facts from the experts, not theories. I have my sources. Everybody knows me as a man who gives the source. Okay, and I can drown you with my sources. You'll need a life jacket. But anyway, I'll stop there.
The data never supports what you're saying. The data, the measurements never support what you're saying.
That's conjecture, what you're putting forward there.
When you say something and I
have a globe, the globe doesn't exist. So your globe is a false premise already.
When
whatever you have to say related to the globe is null and void.
Tell him, King, tell him.
Everything you say is null and void. Can't be told.
See, when you claim something, when you claim something,
when I claim something, I'll let you know
and
about
I
it.
go
And
look
that
up
is
the relevant
basically
data.
whatever you have to say has to be seen
You're
and
just
deemed as
interrupting.
null and void
just
because the Earth as a globe hasn't been established
You're just
and
interrupting me,
substantiated. It is actually real. It is not real.
Jen, man, you got to reel it back in some, okay?
I was just making a simple statement that when people in these forums claim something, and then I go look up the relevant data, whether it's Jin or not, it almost certainly always doesn't agree with what's being claimed.
Where is the curvature of the Earth and the shape of the Earth that we experience? So whatever you put forward has to be seen as null and void. Has to be. We're not living on a globe.
Love it when Jin says the quiet bit out loud.
I've sat here and listened to surveyors present their data, videotape themselves live, measuring the data, explaining where the curve of the Earth is, showing the data where that curve is. So, like, what are you talking about? There's no proof,
We're
or there's no
talking
data,
about
there's no evidence.
experiencing it.
I've seen Jesse, I've seen Larry out in the field. Like, what are you on about?
I'm on about seeing the curvature and experiencing it, enjoying it, photographing it, whilst I'm living in real time.
I think I can help Jin here. I think I can help Jin here. I think if I could, right? What Jim's trying to say. I don't know if you've ever been on a boat, right, near a lighthouse, right? But if the Earth was flat, or I'm sorry, if the Earth was round, as you come up to this lighthouse, the light would be coming from above you, right? Because it's flat. Now, however, what actually, or round, however, it would be above you. However, because the Earth is in fact flat. No. I don't think you understand physics, and frankly, I think Jin is quite a bit ahead of you. It's getting to the point where it's kind of hard to listen to.
You have to be a troll, bro.
I'm not a troll. I don't understand why you refuse to meet him where he is.
But I'm not refusing anything, right? There's stuff we can demonstrate in reality, and that what Jin is saying he can't demonstrate.
No, but
and
he's asking you to
that were
demonstrate
being
it.
discussed before can be demonstrated. Like, it's
What you're
as
doing-
simple as that.
what you're
And
doing
people
is-
like
is-
Larry and Jesse have demonstrated it. I've sat here and watched them in real time demonstrate it to everybody. So, like, what are you on about?
I don't know why you said Larry's name with such derision, but outside of that, right? What Jin is asking you for is to present a livable experience where what you say is true. And I don't think you can.
Yes.
Is the
While
thing.
I was watching Larry and Jesse measure it,
experience it. Yeah, but the troll knows.
I was
You need to do it.
experiencing them in real
You're
time,
experiencing a
taking
video of
measurements of
someone
the
else.
curve.
You're experiencing a video someone else took of them maybe experiencing something. It's
It
a
was a
difference
live
between looking at the picture of a flower and walking in a field of sunflowers. You get a full sensory experience in real life.
Trolly.
I'm trolling
It
because
was a
I'm calling you
live
out.
stream. It was a live stream, and they've even met with other FEs, right? So you're just saying all of these people, their experiences, their measurements have no basis on reality just because I haven't done it. That is so silly, man.
Can I ask you something? Are you a Christian?
No.
All right, we're done talking here.
Thank God. Thank God.
That's a good start.
Lynn,
Hallelujah.
do latitude and longitude coordinates give you specific ground coordinates or sky coordinates?
You believe in longitude coordinates?
Yeah, just like I believe you would not give your latitude and longitude coordinates right now over the air because you know it would dox yourself because they give specific
I'm
ground
not poisoned
coordinates.
by liberal academia, dude. I don't believe in this shit. Neither should you. Grow up.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
Jin,
Well said. Yeah.
do they give you specific ground coordinates or sky coordinates?
They give me that I can say it proves curvature. That's the problem. They don't give me that curve. And that's what I'm sticking with. That's what I'm. That is the answer. That is the answer you're going to get from me. They don't give me.
Y'all didn't answer his
curvature.
question about the lighthouse. Y'all just called him a troll.
There you go.
So how you gonna question other people?
If the Earth was round, right? Then the light of the lighthouse would be coming from above you and over your head as you near the lighthouse. But because it is flat, right? Because it is flat, when you come up to a lighthouse, the light is straight in front of you. It hits you in the face like the light of God. Except it's a false God. It's the light of Satan. It's the light of a lie that you created.
No, it wouldn't.
Wouldn't the light appear first though? Isn't that the case? Like if it was you're coming up over the globe, whatever, and then you see the top of the lighthouse first, and then you can continue to see the bottom if they're saying that things disappear bottom up. At the very least, that would be the case, right?
They disappear bottom up, so you would see the top first as you get closer to the lighthouse.
Congratulations, you've now figured out why lighthouses are tall.
Yep. Or the same reason why they
They're
used
really
to put
not that tall.
bonfires
when they used to put bonfires on cliff sides at high cliff sides so they could signal from far away.
I don't even
why
think
do you
that
guys,
happened. The only time I've ever seen that actually be a thing is in like Hollywood, like Lord of the Rings.
No,
that might be a decent point. Why do you guys think
no,
that?
it's in Italy. I've done it. You go down the coast, like you know, you take the tour. They have multiple spots where they used to have like fires to signal, and they go along the coast.
So in order to falsify, or I'm sorry, in order to verify your claim, I'd have to go to Italy.
Go to any
Or you could just, you know, maybe research it a little bit.
All right, well, why do you guys on the globe side believe that changing elevation allows you to see further? Is it for one reason, and one reason only, or are there multiple reasons, or what do you got here?
Multiple reasons.
Just, you know, geometry.
The pretend flat earther that spoke up exposed himself, and Tanks has exposed him as well, in that he showed he doesn't understand the flat earth, because the flat earth also has a reason for why lighthouses would be tall, because that would be necessary even if the earth were flat.
Factual evidence from Professor Egghead.
Or maybe other people have a different interpretation that there's a specific reason that they're tall, and that reason can only point to the Earth being a globe, and if so, what is that reasoning?
It's clearly both, right? Any small obstruction close up to you will cover more behind it. So you need a tall tower, even if the Earth is flat, to be seen from a long way, because there could be small hills and trees and shit that get in the way.
I much believe in things that are seeable with my own eyes. And here's my thing, right? Is Globers love to ask questions. And then when you can't answer their specific questions, right, they tell you you're wrong and you're stupid. Well, I'd like to ask the Globers, what do you know about the Nephilim? What do you know about Jupiter? What do you know about Saturn? Right? What do you know? And I don't mean
you gonna let him do this? You gonna let him laugh as
I don't mean rocks in your round.
Flat earther?
I'm telling you, right, that as a species, Globers are incredibly arrogant. And I think that when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, just maybe you're fucking outclassed. Yeah, intellectually by what comprises of people who have done their research for decades on MySpace, on Yahoo Answers, on LinkedIn for decades, been communicating with each other, been working with each other, been talking about the oddities, the quirks of the system and how it relates to everything else. You can't tell me anything about the Nephilim. You can't tell me about Saturnalia and how it connects to anything at all, because you're a domesticated human animal who doesn't understand what he's talking about, but continue to be arrogant and tell us, right, that we're wrong because we can't falsify up and down, dude.
That was a solid satire. We've done our research.
Thank you very much.
On Facebook, on LinkedIn.
Yes, like we don't do research as well. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking
Ed,
idiot.
you know not to interrupt people.
I mean, that was a decent troll. That troll was worth letting it roll.
Can I ask the question?
It's a nice attempt. Go ahead.
So if you've been doing this
Yahoo Messenger, on LinkedIn. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So you said you've been doing this for over 10 years and you're so much smarter. Do you have a working map that I can use for my blue water sailboat races?
This is exactly what I mean, gentlemen, is right here. I didn't say that I am particularly smart. In fact, most flat earthers, we didn't go through your education. We don't have the money for it. We weren't groomed by the elites like you were. All right? Here's the thing, right? We comprise of individual pieces of a whole. Okay?
Just random people on the internet using random evidence that you find from other people on the internet.
Together with
So I just want to confirm that both of you are saying no, you don't have a map that I could use for my blue water sailboat race.
You gotta get on
organization like supported your model. Would y'all be able to comprise your own map? You guys here defending the globe? Or are you relying on a government organization that has like billions of dollars?
In fact, I have.
I could create
a map. The globe was made before billions was even a thing in currency.
I have human development. We've had a specter haunting the world. We've had the academia trying to, from birth, grooming us into a certain set of ideas. We don't have the luxury of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of what it essentially comes down to intellectual grooming, okay? We are having to build the truth from the ground up
This
and look for
fucker
the
acts
signs of
like as
truth
if all
from the
countries
ground
teach
up.
the same
Hey, why are you
thing.
interrupting him?
So you guys have your pre-built frameworks. They've told you what to say in response to X and Y's thing. You're no different than robots because they do that too. Ones and zeros, little robot men. I am an intellectual.
I have a question.
So when you're done with that, I was asked a question. Can I answer it?
Yes.
Go ahead and answer it, and then I want to get in.
Taylor, the answer.
I'm here, Omni.
All right, I'm going to try one more time.
Yeah, you're such a pussy. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Taylor, the answer to your question is yes. Making maps is one of the main parts of my job as a tactician. That the tactician is the role on the boat who's in charge of making sure all the tacks and jibes are in the correct spot so that we win the race. They are not the person in charge. That is the captain, and the tactician's job is to advise them. As that job, making is extremely vital and something we do every time we race.
So how much have you mapped out so far of the Earth?
Including my circumnavigations, quite a bit.
Okay, so yeah, just show me whatever maps that you built from the bottom up. I'd like to see them.
Fuck you. You pay for them.
Oh my god! Thank you.
I'm sorry. Those are trade secrets for a racing team. You would have to pay for that.
Okay, don't worry about it, bro.
I don't think you can invoke secret evidence, though. I criticize the flat earthers for invoking evidence that they can't show me.
Fair.
Yeah, not being able to share the evidence should deem the evidence null and void.
Fair enough, because that is a fair critique that I won't provide my own. Here is the maps as provided. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You obviously know what I'm going to say.
No, I just thanked you. Maybe you weren't listening. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought I was in the middle of a sentence, but go ahead. The maps I make are very
thanked you
similar.
at the end of your sentence. And I'm sorry, we both spoke at the same time there. But I was just thanking you at the end of your sentence. Thank you.
Okay, are you done? Are you done now, and I can continue, or would you like to continue to thank me?
No, hurry up.
Do you need me to tell you again that you can speak?
Go ahead.
So, the maps that I make are very similar to the map that I just posted. This is a publicly available one from the Vendée Globe. This one not only has all of the land masses, but also wind and water patterns during the time of the race. These are the type of maps that are used all the time. If you would like a more detailed model, I can provide you a link.
Okay.
Is that just the routes that you took on top of the globe, or did
Why are we
you
talking about
build that
models?
globe? Hello?
I'm sorry, they talked over you too. You want to try again?
I said, are these just routes that you took, or like did you? Because it seems like this is routes you took on a globe, like this kind of established coordinate system. It'd be cool to see people build a coordinate system. Maybe the Globers can show us how it's done bottom up.
The answer to your question is the red line on that picture is the VMG line. That is the optimal hypothetical best line. All of the other colors are the actual routes the boats have taken.
Okay. I wouldn't say that's map building.
Taylor, do you wanna talk about a coordinate system? So
Wait. I had a question for Alu. So I want to know what the connection was between the Nephilim and Saturnalia.
Between the Nephilim and Saturnalia?
Yeah, you said that.
Can I ask you first? I would like to ask you a question before I answer you.
Okay.
What are your thoughts? Like, what do you think this is? Because I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing here. A lot of people get it confused. Saturnalia, Saturn in general, is an incredibly complicated topic. So is the Nephilim. I want to understand where you're at. So I need to know if I have to raise you up or meet you exactly where you are.
So the Nephilim were a race of degenerate non-humans that were in the Old Testament. and the potentially giants.
Sure.
And Saturnalia was a Roman festival to the god Saturn, which was essentially a reversal of roles.
You have to understand that Saturn, this is where I have to raise you up a little bit. As a whole, when we talk about Saturn, we're referring to something much older, just because we don't have the words really to really describe what we're talking about here. Just understand, think of it as a great eagle, right? And when we talk about the Nephilim, I want you to think about much of the folklore and the stories that humanity has raised up around itself as it grows, right? Things like changelings, skinwalkers, all of this kind of stuff all comes back to, the different masks of one being, which is the Nephilim, the great seducer. You may call him Satan, you may call him whatever you want, right? The point that I'm making is that these are very esoteric subjects, and I'm not really interested in debating them so much as I am interested in pointing out that when the Globers, right, ask you a question, they hold the high ground, as it were, right? They get to tell you, if you don't answer my question to my liking, you're a lunatic. I'll tell you, if you can't answer my question about the Nephilim, right, you're a lunatic. But you matter more than me because you've been granted by society a greatness, a holiness. You're a priest of academia, right?
So
I think it's entirely hypocritical, and I suspect work of the serpent.
So yeah, so that's so. What's the connection?
Connection?
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't really say they were connected. He said, "I bet you don't know about the Nephilim. I bet you don't know about Saturnalia." That's what I remember him saying. I don't think he said that
the
there was a
connection.
I think
connection.
it's a connection too. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that's I can try.
Connection that we were missing.
The wandering stars, the planets are wandering stars. Stars represent angels. The wandering stars fell from heaven, just like how the Nephilim got here, which are the offspring of the fallen angels. How about that?
Well,
the wandering stars fell from heaven. What?
No.
So I don't know if I buy that. The Nephilim would have been terrestrial beings, not luminaries.
Right, exactly. So that's why I said the Nephilim were offspring of the fallen angels.
Okay.
Yeah, and then angels are represented as stars, and the Bible talks about the wandering stars, which no longer stay to their path, and that's where the name planet comes from, is the wonder. They're wonders. So kind of both are an offspring of angels falling or straying away from the path.
The wandering stars I don't understand. The wandering stars, which were the planets that never fell, are the angels that did fall.
So the stars in heaven are like symbolic of the angels. Some people think they actually could be the angels, and then the wandering stars are the ones that strayed away from their path, and they're called wanderers. And they're yeah, and then so the fallen angels, literally in the book of Genesis 6, in Genesis 6:3, the sons of God came into the daughters of men and bore Nephilim. This was a product of the angels falling as well. I'm just trying to make a connection from Saturnalia to the
Okay, so
Nephilim.
Yeah, that didn't. I was curious.
I think that did pretty good.
And I still
It
don't.
was a good attempt.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think it was a good attempt, but I don't think that's. I think Allele was just flinging shit at the wall. I think he did a good job at joining the dots.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, that's what the Bible talks about, though. I mean, kind of is both a product of fallen angels.
I just wanted to be clear. If there is, if you say I have this enormous body of knowledge that trumps yours, and then somebody has a legitimate question about it and you can't really answer.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's I'm not sure what to
That's a
make
good
of
point.
it.
That's a good point. But your turn is up, so now you need to yield the microphone.
Go ahead.
You've had your say.
I don't think that he said that they were connected. I don't remember him saying that, but there is a connection. In my opinion, there's some connection.
Okay.
All right, so it's my turn.
I
So I just wanted to point out to whoever said they could make a map, right? Like I kind of made fun of it and poked fun at it. Was it yesterday or the day before? But they claimed to have had a map once upon a time based on the angles to stars, which don't change, right? Ptolemy had made a map, and that map was followed by Christopher Columbus of the known world. He said, "Listen, we know the whole world because we know the distance from A to B, and the star angles don't change, but all it took was one incorrect measured distance to get the whole world wrong. They found another half of the world. But how did they do that with star angles being consistent?"
So
Yeah,
Ptolemy's map was, I was the one that said you can make a map. And I think, Taylor, somewhat you moved the goalpost by then saying, can you make a coordinate system? But the answer is still yes.
He didn't make that map.
Ptolemy's was pretty close to the current radius. It was Columbus, my understanding anyways, it was Columbus's miscalculations that had him shrink the Earth by like 2/3 or something. He thought it was far smaller than it was claimed to be for thousands of years, and that's what his not so much his navigation, because he was just heading west, but he didn't bring enough supplies. He thought it should be a really short trip, and that's why he struggled to get funding. He was showing other people, kings and stuff, had show it to their learned men, and the learned men would be like, he's wrong about the radius. And they're like, should we tell him? Nah, just don't fund him because he's not coming back.
Yeah, he was highly
So
funded.
I don't think that he made a map there. I think that he drew lines on a globe. What I mean is, like, in the same way that you want that you're asking flat earthers to make a map, you should probably do the same thing that you like them to do, instead of just like invoking something that's had billions of dollars and is it well established, whatever.
Yeah, we have a map.
Has anybody here made a map? Like, okay, so let me just ask, who would make a map on the flat earth side other than random individuals? That's who it would be.
The point is, the globe has a map that works perfectly only if it's fitted over a globe. If the Earth is flat, there must be extreme errors wherever that map isn't centered. And all you would need to do as a flat earther is just pick an area where those errors are going to be, map even a fairly small patch, and show that it's all fucked up, and that the rest of it would just bankroll itself. You would just everybody would suddenly
show the prime meridian.
You know anybody who's measured?
Zigzags. Yeah, nobody's measured it. Yeah.
Saying these like extreme errors, I would like to see like somebody who's actually set out to do these measurements.
Sure, it's necessary. So if you get the North Pole, and the North Pole is a point, then everything emanates from that point. That's fine with flat, right? And up until December, flat earthers were happy to put that in the middle of the map. What that means is the further you get from that point, you're getting a circumference, which is the longest line. But on a globe, that's going to go back to another point. So you're going to then compare this longest line to a point with no length, and that means extreme errors. That's why the north-centric A map squishes and stretches Australia and all of the southern countries, southern land masses so much.
Has someone done that measurement?
It's not a measurement. It's just obvious geometric necessity.
I got you. You're just saying there's errors, and if there is errors, I'd like to, see if somebody's ran into those errors before.
We haven't, no. They would necessarily have to be there. Flat earthers have claimed that they're there. Flat earthers have claimed that Christopher Columbus, he's the idiot one. Captain James Cook had massive measurement errors when he was in the south, right? So many flat earthers are aware of this issue, and they're aware that, according to their conception, it should be in the south. But no, none of them can
You're
find
just
it.
you're denying the pear-shaped Earth excuses right now.
Sure thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't come across anybody.
Pilots exist for a reason. Yeah.
No, I mean, Rakia's one of them. There's a bunch in 24/7 that claim it. Loads do.
It doesn't matter. The bottom line was it was
imagine.
There you go.
Let me just say it for the sake of the room.
Pilots get around.
Don't take over.
Imagine a flat earther finding a 0-day exploit in navigation. It will
that'd
be like
that'd be crazy. But yeah, check it. It was put forth that don't go off anybody else's assumptions of a concept. How would you make a map? Obviously, you would need to. The answer would be you need to get out of the coordinate system that we're in and find something objective to reference. Something that's separate from.
Okay,
Well,
let's explain
I'll explain it to you if I continue speaking. Right. So you get out of your reference frame and then reference something that's separate from your reference frame to then have a coordinate system that could map out onto the ground. They've done that. They use the stars as that reference
That
system.
is not explaining.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you were,
you can't get out of reference frames. There's no exiting reference frame.
You can imagine a world real quick. You can imagine a world where we didn't have the stars to reference, and I would ask you, like, well, where's your house? Well, in reference to what? Like, what is your house in reference to? And then you're going to say, well, it's in reference to the coordinate system that is just the stars projected onto the ground in a spherical manner to give us our position. I mean, you could give me something else that you guys would reference, not the stars. How would you make a map then? I guess that was the question put to you. How would you make a map that doesn't reference the stars? Go ahead.
It's got to be easy. Just start at one point and reference it all to the starting point, which is pretty much what the British did, which is why the meridian goes through Greenwich. You don't have to use
how do you know that?
Just,
how do you know what that's in reference to, though? Like, how are you going to keep that point
what
straight?
Is mean time called?
What's that?
Hang on, now you're wondering how we keep lines straight. So there's no point starting. There's no point starting to reference anything if you can't figure out what a straight line looks like.
Right. So how are you gonna keep a straight line?
So now you're claiming the incompetence, not just the incompetence of mapping.
No, I'm just asking you how you're going to make your map. You're saying I'm going to make a straight line. I guess you're going to do triangulation like they did in England or something, right? What are you going to do?
You could do a triangulation. You can just map them in cardinal directions to one another, due north, south, east, west. You can do it in whatever.
Right. So north, south, east, west. Is that in reference to? What's that in reference to?
The rotation of the Earth, which is detectable using gyros and no reference to the stars. Thank you. No further question.
Okay, so north, south, east, west, right? So if I went, let's say south, right? I just took a cardinal direction south. Would that like diverge and converge, or would that be a straight line?
That's what you're trying to do. You would be mapping to try to figure out if the flat Earth map is right? You don't decide ahead of time what you're going to find when you get to map that bit of territory.
I'm not making a flat or globe map. I'm just making a map.
You're not doing anything, let's be honest.
You were saying just cardinal directions north. So if I go south, is that a straight line, or is it diverge and converge towards a point?
What are you saying? If you're going south straight, you map that as straight.
I would say speed and time would be a good way. Speed that you're traveling, and then time traveled, like in all different directions.
Yeah, that would be a really good way. They do that for Dead Reckoning. Just like chuck a bucket out the back,
knots
tied on a rope, and count the number of knots that go past. Would work really well.
Well, it didn't work out that well, but yeah, I mean, how would you know? Like, so are we just going to assume that north and south is straight, or can we know it? What are we going to do?
I would like to.
If you can't detect whether you're looking in a straight line, you probably needed to have a more fundamental conversation than how do we make things. Because
listen, if you guys are into straight lines, I don't know why you're taking all these shots, dude. I mean, I just asked you to make a map, like how you would do it. But if you guys are into like straight lines of sight, I have some oil rigs to show you if you're interested.
But if you can't understand what a straight line is, then there's no point discussing how do I map it.
If you are into straight lines of sight, I have some oil rigs to show you if you're interested.
If that level of incompetence will render you incapable of virtually everything.
I don't know, dude. Like, if that's how you're going to make a map through like rhetoric, I don't know. That seems like a crazy method. But if you are into straight lines of sight, I have some oil rigs to show you if you're interested.
So you do know what straight lines are?
Okay, so then that's how you would do it.
You would do it from I don't know what straight lines are to I'm so confident that straight lines are, I can prove the flat Earth with them.
I don't know. I wouldn't do it through rhetoric. I wouldn't build a map through rhetoric. Do you have any other kind of tools that we would use?
But I think that's dishonest. I don't think you'd build a map at all. I think that you would actively avoid building a map because you know what happens when flat earthers test the Earth. They come back.
Anyway, there's no argument from him. Anybody else have a way that they would build a world map?
I'm talking how I would. I'm just saying that you would.
Use a fucking plane.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody in here has the research.
So you can
The map of the globe is perfectly the way it is. Perfect.
Yeah.
So
why would we need to make a new map if
this
the one
thing-
we have is functional?
Yeah, I mean,
just saying, how would you?
Any map is
Because
broken.
y'all didn't make that map, so who would make
Any
it
map is
first?
fucked. So we're a globe.
Can you
Yeah,
watch
you
the
can
language?
What'd you say, Taylor? Hold on. What'd you say, Taylor?
I said that you guys were given a map by like other people who have made it and had a lot of money to make one. And how would you expect flat earthers to even make a map instead of just going out on their own? Which I don't think anybody here would be able to do.
I don't think you need to make a map. Like, I think that's unnecessarily a high standard. Just show the errors in the ones we've got. They would necessarily have to be there, right? Australia.
No. We keep getting asked, "Where's your flat Earth map? Where's your flat Earth map?" So how would we make an Earth?
Why would we need to make a flat Earth map?
Never mind.
For example, a lot of flat earthers say that 1 degree from the North Pole is 69 miles. So if the Earth is flat,
No, that's a globe claim. That's a globe claim.
No. I hear a lot of flat earthers say they completely agree. As you go 1 degree, like as Polaris goes 1 degree
It's a
south,
celestial navigation claim.
And your angle.
Let me be clear.
I hear a lot of flat earthers agree.
Let him just keep going.
I want to be clear about something. That 1 degree per 69 miles is observable and is crucial to celestial navigation working. If that's not true, then you can demolish the globe instantaneously.
Hey, was that true in Columbus's time? Was the star angle still the same? Okay, how did he have half the size of Earth?
Well, anyway, I'm going to get back to my point. So if
not you,
so according to the flat Earth, we agree that the North Pole is the center of the Earth. At least that's been the flat Earth claim for as long as I know. So if we do that, I posted 2 pictures in the chat, both chats, of 2 cities that are basically exactly 33 degrees south of the equator. So that's 90 plus 33, blah, blah, which is 123 degrees. So you do the 69 miles, you have your 2 lengths, you have your 2 sides of a triangle, and then you compare the longitude. And now you have your degrees, and you can do the distance calculation off of a simple geometry of a triangle.
All right, can I jump in, or are you going to keep going? You're going to keep going, okay. And I'm going to get kicked for over talking when you just stop a sentence and then start going again. Fuck's sakes.
Go ahead, Rob.
Go Omni.
Waiting for you. What do you do with your triangle on a sphere? That's all curved lines on straight. Yeah.
This is assuming a flat Earth.
No, the question from Taylor was, how are we even supposed to make a map when we don't have the funding to make a map?
Yeah,
like the globe
I can
had.
answer that question.
Thank you.
So to make a map, we have this thing we call it a compass. It tells you, like, it gives you a heading. You can figure out how fast you're going for how long you're going to get from one place to the next. Now you have a distance because you can use time plus speed to get distance. And now you have a heading. So you know
How do you know
for a
there's a
fact
straight line?
that
That was the earlier question.
Time divided by speed is just...
It's not about whether it's a straight line. You follow a heading. So you know for a fact that if you start in this city and you follow this heading for this distance, you will wind up in this city. That's how you make maps.
Yeah, how do you know the headings are a straight line? How do you know they don't deviate at some point?
It doesn't.
It does
it
matter.
Doesn't matter. It does, no, it doesn't. Because even if the headings do deviate, for example, say once you get to the next city, that same like east is not the same from when you started in the other city. If you go follow that compass, due east for a set amount of time, for a set amount of for a known speed, and you get to a third location. You know that if you go from that second location following due east for that said distance, you'll wind up at that third location.
Yeah,
then from that third
Oh,
location, then from that third location, you can hypothesize as to where that first city should be, and you can you can.
Okay.
I'm almost done.
Listen,
you can
I don't listen.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. So you can figure out, okay, to get to that first city from the third city, I have to go in this heading for this amount of time at this speed. And now you have 3 points, all with distances between them. Known distances.
You don't know the
Has
distance.
anybody here done that?
No, he doesn't know. Nobody's done it. Nobody knows the distance. Obviously, like just on like you can
Can't
just
do it.
imagine it clearly, right? That if you you say, hey, if somebody just says, hey, I got 2 points here, and following this heading is a straight line. If you go 5 miles an hour, it should take you this long to get there, and then you walk in a squiggly, swervy line, and then you have to change how long it took you to get there and your distance, and obviously it would change. I mean, your time would obviously then change your distance. So yeah.
Sailing, you ain't got
How do you affirm it's a straight line? That was the earlier question.
It's not about whether you're affirming it's a straight line. You're following a heading for a said distance.
Yeah, I don't think the penny's dropping.
Whether or not that heading is a straight line is irrelevant.
If you're sailing and there's no wind, how do you account for that?
The heading must be a straight line.
No, not necessarily.
How do you account for no wind and you're not moving?
Why not? No. He says not necessarily. Well, what necessities would it mean it doesn't need to be straight line distance?
Right. For example, if you're using a compass which follows the magnetic lines, you can have magnetic declination, which means that you're not following. You can be going along. You can be starting at one city, and as you travel to that next city, the compass could be giving you a different direction as you go. But it doesn't matter, because as long as you start at that one city, as long as it keeps giving you that same error as you keep going, it doesn't matter. You start at that first city, you follow a heading, and you get to that next city, wherever it may be.
That's how planes work.
What you're trying to describe is rum lines, and you're real close. RHUMB.
Yeah, the tangent to the to that field line, yeah. Yeah, so how do you know that rum line's a straight line? Or what you would
It doesn't have to be straight.
Matter.
The point is, it doesn't have to be straight.
The point is, he doesn't get it. He just doesn't get that if you take a zigzag, it's a longer path. Therefore, you just say, well, time over distance is this. Therefore, my distance is this. This is what I mean. This is the same reasoning that I pointed out that Columbus used, and they had half of a world. I don't know. I mean, got me.
Yes, this was like basic map making, and the reason why you had errors is, for example, you had current. So as they were dragging the rope behind the thing with the knots on it to determine how fast they were going by dropping the piece of wood in the thing, it doesn't account for all the factors. So they could think they're heading in this thing, which is why maps would be like, you head 140 degrees for a set distance. The way you figure out how fast you're going is by dropping the rope into the water to figure it out. But hey, you could have a fast current doing the wrong thing. There could be all sorts of different factors, which is why maps based off of that were not very accurate. It only became very, very accurate once we started putting satellites in the sky.
Can I say something about celestial navigation?
Go ahead.
So I was told by PhD Tony about how flat earthers agreed with 15 degrees per mile, and I was like, okay, what flat earther said that? And he said like Whitsitt and maybe one other one. I did ask Whitsitt, and he said no, because we don't necessarily know where the North Pole is. Like we can't, obviously none of us have measured it. So and then another thing was I asked some other flat earthers on Ether Cause about their celestial navigation thing, and I was sent this PDF about basically like your celestial sphere, about how you'd have the same effects with that. Have y'all heard about this?
I have that PDF. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. It's basically like an official one, like on Celestial Nav. So they were just highlighting certain spots about like your particular celestial sphere, and how like due to perspective, like things will, like how in the distance, like something as you get further away will appear to like go and merge with your eye level line? And
no,
like
I've only been doing celestial navigation for the last 35 years.
no.
I don't know
think it's
anything about it.
accurate. I think that it is accurate. Like it could be, yeah, like with the 15 degrees. I've never, tried it myself, but it's like, is that a product of curvature or is that a product of your perspective? That's the question. Not is it real or not.
It's look up Al-Biruni. It's perspective and refraction.
So if the PDF is what I think it is, he is going to be a part of it is referencing an old astronomy textbook talking about the celestial sphere. And I think he is putting too much emphasis on what the text is actually saying. The text is simply saying that you can approximate a 3D universe as a 2D dome surrounding the Earth. It's not a perspective thing. It's more of how we look at the sky and measure angles measure distances from one thing to another on the sky.
So
Dr. Park,
how would
can
we
I ask-
determine if it's curvature or perspective?
What do you mean by curvature or perspective?
Basically, like, I think that they agree on like that. Yeah, like for the most part, other than near the horizon, you're gonna have like the 15 degrees, or was it 1 degree per 15 miles? And then, but it's like, is that due to curvature or perspective is the question. And it says, here's a PDF he sent me, and it doesn't look very old. Short Guide to Celestial Navigation. And yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
It says like 1997, 2006, and it says there's a couple different highlighted parts I can screenshot and put in the chat, but it's like the geoidal horizon is the horizontal plane tangent to the Earth at the observer's position. And then it says the sensible horizon is a horizon plane passing through the observer's eye, and these three planes are parallel to each other, and the sensible horizon merges into the geodal horizon when the observer's eye is at sea level. Since both horizons are usually very close to each other, they can be considered as identical under practical conditions. None of the above horizontal planes coincides with the visible horizon, the line where the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. And then there's a couple other highlighted parts. I could just screenshot it and post it though.
Can you post that?
Can I have
post
the
that,
whole
please,
PDF?
Taylor?
Yeah.
Can I have the whole
I
PDF?
want the whole
not a
thing too.
screenshot?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Taylor. That's a great find.
Yeah, there's more to it. I'm just not gonna read it all. Like, there's more spots that are like highlighted on this Celestial Guide to Navigation.
You
Our Guide to
posted?
Celestial Navigation. Yeah, I'm posting it right now.
Thank you, Taylor.
Okay. There. It's a PDF. I posted it. I shared it with a guy who was in here the other day, presenting on celestial navigation, and he seemed to have acknowledged it. I was kind of busy eating with some other people, so I couldn't really hear him very well, but he seemed to acknowledge it, and he was like kind of skeptical if it would be like enough to demonstrate what we see. And then I said that, basically what this guide is saying is that it would be nearly identical due to perspective versus like, I guess what would be a product of curvature. And then he's like, okay, and he said he'd check it out, but I don't think I've heard back from him yet. So yeah.
I mean, it's an often argued position that the globe, in regards to the stars and whatnot, do not take perspective into account. Therefore, it would make their globe about half the size, or if they did take it into account.
So,
well,
taking perspective
anyone's
into account.
interested,
Wait, hold on a second. I was talking. Taking perspective into account, just so we're clear, means using some rule of perspective that nobody is aware of, right? Because otherwise, we 100% take perspective into account.
Maybe you can, like,
are you giving the
pull them out?
dichotomy that perspective doesn't exist because if it did, you would have taken it into account? I don't even know what that.
No, I'm saying that perspective is 100% taken into account. And if so the claim, you've got to take perspective into account is meaningless unless you can talk about what kind of perspective is not being taken into account.
Like if you took like the drop of the stars due to your distance away from them, along with the drop of the stars going down due to rotation of the Earth, then the Earth would only be about half the size.
Okay, so none of that's true. So I mean,
I'm looking over this celestial navigation handbook. You know this is all talking about globes, right? The flat Earth is completely destroyed by this document. If you look at diagram 5.1, you see those circles? See how they're not circular? That's because it's a projection.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, pretty much any official guides or anything's gonna have globes in there.
So
the point is that based on your perspective, like you're gonna have basically the same effect as going over the
there's a
curvature.
annoying echo. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Who's got the echo?
Got it. Dude, what's the Grandpa? What are you doing here? Like, this is like, who invited Grandpa?
Grandpa Fiddle, dude. The Grandpa Fiddle now.
So,
get out of hand in here.
Two cities. Yeah, someone's got to do something about that.
Kool-Aid, turn your shit off. You're up.
I'm trying to talk and I get kicked for hot mic?
Well, you were lighting up at the same time as Kool-Aid was trying to echo you, so watch your shit.
Okay, anyway, so I posted in the chat two cities, both of them exactly basically 33 degrees south latitude and exactly 1 degree like longitude apart. So if we just use pure geometry, I think I posted in the chat, but anyway, the calculation for the side C should be 148 miles. In reality, it's 102 kilometers, which is roughly, what's it, 1.6? So was that like 60 kilometers, 60 miles, something along those lines, right? So how's that work?
Well, how many miles per degree?
Well, I did 69 miles per
Why would you do 69?
degree.
Why would you do
per
69?
degree per degree south of the Polaris?
So if you did 60, what would it be then?
Why would it be 60?
Why wouldn't it? If you're doing,
All right,
if
so
you said you're doing plain trig, yeah.
All right, fine. Do you want me to do 60? I'll do 60. No problem.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like it's.
Yeah, sure. Let me do 60.
You said these were flat earther claims. These 69 miles per degree.
No, it's 60. 60 if you're doing plain trigonometry.
Okay, so 60. So that would be 123 times 60, 7380 for each leg. So 7380 for each leg. The angle is 1 degree. You would get side C would be 128.8 miles, which is definitely a lot more than 102 kilometers.
So you've posted your
the two cities,
as well.
Yeah, the two cities in Australia with the coordinates of the latitude and longitude.
So if you're using 69, you're most probably, are you using plain trigonometry?
So there's a confusion here, and I'm going to try to clear it up.
Are you using the same maths as you would on a globe, but saying it's a flat Earth?
I'm using what flat earthers say for 1 degree south of latitude, like every degree of latitude. You said it's 60 miles. I went with 60 miles. I thought it was 69.
It's either 60 nautical or 69 statute.
Yeah, so I did both.
That's what you posted it in here, yeah? No?
Yeah. I'll post all 4 pictures at once for you.
I got you.
What's up, Dad? I mean, Rob. So I'm a straight man. I hope that's okay that I'm here. Do you have any topics that we can talk about?
No, it is not okay.
Oh, well, I apologize.
Listen, I'm kind of busy, or I would rile up the room. People are trying to get an idea of how you would make a map without an external reference system to know that these fucking guys.
Well, with some sort of writing tool, probably, or drawing utensil, or maybe my hands. I don't know. What do you mean, make a map? I would construct it.
That's good. No, yeah, I mean, you can use your elbows and stuff, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I would.
Let me see who this is.
Draw a map, maybe. Or you could use the computer. But Google Maps will do that for you.
The question would be, how do you get your distances and such?
Correct.
Distances? Don't believe in them.
I come to talk about balls.
Can I ask Professor Parks a question? If you're still here,
That's
Doc.
not you. Yeah, I'm still here.
So, could you explain the term celestial sphere in astronomy?
Yeah, certainly. It is a construct where we essentially expand the Earth, the coordinate system from the Earth out to a arbitrary distance and effectively use that as a coordinate system for celestial objects. So, for example, the longitude lines that you find on the Earth are now called right ascension lines. Latitude lines are now called declination. Effectively, if you were hovering above the equator, you would be on the celestial equator. If you're hovering above the North Pole, the celestial North Pole, and so forth.
Cheers. That's what I thought. I just wanted to double check.
Yep.
I need someone with a degree to answer this question. How can we talk to the International Space Station via amateur radio if it doesn't exist?
Ham radio doesn't exist?
No, it just doesn't exist, dude.
I'm kidding.
That's Knives Out talk right there.
I need someone with a degree to tell me that, though.
How can we bounce lasers off the moon off reflectors if we didn't place the reflectors there?
Well, someone with a degree needs to tell me.
Well, we can ignore the reflectors because anybody can tune into the ISS. Not everybody has a laser to bounce off the moon.
You can do it with radio, though.
Yeah, it has a repeater on it. Bob, the science guy, has one where he derives the altitude, location, and speed of the ISS through various methods, and one of them is using the radio repeater.
Well, you could do it for $20 yourself if you really cared. Go on Amazon, get a nice little Baofeng, $20, $30.
Yep.
But I need someone with a degree to tell me how that's possible if the ISS doesn't exist. Anyone?
Can't help you.
No tanks? You got any answer to that, or what do we think? Nothing. Weird.
Unfortunately, radio makes folks shut up real quick.
That's okay. That's my goal. That's why they call me Grandpa.
Yeah, we don't really waste our time with things that don't exist.
Here we go. Here we go.
As the ISS, for example.
Took a little time.
The
But
ISS is not up there. Really.
the ISS is not up there.
You have summoned the djinn.
It would have been destroyed long time ago.
This is the topic that makes me instant muted.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Red Tip. Hello.
Yeah, go on.
Hey, Jin, have you ever,
radio.
Jin, have you ever Tried? You could do it yourself. You got $20 in the bank? 20, $30?
Basically, I wouldn't waste my time because I know it's not up there.
You don't have $30 in the bank?
I said I wouldn't waste 20 seconds, yet alone $30.
Credit cards are like free money.
Why would I waste my time?
Well, it's not even credit cards. It's fake money. It's like digital money or something like that. You could just.
It's not there. It's not there. I wouldn't waste my time. It's not there.
What would I do?
You tried it?
So anyone, I'm going to talk about communism.
I haven't, but I'd like to. What would I need to do?
Go on Amazon. Type in Baofeng. Baofeng. You have one? Okay. Just look up the ISS map. See when it's going to be overhead. When it's overhead, point your radio at, and then look up the repeater frequency.
What is that exactly the right thing to do with Jen over here? You would re-educate Jen, put him to productive work.
You want to know? Is that Taylor who has a radio?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me look at the frequency, and a rough guess at a pass. You just got the regular rubber ducky antenna with it?
Yeah.
All right, one sec.
Can you give us what time zone you're in roughly and what hemisphere, so you don't have to dox yourself completely?
Well, just look up ISS map. You'll find it in 2 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, but she's asking for help, so he's trying to help her, but at the same time,
we're given the big step.
An ISS app on my phone that works wonderful.
There you go.
Live space station tracking?
Yeah, there you go. And then you could just see right when it'll be overhead.
You can also download the ISS app. It shows live videos of everything.
We're just typing when will ISS be overhead? Then
Doesn't look like it's gonna go over America anytime soon.
Well,
actually, in this one, spot the station. You could
every 90 minutes it circles the globe.
You could put in your town, and then it'll tell you when it's going to be there.
Let's see.
Did you say every 90 minutes it circles the globe?
What website are you on?
Every 90 minutes circles the globe. It's actually about to go over Africa right now.
Heavens Above is the best app for tracking ISS specifically, in my opinion.
When do you look at it? When did
It is over Africa.
When do you search? Where do you search?
Heavens
Your
Above,
town?
You could
Heavens
type
Above,
in your town
you
in
put
the
in
map
your-
it has, and then click your town, and then click View Sighting Opportunities. It'll tell you the exact day, the time, and then it'll also tell you the position. It'll tell you.
Don't tell us the exact date and time. Don't tell us the time.
Okay. I'm just saying, I just don't know where to search your town because I don't see a search bar on the map. I do see a search bar under ISS tracker, but I search my town. It says no results.
Do you see
I'm gonna put a photo
sighting
screenshot in the
opportunities?
chat
Do you
right
see
now.
that? It's on the homepage. Explore and find sighting opportunities. Click the.
Maybe I'm on a different website than you. What is your website?
Go to spotthestation.nasa.gov.
Okay.
Heavensabove.com.
Or you could do that. Yeah, I've just never used that before.
Oh, I see. Cool.
Or just download. You can just download the app on the App Store. Tell you exactly where it's at right now.
Hey, check out the chat. I posted a photo screenshot. Longitude, latitude, speed, and altitude.
Wait,
yeah, that's fake news, bro.
That's not new.
I'm just kidding.
But Jen, I don't think
I'm trying to have fun and help.
Oh, cool. I'm thinking about trying it. Do you know what frequency I need to do?
That I don't remember offhand. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I got it right here.
437-800.
So the ISS is supposedly orbiting the globe that doesn't exist 23 times the speed of sound. 23 times the speed of sound. We don't have anything. We don't have anything moving that fast.
Right.
Okay?
Well, the ISS is moving that fast.
And actually
17,500 miles per hour.
We don't have anything
Hang
here.
on. In a curved trajectory as well. So not only
Yeah, gravity's
is it
cool
at
like that, Jen.
speed, yeah, it's actually on a curve because it's going around the circumference of the Earth. So that's a curved trajectory. At 25 times the speed of sound.
It's NASCAR.
It's an impossibility. It's an impossibility.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. That's why we have rocket scientists.
The very motion
the ISS
itself
is currently doing
would
27,000
tear
miles an hour
apart
right now.
The ISS. The ISS would be ripped to shreds just from the trajectory alone. Don't be silly. You're being silly now. Wake up.
I mean, you have been given all the tools. You have been given all the tools to where you can actually. So if you let me finish, Jen, I was going to say you've got several people in here that are giving you the opportunity to test this for yourself and determine if it's actually there. But you just want to say it's a waste of time. Right, so just remain willful. That's fine. You can remain willfully ignorant.
30 seconds to find it.
It's not willful ignorance at all. I know it's not up there. It's not willful ignorance. I know it's not up there. I'll give you one reason why I know it's not up there.
Right?
I'll give you one reason why I know it's not up there. All right, let me give you one reason why I know it's
Let's
not
hear
up
his derpy response.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, listen to why it's not up there. Back in 1962, right, from 1958, 59 to 62, America and Russia.
Strap in, fellas.
Yeah, strap in and get ready. It's going to be a bumpy one. They fired up some megaton bombs into the Earth atmosphere. And according to a British astronomer at the time, 1962, we're talking about the events. Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, and Operation Starfish Prime, the last one in 1962. Okay, they fired these megaton bombs into the Earth's atmosphere. According to this British astronomer, Sir David Lovell, he stated that event has created a radiation belt 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts themselves, the ones that are supposedly occurring naturally above the Earth's surface. Okay, so at 250 miles from the Earth's surface is a radiation belt that contains 250,000 rems of radiation that would kill anything instantly.
Okay, Jen, calm down before you have a heart attack, guy.
And I have a question. So why is it that I could go out right at nighttime and look up at the sky at the exact location that where they tell us the ISS is right? Watch it, hold on, watch it, watch it go across the sky, and if I have a good enough telescope, I can track it and look at it, and it looks exactly like the ISS.
Yeah. Also, I'm not sure what your
hang on a minute, please.
I'm not sure what your spiral out had to do. Can't possibly be.
You're breaking up,
You're breaking up, guy.
Do anything with that?
Yeah, sorry about that. He broke up there. Basically, what I'm trying.
Well,
go ahead.
I was asking what did your rant have to do with why the ISS can't go that fast?
I'm going to explain why. Of course, I'm trying to explain why, but people keep jumping.
They would all
in,
be
so
dead.
I mean,
yes,
you could address what I just said.
Thank you very much. Everyone would be dead completely.
You could address what I just said.
Well, that's what we call a non sequitur there, Jen.
It's not a I'm sorry. It is not a non sequitur at all because it relates.
Can you explain?
Yes, I'm trying to. It relates to the zone at which you think the ISS is operating in. If it's up there, it is in that radiated zone where it's operating,
no, it's
and
not.
it would kill
Lower orbit.
No one would look. No one would be alive, and the actual ISS would have been destroyed on the day it was put up there.
What did I just say? Did you address anything I just said? I said you could go outside.
You just
right?
bullshit up his ass.
You can go outside, wait for it to pass over your location, watch it traverse across the sky, get a telescope, zoom in, and then see that it looks exactly like the ISS. So please tell me how it's not there.
Right. Now I'm going to tell you how it's not there. I told you why it can't be there because of the radiation. Now when
But it is there. That's the point.
You're talking
it's
over
there.
You're pulling shit on your radiation stuff, guy.
You're interrupting him.
Can I not answer now? Thank you.
Say the same thing over again.
I'm going to answer. Shut up. The reason I keep repeating myself because of the repetitive interruption here. Now, listen. When I ask people, what did you see? They say they saw a light. I said, yeah, what color was the light? It's a white light. So I said to them, the white light does not mean that's the ISS up there. That's the first thing.
It's called a reflection.
So have you, it doesn't matter, have you yourself actually looked through the telescope and seen this thing traveling at 17,500 miles an hour, 23 times the speed of sound?
Because you can hear them and talk to them.
Hold on. He's not done. Hold on. Wait. Finish up, Jin. That way I can respond, please.
Yeah, I was asking you, have you actually seen this object traveling at 23 times the speed of sound?
Yes.
With a telescope? Yes. And you saw?
Yes, and with the naked eye, Jen, you can see it through a telescope and with the naked eye.
Unfortunately, when you look at an aeroplane in the sky, it's approximately 5 miles from the Earth's surface, 5 miles. So now when you move that plane to 250 miles up, you're not going to see that plane. Impossible. So you're not seeing the ISS. You're lying here. You're not actually being
Except the distinction, Jen, is that the ISS is significantly larger than the average airliner.
It's the size of a football pitch. An American football
the size of 2 football fields.
That's not
it also has really large reflective. It also has really large reflective solar panels. That's why you can see it very bright at nighttime.
Actually, that's crap as well, because from the distance with the inverse square law, you wouldn't see it anyway. It wouldn't be that bright like you're making out.
So we posted in the chat. So if you look through a telescope, it looks exactly the way it looks at the pictures in the chat.
As far as I'm concerned, you're not looking at any ISS up there. Okay,
so again,
it's not a picture of the ISS.
So then, hold on. What is it then?
40 miles from the Earth's surface. I don't accept that as an image.
What image is that telescope capturing?
That's not what it is.
What image? What is that then? What is it?
Who took that image?
It could be an ISS-shaped airplane, for all I know.
An ISS-shaped airplane.
Except the problem, Jen, is that an ISS-shaped airplane wouldn't have the ability to fly in lower atmosphere like that.
Where did the picture come from?
It's got to be moving at 23 times
the picture that I posted, which is a GIF
in the main foundation.
Okay,
23 times the speed of sound. It would render the ISS completely destructed. It would be destroyed by the motion alone. And then the central forces
Jin, incredulity noted.
Going around and
okay, Jin.
Right.
So your incredulity is noted.
Yeah. Jin, the fact that it would be broken up by like the air if it was moving that fast is kind of proof that it's actually not interacting with air and it's actually in space.
No, it's only 240 miles off the Earth's surface. Apparently, there's still some kind of atmosphere there, they say. Okay, but the point is this: the forces, centrifugal force of 23 times the speed of sound. Come on, wake up.
No atmosphere.
Yeah, what would be the centrifugal force? What would it be? Using
it would be so immense it would destroy the ISS.
What would it be? What would it be doing an internal critique of how far we say the ISS is about how? Can you let me finish? I know it's hard to let other people finish. What would actually be the centrifugal force using our statistics of how high the ISS is up, how far and how fast it is, and how long it takes to rotate around the Earth? What would be the forces?
You're 90 minutes, but you're traveling at 23 times the speed of sound. Okay.
Are you scared to actually calculate the actual centrifugal force?
miles per hour. We don't have anything moving that fast. We don't.
Are you scared?
We don't have a technology that could be subjected to those speeds. We didn't.
Are you scared?
All I hear is
we are not able to test our equipment to see if it can withstand such speeds.
All I hear is incredulity.
Because we can't generate those speeds. So this is how 23 times the speed of sound. Impossible.
It sounds like he's just scared to actually do the calculations to see what the centrifugal force would be.
Can you tell us the calculations you would need to do? Because I've asked people in here to do calculations and they haven't done it either. So I don't think that that's a fair, you know.
I don't think we need to do any calculations. I think we don't really need to do it.
How fast it's going.
What?
Yeah, go ahead, Tyler. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that in terms of what I think about the ISS, I mean, I don't know. I've never seen it like through a telescope or anything, but I do have the belief that we have technology though, like that we don't share, like that the government has technology and don't share with people. I'm not saying that it means it's in outer space flying around, but I do think that there is some stuff the government has.
Well, that's a fair comment. That's a fair comment. That would be a fair comment. They have some kind of technology that they're not sharing with us at the moment, but it will come out later on in time. Fair enough.
Download the app.
Oh my God. 23 times the speed of sound doesn't lend itself to a curved trajectory. That's the first thing.
How many times the speed of sound? How many times the speed of sound?
23.
Okay, got it.
Incredulity. Okay, noted. So if you really
17,500 miles per hour doesn't lend itself to a curved trajectory of any kind. It wants to go straight. It doesn't like to take a curved trajectory. And the ISS, the way it's been configured, as an engineer myself, it would be totally destroyed from the motion alone. The motion and
You're an engineer now, Jin?
It would have to take structural and
bullshit, Jin. Bullshit.
Apart.
Dude, you have to stop talking and let someone respond eventually, Jin.
Yeah, I've finished now.
Do you know what air resistance is?
Oh, I definitely know what air resistance is. The ISS is the worst thing. It's not aerodynamic at all. But
yeah, that's why it's at a high elevation.
That's not aerodynamic. I give that.
Yeah, I'm talking about that there is air up there anyway, because and then you're talking about
there's so little that it would do absolutely nothing to it. So if you really want to see what it looks like, download the app, wait for it to go over your location, and go outside and check it out.
Will I be able to see it through a telescope?
Sure, you can do that. So the picture that I posted is a GIF, right? And it was from Astronomy Live. I think he has several of these on his channel.
So seeing the ISS through a pair of binoculars or a telescope would be challenging because it is moving at a fairly high rate of speed.
23 times the speed of sound. Imagine that speed, ladies and gentlemen, please. Please imagine that speed. Try and imagine.
You can also
23. Hang on a minute. 23 times faster than
incredulity, Jin. Incredulity.
This sound. Listen. This sound.
Yes, we've heard it.
23 times that.
Yes. Yes, Jin. Really fast. Yeah, really fast.
Fast to you, Jin?
Earth is
It's too
life.
fast.
You can't just keep talking over him like this.
Jin, is the speed of light fast?
He tries to dominate the conversation every time he's here, so there's no point.
Yeah, because I'm a
He starts talking and he never stops. For some reason, he thinks.
Well, there are a bunch of others who do that too. So.
But Jin,
please remember that I'm the loudest flat earther you will ever meet, and then Denmark will be the second. Well, let's put me and Denmark as the loudest you'll ever meet. Yeah. So we come with a special message for you, and that is we will drill you into the ground with the truth. The
flat earthers are silly, Steve-Ball. He didn't give you any room to answer what was put to you.
Mm-hmm. Incredulity.
All right. Am I being heard now? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to moderate that while ago. I don't know, Jen. Just the downright, straight out denial of everything and all the evidence is boring at this point, and it's not even worth talking about with you anymore. We should talk about other things we can make progress on.
True.
True that.
No, Jin's got the right idea. It's all bullshit. He's got the right idea. It's provably bullshit.
You're putting hands over your eyes and saying it's bullshit. It's weird.
It's bullshit. Yeah, we can go outside. We can film it. We can see it. We can test it. We can track its movement. We can track its speed. So it can't be bullshit if we can go outside and see it.
DGI.
It's not the ISS. It's not the ISS. That's
not what he's addressing. He's addressing the distance that's claimed within the medium that's claimed at the speed and the consequences due to physics.
You said it is up there then, right?
So what you could do, right? You can get a bunch of your flat earth buddies, right? And you can all track it at the same time, and then try and verify if it's actually going the speed that they tell us it's going.
Well, they did actually do that. I mean, somebody recently did that with a triangle, and at the speed, given the speed, it would. Oh, go ahead.
I don't think any flat earthers have done that.
Yeah, no, dude over in I can't remember his name. Yeah, dude just did it a couple days ago.
But you admit it exists, then, right?
He
accepts people claim. Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay.
He accepts
so
it.
what are they measuring then if it doesn't exist?
The other guy who did the math for it with a triangle over a planar surface with this given speed and distance got a triangle baseline.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
And what were they measuring against?
A flat baseline.
No. What were they comparing their measurements to?
Just one position of some light in the sky, and then the distance given
so
another
to do with the
position of light in the sky over a flat surface, given the speed. So they just did some trigonometry and some math.
So nothing to do with the ISS if they're not comparing it to the ISS?
Well, if that's, I mean, the light in the sky is observed by some people. I've never observed it.
Right.
You've never observed the ISS ever?
No, never in all the years it's been up there.
Oh, have you ever?
Every once in a while. How about that?
Have you tried? I've seen it on accident.
I've
several
tried with my
times.
children. We've tried with my children. We never saw it. Now, anyway,
I've seen it.
I've got a question for Leplane. I've got a question for Leplane. Is it wrong that I question and highlight the anomalies that would be inherent in such an object moving at such a rate?
Absolutely not.
No, you're
Absolutely
not, because it's known. I've seen it everywhere. Most people in here have seen it. They've looked up close to it. I've seen it live streamed through telescope.
Yeah.
You're just denying reality.
No, I'm not denying it at all because it doesn't exist up there, and I'm telling you why. I'm telling you
how did you try and see it?
Wrong. It doesn't exist.
First and foremost, your globe doesn't exist. You're talking from a false
What are they
premise.
seeing up there, dude? What are they
exist.
seeing?
When your globe exists, then you can talk about
Are you
the
going to answer
latitude
the question?
of the ISS. So everything you say
You're just going to
is
keep
from a
crying
false
on the
premise.
microphone? Are you going to answer a single question or what?
Go ahead, mate. Go ahead.
Jin, how
You're
exactly
saying
did
it
you
doesn't
see it?
exist. Wait, hold on. He's saying it doesn't exist. So what are all these people seeing?
Who knows?
Jen, keep in mind.
Who knows?
Answer him.
Who knows?
You're saying it doesn't exist, right? So you must have some sort of alternative, right?
Plead the fifth, Jen.
Doesn't exist in the way that
I've said this. I hate an ISS-shaped aeroplane with a light on it. That's what it could be.
So don't airplanes need to land? Don't they need to
I
land?
just want you to keep in mind that the guy you're talking to, Grandpa, nothing bad, right? But he's only been an anti-flat earther for like 5 months. You know what I mean? So
you're not adding. No thanks. You're not adding anything to the conversation.
I'm just letting him know like he hasn't really analyzed it. Don't hit much stuff. He's
Thank you.
one sentence.
Thank you to my esteemed colleague there. No thanks. Thank you. Thank you very
Literally
much.
takes one sentence to take you guys down right now.
No, I just know you like when you first.
So Jin, you said you tried to see it. How exactly did you try and see it? What did you use to track it?
Well, basically, we used the tracker that they gave us. Okay, you download the app, and then we got our telescope set up in the highest room. We waited. We didn't see it. Simple as that. It didn't happen for us.
I think you're lying.
I'm not lying at all. And I'm going back to
because every single time.
2017.
Okay, it's because every single time I've actually tracked it and waited for it to come over its location. It's come every single time.
Well, I've never seen this light that you call it, because that's what it would be at night.
What was the weather like, and what are your light pollution conditions?
And also, where did you look in the sky?
Yeah, remember I'm in Japan as well, so I don't know. We didn't see it. I've never seen it. And
I just posted a very short live clip from the ISS right now on in the chat.
Yeah, whatever. I've been in this for like a long time. I wouldn't be interested anyway.
So you said you tried to look at it. Where did you
look at it? Everybody's shouting. Look, the engineering and the physics doesn't match what you're telling me.
You're not an engineer.
The way that ISS has been completed, 23 times the speed of sound, on a curved trajectory. When you understand how fast that is on a straight linear, it doesn't want to be curved. So
you simply are telling us this. You're not actually explaining why.
Okay, at 23 times the speed of sound. And if you say gravity, you've lost. If you use the word gravity is bringing it round, you've lost your battle.
So, Jen, a quick question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said you're an engineer before, so you'll have some basic physics under your hood. How much force is required to keep something like the ISS traveling in the claimed radius at that speed? How much force do we need?
I'd have to do the maths, and I can't do that right now. But let me just give you this.
What's the equation?
Remember, you're talking. Allow me to speak. Fucking hell, I'm giving you the answers. You're still interrupting. Right now, we are talking of a speed of 17,500 miles per hour at the altitude of roughly 51 miles of the Earth's surface, traveling at 23 times the speed of sound. Okay. And the way this ISS has been configured, that the motion alone will tear the thing to pieces. Just the motion. Right. Because the speed.
Why do we? Hold on, I want to see if you can steelman our position real quick. Jen, why do you think we say it's able to travel at that speed at that height?
Oh, because it is falling around the Earth. Now we can't. Hang on. We can't.
No. Finish the steelman though. Why doesn't it break up?
Can you not allow me to finish it, please?
No, because you're about to straw man again.
Hang on. This is what's been told. This is what NASA tells us. I'm quoting
finish
NASA.
The steelman.
Right, thank you. NASA said this. NASA says that the ISS, the reason why it's flying at those speeds is that it's falling around the globe, is what it says. Now, the point is this. We can't demonstrate anything falling that is able to actually fall around an object. We can't replicate that in any laboratory, even here on Earth. We can't outside in Earth's outdoor nature. We cannot replicate that.
They replicate that every time they launch satellites. They replicate that.
That again, that's a begging the question fallacy. Because we didn't go to the moon, and the reason why we didn't go to the moon was because of the outgassing phenomena, the cosmic ray particles, radiation, and solar flare. So if you can't do that, then you can't put satellites in space. It's an impossibility. Thank you.
Jen, why isn't it breaking up? Why isn't it breaking up in the atmosphere?
It's not up there. That's why it's not breaking up, because it's not up there.
No, but steelman our position though. Steelman. Why do we say it's not breaking up? Because in the atmosphere.
Why do you say it's not? Because it's fantasy. That's why you want to believe.
No. What do we say?
You're desperate, obviously.
What's the steelman though? Steelman it.
Well, the reason
you don't even know what
the reason why the ISS is up there is because it's in the region where there's less atmosphere.
There you go.
What more can I give you? What more can I give you? That's what they tell us. What more do you want?
So it's falling around the Earth, and there's less atmosphere up there, so that means there's no drag.
That's what they say. Yeah.
So why would it break up?
But we're saying to you,
so why are you claiming that would break up?
Because it's in the thermosphere, and the thermosphere would be heating it up anyway. So not only would it be broken to pieces, it would have melted by now. It's done and dusted. It's an impossibility.
Why would it be melted?
Because of the speeds that are generated from a Mark 23 doesn't lend itself to being cool. That's going to heat up. The particles that are
it heats up because it's traveling through atmosphere.
Colliding with this
atmosphere. You just said it was no atmosphere up there.
Heat every rotation of the supposed Earth. Every second, it's going to get heat, and there is no way of vectoring away the heat. The heat is going to increase and multiply.
That's absolutely untrue. That's absolutely untrue. Satellites do radiate heat. When they pass into eclipse, for instance, you can see the radiation pressure effect accelerating the satellites. So the claim that satellites can't lose heat is wrong. The argument that they would
do not exist in space.
I'm still talking, Jim. I'm still speaking. The argument that they will gain heat via friction with the atmosphere or because of the action of the atmosphere on them overlooks the fact that the atmosphere is in fact very thin. at that altitude. So there is a minimum of mechanical impacts between the molecules of the atmosphere and the satellite. So the heat there can't be very efficient heat transport precisely because the atmosphere is so thin. And all you're doing here is you're doing the same thing that you always do.
We got a thermosphere denier here.
Which is resorting to the
Hey, what's up, gamers?
Hold on,
someone's
can you not
talking.
interrupt me? Can you not interrupt me while I'm talking, please? All you're doing is saying satellites can't exist, therefore any explanatory mechanism can't be right because satellites don't exist. It's fatuous circular argument.
Howdy, Tony.
Yeah, this is mutiny on the highest level because you keep muting me, but okay, mutiny is there. My point is correct. I'm absolutely correct because we know that the moon landings were a hoax. So that already has been null and void. So anything you build upon a false premise has to be seen as null and void. And the only way we can validate whether or not satellites are indeed in space is for us to go to space and have a look, touch, and photograph. That is the only standard that I'm going to accept. Thank you.
Jen, what's the height of the thermosphere? Jen, what's the height? Jen, what's the height of the thermosphere?
8 kilometers?
Exactly where the ISS is supposed to be, which is 250 miles from the Earth.
No, it's 370 miles.
How many?
The thermosphere?
370 miles.
Oh, okay, well, the ISS is meant to be operating in that zone.
The ISS is 220 miles.
I said kilometers, you said miles, so I wouldn't be incorrect in that. And it says 50 to 440 miles.
Right. The ISS is meant to be in the thermosphere. That's what we're told. It's in the thermosphere. That's what they told us.
And the problem with that would be what?
Oh, the speed at which the ISS is traveling at Mark 23, the heat's involved. You can't vector away the heat, and you will generate heat, no doubt about that. Even with the very few molecules that are there, you're going to build up heat without a doubt.
Citation needed on that claim.
Yeah, so we've got, so I've actually authored a paper. So in the Grace mission, the Grace mission was only intended to last for 5 years, and it ended up lasting for 12, 13 years. They wanted to have it overlap with the Grace follow-on mission. So they were doing their best to conserve the batteries. So they turned off the thermal regulation inside the satellite. So we had to come up with techniques for analyzing the Grace data when they had turned off the thermal regulation, and it turns out that friction just isn't that important for generating heat. And I can hear myself, so I'm hot micing on somebody, but so it is heat from the sun that is the most significant effect. And you can see it gets heated up, and then when it goes into eclipse, it radiates the energy away, and that acceleration is detectable in the satellite in the satellite trajectories. You are just asserting that stuff can't happen. You are asserting as an unsupported fact that we know that the moon landings were hoax. We don't know that. You can't know that because it isn't true. There are retroreflectors on the moon that we bounce lasers off of.
Not there at all. Yes, sorry, again, that's from your wishful and desire and desperate to hope that the moon landings were real. They're not there. We've got experts and people who worked for NASA, rocket propulsion engineers telling us that they didn't go. So we know that it didn't happen. We know the environment in space is so hostile. Organizations like NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, telling us that radiation as little as 500 rems will kill you, but yet they went through 250,000, then the Van Allen radiation belts contain 2,500 apiece, and then you got on the lunar surface where you could be hit from the sun 960 rems of instantaneous debilitating death. So there's no way they could have gone anyway. That's the first thing. And in your satellite, the paper you're referring to, the paper you referred to isn't fit to be used as toilet paper to wipe my ass. Just burn the thing. It's deceptive. Remember, when your globe doesn't exist and you haven't actually established the Earth is a globe, whatever you build upon a false premise has to be seen as null and void, void, void,
Rip up all those scientific papers and just wipe your ass with them, Jen. Yes,
Jen,
sir, buddy.
I know.
I posted a couple pictures. Those satellites that my GNSS receiver is tracking right now. What's going on there?
Yeah, so to to put this in perspective, GPS uses satellites. GLONASS uses satellites. Waydo uses satellites. Doris uses satellites. These are all navigation techniques or geodesic techniques that are used by multiple agencies to get accurate results that are coupled with very long baseline interferometry, which is a ground-based system. So the agreement between the two systems is very precise. There's no reason to the claim about radiation. Yes, that level of radiation would be unsurvivable if you weren't protected, for instance, by a thin layer of metal, as you might find, for instance, in a spacesuit or a spacecraft. So yes. Sending a human up there without a vessel, without any protection, would result in their death. It's a good thing we don't do that and never have.
Again, just to address the spacesuit problem, currently the Artemis problem and the reasons for delay is that the spacesuits don't offer any protection for the astronaut if they were to go to space. And this was highlighted in the presentation by Artemis. In March of 2021, they did a presentation of the suit, and a young man of about 18, 19 asked the presenter, how does the suit protect the astronauts from radiation? The presenter said, great question, the representative, great question. He said,
I'm calling in question.
Listen to what I'm saying, please. What's going on here?
I'm calling in question Jim's integrity.
Yeah, let me finish what I'm saying, though, Robert. You can hear me speaking.
It's impeccable.
Come on. Right, now, the presenter representing Artemis and Axion, who made the suit, stated that that's a good question. Currently, the suit, if they were on the lunar surface, they would have to be on top of the moon. So the moon itself will be blocking the radiation. The moon itself. And then other than that, they'd have to be underground to survive the radiation. So the suits don't offer any apologetic radiation.
That particular suit does not offer radiation protection, apparently.
The suit that was made by Axiom, right, for the Artemis proposed mission. And now Axiom have now...
If I remember correctly...
Axiom, I do wish I could speak to...
I wonder if there's two different suits.
Finish? I know you're wondering. Can't you hear me speaking? Not hear me speaking.
You finished talking, Jin. Now people get to respond to you. Jin, you finished talking. You stopped. You stopped talking.
No, I did not stop. I was interrupted. Thank you.
You can claim that if you want, but I heard you stop talking.
I haven't finished yet, and I'm trying to finish. I'll be 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds. The manufacturer known, the manufacturer known as Axiom have pulled out.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Don't do this.
9.
You're interrupting me.
Anyway,
but you're interrupting me. Your countdown is interrupting.
Just let him finish real quick. Jen, when you're done, please say you're done and then stop talking.
Yeah, I'm going to say that in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Count it. Now listen, the company known as Axiom have actually pulled out of making the suit. So NASA is now looking for a new manufacturer for their suits. I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay.
15 seconds.
Is it possible for them to use two different suits, one for while they're traveling from Earth into space to deal with that radiation, and also the spaceship helping them shield from the radiation? And two, is that suit different than the one that they're using once they get to the moon?
That's
and 3, was that the suit that the Apollo astronauts used?
Right, exactly.
Apologies.
The Apollo astronauts had suits, but they weren't protected radiation, of course. And Grumman and the people who manufactured the suits said so themselves. No radiation offered as protection there, none, 0. And the two other questions you asked, you'll have to ask NASA, because they're the ones that are actually proposing the Artemis mission. Currently, Axiom have pulled out. There you go.
Somebody just shared a link suggesting that you're wrong. that Axiom have not pulled out and that they have passed a landmark in their suit development.
Surprise, surprise.
In my last lookings, Axiom
like the spacesuits are prepped for
to
testing
pull out because they
ahead
had the
of
radiation
2026.
problem. And Prada,
Axiom spacesuits
to
to
the
reach
Italian brand, I think they pulled
critical
out.
design
Mistake there.
review in
Look up
June. Look at
Prada
that.
because Prada, the Italian luxury brand, was involved in the manufacturing of the suits, and Prada have pulled out. Sorry, got my words mixed up.
Oh, now it's Prada.
Prada
Okay.
have pulled out. Prada, yes, because they were involved.
And they are very
Prada
vital to the
were
process.
involved in manufacturing the suits.
So your line of argument is based on a fallacy and can therefore be disregarded in its entirety.
Very good. Yeah, there you go. Not bullshitting.
Officials with Axiom Space, the company making the spaces for Artemis program, said Monday, January 22nd, that the garments may reach a critical design review. In fact, that review could happen soon as June. However, the news comes just 2 weeks after NASA forced to delay its astronaut touchdown plans by an additional year. As of now, landing is expected to occur no later than 2026.
As I understand it, Jin started with a completely false assertion that the suits were the reason for the delay. No, it isn't. The reason for the delay is because of SpaceX's inability to get a landing. My understanding is that SpaceX has been unable to get a landing craft or to meet any of the heavy lifting deadlines that they're supposed to be meeting in order to get fuel into orbit. Somebody's hot micing on me again.
That's a fair point you raise, but there are a number of problems. Suit was part of the delay, no doubt about it. There are other factors that are leading to this delay. But remember this, we're not going to the moon anyway. So all these delays are there to keep you invested as if we are going to really go to the moon as a real thing. It's all play acting. It's all Hollywood anyway, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't go to the moon. Thanks.
But that's just your assertion. You claim to have evidence. You claim to have your entire fucking monologue of 5 minutes or whatever, claim to be laying out a chain of reasoning for why we had never been to the moon and why the Artemis mission is fake. And all it turns out at the end of that is I just say it's fake. You have no evidence. Everything you say turns out to be false, or at least incomplete information. So A, you've discredited yourself, and B, you have no evidence beyond what you said. So no, I'm still talking, Jin. You don't get to interrupt me now.
Yep.
Okay? All you have done is repeated your assertion, baseless, unsubstantiated assertion, with zero corroborating evidence. We've never been to the moon and we're not going to the moon this time either. That's just you spouting bullshit. Produce some evidence or shut up.
Right, I have presented you with lots of evidence. In fact, you've gone to check it to see whether I'm right or wrong. And I've given you the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration from the book called NASA Really Mooned America by Ralph Renee. I'll say again, Ralph Renee, NASA Really Mooned America, proving that NASA was ill-prepared to go to space with the equipment and the technology they had. They didn't have the required shielding. Now I'm quoting now Bill Woods, NASA's rocket propulsion engineer, when he was questioned as to whether or not NASA had the required shielding to contend with the radiation. You know what he said? We could not fabricate the shielding for the radiation because it would have posed a problem for the F-1 rocket engines on the Saturn V rocket to lift off. The payload would have been too heavy because they would have required 10 centimeters thick of aluminium shielding. That's 4 inches almost of aluminium shielding, and that would have been too heavy. They only had 2 millimeter or less, so they weren't ill prepared, and that's coming from Bill Woods. And the documentary is called What Happened on the Moon? What Happened on the Moon, parts 1, 2, and 3. Go ahead.
Jim, there are 3 classes of radiation in this context. Can you tell me what forms radiation takes? The three forms.
Yeah, the radiation that's of concern when the astronauts, if they were to venture out into space, are these. These are the main ones. It's called gamma rays, neutron rays, and X-rays. Alpha and beta rays are as rare as hen's teeth in space. This is what we're being told. And you can look this up on Wikipedia if you like, but this is what's the information. And gamma rays, neutron rays, and X-rays change your DNA. That's what they're going to be contending with. Thank you.
How much gold do you need to stop an X-ray? Given that X-rays are stopped by bone, right? How much gold do you need to stop an X-ray?
Ladies and gentlemen, when you're looking at the human body, let's say the first radiation belt is going to be at 250 miles off the Earth's surface, where the ISS is currently operating in, left behind by the Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Dominic, and Operation Footfall of the Lord. That radiation will instantly kill any human being that enters into it, and the spacecraft will explode and destroy. That's the highest level there, 250,000 rems. Does not allow any equipment to survive. So they would never have made it to the Van Allen radiation belts, okay?
What is your citation for that statement? What is your citation for that statement? Please demonstrate that the statement you just made.
My citation would be Sir Bernard Lovell, who stated that the operations that I aforementioned had created a radiation belt 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts. And I got that from the documentary called What Happened on the Moon, parts 1, 2, and 3 by David Percy. Thank you.
Okay. Where are the peer-reviewed scientific publications on which you are basing your pronouncements, or are you just looking
about peer-reviewed shit?
Gin, I'm still speaking. Gin, I was still speaking. Someone mute this fuck up because I was still speaking. He fucking throws you. You are such a rude, inconsiderate prick, Gin. You throw a gigantic hissy fit whenever you're interrupted, and then as soon as somebody says something, you have zero discipline. So you have no scientific evidence. If you have no peer-reviewed evidence, you have no scientific evidence substantiating your claim. It's just something you heard in a conspiracy theory documentary and you are now presenting as fact. It isn't fact. Give it up.
Unfortunately, it's coming from reputable people themselves. Sir Bernard Lovell. Sir Bernard Lovell, remember? That's a title given to him, bestowed to him by the British Queen at the time. So these are established and reputable people. Sorry.
Can I say something?
If you don't like the answers, that's
knighthood
say anymore than what I'm giving you. Those are the facts. Not only that, let me give you a little bit more. Aluminium is the worst material to make your spacecraft out of, because when the radiation hits aluminium, passes through, that would be the gamma radiation, X-rays, and neutron rays. When they go through the aluminium, they boost and intensify on the inside where the astronauts are. So it makes it even worse. The radiation is boosted. So aluminium is not the material to use to go to space, period.
So I work at a synchrotron, cyclotron source quite often doing crystallography with biomolecules at one of the advanced synchrotron light sources, the second one in America here. So the people who run those, they have published about all this kind of radiation stuff. But yeah, we use there's certain radiation there that can be blocked with paper. And then there's neutron radiation that we just use some form of metal shielding, right? It doesn't have to be some huge block thick thing. And this is synchrotron radiation that's much stronger than the Van Allen radiation belt, and the emission source is much closer to us than it would be for people who are traveling in the Van Allen radiation belts. And it's blocked easily. So this is quite misleading, trying to say that somehow the radiation would have some kind of effect. People work at these facilities, they understand how to block these sources of radiation and what's required.
Yeah, there's
Well,
also
now
another false.
now,
No,
hang on a minute,
I was in line to speak, Jen.
respond.
I get to
I'd like
talk
to
now.
respond, yeah?
I get no.
want
You
to
can respond after I'd spoken. So the other false dichotomy that Jen is introducing here is that you need to block all radiation rather than just some radiation. You don't need to block all radiation. You just need to block the most damaging radiation. So you don't need to shield against all of the radiation in order to make it survivable for the equipment and the personnel involved. Now, we have more delicate equipment than we were using in the 1960s, and so shielding it is more of a challenge in the current era. But you don't need to completely block all radiation in order for the mission to function and succeed. That is a fallacy. That's just an assertion.
Okay, but basically it's not a fallacy or an assertion because I gave you the source. That would be the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. That's NOAA. Okay, that's who they are. And if you look in the book called NASA Moon America by Ralph Renee, you will see in bold numerals 500 rems will kill you. You will die. But on space, according to I am not finished. On space now, on the lunar surface or traveling to the moon, the astronauts would have been subjected to 250,000 rems. That would be where the ISS is. Then they'd have to negotiate going through 2 Van Allen radiation belts containing 2,500 rems apiece. Then still in the soup of the space itself, more radiation, and then land on the lunar surface. And whilst they're on that lunar surface, they run a risk of the sun spitting out solar flare, right, at 960 rems, recorded by NOAA, was the highest ever.
Too many points, Jim.
I'm going very fast. You're interrupting me. I'm trying to get it all out as quickly as possible. So allow me to do that. Now, this is my last point now, and it's this. The idea that you don't have to block for only some radiation, that's absolutely ridiculous because X-rays change DNA. So you've got to protect for that. Gamma rays change DNA. Neutron rays change DNA. And the only one that you can protect using paper, hang on a minute, the radiation you can block with paper are alpha and beta rays, which was aforementioned, I said, are very rare in space. They're as rare as hen's teeth. They don't pose a problem.
Okay. What?
It's the neutron rays, gamma, don't interrupt.
Okay, Jim.
Beta
Okay,
particles are
and,
extremely
are the ones
abundant in space.
Beta
radiation, beta particles, which are
so are alpha particles, since they're just literally like helium nuclei.
Yes, helium nuclei, alpha particles.
I would advise nobody to imagine that Jin is listening. As usual, he just came in, he vomited his torrent of bullshit, and he left before anybody could actually explain to him. So, you only need enough shielding to reduce the incoming radiation sufficiently for your equipment and your personnel to survive. You don't need to stop all of the radiation. You don't need 100% barrier. And this is where that 4 centimeter thick shielding comes in. They made a judgment. They also adjusted their trajectory to minimize the amount of time that they were spending in the Van Allen belts. So they specifically designed the equipment, the shielding for the equipment, and the trajectory they took to minimize the effect. And what Jin refuses to understand is that when people describe a certain intensity of radiation, they have not broken that down by which type of particle is predominant. So you can have a very high level of radiation, an incredibly high, potentially lethal level of radiation that is effectively blocked by a sheet of paper. And he can deny that this is the case, but it's true. And until he demonstrates formally that the incoming gamma rays were sufficient to kill people and destroy equipment and could not be stopped at all by the shielding in place, he's just lying. He is claiming as a fact something that he heard on YouTube, and that is a lie.
Yeah, like I was saying before, alpha particles, which are helium 2+ nuclei, and beta particles, which are just electrons and positrons. So they're just an elementary fundamental particle with either a +1 or a -1 charge, and they're streaming at us from the sun constantly. So this idea that they don't exist in space it's so silly, it's ridiculous. They're coming at us constantly, along with neutrons and gamma rays and whatnot. And like Tony said, at the synchrotron facilities where this radiation source is much closer than the sun or any kind of space source, and the radiation amount, the concentration, is much higher than what it is in space. And we can block some of it with paper. We block some of it with the metal tubing that the accelerator is encased in. Some of it is blocked by the walls, be it a lead wall or whatever kind of wall the facility has, right? So this idea that it's just unstoppable and it's going to cause the moon missions they can't do the moon missions because of this radiation, like it's not a plausible hypothesis. It's already been shown at these facilities to be incorrect. And I posted a source from the NIH, National Institute of Health, showing some of this data about and measurements about synchrotron radiation, cyclotron radiation, etc.
Also, if we are accepting testimony from Sir Bernard Lovell, he was the director of the Jodrell Bank Observatory and tracked the Apollo missions to the moon. So the claim that he thought that the moon missions were implausible or physically impossible is simply bullshit. As a professional astronomer, he tracked these craft on their progress to the moon. So if we're accepting his testimony is that the moon landings were real. And Jin's fucked off again.
The measuring stick that we should just take our beliefs on what experts say, like Jin was saying. The experts say this radiation caused the moon missions not to happen. Well, there's times 10 more experts who are independent from NASA or from the moon missions, and ones that are involved in it. There's 10 times, if not more than that, the experts that say it did happen and that this radiation is no problem. So if that's your measuring stick, then you're way behind the 8 ball.
Someone say 8 ball.
It really pisses me off that all Jin does, all Demok does, they just get on here and they just make assertions. There's no attempt at structuring an argument, and then they're
alpha, dude. They're alpha flurfs, dude. Alpha flurfs, dude.
Well, yeah. Is this like alpha particles, one of the most toxic?
Well, we know Demok is just like in performance art. He's just riddling words. No tanks. That's the trigger. That's the trigger point.
Yeah, he's good. He is good at it.
No, Jin is also entertainment. I mean, he denies everything, and he has nothing to back him up. I mean, we brought up the NOAA website where it was talking about the Van Allen belts, and nothing in it corroborated what he was saying about it. I mean, it's just a matter of entertainment and as much as you can tolerate, and then try to move on from that.
Well, a complete dismissal and insulting of all the academics, all the technology that they currently use and are dependent upon. Jin is not entertainment.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I find, there are people who find Jin thoroughly entertaining and at least funny in what he says. I don't. I find him just frankly annoying.
It's good. You guys are smart, dude. Smart guys don't like listening to idiots.
Well, it depends on the idiot, right?
Well, when they get on 10-hour airplanes, and you know that there's no doubt question about the Great Circle route, the GPS navigation, every aspect about that flight is completely known in advance. And yet they say, oh, distances are alleged, or planes are flying up, or the wings will be so stressed if it's, good God. A plane has to dip its nose about just as much as a cargo ship in the ocean does.
Yeah. And it doesn't, they just don't understand, and they get really upset when you say it. They just don't understand the model they're critiquing. No, you don't have to adjust your, isobars, which the planes are, which planes are set up to follow. They're set up to stay at a constant pressure in default operation. They're curved. Isobars are curved, so the plane's trajectory is curved. There's
the aircraft's level flight is just normal to the arc of that strata, just like a ship in the ocean adhering to the surface of the ocean isn't dipping its nose to go down to below the equator.
Yeah, that's a really, really good analogy. I hadn't thought of it in those terms, but that's an excellent
Jim is if I may, Jen is a known cherry picker. Hold on, Jen, 1 second. Jen's a known cherry picker.
No, I want to respond to this. No, Jen, you may not. You may not leave the chat while we're explaining why you're wrong, then come back and say, now I haven't bothered to listen to a fucking word you've said, and now I get to hold forth again. No, you don't get to do that, Jin. That's disingenuous and intellectually dishonest. You can shut up while we finish our conversation.
Tony, hang on. Hold on a second. Yeah. Jen, be quiet for a second. All right. So I don't think much of leaving and then coming back because you don't want to hear what they have to say.
I didn't do that. But I didn't do that.
Okay,
I didn't do that. Sometimes the technology shuts down. That's what happened. I returned. If I wanted to leave, hang on. If I'm going to leave, I'm going to leave, aren't I? I'm not going to leave and come back. I'm not going to leave and come back in the middle of I'm winning this debate. I'm actually winning it. So why would I leave? Why would I be leaving?
So could you not be living if you weren't here?
It doesn't matter why you left. Now you get to shut up while we continue our conversation for a bit, and then you can join back in.
It's that self-appointed win.
Everyone be quiet for a second. Hey, I'm modding.
Yeah, I actually asked.
So this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
We're going to go back and forth with discrete time limits, all right? And if you talk over your time, that's on you, okay?
Yep.
I'm going to time
agree
it.
with that.
What's that?
I agree with that. Totally agree with that.
And
how long is the time limit? How long is the
probably
time
about 30, 40 seconds. With
Can we leave it to 1 point as well?
60 seconds is sufficient. I think I can agree with that with everybody. 60 seconds.
Right. Well, I'm okay with 60 seconds, but what you need to do is address the issues. All right. So you have to address what each party will need to address what the other party said. Now, since Jen was out of the room, Tony, can you repeat what it was you said? 60 seconds in your rebuttal.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so apparently we're listening to the testimony of Sir Bernard Lovell, who was head astronomer at the Jodrell Bank Observatory and tracked the Apollo spacecraft on their journey to the moon and back again. So if we are accepting Sir Bernard Lovell's testimony, then the moon landings absolutely happened.
Okay. So Jen, you're quoting somebody who says the moon landings happened. What? Is there any problem?
Look. Yeah, no. As more often than not is the case that whenever we bring information to you, obviously the people who we're taking the information from obviously believe they're on a globe. First of all, and in the case of Sir Bernard Lovell, not only does he feel he's not alive now, but when he was alive, when he obviously felt he was living on a earth ball, obviously he felt that the moon landings were a thing. But when we're talking about Sir Bernard Lovell's statement that the radiation was 100 times more lethal because of that event, this is an anomaly that NASA cannot escape. We're saying that
I got it. We got it.
Yeah, because the moon landings did not happen. So of course, Sir Bernard Lovell may hang on. Can I please speak without interruption?
No, you have a minute, Jin. You have 1 minute. You agreed to this.
No, wait, Tony, hold on. What I want to do, the minute is important, but it's also less important than sticking to a single topic and a single response. When you start repeating yourself, I'm going to move on. And
okay, but hang on a second. Yeah, repetition is my case and my situation, my ethos, because that's my source and my information, and it's going to be repeated until the day I die. Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to give you.
Hang on a minute. Again, you're not letting me finish. When you say that you don't want to accept my repetition, you're shutting me down. That's what you're doing. You want to do that?
Yes.
That's fine. Right.
Yes, I will. I will shut you down because
I'm always going to be. I'm not going to change.
We've already heard it. We don't need to continually hear it over and over.
You do need to continually hear it because we always hear from you the same things from your side. Hang on a second. It doesn't bother me when I hear your repetition all the time because I'm going to repeat what I know as knowledge. That's the key. I don't shut you down. I just shut you down with the facts. And the facts are, Sir Bernard Lovell himself stated that the radiation levels at where the ISS is was up to 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation.
That's it.
This is a really long 30 to 40 seconds.
That way, well, we're back and forth. Okay, so Tony, what about the radiation levels being too high for a human to survive?
Okay. A, no citation given as to where this utterance occurred or in what context. B, Bernard Lovell knows more about the radiation and so Jenna said he had this knowledge and he knew that the moon landings were impossible. No, absolutely. Bernard Lovell had this knowledge and didn't come to the conclusion that the moon landings were impossible. Therefore, Jin's assertion... You don't get to interrupt me, you rude fuckwit.
Go. He's muted. Go.
Okay. So Jin's assertion that he can take information that a rational professional has and come to a completely different logical conclusion, and his is valid, but the other person's isn't, is not a valid syllogism.
Okay, we got it. All right. So I'm gonna mute you, Jin. All right. So
my position is this.
Wait. I'm asking the question. So.
Well, I've got to put my position first.
I don't care. Jen.
I'm not going to listen to you.
Okay. So, Jen, the question is, when you come to a different conclusion than the professional you're citing, what are we to make of that?
I didn't hear your question. I didn't hear your question because I'm trying to get my point across first and foremost.
I'm not going to allow it. So, Jen, the reason why I'm not allowing it is because this was enough of a shit show that now I have to stop what I was doing and moderate. I am moderating. Okay? There's a lot of ways not to get to this, but you took none of them.
I can't respond to what's been said before. I've got to respond to that.
I'm telling you how it's going to go. Okay?
Well, look.
How it's going to go is this.
I'm trying to respond.
No, Jen. Jen, look. I can just put you on server.
Omnivore. Look.
I am modding.
I'm trying to respond to what was said about.
Don't care about that.
Level. I'm trying to respond.
So Jen, when I take you off server mute, you can either respond to the point that was just made, which I have encapsulated as when the person you cite, the professional you cite, comes to a different conclusion than you do, given the data that they are dealing with, what are we to make of that? You have a chance to answer that.
Respond to that. I'm actually trying to respond to that, and it is related.
Okay, so go ahead, go.
I'm going to respond. Thank you. Right. So basically, Sir Bernard Lovell, as I've stated that the radiation was 100 times more lethal. Now, that is a very important statement because radiation is a killer. Okay. So even though Sir Bernard Lovell believes that the moon landings happened, okay, the fact that he mentioned that the radiation at where the Operation Starfish Prime Dominic and visible of the Lord happened, which is where the ISS is. That radiation is 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts. Poses a question: how did they get through there? Because they didn't have the shielding, according to NOAA, National Oceanic and Administration.
Okay, that's not okay. I'm stopping you here. You're at 50 seconds. You did not answer the question as posed. All right. So the question was, when the professional comes to a different conclusion than you, and you are citing the professional, how are we to say that your analysis of it is better than the professional? However, you chose not to answer that. You said radiation is a killer.
Right.
And
listen, I didn't say
so that none of that addresses the issue that none of that addresses the issue that Tony brought up. So
whether or not, I'm gonna address that now.
Well, 1 second. So Tony, he is in default. If you want to, you can declare victory, and we can leave it here.
Why don't I do that? I made a point. He failed to rebut it. He has failed to substantiate his position. Let's move on.
Okay. So Jen, I'm going to unmute you, but we are moving on. If all you're trying to do is restate your point, not going to happen.
You didn't let me address Sir Bernard Lovell's point that he believed in the moon landing. You didn't let me actually respond to that.
Jim,
5 seconds.
you had all kinds of
5 seconds. 5 seconds.
You got 5 seconds. Go. 5 seconds.
Yeah, right. Go. Listen, it doesn't matter whether or not Sir Bernard Lovell agreed to the moon landing. 5 seconds is up. 5 seconds is up. It doesn't matter or not whether he agreed to the moon landing.
Okay, it doesn't matter. We got it. We're moving on. We are moving on.
Right.
We're moving on. Okay. Next time we do this, try to go with a little less repetition and specifically address.
I'm going to stick to what I normally do.
No. Specifically address the questions that you guys are asking each other rather than talking about something that is tangentially related.
So this gets back to.
I'm going to operate like I normally. I'm going to stick to what I normally do. It will be repetitive.
Talking.
If that's the case.
So this gets back to epistemology.
All
Gene does is just repeat his assertions circuitously and claim that has some sort of validation.
All right, so he is muted. So we're not gonna mute him and talk about it. All right.
All right. So let's move on. So we were having a discussion before about
airplanes.
About the trajectories that the craft took in order to minimize their exposure to radiation. No, Jin, we're not talking to you or about you. Stop interrupting. We're going to continue the conversation we were having about how easy it is to shield craft against various classes of radiation and the trajectories that they took through. And the fact that we can get extraordinarily delicate pieces of instrumentation like JWST through the Van Allen belts unharmed and have them deployed at which Lagrange point is it, Rob?
So Lagrange point 4, is it?
I'm sorry, I was looking at something else. What are we talking about?
Which Lagrange point is JWST at?
Oh, Lagrange 2, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Yeah, two sounds right.
Yeah. So we have extremely precise and delicate machinery that we can transport through the Van Allen belt, and that will survive in the radiation in direct exposure. Well, there is shielding involved, but will operate effectively in direct exposure to solar radiation. There's no problem here.
Yeah, we are currently working with a company whose speciality is to shield computers for satellite missions. So,
exactly.
There is a problem with the radiation, that's for sure, because again, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and I did post an article from the Herald. It's in the OmniPassive text chat. I posted it in there by mistake, but it's in there, and it highlights the fact that aluminium is not the best material to use to go to space. It's in there, and also that NASA was reluctant or reticent in not bringing us the data that we require. The Herald asked for certain data, NASA never delivered, so we can't get accurate exposure as to what they experienced when they supposedly went to the moon. But we know from the statements from Sir Bedford Level, for example, and other experts in radiation, stating that, for example, Tony Strong stated in the documentary What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, 2, and 3, stated that 960 rems would result in an instantaneous debilitating death level. Okay, and that's from the sun. That would have been in August of 19.
Bring it home, man. You've been going. Bring it home.
Well, there you go. Okay, there you go. That's it. There you go.
All right.
Okay. Again,
again,
you know what?
960. You finished talking, Ken. You said you finished talking.
I haven't. Oh.
So 960 rem of what style of radiation? How much of that can be blocked with a thin sheet of gold? Aluminium is not the only substance that we used on these craft. There was then the fact. And this again shows the level of intellectual dishonesty. The fact that Jin is talking and not bothering to listen.
I'm listening.
No, he isn't. He's talking over me. That means he cannot possibly be listening and internalizing the points that I am making. So he is not here to have an exchange of ideas. He is just here to vomit his propaganda into the chat.
We got it. So a thin sheet of gold can be used to block alpha and beta radiation. Is that correct, Tony?
Yes.
Okay. So and it's my understanding that using more dense materials could actually be counterproductive because of a cascade effect where one of these heavier particles moving at high velocity dislodges, other particles, creating, this avalanche of radiation in the interior.
Yeah, you can have, for instance, neutron emissions that spark more neutron emissions and that sort of stuff. So you can have an avalanche effect.
Right.
So using these, yes, the advantage. Aluminium isn't a great shielding material, but it isn't there for its shielding properties. It's there to preserve air pressure, and because it's lightweight in doing so. So it's there to materially encapsulate the atmosphere inside the craft to stop it from dissipating. It's not there for its shielding effects. That's not why it was chosen.
Okay, so it was not chosen for that. So this is one of the reasons, I think, why when people look at the lunar module, the lander, they say, oh, it looks like it's made out of tinfoil and, and curtain rods. And, the reason for that is, to my understanding, because of things like weight considerations and the fact that they wanted to have the minimal amount of material surrounding it, and they used extremely light materials. So yeah, it's not built like a submarine. It's built like something designed to land in a zero gravity environment, or near zero gravity environment.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly right. You've got it exactly right. It's designed to minimize weight. And
if I may interject here.
And no, Jin, I'm talking. You may not interrupt me. And Jin's earlier claim that people would just die and craft would blow up in the radiation levels, levels claimed, just patently untrue, demonstrably false. And he can quote all of the selective sources that he wants. None of these sources say that this means, therefore, the moon landings were impossible.
Ah, yes. They wouldn't say that. Wouldn't say that themselves directly, but here we go. I wanted to mention, what's his name? Bill Gates. He worked for Rocketdyne. Okay, this is the company that supposedly made the F1 engine for the Saturn V rocket. He stated this, that he watched many destruction of rockets and their engines due to combustion instability. And there was another technical word that he used that I can't remember at the moment. Yeah. Okay. And then they did the mathematical calculations as to what is the likelihood of actually getting a rocket to go to the moon and back safely. And it was 0.014%. So in other words, there was no chance. That's Bill Gates. And then Bill Woods, the actual rocket propulsion engineer for NASA, in the documentary What Happened on the Moons Part 1, 2, and 3, stated this, that when he looked up at the Saturn V rocket, the Apollo 11 one, going supposedly to the moon, just by the color of the exhaust plume, he knew that that rocket wasn't going to the moon because it was of the wrong color. It looked like they used kerosene. They're using flamethrowers, and we know that flamethrowers don't have much thrust. He said the rocket wasn't moving fast enough. That's the rocket propulsion engineer speaking, not Jin CBR1. I'm just quoting the experts. So
okay. No.
Okay, so Jin's microphone has muted him mercifully. The
alpha and beta radiation is not what's in question. It's the X-ray, gamma rays, and neutron rays. And I posted the article in the Omnipresence text. It's there. Look at it and read it. Fuck. It's from the Herald. Thank you.
Hey, Jen, can I ask you a question? How much gamma rays, neutron rays, and X-rays do you think are in space?
Narrator voice. He doesn't know.
Let me rephrase the question more precisely. What proportion of this, 960 rems or whatever, takes the form of gamma rays, X-rays, and neutron particles?
Well, according to Tony Strong, who mentioned it, he didn't give us the breakdown of what actual rate, which one it is there. He said that 960 grams of solar flare particles would result in an instantaneous debilitating death. That means you don't have any dosage time. You die instantly. Instant debilitating death. And that's all we need to know. We lame men and lame women, that's all we need to know. That you wouldn't survive it. Thank you.
Have you
Thank you
ever
very
had
much,
a CT?
Tony Strong.
Have you ever had a CT? Are you done now? Have you ever had a CT scan, Jen?
He's gone. Oh, no, he hasn't. Sorry.
I've never ever had a CT scan in my life.
Are you interested in how much radiation for the average CT scan?
I don't know whether you are ignoring the number of 960 rems and the language after that, debilitating instantaneous death.
So the average exposure for a CT scan is about 1,000 rems, which is higher than 960, at least last time I did math. So what you're saying is everybody who's ever had a CT scan should be immediately debilitated and dead.
You're lying.
What am I
That's
right?
a lie right there. That's misinformation.
That the average radiation from a CT scan is 1,000 rems?
I'm very
No.
disappointed in what you're doing there. That is misinformation of the highest order, okay? And you know you're losing the battle, that you have to take this route. Disappointed.
What's misinformation?
Disappointed in you.
No, hang on, Jen.
Kool-Aid.
Jen.
Very disappointed in you indeed, okay?
Yeah.
1,960 rems. Yeah.
Jen, you're lying.
Which is higher, 960 or 1,000?
REMS, that's R-E-M, yeah? REMS is an instantaneous debilitating death. No
I
CT
just looked it
scan
up.
does that. No CT scan.
Gene, be quiet, please. I just looked it up, and the first hit that I got, says the
Now, you
CT
be
scan
quiet.
produces
You be quiet,
1,000.
Georgie, come.
Shut up! Produces 1,000 millirem. So I'd like you.
Milli is
so I'd
different
like.
from rems.
Shut
I
up,
didn't say
Jim.
millirems,
I'm
right?
still
I didn't
talking.
say millirems.
Shut up.
Millirem.
I'm still
Okay,
talking, Jim.
He's muted. Go. Just,
Okay. So I would just ask that the person who introduced this material double check where they're getting double check their sources, because when I checked it, it said 1,000 millirems. Am I wrong?
And again, what is that rate? Is that per hour or per day, or was that, so there's Jim seems to think this 960 is hit like a fire hose, as opposed to the 1 or 2 millirems, or whatever the units are, over an extended period of time per unit time. So even the entire trip, you accumulate a dozen millirems.
And the third point to make is you keep on going on about how lethal solar storms would be if only there were well, he's gone now. If only there were an astronomer in the chat who could tell us whether or not we can avoid CMEs while we're doing these trips, and it turns out that we can. So the solar storms aren't that big a risk. We can avoid them.
And I
Do
think
data astronomers count as astronomers?
Based on their past experience with negative exponents in pressure units, they're liable to think 960 millirems is 960 rems.
What?
Because it was probably.
I want to clear something up real quick about Jen saying that they have flamethrowers on the bottom. I just want to say this real quick. The Saturn V rocket was 363 feet tall. When you watch it at launch, when it passes the tower, the flame is actually twice the length of the rocket itself. The flame is longer than 700 feet long. That's an awful big ass flamethrower if they just use flamethrowers and it's a helium-filled balloon.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say
the other side of that is that the Saturn V's had 2 rockets, one for use in the atmosphere and one for use at altitude.
Oh yeah, they had like 5 stages by the time they got to the moon. They had a bunch of stages somewhere.
And in that first stage where it's hydrogen, or I'm sorry, kerosene and liquid oxygen, it's expelling that in tons per second. And they don't like the idea of thrust is in tons of expelled propellant.
Yeah, it's like 2.5 tons per F1 engine too. It's like per engine. I think it's something like that. It's like 2.5 tons of fuel per second per engine is what that thing burnt, and it ran for 2.5 minutes straight.
Yeah, they don't like big numbers. They don't like big numbers. They can't understand small numbers. Yeah, we have a math problem at every turn.
Yeah, well, this is the other problem is that they've never gotten past year 10 maths. Like absolutely no flat earther I've ever met can do grade 10 mathematics. This is again, we are stuck with the problem that we can't assess what is being said by whom because Jin won't present it in written form. So we can't judge the context in which these various people he is quoting are saying stuff. So we can't tell, this guy who says 960 rem. In what circumstances? Is the person shielded at all? What are they talking about? Are they talking about an unprotected person standing on the surface of the moon? Well, that person has a lot bigger problems than a solar flare, to be brutally honest. So in order to properly engage with and exchange information, we need it more systematically and reliably presented than Jin just saying, I watched a documentary once and somebody said something, and here's the logical conclusion of it. And then we have every single professional who's ever considered the discipline look at the same data Jin has claimed to have looked at and come to the opposite conclusion.
Right quick, Tony, I was wrong. You were right. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate it.
No problem. I've fucked up stuff, so it's not. I'm just.
That's not how things usually go on Discord. Usually, people just say the N-word.
I mean, it's amazing how when someone recognizes that they're wrong, they have the ability just to say, "Oh, my bad, I was wrong. You were right. Thank you for the info." It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is a change, isn't it? Anyway, I've got to get going.
You're gonna miss MC Tune versus Q Up, man.
I'll be watching him while I'm walking.
I was gonna say, how will you live with yourself? Okay.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Anyway, talk to you later.
Increase in blood
Thank you.
pressure will be helpful. Take care, Tony.
Yeah. Bye.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, I mean, look at the math that Jin uses with atmospheric pressure. I mean, he's dead set on this minus to 11 as a negative exponent is some sort of huge negative number.
Well, yeah.
Is he still here?
He thinks a really small numbers is a really big number.
Well, a negative exponent, so 10 to the minus.
Yeah,
10,
it's a really small number.
Yes, a small positive number as opposed to what they say is some huge, powerful vacuum. No, it's fucking near zero.
Yeah, it's weird.
And that goes back to the to those flat Earth conferences where somebody was talking about how huge that is, and there was a vacuum chamber which was repurposed from an atomic test facility, so it had 18-inch concrete walls. And they go, see.
Well, I've watched that movie that they talk about the funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and
you're breaking up.
Like, I said I watched that movie. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon, that documentary, that docu, whatever you want to call it, and the one that Jen goes on about all the time. And everything in that is either just people thinking they know what they're talking about and saying something that's not wrong, or them saying something that's right but then getting it completely wrong for why it was done and what the reasoning behind it was. Like, the whole show's like that.
Yeah. I wasn't overly impressed with that show myself, but
Omni, what's like? Is there like a specific prompt for the debate with MC Tune?
it's about whether or not the final experiment was faked.
Like they never went there, or like the stuff they did there was all fake?
So I'm gonna say that I think it. I'm not 100% sure myself. But I would say that it's entirely that I think his theory of case is that whatever happened was like it was put together in pieces. Like they over time did several trips, and the footage was not necessarily taken when they were there.
Also, something like, we don't even know where they were. They just said they were at 80 degrees south latitude. How do we know? How do we know?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, are they saying that like it was a studio, or that they never went there, or just that the experiments they performed while they were there were fake experiments? Like, I'm just
all
not
the
sure.
above. Yeah, all the above. They shotgun all kinds of things because everything they have could be, would be, if, maybes. So they got to use them all because it would be maybe, oh, the sun's fake, or the CGI cameras are fake, or the location is fake, or they're in a stage. They're going to put them all out there.
Weird.
Yeah, my hopes for this are not super high.
Surprise, surprise. Well, I mean, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel, really, respectfully, with the Q-op. But how long away is that, Omni?
It's at 9 p.m. It's a few hours.
Yeah, in a couple of hours, is it?
Yeah.
9 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah.
And they also have to, have all sorts of co-conspirators, like ALE. They're in on it. The airplane flight that actually went there and was tracked, that's in on it, and that's run by Icelandic Air. And then you have all the employees there, and then you have the joggers that were there, and then you have the fact that that camp is in service every year and has been in service every year for like 20 years. I mean, it just mounts. Oh my God! Even on Geo's, some months ago, he said he came across a video, a 24-hour 360 cam done by some snowboarders.
Yeah, Geo's for me anyway, he's the only, well, I shouldn't say that, but he's the one person who I've listened to who's like acknowledged it at least.
What's that background noise?
Yeah, he's Flat Earthers guy.
Yeah, my bad. Omni, I was just gonna ask Omni if he's posting the debate on YouTube, because I'm gonna be watching the Knicks game.
It should be on YouTube. Yes, yeah, it should be.
But
can you just link me? Yeah, can you just link me to the channel or send it to me in my DM so I can watch it later?
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem.
I mean, at least Geo acknowledges it, and he's like trying to address it and saying, this is like interesting. It's new information. Let's try and figure this out. I mean, I personally, I was like, okay, well, I don't know how this can work on a planar surface, and it's a very strong observation, and the FED guys are like, well, put it in a logical syllogism where it proves the Earth's a globe, and that's it for them. Right.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's so I don't really know what I don't really know what a lot of the people involved made of it, like, or not the people involved, the people who were not part of it, because we don't have good stats for how it shook out, but apocryphally, it does seem to me to have, been more conclusive than I would have expected. I didn't expect it to be, very, very effective. I didn't.
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of time spent on Witsit, unfortunately, because I like Austin personally. And it's going to be Vapegate and all that bullshit. So,
yeah, you're not.
That's
You're
why
not
I'm
wrong.
probably avoid it.
Well, again, full spectrum. Everything will be thrown at it. So, but the efficacy, like you said, it had a bigger splash. It has caused a bigger schism. It has caused the crazy ones to get crazier. It forced them to put more things into they don't know and nobody can know column, more things into the God can do whatever he wants column, and more things into it doesn't matter column. So, we never used the AE map.
Yeah, I mean, if
no map, no model.
Yeah, no map, no model.
We were talking about this a few months ago, and I think it was you, Larry, somebody smarter than me anyway, said the true final experiment is the sociological experiment, that what's happening into the community. And I think that's really fascinating. I saw you guys had...
Yeah, that was brought up early on. Even Duffy pointed that out. It's to gauge the reaction
of flat Earth as much as anything else, because it was all the pre-trip coping, then the while it's real time coping, and now this bullshit. And they're getting it's like
that's
yeah,
what
go
I
ahead.
found more interesting was that before they even went, it seemed like the flat earthers were saying, well, even if they do see the 24-hour sun, like they knew they would in their they truly knew that they were going to see it. So they were already coming up with reasons why they would see it.
Oh, then the
which is kind of
backpedaling
odd.
and the backpedaling and the rewriting of history, because they said, oh, we already knew because Lady Blunt already had that thing back in 1890. So yeah, they already knew. Yeah, and then of course you play all the video quotes where they're saying it does not happen, cannot happen, and would wreck flat Earth. Dave Weiss said that specifically, and yet they said, "Oh no, it was already in our model because Lady Blunt." So they're rewriting their own history like real time.
Didn't the whole light bouncing off the firmament come out right before they went down there?
Oh, you got the Joe Hanvey with his superfluid and in a double decker salad bowl and all kinds of weird shit.
And his coffee cup caustic.
Oh,
yeah, the coffee cup light thing or whatever the hell that was. Didn't he come out with that right before
all
they
of
went
it?
down
Yeah,
there?
yeah. Again, shotgun, full spectrum.
Because he knew for an absolute fact that there would be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. He knew there would be.
And there's a laboratory facility which can generate the same heat and radiation of the sun, but it's like a spotlight, like a meter in diameter, where they can test materials exposed to sunlight. They call that the sun simulator. Oh, the sun simulator! They're bringing it down there, and they're going to simulate the sun. It's not the real sun and then of course they don't know what the sun is, and it's only apparent. It doesn't matter. Oh, this is a point in light of the sky. It doesn't even matter.
So does anybody know what happened with, what was her name? Elizabeth, whatever. I don't mean to misname her. I just can't remember. Where's she at now?
Well, she was on Dave's show as, the token pretty face. And then she kind of dropped out because she had some sort of car accident. And then, of course, that was, a hit job where she was taken out by the opposition with this car accident. But I think she began to feel the embarrassment of being so on the wrong side. But I don't. She's less visible than Whitsitt is right now.
Did Whitsitt ever explain why when they were in Chile, south was in one direction?
Hold on, real quick. She was in a car accident. Did she survive? Is she okay?
Oh yeah. It was.
Oh, okay.
It may have totaled her car. I don't know, but no, she wasn't hospitalized or anything like that. But yeah, it was. All of a sudden, that became Dave. Was it Sargent was saying? That was probably orchestrated to take her out.
Well,
no, she was on Sargent's though. She wasn't on Dave's show. She was on Sargent's show.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry. Circle gets square. You see, I made a mistake, and I'm corrected.
Just back to my point, though. Did Whitsitt ever explain how south was one direction while they were in Chile, and not multiple directions?
No, Whitsitt never explained anything.
Did he ever try to?
When they saw that twilight due south, he said that was reinforcing the dome. And Jaron said as soon as he saw the twilight to the south and progressing to the left, he goes, "Uh-oh."
Yeah, Jaron knew that there was trouble in Punta Arenas, but Whitsitt, in my opinion, he was just furniture along for the ride, and he didn't produce any more than I expected him to. He was, he always talks big. He always talks big about doing experiments, and I'm going to do an experiment, and you're going to see. He's never produced any kind of experimental, results or any information. He's big talk, and that's all he is. He proved himself.
And that's one of the bitches.
Or libel, but Whitsitt was just pulling donations as much as he could get right before he left, and I think it was a monetary reasons that he went there.
And he even said himself, they kept thinking it was going to be canceled or somehow interrupted. So that's why Whitsitt made zero prep on, except for like 3 days. He was like cramming before the test. 3 days before he's going, all of a sudden he has to like scurry and get some shit together. And yeah, he had one camera or something, and that was about it. That he didn't, and a 360 maybe that he didn't know how to use, didn't have a data card for. He had made no prep. And so somebody was pointing out, he goes, isn't it strange that the flat earth, the only videos we have are from the Globers? The flat earthers, you know, they didn't produce anything, did they? Although Jaron does have, you know, incremental photographs of the sun with a properly filtered DLSR showing the sunspots and the fact that it doesn't change size and never set.
I think it's weird that Whitsitt gets all those super chats and doesn't have enough money to buy a laptop and needs to get a laptop donated him to go to Antarctica.
And it's also funny that he came on shortly thereafter during his, you know, as he was dropping out. He goes, I suddenly need $10,000. Right after the his wife put up that TikTok video of him blowing up at her.
You have to remember that Whitsitt is trying to get money for two people, him and Nathan Thompson. That might have been an old cut. But
why is he trying to get money for Nathan Thompson?
That's
because when they went around the country in the van, Nathan Thompson stole the cash from him and spent it on beer.
That's some funny shit.
Was that the trip in which they dressed up as ducks and were trolled?
I don't think so.
No.
I think that was the same trip
Thompson.
where he got arrested at Mount Rushmore, right? That was that trip.
I did see that vid when he pissed off park security and got arrested there. I just remember the video of them dressing up as ducks because they got trolled by those two YouTubers, which I thought was funny.
No, Whitsitt wasn't in on that.
He wasn't in on that? Okay, so that was just Nathan?
Yes.
Okay.
That was
I don't understand. Why were they dressing up as ducks?
That was Nathan Thompson's exit. If you look back in his presence in the community, he kind of disappeared after that. They were saying they had to have safety suits for their apparatus, that they were detecting this magnetic something or another, whatever it was. And they ran out of suits like Tyvek or whatever, and that's all they had. So that's what they put on. Crazy.
Wait, so they already had duck suits? They
yeah, it was a setup.
Yes.
It was a brilliant setup. Obvious troll was obvious. I mean,
oh, we got some duck suits lying around. I'm like, what?
And Nathan was just like right along with it. Just like, okay, this is great. You know, like this. It was just people was like, you do realize you're being trolled, right? Like this is a troll. You know this, right?
Well, he was hungry. He was hungry to get he wanted to be significant, right? And he wanted to be a flat earther that actually got some flat earth evidence, and he wanted to be the one, and he was going to bank on it, right? But it turned out he got what is it, punked, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, he got the shit trolled out of him. That on top of getting arrested for harassing kids while they're harassing children while they're at recess. That was pretty shit. When you were talking about Jaron as did you listen to the interview that he did with Simon Dan?
I didn't know he did do an interview.
Yeah, he sat down with an interview with Simon Dan, and after talk about his experience with the TF with the final experiment, and then like all the backlash that came after it, kind of like his experience and like what's going on in his life. But it was really good because towards the end of it, he started bringing up other stuff that he made observations of, and he also, I think he took recordings of as well. And it was the way I think it was the sunrise and the sunset, and in relation to various places where they were at, and it was kind of like, after seeing that in person, he was like, okay, the Earth can't be flat. It's like, because this is not what I'm seeing is not possible. It wasn't just the 24-hour sun. It was the southeast, or was it, yeah, the southeast direction of it from where they were at compared to where he's from in the northern hemisphere. And he was kind of like, this, he saw all the evidence. He brings up more stuff that didn't get brought up in, I don't think got brought up enough in TFE. So it was pretty solid. There was some really, really good points that he made in there.
Yeah, but you're talking about when he was in like, and they were looking for the sunrise, right?
Yeah, I think it was a point to Uranus.
Considering he was sincere in his change of understanding, what impressed me was he said, once I got past that point and was forced to look at things in a different way, suddenly everything made sense. And I thought that was pretty cool.
I agree. It makes me wonder, how he was able to, to handle, to process that kind of change, because that just, in my model, like, human beings have a really hard time with that.
Well, there was a lot of forgiveness for Jaron's turnaround on flat Earth, although he still holds many other conspiracies. But then some people have accused him of just pulling a Ranty.
Oh, who? A Ranty?
Remember Ranty? He was a flat earther until he wasn't.
Okay, well, I don't. I didn't know the guy personally, so I think that I came a little after.
Anybody else remember Ranty?
I remember Ranty Flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, and he like a sheer wall. He stopped. He was on the globe after looking at that Blackpool Tower photo against the mountains. He finally caved in, and then he went on to change his channel, and then he had with it Art of the Absurd, which he had made a lot of money during the Johnny Depp trial. And so everyone says, yeah, he was just following the money. He got out of flat Earth, apparently. And so some people said Jaron is just pulling a Ranty. Maybe. I don't see so, but Jaron is still laden with a lot of conspiracies.
Yeah. Well, I imagine it's a bit hard for him to just, escape from it.
Oh, Benny, what took you so long?
What took what so long?
To unmute my mic. I mean, why was I muted in the first place?
I don't know.
This length of time.
I don't know.
I mean, who muted me? Who muted me?
I'm not sure. It wasn't me.
Yeah, you will notice. Hang on, Omnivore. You will notice that when I'm coming in, I'm trying to keep it concise. I'm trying to keep it on a coherent level, but a lot of nonsense is leveled at my position. And when I try to respond, either you interrupt or someone else is interrupting, saying I know what I say may be damaging to your position, but I'm quoting experts, and I always give my source. There's never a time that I don't give my source. And let me just finish before you cut in again. There isn't a server that you can go to that I visit that will tell you that Jin doesn't post sources. They'd be lying.
Jin, what you're saying isn't damaging to the position. It's just not something that people can usually engage with because you aren't providing sources. And, when you do provide sources, the sources contradict what you're trying to say with them. So
no, they don't. No, they don't. They don't. You've never actually. None of you have come back to me and show me where that's happening. You mentioned that the stupid thing about Sir Bernard Lovell believes they went to the moon. That's not what's in contention there. Of course he does, but he mentioned things that put a hole in the story of going to the moon, and that is the radiation.
So I ask you. So the reason why it doesn't do what you think it does, is because, as people pointed out to you, the idea that we couldn't go through the Van Allen belts has been discussed in depth by a lot of people, and it has, it 100% has, and NASA took the necessary precautions to go through.
No, they didn't.
They 100% did. I'm sorry.
They didn't. The experts have spoken, Omnivore. Omnivore, you're arguing with Noah. You're arguing with Noah. You're arguing with Bill Casing, Sir Bernard Lovell. You're arguing with Bill Woods. You're arguing with Ralph Renee. You're arguing with a whole bunch of experts that proved that the moon landings could never happen. Remember, it is all based from a false premise.
So
that's your problem.
So Jen, one of the reasons why it seems like that to you is because you have started with the position that the Earth is flat and it cannot be otherwise. Therefore,
that's not the position I started from.
Well,
I was on a globe.
Well, I'm trying to talk. So you don't have to let me.
Go ahead.
So when you do that, what happens is you have a presupposition that is going to influence your ability to interpret all the other behavior, all the other arguments or information. And you're just cutting yourself out of all of that data. So, I'm sorry.
Absolute rubbish. That's absolute rubbish and poppycock, Omnivore. Absolutely. Because I was born in 1961. I learned about the globe in 1967. Okay, 67, 68. I'm learning about the globe. Okay, at school, okay, and then I didn't check it after that. You go through secondary education, college, university, you go to work, it's reinforced all through your life. I didn't check it until, I said I didn't check it, but through the years that I've been alive, right up until 2015, Boxing Day, December 26th. So from the day I was born until that day, I've never experienced living on a globe. That's the thing. So my body and my brain had recorded the experience over the years, and it hasn't been that of living on a globe. That's the key point here, okay? That I didn't check. It wasn't until 2015 that I actually went out and then checked for myself.
Yeah,
to make sure that the Earth is this globe, and it's not a globe.
So there's a reason why.
So therefore, everything that has been built upon a false premise is completely null and void, because it's come from at the moment an established lie.
Well, okay. I was going to talk to you, but
interrupting. That's your problem.
You don't do that
I'm killing
very well.
you. That's why you do that, because I know I'm killing you.
No,
that's the reaction.
You're not.
Carry on.
Hey,
the only thing you're doing is you're making me think that.
Hey, wait, Jane, can I ask you a question? As a flat earther, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead now. Can't even hear
What is the, do you think it's impossible for the Earth to be a sphere?
You're dying, man. You're dying. You're being killed.
Jake, do you
He
think,
doesn't listen to people.
Jake, do you think it is impossible for the Earth to be a sphere? Is it
absolutely impossible? Yes, it's
logically
impossible for it to be a sphere because, and why I tell you it's impossible. None of our engineering considers Earth's curvature. No construction.
Okay, no. Well, hang on a sec.
It's considered, and it would need to be. Look, you see, I talk, then thousands of people talk. Is there any point in you asking me a question?
I had one question and you answered it.
So much for the fucking moderation.
I had one question and you answered it. I'm moving on to the next question.
Yeah, but let me answer the question to the full.
You already did.
Okay, before you move on. Otherwise, I'm not going to answer your questions. I'm not
Don't
doing
take 10 minutes to answer it then, Jen.
Jen, it's really simple. I asked you one question. Is it logically impossible for the Earth to be a sphere?
Yeah,
you said yes. You said yes. No. Hang on. No. Hang on. In order for you to show that, what is the logical contradiction?
I'm going to tell you exactly why. I'm telling you why. It's impossible for it to be a globe. Because no engineering construction that we do on this Earth. See, just keep interrupting as I'm speaking.
Because you're saying stuff he wasn't asked. No one asked you why.
Excuse me. There is a reason why it's not impossible. There is a reason why it's impossible. There has to be a reason. It's not just no.
No. Okay, Jen.
Wait. I'm nodding here, Jen. The reason why you were left on mute. I don't know who muted you, but you're not convincing me that you should be taken off mute. I'm sorry. Now I am going to let you off mute, but if you continue rambling on. I'm just going to have to mute you again, and that's going to be it.
So, Jen, it's really simple. What is the logical contradiction in the Earth being a sphere?
I'm telling you now, and I'm going to tell it to you my way. The answer to your question is this. It is impossible for the Earth to be a globe because none of the engineering, construction, and technologies that we use today considers the Earth to be a globe. It's not considered.
That's
a lie.
Hang on, left. Okay, so Jen, no, this is problematic. So Jen, you answered the question. Here's a problem. We could be wrong about all of our engineering, and the Earth could still be a sphere, because those are two mutual. Hang on, Jen, I'm not done. I'm not finished, because those are two mutually exclusive things. We can be completely wrong about the interpretation of a thing, and the other thing still be a certain way. Okay? So no, there is no bearing on like how we do the stuff on this planet. Okay? It is a result. I mean, the truth of that is different from the truth of something else. It's two separate claims. So I'm asking you for the logical contradiction. Jen, I'm asking you for the logical contradiction. What is the A is not equal to not A in the Earth itself simply being Jen, stop.
You know it.
Stop.
You know
just
it.
Because Jen, just because we don't observe it at eye level with the naked eye, just because we walk outside and we don't see it, doesn't mean it isn't. Because we do know that proportion plays a heavy role in that. If you are so small in comparison to the thing that you are observing, you may not observe it with your naked eye, but it can still be there. Because the degrees are so small, you don't register them with the naked eye. You would need things like lasers to do it. Okay, so still, I'm looking for the logical contradiction. The A is not equal to not A.
JL, can you steel man it yourself?
Yes, a logical contradiction would be that if the Earth were a sphere, then the sun could not rotate stay above the horizon in a 24-hour period below the in the southern hemisphere, in what was considered to be southern hemisphere. If that phenomena takes place, the Earth cannot be flat.
All right, can I give you a logical syllogism, please?
I just want to taking back Eden anyway.
I tagged JL in the picture to demonstrate how when you're close up to the Earth, it looks flat.
And this is all to scale with AutoCAD.
So what is the so Jen?
I won't be looking at that, but that would be a waste of my
So Jen,
time.
what is the
So I won't be
logical
looking at that.
what is the logical contradiction? You say it's impossible for a thing to be logically impossible. There has to be an inherent contradiction.
You've answered your own question, haven't you?
No, I didn't.
You're talking a lot. Okay, you're talking a lot. You're talking too much, actually. You're
I'm not.
saying
I asked
too
you a
much,
simple
but it's
question.
all nothing. You're not saying anything concrete. You're not moving forward.
I did say
You
something
answered your own
concrete.
question.
Jen
Move
don't
on.
understand what you mean is
No,
what
you
it is.
didn't.
He
No, you
don't,
didn't.
he don't
No, you
understand what you
didn't. No, you
want
didn't.
from him.
You did not.
Jen, if you need me to explain what I'm asking, I can do that. It's not a problem. I explain how when you make the statement. Jen, when you make the statement, Jen, you need to stop crashing. You need to stop blue screening. Update your software so you stop blue screening out. Okay.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good. This isn't good, Jen. You're gonna have to, yeah.
Jen, it's really simple, dude. You claim that the Earth being a sphere. You claim the Earth being a sphere is a logical contradiction. You claim that the Earth being a sphere is impossible.
I gave you the answer to your question is
no, you actually didn't. Okay, you claim the Earth being a sphere is impossible. The way we measure impossibility, like how a thing is impossible, is that the truth of it entails a logical. Oh, and now he's not. He's just deafened himself. So he knows he's cooked. He's screwed up on that. He has to at least acknowledge that. He has to at least acknowledge the logical possibility that the Earth is a sphere, and that humans just lack the capacity to measure it as such. So
this is just a quick pointer. I'm not saying anything bad about Jen. I know Jen good. I like Jen. The only thing is when you talk to him, if you ask him questions like you asked him, I mean, there's a lot of us that might not necessarily follow exactly when you start getting, asking real complicated questions. So you have to break it down.
What you're doing here.
Yeah, I can easily do that. I'm just gonna have to turn Jen down a little bit so I can actually get through this without having to
I'm trying to answer your question.
So the biggest issue being is like with the logical contradiction. You have two truth claims that neither one of them can be true at the same time. Or
Let him answer.
They can't be true simultaneously.
Not able to answer the question.
In that respect, if the Earth if it's impossible for the Earth to be a sphere, that's because there is another proposition that is true, that has been demonstrated to be true, that invalidates the Earth being a sphere. Like for example, if the Earth were flat, then the sun could not be observed to circumnavigate the sky and never fall below the horizon in the southern hemisphere. And what would be considered to be the southern hemisphere on a flat plane, on like a flat Earth. So, but because because we observe that directly, we see that happeing. That invalidates the flat Earth claim because those two are mutually exclusive. Only one of those can be true.
No, dude, you're gonna have to chop it off. You got to be more concise. Hang on, guys. Fucking hell, hang on. You're gonna have to be way more concise, Warren. You can't go that long on it.
No, that was as concise as I could possibly make it. I gave you two propositions: the Earth is sphere, the 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere. Only one of those. Okay, literally, the Earth is flat, or the 24-hour observation.
And you're still
only one of those can be true. These are mutually exclusive claims. If one of them is true, the other one cannot be true logically. Okay, so what do we observe? We observe the 24-hour sun. Therefore, it is logically impossible for the Earth to be flat.
JL Warren, I'm calling you out. I think that you are lying. I think you can be more concise than you are being, but you're trying to be overly exacting or formal in your.
You have to be.
Well, I'm telling you.
Well, Omni, it's very specific terminology. If you don't use specific terminology, then I'm not describing it correctly.
Yeah, you don't realize where you're at, dude.
I also want to address Jin's claim that engineering doesn't use the curve of the Earth. As long as you're using GNSS surveying to get an elevation, which is based off of a geoid, which is based off the sphere Earth. I'm sorry, that's just you're just wrong, Jin.
Right.
Yes, we do. I think we all know that, right? I think we all know
he is flat out wrong.
And like even if the multiple zones that the grids that we create are flat plane grids, the fact is that we need multiple different planes to fit onto the sphere, and we use that those grids are each a little piece of the puzzle of a spherical Earth, doesn't mean that the fact that they are flat grids has nothing to do with the fact that they're still based off of spherical Earth.
Yes, but I don't think that Jen is going to be able to address that issue. I don't think that it's in his wheelhouse to address WGS 84.
I'm just saying, until he actually provides a source that says engineers don't use a geoid or anything like that in order to determine an elevation of a site plan, then yeah, he's got to say that he was wrong about that.
Well, I agree, obviously, but you know.
Anyway, Knicks are about to start. Have a good night, guys. Omni, thanks for the link. I'll check it out tomorrow.
All right.
Maybe we should have a class.
On what? Logic?
How not to talk to a flat earther, or what not to do in talking to a flat earther, like being overly precise and going on and on and on when it can be, broke down into a sentence or two.
JL, if I was to translate for the room, what they're asking us to do is to be less autistic about our terminology.
Yes. Yeah,
I guess, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a logical contradiction is when you have two positions that are claimed to be true, and only one of them can be true. They cannot be true simultaneously. So therefore, you need to be able to, like, if you determine that one of them is true, the other one can't be. It's that simple. Okay? If he says it's impossible, then that entails a logical contradiction. If we're going to show the logic, then he needs to show the logical contradiction. What is it? And he can't. So there you go.
Well, the problem is they want a simple answer to a complicated scenario, and then you try to make it simple. Then they think they found holes in it. Then you try to, fill in with details. Then they say you're just making shit up. So if Jin can't deal with the ellipsoid or WJ4 or orbiting satellites in GNSS and ellipsoid, that's a Jin problem. We're stuck with that.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe Jin can respond to that, but I've never heard him discuss it. And
well, he can't discuss it. He says the South Pole doesn't exist. So and as was pointed out, sun was 24 hours at 80 degrees south, flat, impossible. And for some reason, you said that was too technical.
no, what I think was too technical was saying, I need the syllogism that shows the logical contradiction.
Yeah, if the Earth is flat, the sun cannot do that. The sun did that. Earth's not flat.
Well,
the only way, Omni, that Jin could hold to that being true is if he adopts dialetheism and pair-consistent logic.
No, the answer to that from his perspective is we don't observe curvature, therefore Earth is flat.
Well, yeah, that's just a non sequitur, but
yeah. And we do observe curvature. We just don't see it with like the bare naked eye. We do need to because we are so small. I think we did that. We did I was on a live stream one time where we actually did the math of it, and like the ratio analysis is, if you were to take the Earth and make it the size of a basketball, a human would be the size of a virus on that basketball. So we're talking like a human is like picometers in comparison to that. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's, I agree with that. That's true.
So just because you don't see it with the naked eye doesn't mean it's not there. And so that's why we have to, like, if you stand on a mountain, if you stand on a mountain and then you take a 360 panoramic view, like a 360 panoramic image on a tripod, and you just a level tripod, and you just take a view of the horizon, Okay, and then if you were to take that and put it flat, like as an image, as a one image, and then if you were to compress that, the curvature would become apparent because you are narrowing it. So, just by virtue of compressing the image, the curvature is brought out, but you wouldn't see it just looking at it straight. So, but it is there.
Yeah.
I swear.
Flat Earth is boring. Someone bring me
Oh,
bring me a
Dale.
godfather.
Did you watch the recent Jubilee video with Jordan B. Peterson?
I just got done watching it, dude.
Did you see Danny? Did you see Danny absolutely shit all over him?
Yes, Danny and Parker.
Oh, I forgot Parker was in. I'm not a fan of Parker though.
I think Parker could be, could be that way, but he's still entertaining as shit. Because he did catch him in a contradiction, which I thought was funny.
I can't believe that Danny was on there. That was hilarious.
Brandon from Mindshift was was supposed to be on there, and I guess he just couldn't work out the scheduling, which is kind of a bummer. But yeah, I just got done watching that. That was just fun. That was funny stuff.
Have you been in PNR recently, JL?
I haven't. It's got a little gotten kind of no, PNR I haven't been in forever because Blackout actually banned me. He got
that's funny.
Blackout banned me because he thought that I was trying to like poach, and he thought I was trying to poach Matt Slick because I was in a room in politics, and Matt Slick came in trying to like talk his shit, and then he like ran away because we were in the middle of another conversation was going in. He came and tried to insert himself and like, hey, I'm Matt Slick and I know everything, and we're like, yo, whoa, hey, chill. And then when we were done, I went over there and Matt Slick was over in PNR, and I was like, okay, hey, we're ready to go. Now that, if you're not going to interrupt now, we can have the conversation. And then Blackout was like, don't try and poach from us. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then he like booted me.
But you know that Slick is a diva. You have to you got to kind of soften him up a little bit.
You got to give people room to talk, Warren. That's your issue.
Shut up, Andy.
There you go. I was going to say about the Jordan Peterson thing. I think he's an atheist. I don't actually think he believes in God. So why did he even do it? I don't know.
Well, he actually got called on that, which is what was funny.
I mean, if they'd have got an actual Christian. I mean, did you hear the point where they were trying to pin him down? And he's like, I never made the claim. Like, what are you even doing there?
Well, I was hoping we were going to get to that earlier this morning, Andy, because I think that's one of the reasons why people see him as a grifter is because like he wants to come off, he LARPs as like this Orthodox Christian, right? So that way he gets adopted into the right-wing sphere. But I mean, he talks as though he's either at least agnostic.
Yeah, I quite like Alex O'Connor's little breakdown of Peterson. I don't know. I assume they've got on since. I don't know because I don't really watch too much of Jordan Peterson. When he starts with his hands, it's over. The wizardry started. But
Parker really pissed him off in that back and forth,
I
which I thought was
liked
just
Alex
hilarious.
O'Connor's breakdown of Peterson, talking about how he uses this value hierarchy. Right, I don't know if you've seen that, but that's
Yeah,
sort of how. Yeah,
I've heard it. I just don't like you said when he starts with the hand magic, everything just becomes like gobbledygook. Like I don't know where you're going.
The hand magic.
It's like tidy a room. It's like, bless him. Quite like Canadians.
You know, I thought he was actually pretty funny on the Kill Tony special that he did. That was hilarious when they got up there and were roasting him.
Oh yeah, I love that. What was that little comedian who does all the takes the piss out? He's so good. Oh man, can't think of his name. He does such a good Trump. And who else does he do? Oh,
Andy is Tyler Fisher.
Tyler
The name you're
Fisher.
looking
Yeah,
for.
that's the guy. He's
Tyler
so good.
Fisher. Funny little guy.
He does a Ben Shapiro really well. Doesn't he? Oh my god. Yeah, Tyler Fisher's awesome. He must be like 5 feet tall. But who cares? I mean, he's that guy's funny. He's funny. Yeah, go watch Tyler Fisher take the piss out of the Trump assassination. That is really funny. The Secret Service didn't know where to put the weapons. They can't put the guns away. What does he call them? It's Pat. Why is he surrounded by It's Pat or something? People, it's and the break dancer. In the same video, he does the break dancer from Australia in the Olympics, right? He's like, I don't know. I had to post that video. It's so good. But I'm killing zombies, so I can't.
That was the other video I forgot to ask you about, JL. Did you see the one Tom Rabbit did of Darth finding out that Ryan Mullins doesn't approve of the tag?
Yeah, I did watch that one. I had to comment that. My comment that I was like, oh, it's like, damn, Darth, never meet your heroes. So... Hey, I'm kind of curious because I haven't been following it a ton, but has there been any fallout from what was found out about PMARS?
I don't know, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Darth even knows about it yet. I mean, presumably he does, right? Because they're all interlinked. So I would think so.
What about PMARS?
So you want to continue? Okay, so go ahead,
Go
Jay.
ahead, go ahead, Maxim.
So basically, PMARS was on TikTok harassing this one guy, and I guess they had this feud, and he was like spewing some racial degeneracy to this guy, and the guy was like browsing the internet and found him on this like dating website, and
he found him on Chatterbait.
Oh my. All I remember about him, he was a belligerent little bastard, and he'd come on Jose's a little bit, but Jose banned him pretty quick. He got banned everywhere I saw him, though.
Who is Mike? Are you still there, Mike? Or did he leave?
I don't know. Did I drop or did something happen?
I don't know. I think everybody's just quiet. In a talking mood.
Every time my phone switches off to 5G, it completely drops everything. I lose complete internet service for about 3 minutes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the Jordan Peterson thing, they should get an actual Christian to, if they're going to do that thing. I don't know why they didn't. I don't know. It just seems a bit weird to me. Like, I think they should. Andrew Wilson is probably the best person I can think of in that situation. I wish they'd have asked him to do it. I was trying to think of somebody else. I was trying to think who's a Christian I can think of who would have, put on a good showing for against 25 people around him, because it's quite an intimidating thing. Yeah. Andrew Wilson is probably the best person I could think of in that situation.
That's funny because Andrew is terrible.
Well, I'm yet to see him lose a debate, so.
Planet Peterson crushed it.
I've got you turned way down,
It's
Warren.
too easy because it's nothing but semantic diarrhea.
I'm just gonna have to say,
Well, I watched that 2.5 hour debate, so yeah.
With who?
Planet Peterson, Eric Peterson.
Oh, I didn't see that.
No, if you don't watch all of it, then you can't say he hasn't lost the debate, I guess.
So you think he lost that one? If you think he lost that one, I'll watch it and I'll make an assessment.
Yeah, just
but then again,
look up.
I was talking to Fight the Flat Earth in this channel, Craig, and he thinks he won that debate against Andrew Wilson. It's one of the first times I've ever seen Andrew Wilson back off somebody, because it was so humiliating. It was like he took his foot off his neck. Like it was very Christian of him, actually, because it was such a pummeling. And then Craig comes in here and says, "Oh yeah, I won. Because I won that debate." Like, what?
Craig's not a great debater. Like, overall, Craig's just not a good debater. I'm just gonna say that straight up. He's not a good debater, and the topic that they were debating was shit. Like I mean, they were so off. Like, they were so off base in trying to debate that crap that I don't even know. I don't. That's why I don't like modern day debates. MDD. They're only looking for the dumpster fire. They don't give a shit about actual content.
Well, I mean, the topic was what's better for society, Christian ethics or secular ethics,
It
right?
was Christianity or secular humanism. I remember it because I watched it.
Yeah.
And all Andrew did was he focused on things. He brought up a bunch of topics that are not logically entailed by secular humanism. He brought up a bunch of stuff that he just personally doesn't like. That was the problem. But none of which are actually logically entailed by a system that adheres to secular humanism. Okay? That was all it was. And that's why it was crap, because it's kind of like none of that actually means anything, Andrew. And that's why he flipped out. He tried to do the same thing against Matt Dillahunty, and that's why Matt was like, I'm not doing this.
Because he ran away. He ran away.
No, well, I mean, if you go into a debate to do one thing, and you do, and your opponent just comes out and starts attacking you personally, what's the point?
Well,
Matt didn't run away. He's just not going to be up there and be personally insulted for 2 hours, because that's all Andrew was doing. Because that's all Andrew's got. Attack things that he personally doesn't like that are not logically entailed by the position.
Well, I think that Matt Dillahunty, whatever the hell his name is, I think he got offended by the trans thing that Andrew was focusing. He seemed to go back in his opening quite a lot to, can a man, become a woman, basically. And I think he took offense to that. I think that's why he seemed to get up and walk out.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Andrew thinks that his transphobia is a solid attack against secular humanism, and it's not. It's patently ridiculous. And when Matt saw which way the wind was going to blow on that, he was like, "I'm not dealing with this." And that the whole thing right there, that's on James. So, but that's the kind of show that James puts together, which is why I don't like MDD. That's the whole reason. Like James and I, James and I personally got into it because James continued to platform Nathan Thompson after Nathan Thompson's arrest. And I was like, how can you keep paying this guy to come on your show to do this when you know what he's guilty of? You're basically just saying, yeah, you're cool with this. And I was like, that's not appropriate. So, and I called James out on it. That's why James and I I wouldn't say we had a falling out, but that's why James and I, are not on good terms.
I'm almost afraid to ask what he actually got arrested for. I'm assuming it's something really bad, right?
Nathan Thompson, he went to an elementary school and started harassing the children on the playground.
I can guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he filmed himself doing it too. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, boys and girls.
Yeah, he was basically handing out flyers across the fence, flat Earth flyers, and you can't do.
I mean, if you're gonna commit a crime, you might as well make it easy to be prosecuted for that crime, right?
Right. And so when James kept platforming, actually, when I found out that James was paying him to come on the show, to come on MDD, I'm like, what are you doing? What message are you sending here? You're basically validating his behavior, that his behavior is worthy of being platformed. And that's criminal behavior. And I called James out publicly for it. Because I know I'm friends with Team Skeptic. I know Craig, and I got into that whole kind of area at the start of my YouTube career, and I got to know James. I met James down in Dallas when Team debated Nathan live, and I was down in Dallas watching that happen, and James and I got to know each other, and I called him out publicly when he did that shit, and James did not appreciate that.
So I guess we'll see you debating Andrew Wilson very soon then, eh?
I have no idea, because it won't be on MDD, because I know that there have been people who have asked James to debate me on MDD, and it's like nothing's ever come about. I'm pretty sure that James won't host me, that he won't have me on the channel. So there's pretty much that. And I honestly don't care. I'll debate these things anywhere, anytime. But there's channels where they simply won't have me. The last person who challenged me to a debate, like straight up, was Nephilim Free. He was gonna debate me on evolution, and then he got into a fight with an argument. He got into an argument with the moderator over the format of the debate. And when the moderator wouldn't cave to the moderator, who was a Christian, by the way, is MC Toon. When the moderator wouldn't cave to Nephilim Free's demands, Nephilim ran away, and he wouldn't debate me because he wanted an MDD style dumpster fire, whereas MC Toon wanted to go, formal Oxford style, where we each have our turns and we don't devolve into like,
Discord
huh?
Channel. I've never
Do what?
looked. Is there an Andrew Wilson Discord channel? He does the Crucible, doesn't he?
He has the Crucible. I don't know if he has a Discord.
I've never actually looked.
Yeah, because Andrew just goes for the shock value. That's all Andrew does. There's like it's semantic nonsense similar to Jordan Peterson stuff, and he just goes into the shock value because the debates for him are advertising for the Crucible. They're advertisements for his content, for his brand. That's all his intention is. And because he knows that no matter what happens, as long as he plays to his audience's, rhetoric, to the rhetoric that they believe in and they support, then his channel's going to be fine. And it's never going to look like he loses because he's playing to his audience. And then he knows that divide, the people who know that Andrew Wilson is full of shit and the people who eat up everything that he sells, well, there's never going to be a problem there. Okay? So his audience is not going to lower or stay the same.
Here to defend himself, Warren. So, I mean, I don't know why you're going off like this. It's just silly. It really tells a lot about your character. But not only that, of course he's going to make strange. Of course he's going to make money. I mean, that's the whole point, right?
Well, yeah,
I mean,
but the point, no, I get the difference between like having a business model and like doing this because you value the communication of ideas, which is why I do it. Okay, so either or. I understand what he does, but Andrew knows that, which is why when he goes into a debate, he knows that he can be intellectually dishonest. He knows that he can behave a certain way. And he's playing to his audience. That's why he doesn't lose. That's why it doesn't look like ultimately he won't lose. He may lose the debate. He may be the loser in the debate, but monetarily, he's fine. That's all he cares about. Is maintaining his brand. He's in it for brand service, not an actual communication of ideas.
As far as I know, and perhaps you can correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, he was a mechanic, right?
I don't know that much about him, and I don't care to. He doesn't impress me, so.
Well, it certainly impresses me. I mean, from a mechanic to
Why?
debate. Well, just because, again, I've never seen him lose a debate.
Well, we've already demonstrated your lack of philosophical acumen, so that I understand why you would be on the surface level impressed by Andrew Wilson, in his rhetoric. But no, feel like I could tell you straight up, he's a shit debater. He has terrible style, and he predicates everything on appeals to emotion. Like, it's crap. It literally is crap. That's the one thing, like, Craig never, because Craig's not a philosopher. Craig doesn't know philosophy, okay? So he didn't call out any of the times that what Andrew was bringing up was not logically entailed by the position itself.
I think Craig's a pretty shit debater myself.
Right, I'm not.
It usually just devolves into a screaming match.
Exactly. I'm not a fan of him. But every single time that Wilson screwed up, every time he screwed up and did some sort of appeal to emotion or appeal to consequences fallacy or begging the question or whatever, every time Andrew did that, Craig never called him out on that and held his feet to the fire to show that his shit was logically inconsistent. Not only logically inconsistent, but it was a complete non sequitur.
Warren, I mean, geez, if you just go on and on. The thing is,
shut up, Andy. Fucking just actively listen, dude. Stop waiting for your turn to talk.
Listen, I asked you yesterday, if Christianity were true, would you become a Christian? And you
said
no.
No, it would not be logically entailed that I would automatically become a Christian. I explained it to you. I even answered the question.
That is an irrational
I answered it,
position,
and I gave you the context.
J.L. Warren. That is an irrational position you just took, right?
No, it's not. Because,
yes, it is.
And I know, Andy, and I explained it to you. The existence of the God does not logically entail that it is worthy of worship. Okay, these are two separate claims.
then you're just showing everybody how irrational you are. Wilson had
Okay, anybody else in the room?
Warren.
Anybody else in the room want to tell me how irrational I'm being? Does anybody else believe that worthiness of worship is logically entailed by existence itself? Anybody else? Anybody? Bueller? Yeah, I didn't think so. Shut your fucking mouth, Andy. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you want to get chanted at by this fucking maniac? Jesus.
So I'm gonna roll the dice on this one. So the Christian God, if existing, which I recognize, you don't believe in, that's fine. Would, I think, almost definitionally be worthy of worship. However, if a person, decided that they would rather be a Satanist, for example, I guess that person would not be compelled to worship the Christian God. But if we find that God is actually good and kind and loving, which I can't square with all of the Old Testament, I admit that there's stuff about that I am not able to hold a apologia for. That's not my thing. But if we find that is the case, then the conditions under which they would not be worthy of worship would seem to be in the case where you are worshiping another god, which in this case would be one of the other powers.
Or you could simply hold that nothing is worthy of worship, that nothing is worthy of reverence.
You could, but
right?
Why would you?
Because it's logically possible. You can find nothing worthy of reverence or worship.
Well, what about the omnibenevolent Christian God would be not worthy of worship?
Because by definition, the Christian God, okay, so here's the problem. First, we have to, if you're going to say that the Christian God, if we're going to grant the Christian God exists, we have to determine what version of it exists. If you're talking about the triomni God, well, that's a logical contradiction. Okay, that's deeply problematic. You have to handle
why is that a logical contradiction? Is it the 3-in-1?
The omni properties contradict themselves.
Oh, the omni properties. Okay.
Right.
Speaking as an omni myself, I may be able to find ways around that.
No, you can't. Straight up, omnivore. In your understanding of the Christian God, is the Christian God all powerful? Is it omnipotent?
So yes.
Okay. Is the Christian God omniscient?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, we're gonna go with an easier one. I was gonna go because you want easy, so I'm gonna give you easy. Great. So you think the Christian God is omniscient, right? It knows all true propositions infallibly.
Yeah.
Okay, you understand what I mean when I say that? That means all the propositions it knows are true and they cannot be otherwise, correct?
Right.
Right. Can the Christian God make a choice? Does it have volition?
Possibly. I would say that
it's a yes or no.
So we are necessarily temporal creatures. Right?
Why are you talking about humans? I'm talking about God.
Yeah, so God may be able to make decisions that exist outside of linear time.
It's irrelevant. Does God have volition?
Yes.
Okay, that's a logical contradiction. An entity that is omniscient cannot have volition.
How so?
Because the set of its knowledge, if it is omniscient, the set of its knowledge includes all of the actions it has currently are and will forever take. So any action that the God does, any action or interaction that it takes, it automatically knows that those are going to be true propositions and it knows them infallibly, therefore they cannot be otherwise. If the God is omniscient, it can't make choices, it can only do what it infallibly knows it's going to do eternally. So therefore it has no volition, it now becomes a function. It can't choose to do anything at any given moment because it already knows infallibly what it will do. So any choice it makes, it can't make a choice. Any action it does, it already knows, so it's not making a choice. It's simply functioning as it does. It can only do what it knows infallibly it will always do. It's a function, not an agent.
All right. Well,
I love how you can make claims about the God and what he can and cannot do. That's hilarious.
He's making a logical argument, which I'm entertaining.
Yes. Yeah,
So,
it's a logical contradiction.
Well, it may be. However,
no, it is. It's not a maybe. It is. If you know all the actions that you're going to take infallibly throughout all of eternity, there is no choice that you can make because you've already that knowledge is already known infallibly. It cannot be otherwise.
I already addressed
conceded.
this. I did address this before you interrupted me. I'll try to address it again, and we'll see if I can get any further. So we are necessarily temporal creatures, meaning that you use the term will make or
it's a category error. It's a category error.
Oh my God.
Omni, it's a category error. Why are you talking about humans? We're talking about the God category.
Because we're humans talking about the God category.
No, we're talking about the God category. Talk about the God category. You can't use it. You can't use humans as an analog because humans are not God. It's two different categories.
Yes, I agree.
No, Omni,
I agree. I agree.
That which applies to the human category, to the not God set, does not apply to the God set.
Are you going to let me answer you or not?
Yeah, I'll let you answer. But if you start off trying to appeal to something that is a category error, I'm just going to call you out on it.
Okay. All right. So what if we cannot conceive of the realm in which God makes decisions?
It's appeal to magic and mystery fallacy.
Not really, no.
It is. If it's justifiable, but we don't know how, but it is justifiable, but we can't articulate it because it's hidden or it's unknown or it's not, or we're not mentioning it. That's an appeal to magic and mystery fallacy.
No, but it's not true. That's not true.
No, that's an appeal to magic and mystery fallacy. Straight up.
I can describe a spatial four-dimensional object in math, but I can't imagine it.
That's not the same thing. Omni.
How do you know?
You just appeal. Omni. You just appeal to what if we as humans can't know because we are humans. That is an appeal to mystery. I'm saying that it is a logical contradiction for an entity to be omniscient and have volition. Those are logically contradictory positions. You could be one or the other. Hang on.
Okay.
But you just appeal.
You have no problem interrupting me, but you don't want me to interrupt you.
In order to defeat that logical contradiction, to show it is not contradictory, you appeal to humans. You say no, it's not a contradiction, but we as humans are incapable of understanding why it's not a contradiction. That is an appeal to magic and mystery. That's exactly what you just did.
Sort of. Is an appeal to a four-dimensional object an appeal to magic and mystery?
No.
Okay, why not? What's the difference?
Because fourth dimension in mathematics, fourth dimension is time. We're just talking about linear progression of time. That doesn't apply to God.
I specified 4 spatial dimensions.
That doesn't apply to God. It's a category error again. I'm talking about the God category.
I'm talking about a analogy.
It's not. It's disanalogous. Omni, it's disanalogous.
How so?
Because it's a category error.
No, I don't think so. Both of these things.
You're wrong. I'm just straight up telling you, you're wrong.
In the case of a four-dimensional spatial object, that is something that theoretically could exist. If we lived in 4 spatial dimensions.
Yes, mathematically we can describe it. Yes, mathematically we can describe it.
However, we can't mentally envision it, meaning that our language for it has to go into the extreme formalism of math and not in any, human language of human communication that we would readily be able to do over this media. And that is one of the simplest examples.
No, it's not.
Well, it is.
No, it isn't. What you just brought up is completely disanalogous.
I will finish my point, and then you can overtalk me. So, what if the linearity of time that our language uses, that in fact you used in your description, you said that God knows all the things that He will make. So we've already seen a character something like that in the comics. I'm gonna guess you're familiar with Alan Moore. Is that true?
I'm waiting for you to get to an actual point.
Oh, okay. So, the character of Dr. Manhattan was written in a very, was very well illustrated in terms of four-dimensional, contradictions, meaning that he already saw the future. He saw the future, but it was all happening for him at the same time.
He saw his
now
own future.
we don't know how, because comics are written from page 1 to
He
page
saw
whatever.
his own future. He didn't see any of everybody else's. That's an important point.
Okay.
He
Still,
could only see his own timeline. He couldn't see
I
everybody
knew.
else's timeline.
Let's put it this way. I could read your mind, and I knew you were quite familiar with that. So yes.
Yeah, it's still
I'm gratified by that. So.
Well, I'm still
my
big enough
point
a
is
nerd. I'm going
this.
to correct you when you get it wrong. So.
When you think I've gotten it wrong, yes,
He did get it wrong.
I'm well aware.
He can't see the future. He can only see his own future. He can't see the future of everything else.
No, that's true. So that wasn't the point, though. The point was that he couldn't change his own future, even though he was, so far as we were able to tell, make decisions within his timeline. That is exactly the sort of contradiction that you're calling out. However, because the meta story around this is not constrained to linear time, it still works as a narrative. So if we can conceive of a God who understands linear time, all of linear time, as a single perfect piece of amber in which all of God's decisions within our temporal realm will be, can be known, similar to a three-dimensional object overlooking a flatlander and being able to see the internals and of the flatland denizens. In this case, it may be that God can oversee his, the four-dimensional timelines and can have full knowledge of that, but there is some other realm in which God is able to make decisions.
No, I'm sorry. It's not the way it works.
Well,
what you just described does not apply.
I realize, I know, I think I get what you're saying, that it's not the way it works, but I'm not convinced that that's the way it works.
It's because you lack the philosophical acumen to understand these. It's not my problem.
That's one possibility.
What's the dispute here, JL Omni?
Logical
whether or
contradiction of
not
a God.
the Christian God is
the God cannot both be omniscient and have volition.
It's almost like the omniscient paradox.
We have MC Toon in the house.
What's that?
So the theological discussion will have to wait.
Why?
Welcome, Mr. Toon.
Still a little bit until it's actually
all right
set up.
So
we are.
What's up, Toon?
I go live in about 9 minutes. I'll have like a 3 to 5 minute on my channel.
Sure. Yeah. As far as I know, QOp's not here. So yeah. So and we can do this. We have a stage, but I don't know. I've never used it before, so we probably don't want to do that first thing here.
If you've never used it, then that might be bad. Because
yeah, I was gonna say. I think we'll just do it. We'll just.
You got 9 minutes, Omni. Why don't you Google it real quick?
Oh my god.
Just make sure that mods are like modding for random people talking.
Yeah.
Wait. No, we gotta go on. You talking about the debate? We gotta go on the stage, dude.
It's just a question of like not knowing how to use the stage, and you never want to test use something in actual use.
Dude, these people can't control themselves in here.
Yeah, there will be moderation without warning. Anyone over talking, not exercising microphone discipline, will be just automatically muted.
I'm gonna hold you to that left lane.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk to anyone but McToon. I don't want to debate Professor, this fucker next to me, like.
Yeah, you don't want to debate him next to you.
Yeah, I have a quick question since we're not exactly into it yet. JL.
What's up, Chief?
Have you ever talked to or considered talking to Jay Dyer? As he
I have. And that's one of the few conversations I would actually be interested in having. I think his position would be really, really easy to take down. And so if he ever if he had the time or
yeah, he's pretty much like always available for debates. Like it's not difficult to get into contact with him in that sense. Like his entire thing is essentially debating people like you on these topics, and that's like a big part of his content.
Yeah, it's pretty
definitely
much
a debate, bro.
Yeah, just tag. It's easy to break down. So
yeah, so that would be interesting.
Also,
you should probably try to talk to him.
Yasuke, Jay also thinks that like he equivocates on what meta logic means.
I mean, I'm not taking part of any argument or discussion right now. I stake no claims.
Anyway, what's up, Tunes? Good to see you. It's been a while.
Man,
oh, did you leave?
I'm a big fan of. I'm a fanboy. Oh my gosh.
I'm a fanboy. You man.
And we've met in sign and not in sign. We've met in person twice.
We have. I still have fond memories of the 2019 Flat Earth Convention when we collectively bitch made Nathan Thompson.
Oh yeah. You know what's crazy? I've been talking with Robbie Davidson because he escaped the cult, and like he's super cool.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Robbie got out. Wild.
Yep. He escaped. He changed his 24/7 Flat Earth live stream for a 24/7 Globe Earth live stream on Rumble.
On Rumble. Well, that's cool. That's cool.
He said he had some strikes on YouTube, so he's waiting for them to expire.
I recently watched the interview that Jaron did with Simon Dan. That was a really, really good sit down.
Yes. Yep.
Really enjoyed that.
All right. I'm prepping things here. You ready, QOP? You go by QOP. What's QOP? Is he here still? Oh, he's not here. Okay. Does anybody know what that stands for?
Is it just me or is MC June really quiet?
Oh, I can probably turn it up. Hold on.
I did hear QOP say something about being. Hang on, Rob. I did hear QOP saying something about being concerned about not being on stage and making a comment like I'm not going to debate and blah 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 about something, and then he left. So I'd be concerned about him coming back.
Oh, I don't think that was too much of a thing. Is my voice better now?
It sounds good.
Yeah, Mike, it's a little bit better. Thank you.
Okay. I just don't want it clipping.
Sounds like the other guy's coming in on a truck CB.
Yeah, Rob, something's good for you.
I got my shitty mic on right now. I'm just listening on my drive. I'm really sorry. I won't be talking.
Okay.
Breaker. Was there a niner in there?
You guys hear me?
There you are.
Yes,
sir.
Oh.
Yeah. Can you guys all just go on the event stage? So, because Omnivore can't figure out how to move you guys all. The event stage is right above this one.
Yeah, they're waiting for you to get to as well. Stage. This sounds like retarded evidence. Something wrong with the microwave. I guess so. Welcome to the but I want to be with Q up. What's wrong with your mic? Something wrong with the computer. Turn it off, turn it back on. I don't know what you should do, man.
Halo. Anyone here? Mm. a little odd also that the brightness is up on this one is what mm,
Did you fart?
no, I don't know really where I was going with that one, but it just doesn't really this is the same exact cloud, so someone had to literally like just use the same cloud but then also turn up the brightness to match the end of the video, which was probably for some reason the hue of the sky was a little bit different. But you see, like this whole shape in here is extremely like non-natural. So the whole thing about this is like fake, like
Because it's a reflection off of the lens cover. As I said already, go get an Insta360, go bring it out into the bright sunlight. You'll see it happens. And that's not a cloud. It's not the right direction for the cloud. The clouds were coming from the mountains on the left side of the frame there, coming up off, scooping up off the mountain. And you can see in the second day footage, you can see this line that goes across from this mountain. There's this range to the south of us where it kind of was scooping the air, and it kept having a pretty consistent cloud. You can kind of see it there on the left photo, or the left frame. So that's where the clouds were all coming from, and they weren't vertical like that, going from bottom right to top left. They're going mostly horizontal from left to right. So you're seeing a 24-hour sun in a lens flare is what you're doing there. I mean, you're just basically confirming that we saw a 24-hour sun.
That's interesting. Yeah, so this pretty much debunks TFE. I mean, you got a dissipating cloud. That's the exact same thing.
It's a lens flare. It's a lens flare, you absolute idiot. And that's an insult, not an ad hom. Get the difference. You are an idiot. This is a lens flare. Go get an Insta360. Go test it yourself.
Okay. Well, the sun is moving to the left, right?
Correct.
This lens flare you claim is moving to the right.
Correct.
Okay, so the lens flare would track the sun if it was, being, coming from the sunlight.
No.
It's literally going the opposite direction.
That's right. That's what it should do.
No, that's not true.
Go get an Insta360. Go test it yourself.
You see how it flattens out at the bottom there?
The lens flare? Yes, it's oh my gosh. It's a lens flare, you idiot.
This sun right here is literally just a layer, and it's square probably, or the top of it's square. So this cloud that they repeated for some reason,
you know nothing of this topic whatsoever.
Literally, it's
Dunning-Kruger to the highest degree. You have no clue what you're talking about. None of this is how these things are done.
I promise, if you guys look up
I promise you're an idiot and you don't know anything about this topic.
You'll never find a lens flare that looks like this.
Go get an Insta360 and go try it for yourself.
Why wouldn't?
And so that Insta360 was using the stock lens cover. You can purchase an upgraded lens cover, which I have for this one here. Dave did not get that. He just had the stock lens cover. Go ahead. Go grab one. Go test it. It's an Insta360 X4. They're probably a little cheaper in price since the X5 just came out.
Yeah, I don't know how that fixes your problem here. That someone.
It's not a problem at all. That is exactly what you expect from lens flare. There's nothing unusual about this. I don't know why lens flares are such a mystery to flat earthers.
I'm actually seeing a square around this little cloud here. I've actually never seen it.
Oh my gosh. Which mushrooms did you eat?
Would that be a bad thing?
Yes. Yeah. Whichever ones you ate, don't eat them again. Monkey Pat says, "I paid for this. Take my money, Tune." Raza 43 is a new member at Newton. Good for him. Thank you. All right. What's this?
This is another thing. Some people pointed out that your hair grew unprecedentedly fast in 3 days.
So when I was in Antarctica, I did not have my my hair gel because it was on my carry-on. I had 2 carry-ons. I didn't bring one of the carry-ons with me. It stayed on the airplane and flew back to South America. And then the next day they sent it on the cargo plane. So I didn't have any hair gel, and so my hair was all non-gelled. But back in Punta Arenas, I had hair gel, so that's what you're seeing there. I have hair gel in right now. It's crusty. If you were to feel it, you'd feel it's got a little bit of a crunch to it.
Well, you see how like your hair is like edged on the side there, like it's like pretty low, like in that other image, like it's come in there pretty good already in 3 days. It's pretty.
Oh,
I would
different lighting, different camera, or maybe it's the same camera. Are those both from my live stream? No, that bottom one, I don't know. I don't think that's from my live stream, was it? The bottom left? Maybe it was. It was getting to be about 10, close to 10 degrees there. So, all right. What do we got now? All right, here, let me write this down. Hair grew. Wow. All right, what's this one?
Well, you let me show stuff for longer than I thought I'd be able to, so I'm just seeing what else I got here.
Wow, that's a bit of a reach even for a flurf. All right, well, you think about that. Raza 43 is a new member at Newton. Said that already. Clems, lots of S's, says, I'm surprised that flat earthers have put out a bad quality video and have put out and say aliens. They need to move on from the flat earth eventually, right? Yeah. They, a lot of them do like to talk about aliens. They're like, the alien invasion, they're going to believe the alien invasion. And some of them say the aliens come from the outer lands. So that's kind of funny. Astrokate Sathix says, flurfs greatly inflate the capabilities of AI. They do. Yes. And they're, of course, they're looking at, they have no way of evaluating things. That they start with the conclusion and they stick with that. All right, what's this one here?
Your ad homs are really great for me being able to
insult. Know the difference. Why are flat earthers so stupid they can't know the difference between ad hom and insult?
That was an ad hom too.
That was an insult, not an ad hom.
We're debating right now.
My goodness, I'll bring it up.
This one's funny. So this drone. So you guys take this.
Oh my gosh.
You guys use this drone to somehow prove that you're not in a green screen studio yet.
Yes.
You still didn't go far enough to prove that you're not in just a very large green screen studio. It's very strange that you guys thought this was a good idea. So it beeps when it's next to you, and then it stops beeping, and then it goes farther, and then it starts beeping again.
No, it started beeping again when it started coming toward me again. When it was past me, it didn't start beeping again. Yep, it came toward me. It was beeping because proximity. Then it went past me and it stopped beeping. And then he went however far he went. And then it came back toward him. And as it came near me again, it started beeping again as expected. And then when it wasn't near me, it wasn't beeping. Then it got near Will and it started beeping again.
Okay, let's check out where it beeps. This might have annoying music because I just kind of took it off someone else's video. So. Oh, what the fuck? Why wouldn't it let me play? It's fucking weird. Sorry, I just got a Mac. It's a bad decision. Milk was a bad choice.
I'm gonna go backward. So obviously,
sorry about the music.
there was a green screen.
Why is there music?
I don't know, dude. It's fucking annoying. But the music is also its own beeps. So you gotta
Why don't you go to the source for anything? I literally asked you while in the group chat between myself and Omni. I told you, don't go to somebody else's work. Go to the source. Why don't you go to the source? Are you that lazy?
Yeah.
Insult again. Insult, not Ed Hum.
So it's beeping next to you.
MC Toon, who's also live streaming.
And now it went farther,
He's also
and it's
filming
beeping over there.
the drone.
And now you're following. Now you're chasing it.
All right. I'm gonna go back.
That's awkward.
All right. Why don't here? I will go to the source. Unlike you. These videos are available for free on the internet, on YouTube, for you to just go and grab and look at yourself with nobody else to stop you. So I'll pull up the original of that one there. That one, I think, was on my Conspiracy Tunes channel. Where the guns, flight to Antarctica. Maybe that was not on Conspiracy Tunes. That was on my other one. All right, MC2. All right, live. I do a lot of lives on my live channel, so. Oh, no, it's not on that one. It is on Conspiracy Tunes. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. That's why. Hold on. There it is. There's the source. Okay. So I'll grab, put it in my live chat. I'll put it in the Omni live chat here. Right? And then I will all right. So here it is on my Conspiracy Tunes channel. And I give a quick tour of the different things. And so here I am behind Will. See that? All right, so here I'm walking backward. All right. So here I am back a ways from where Will is, but still in his video. And let's get where he has his drone flying. All right, here it is. So I'm following it, and then I stop following it.
There's no audio.
So you don't hear the beeping where I am because I'm not holding the remote. Will is.
Okay, yeah. So how does that help? So why are you showing that if we don't hear the beeping?
So now it's coming back toward me again. Watch this. See that? And so it will be beeping right now because it's close to me again.
I just showed it beeped when you were far from it, and then you had to go chase it to pretend like it was you that made it.
So now let's go to Will's live stream. The one you didn't want to look at for some reason. So final day. Here we go. All right, there I am in the background. All right, so you can hear the little chatter from the voice there. Oh, hold on, it's not showing on my wrong one. Hold on, I need to get the correct one on my my screen here. That's not it. For some reason, the wrong one came up. So there we go. I thought it was up. So, all right. So it was beeping, then it got close to me and it stopped beeping as much. No beeping, it's past me, not beeping. It's a super slow speed beeping. No beeps. Now I'm getting in the way, it's coming back. Look at that. All that time with no beeping. All that time with no beeping.
That was a weird way to describe it. I hope your audience saw the video while you described it like that. It's kind of weird.
All right, have we concluded Beepgate?
All right, we have. Yeah, we've demolished him.
All right.
On that.
If you say so.
All right.
Here, McToon's head does not stop the sun rays. Oh, I got music. Am I lagging or him?
Like now, in an ad hom, an insult is you're stupid. An ad hom is you're wrong because you're stupid. You see the difference?
I didn't say anything.
All right. Or more like you're wrong because you smell funny. You see, that's an ad hom.
Did you just rewind and?
Oh yeah. And then let's see, I forgot about that. That's right. Dave McKeegan, he's back. You see that way back there? Dave McKeegan is way in the background there.
I'm streaming another video. I got another interesting one.
All right. I'm watching. Go ahead.
For some reason,
All
your
right,
head
so
doesn't block out the sunlight and the fake
Oh my
sun
gosh. All right. 8 is drone. Beeping, and 9 is glare. All right, so what you're seeing there is the sun. You see that big old weird shaped blotch? That's not the sun. That's the glare of the sun, and it's being compounded by the lens cover that mangles it a little bit. So when I go behind that glare, I'm just going behind the glare. I'm not going behind the sun. You don't understand glare. That's the problem.
It's a weird looking sun, bro.
Yes, it is. It's a glare. It's glare. It's not the sun. It's glare, and it's being modified by the lens cover as well.
Some crazy refraction you Clover's got going on.
It's not refraction.
It's bending around your head.
Just a second here.
It's like it doesn't even notice that your head is going in front of it. It's not even slightly altered.
Just it of course not, because it's glare.
Maybe you got a smaller head than you think. Maybe you don't have such a big head.
All right, there we go.
I'd like someone to show me all the. I'd like someone to show me videos.
Are you seriously? Are you so stupid that you don't understand glare?
At home. Come on, McToon.
Insult. Why are you so stupid that you don't understand glare? This is just making all flat earthers look stupid, which is perfectly fine. I mean, that's why I do this. But that's glare. That's not the sun.
Is it coming from the sun?
Yes, it's blowing out the sensors and all the proximate sensors.
So
how is this such a baffling thing for you? You've never used a camera in the sun, have you? I've
never seen anything like this.
Of course not. You've never done anything. You've never done anything yourself. You've only parroted what other people told you to parrot.
So to steal menu, this can happen because I haven't done anything, is what you're saying.
No, this can happen because it's normal, and you don't understand it because you haven't done anything.
This is normal. Okay, is this also normal? Oh my god, this fucking dude with this fucking music. All right, look at this sun. Ready? And it turns to 2. Oh god, what is that? Does the I'd like to know how the Insta 360 changes the sun behind this guy just because he got closer. It's like an intelligent Insta 360 that it's like motion detecting Insta 360.
He's on the stitch line. My gosh.
Yeah, but why does him going there change the sun? Look how wobbly everything is.
Number 4 was an Insta 360 stitch, and number 10 is an Insta 360 stitch.
Yeah, but the sun is literally like, so so I'm just curious, like, do you have like a reason why the sun would be shifting, like be changing from him getting closer to the camera?
Yes. It's the
I mean, it
stitch.
makes more
This is software that's rendering things.
Well, yeah,
because,
no, exactly.
Because
so we agree. So this is
because,
just fake, this is fake renders of
no,
this
is normal. This is normal Insta 360 stuff.
No,
go get an Insta 360, go outside, put the sun on the stitch line, and go do stuff near the sun. That's what you're gonna see.
But you're
his
admitting
head
that this
distorts
is...
too. Everything gets distorted on that line, especially when it's close to the camera. When things are farther away from the camera, it can stitch them better. But when they're close, they get all confused because the camera is trying to identify features on both sides of the stitch.
So just to steal menu correctly, the sky is being altered by software.
No, that's not a steal man. That's a lie.
That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. The sky's not being altered. That is the stitch between two lenses, and the software is trying to identify features on both sides of the lenses, right? Both of the independent videos, and trying to put them together and determine which is which. And since it doesn't have correct overlapping information, it has to interpolate things. That's what an Insta360 does.
So there's no Insta360 here.
Go get an Insta360 and go try it.
So there's no Insta360 here. What is appearing on that wing?
What's this video? Oh, that's a barrel. So they use 55-gallon barrels to outline the runway.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, this is a bad video. Why'd they include this?
Yeah, because they're dumb.
All right, I'll give you that one. That one's dumb. That's why I wasn't going to actually even use some of these things.
So far, it's 11. It's 11 to me, 0 to you. All right. What else we got?
Gotta go my other folder. I didn't know this was gonna go.
Dude, we're going deep. We're getting the second folder here.
You want to look at your shadows being?
All right. Oh, I was hoping you were. Liquid Flame says if this is all they have, we're getting down to the dregs of the flat Earth barrel. They're running out of arguments and getting desperate, for sure. All right. Are you getting it yet? One year. There it is. All right. I've got the shadow one ready as soon as you are. All right. Are you ready on the shadows?
I'm streaming it.
I'll post it. I'll post it in the Omni chat already. There we go. All right, go ahead.
Well, the shadow is making it very intense angle change. Just from you walking like 3 feet.
Do you know? Yeah. Do you know what's happening here? Do you notice how that table's moving? Why is that table moving?
Well, the guy's walking. Yeah, the guy's walking around a little bit.
Oh, the guy's walking. So both of our angles are changing. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's pretty drastic though.
Yeah, it is because both of us are moving. Okay.
Would you agree? Would you agree that if the light source was closer, it would change more drastically than if it was farther?
No, not at all. That's exactly how parallel light functions. Okay, so I posted a posted in. Oh, that's why it's not working right. I posted the video. Do you you see the video I posted? Oh, that's why. The Discord one. It's the wrong Discord one. Okay. Just a second here. I gotta make sure I get this correct. Discord event stage. There we go. Okay. So here is the video that I posted. It was 4 months ago. It was January 6th. I posted this. So shortly after we got back from Antarctica. So if you look at my YouTube live stream, you'll see I'm talking a little bit, but the important thing here is I'm gonna. All right, so look right there. Do you see these shadows? These shadows are pointing in different directions. See
yeah, it's not as drastic as your shadow.
It's actually more drastic because on the left side there you can see it's very steep to the down to the left. It's even steeper than 45 degrees, and on the right side you can see it's steeper than 45 degrees the other way. So it's even more drastic than in the video that you showed there. And while we're at it, I did include a little explanation for people who don't understand glare. Just a second here. I think it's going to have a commercial maybe. Is that what that like is? Oh yeah, so here just a little bit here. Look at those red arrows. The angles there are very dramatic. You know, those red arrows. So, all right, and but here they're parallel. Look at that, amazing. So it depends where you're standing. All right, now, oh yeah. Look how big that glare is. Look how big the sun is. Look how big that glare is. The sun is actually that big. The sun is. You think the sun is actually that big. But look, that pole is behind the sun. See that? But look, that's amazing. The pole is behind the sun. How did it do that? That's amazing. How did the pole get behind the sun? It's not.
Yeah, I believe in perspective.
The pole is behind the sun. How did that's not perspective? That's glare. How did the pole get behind the sun?
Looking at your video.
It's not. You're not looking at my video.
I believe in perspective. It's usually glowers that don't.
That's not perspective.
Oh,
there we go. That's glare. I'm showing it again here.
I'm not looking at your video.
You're not looking at my video. So here is. Oh, there we go. There you go. Look at how big the sun. The sun is now between me and the pole, isn't it? It must be. Look how giant the sun is, and the pole is behind it. I can't believe that flat earthers actually go for this one. It's very embarrassing for them. So embarrassing. Anyway, there we go. And look, now it's completely blocked. That gigantic sun is now blocked by that small pole. How did that happen? Look how big that sun is now. Amazing. My goodness, children. All right. Andrew Powers got timed out by a lot of people here. What did Andrew Powers do? Seems like he's rather a hateful person. Let's see. Wow. Andrew Powers is very butthurt. Yes. Yeah, it's okay. You can hide him on the channel if he's going there. Yeah, absolutely. That's the right thing to do. So, okay. Anyway, there we go. Back to yours. If you want to show whatever it is that you want to show there, go ahead. Are you doing anything? I don't hear if you're talking.
Yeah, I was just looking at this video. There's not too much interesting things.
Are you gonna go watch Lawcats videos now? Live during debate here?
No, I'm just showing the different CGI glitches from your guys' stream.
These are not CGI glitches. So what you're seeing is low quality renders.